Discovery of the rare, celestial herb, jade spirit root. What is that sound? Ming crouched on the ground, holding the freshly selected celery, feeling somewhat bewildered. The market buzzed with noise, yet that sound rang out distinctly. Could it be that the pressure of studying has driven me to hallucinations? I can't study any longer this afternoon. I must indulge in some gaming to unwind. A balance of work and leisure. After purchasing the celery, Ming hummed a tune of self-discipline as he continued to wander. The afternoon sun filtered through the market's roof, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of various vegetables and fruits, along with the enticing aroma of fried sauce noodles wafting from a stall in the distance. His mood gradually relaxed in this pleasant ambience. School starts tomorrow. I can hardly fathom how to endure this final year. Neither bitter nor exhausting, senior year felt insipid. Without striving or fighting, senior year would be a futile existence. Simply thinking about it gave him a headache. Each day, they fed them motivational platitudes. Celery pairs well with wood ear mushrooms. I'll whip up some scrambled eggs with tomatoes to savor the last dinner of my holiday. Arriving at the next stall, Ming's gaze landed on the tomatoes. These look splendid and are quite sizable. Muttering to himself, he reached out to grab one. Discovery of a rare fruit, crimson flame fruit. Whoa! Ming's hand trembled, nearly dropping the tomato. Again, he glanced around, but the people nearby seemed oblivious to the sound. With this thought, he looked down at the tomato in his hand. Under the sunlight, it gleamed with a vibrant red hue. Yet, that was all nothing particularly remarkable. Boss, how much for this? Ming waved the tomato in front of him. 4 yuan per jean. The middle-aged man glanced at Ming before returning to watch videos of dancing women. A mere customer buying tomatoes failed to pique his interest. 4 yuan per jean, and it's called a rare fruit? At that moment, Ming increasingly felt he might be unwell, plagued by severe hallucinations. Regardless, whether it a crimson flame fruit or not, it will transform into scrambled eggs with tomatoes tonight. He then grabbed a box of fresh eggs. Fortunately, this time there were no hallucinations. Next, he'll get some wood ear mushrooms, then head home to game. Ming chattered to himself, his steps light. As a crucial component of his dinner plan, wood ear mushrooms were not to be overlooked. Who doesn't adore wood ear mushrooms? Especially men. Approaching the stall selling dried goods, Ming's gaze fixated on bags of neatly packaged wood ear mushrooms. Does this stuff really have to be darker to be better? He clutched the bag when that strange voice rang out again. Discovery of a rare material, netherworld ears. Ming froze in place. What on earth is happening today? Even wood ear mushrooms are not spared. This time, his curiosity was tinged with intrigue. Could these sounds be foretelling something? Was there truly a great treasure? Ming scrutinized the wood ear mushrooms in his hand. Aside from their slightly darker color, they appear to be nothing special. Yet, the continuous emergence of these voices made him feel something extraordinary was afoot. Could it be he was a genius? Boss, how much for this bag of wood ear mushrooms? Ming inquired, his voice laced with a barely perceptible anticipation. Could it be a priceless spiritual herb? 10 yuan. The owner didn't even look up, casually responding. At this, Ming fell silent, paying and placing the wood ear mushrooms into a shopping bag. If this world were normal, then it was certainly him who was unwell. "I'm done for studying has truly made me foolish." Ming took a deep breath, preparing to head home. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In 10 minutes, 3 rare materials discovered truly terrifying. You have gained the recognition of the sovereign. The Universal Compendium System has been bound. Binding time, August 31st, 2026. Wait a moment. Ming stood frozen in place. He could barely comprehend the system after all. He hadn't read countless web novels for nothing. However, what was this binding time nonsense? Isn't today August 31st, 2025? He could not possibly be mistaken. Tomorrow, his summer break would end, and he would don the mask of suffering, crawling towards senior year. By the time 2026 rolls around, he should be preparing for college. What a rubbish system. So careless. What is this universal compendium supposed to do? Yet, no one responded. Surely I'm not hallucinating again? With questions swirling in his mind, Ming made his way back to his apartment. The summer breeze brushed against him, bringing a hint of coolness. The trees in the community were lush, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds that broke the afternoon's tranquility. Unconsciously, Su Ming slowed his pace, pondering the events that had just transpired. Russell, a small cat, emerged from the nearby bushes. "Meow Jizzy, come here." Su Ming crouched down, instinctively extending his hand. He recognized this orange stray cat. Every time he passed by, he would give it a gentle pat and often look for something to feed it. "Warning, warning. Lord-level creature detected approaching. Please evacuate immediately." That voice reappeared out of nowhere. Yet, compared to previous times, there was an urgency and fear in its tone. Su Ming's hand froze midair. "Danger? Where?" At that moment, Jizzy nudged its head against Su Ming's leg. Successfully marked, Lord-level creature, Nether Shadow, Cat Demon. Danger level, certain death. Please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the small cat on the ground. This was what they referred to as a cat demon. Jizzy seemed unaware of Su Ming's anomaly, emitting a gentle meow. "Warning, warning. The Nether Shadow Cat Demon is activating its skill Nether Whale. The Nether Whale possesses an intense psychic wave. Incredibly terrifying. It can cause listeners to experience mental collapse and bleed from all orifices. Foolish host, please cover your ears and flee immediately." Meow, meow, meow. Is it in a hurry? Furthermore, how is this considered terrifying? "Jizzy, I can't play with you today. I have matters to attend to." Su Ming stood up after speaking. The events unfolding were too bizarre. He needed to sort through his thoughts. And this sovereign clearly had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Artificial intelligence, blunder. Jizzy seemed to understand Su Ming's meaning, tilting its head before scampering away. As expected of the host, terrifying indeed. In the face of a lord-level creature, calm and collected, successfully deterred. Due to exceptional performance, the explanation function has been activated. The change of tone was rapid. With bewilderment, Su Ming returned home, taking a deep breath. Could this system be laced with counterfeit spirits? "Sovereign, activate the explanation function." Su Ming tentatively called out, fearing the sovereign might not comprehend. Explanation function has been activated. Current exciting material. One afternoon of August 31st, 2026. In this desolate land, the sky is shrouded in eerie black mist, obscuring the sun. The orange cat accidentally strays here, lost in the black mist, unable to find its way out for several days. As time progresses, the power within the black mist begins to erode its form, ultimately transforming it into a terrifying shadow cat demon. Today, you encountered this creature, remaining composed and exhibiting remarkable courage, skillfully using your wit to repel it. Truly impressive. Upon finishing the captivating explanation, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It is settled the issue does not lie with him. Rather, it is this commander who undoubtedly harbors some peculiar affliction. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Compendium of All Things. The Mysterious Subway Incident. Despite the laughter, Su Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although this system exhibited some peculiarities, it was not necessarily a fabrication. If the claims were indeed true, it meant he had been tethered to it a year in advance. Such impatience. A wasteland? Shrouded in black mist? Lord-level creatures? What on earth would the world look like a year hence? The resurgence of spiritual energy and bizarre invasions? It all sounded rather formidable. What is the point of studying? Su Ming grumbled to himself, then shifted his gaze to his shopping bag, feeling an eager anticipation. Could the vegetables he selected at the market truly hold significance? He laid out the various ingredients before him. System, enlighten me. What are these? The host may view the compendium of all things. The compendium of all things? This was the umpteenth time he had encountered this term. He opened the compendium. Compendium of all things is now open. Current material compendium. 3. Biological compendium. 1. There are categories? Su Ming felt a spark of interest igniting within him. Material compendium. Jade spirit root. Category. Wood attribute. Life attribute. Grows in areas rich in spiritual energy, maturing over a century. Possessing the ability to purify body and mind and prolong life. Its leaves can be refined into spiritual medicine, while its roots may be used to create spirit-gathering formations, significantly enhancing cultivation efficiency. Crimson flame fruit. Category. Fire attribute. Energy attribute. Born from the absorption of geothermal energy, it contains intense fire attribute energy. Consuming it can enhance physical constitution, especially effective for practitioners of fire attribute techniques. If one can refine its energy, it may assist cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and reaching new realms. Phantom Ear's category, dark attribute, mental attribute, grows in extremely dark regions, absorbing the essence of the moon. It possesses a powerful purifying effect on mental energy. Consuming it can enhance consciousness and resist the intrusion of inner demons. It also aids practitioners in attaining higher levels of mental prowess, making it an unparalleled choice for cultivating mental strength. Upon reading the entries in the compendium, Ming felt utterly bewildered. This is bad. It seems he has stumbled upon something genuine. Furthermore, beneath these 3 entries, there was an option to extract rewards. Extract rewards. Ming murmured softly. The mechanics of this system began to crystallize in his mind. Extracting Jade Spirit Root Compendium, Constitution 2. Extracting Crimson Flame Fruit Compendium, Strength 2. Extracting Phantom Ears Compendium, Spirit 2. Hiss. Instantly, a warm current surged through Ming and Apos' body, invigorating him entirely. Fatigue vanished, his thoughts sharpened, and he was infused with a newfound vitality. Even the muscles in his arms felt more robust. This system is truly useful? Ming radiated enthusiasm, his spirits soaring. The world a year from now might indeed undergo a significant transformation. But so what? After all, he was alone. Now, not only had he gained an advantage, but he also had a year to prepare. Would he not simply dominate? A dreamlike beginning. The key is the disparity in information, compared to ordinary people. I possess a year and Apos' head start. An array of rare resources shall be exclusively mine. This is a path that no one else has embarked upon. Moreover, these resources are currently quite affordable and readily available. With that thought, Ming found it difficult to remain seated and promptly opened the biological compendium. After all, they were all compendiums. It would be unjust to favor one over the other. Biological compendium, Shadow Cat Demon, category, dark attribute, assassin. Caster, rank, lord-level creature born from mutations caused by the black mist, possessing dark attribute powers, agile movements, and razor-sharp claws that can slice through iron. Its shrill cries can penetrate the soul, exhibiting formidable spiritual attack capabilities. A creature with so many categories? It even has distinct professions? Ming marveled at the compendium. Of course, what intrigued him the most was the reward extraction option for the Shadow Cat Demon. It was of paramount importance. Extract rewards. Extracting Shadow Cat Demon Compendium. Acquiring the ability and Apos' Phantom Whale, and Apos' Phantom Whale, emits a piercing cry, executing a soul attack and briefly stunning the enemy. The stronger the mental power, the greater the damage and the longer the control duration. This is simply astonishing. Ming's hands trembled with excitement. Compared to the attribute enhancements from the material compendium, the prestige of skills was evidently superior. Who would not desire to summon winds and clouds, soaring through the skies, wielding the powers of ice and fire? After several minutes, Ming finally calmed down. During this time, he had also gleaned a fair understanding of the system's role. To put it succinctly, one could effortlessly grow stronger through sheer opportunism. The vast world awaited his exploration. Additionally, the system had thoughtfully prepared a data panel for him. Ming's strength, 7, constitution, 7, spirit, 7, agility, 5, charm, 7, ability, phantom whale, overall evaluation, relatively inept in all aspects, thus deemed a minor waste. So close, just a hair's breadth from achieving a spirit score of 7. Ming scoffed lightly. As for that evaluation, he simply disregarded it. However, the data did indirectly affirm his attractiveness. After all, his top 3 attributes had been enhanced by 2 points, barely matching his charm. With a bit more effort, he could rival the charm of the readers. Following this, Ming opened his computer. Naturally, he was no longer in the mood to play games. He recalled a piece of news, a report from just a short while ago regarding an incident near their residential area. On the night of August 15th, the Jiangzhou subway disappearance case. It was a newly trialed subway line. According to surveillance footage, the last train was completely empty just before departing from the penultimate station. Shortly thereafter, the interior cameras went dark. However, upon reaching the final station, several passengers inexplicably appeared inside the train. When discovered at the terminal, these passengers were in a state of unconsciousness, and upon waking, they had no recollection of how they ended up on the subway. The entire affair was shrouded in mystery. Subsequent investigations by technicians revealed a brief malfunction in the subway and Apos' automatic control system at the time of the incident, causing it to halt inexplicably for several minutes. This anomaly did not recur after the issue was resolved. Witnesses claimed to have seen vague figures lingering on the subway platform that night. Yet, when approached, these shadows vanished without a trace. The subway station where the incident occurred was adjacent to an ancient cemetery, rumored to be haunted. However, the materialist Su Ming certainly did not believe such tales. He was more inclined to trust the experts. This was likely a case of human criminal activity. The missing passengers may have been unknowingly drugged, then illicitly transported onto the subway. The passengers appeared unharmed and had not lost any belongings. Hence, the incident did not escalate significantly. Upon reflection, something seems amiss. Why exert such tremendous effort? If there are indeed wrongdoers involved, what are their motivations? What objectives do they seek to achieve? It cannot simply be a frivolous pastime to abduct individuals for amusement. The fact that the matter has not escalated could suggest another possibility. Perhaps it has been suppressed from higher authorities. Chapter 3. The Importance of Social Compatibility Over Love. Let us part ways. Su Ming took a deep breath. He was no longer an ordinary individual, and his thoughts naturally wandered into deeper realms. In the past, even if he pondered, it bore little fruit. Throughout the afternoon, Su Ming scoured the internet for pertinent information, growing increasingly alarmed by what he discovered. Were the recent peculiar events occurring with an unusually high frequency compared to before? Off the eastern coast, fishermen captured a massive shadow while night fishing. Its size comparable to that of a ship. Preliminary analysis by experts suggests a possible connection to recent nuclear wastewater issues. In the western desert, a series of geometric cloud formations appeared, attracting flocks of birds, and these strange circles only dissipated after several hours. Some believe this to be an extraterrestrial phenomenon. In an old residential area of Jiangnan City, residents reported hearing whispers outside their windows during the late night, yet the sounds vanished whenever they investigated. It cannot be ruled out that this is a soundproofing issue. In the tropical rainforest, plant growth rates have nearly doubled compared to previous years, with experts believing it may be linked to global warming. In a park in Nana City, flowers seem to defy natural order, remaining in full bloom even after their peak season, showing no signs of wilting, prompting plant experts to investigate. As he read each report, a chill crept up Su Ming's spine. These news outlets were not mere personal accounts, they were local media channels. This implied a degree of tacit official approval, suggesting that the stories were not entirely fabricated. If not for sensationalism or publicity, could it be possible that the world was indeed undergoing significant transformations? Like a frog in boiling water, the average person would remain oblivious. Perhaps these reports were a way for the state to gauge public reaction, a subtle probe? A deft use of historical penmanship indeed. Rubbing his weary eyes, Su Ming rose from his seat. He had devoted the entire afternoon to research. First, he would have dinner, then head to the subway station for a closer look. He was not one to linger in indecision. He acted upon his thoughts. The troubled subway station was nearby, an easy half-hour bike ride away. Only by examining the scene could he find peace of mind. His previous visit to the market had yielded fruitful results. This enigmatic location should prove equally revealing. Su Ming approached the window. The time was nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky transformed from the azure blue of daylight to the warm orange hues of dusk. The sun began its descent, resembling a weary traveler making its way toward the horizon and Apos' embrace. The afterglow draped the cityscape, adorning distant skyscrapers with a golden veil. The streets grew busier as pedestrians and vehicles surged, the bustling sounds of rush hour spreading throughout the city. Life pulsed with a vibrant, albeit hectic, beauty. As a gentle breeze caressed him, it momentarily dispelled his myriad concerns. For most ordinary people, the changes a year could bring might be seen as unwelcome disasters or the dawn of a new, brilliant era. The uncertainty was perplexing. Yet one thing was clear, the world was bound to undergo a significant reshuffling. Pausing to reflect for a while, Su Ming turned and made his way to the kitchen, beginning to prepare dinner. The clear water washed over fresh vegetables, and the rhythmic sound of the knife striking the cutting board filled the air. The aroma rising from the oil in the pan brought him a sense of satisfaction. With such a delightful interpretation, he found himself reluctant to eat. Half an hour later, the vibrant stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs was ready, accompanied by crisp celery and wood ear mushrooms. Delicious. Su Ming beamed with delight. Buzz, buzz. But at that moment, a text message shattered the tranquility. Picking up his phone, Su Ming found himself momentarily stunned. The name on the screen was all too familiar, Lin Shiyu. His stunning girlfriend. It had been over a month since they last communicated during summer vacation. Why was she reaching out now? A certain suspicion began to form in his mind. It was worth noting that his girlfriend was not only beautiful but also an academic prodigy. A true gem from a prestigious institution, the envy of girls and the unattainable ideal for boys. In contrast, he was merely fortunate enough to attend an ordinary college, lacking any significant family background. Apart from his looks, he had little to boast about. The distance between them felt akin to that of unreachable stars and the dust beneath his feet. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, everything could change. Have you ever heard of the term inverse heavenly polarity? Soon, the knowledge from textbooks would become as worthless as scrap paper, possessing minimal utility. Yet, he, possessing a unique advantage, was no longer the one merely gazing at the stars. He had acquired his own celestial body, along with the power to explore uncharted realms. Despite his musings, Su Ming opened the message. His suspicions were confirmed. Su Ming, I have truly enjoyed these past 2 years knowing you. And I believe you feel the same. But we must grow up and face a broader world. I have received a notice for direct admission to Tsinghua University and have found my path. I believe you too will discover the road that suits you. However, our paths are no longer the same. I hope you understand that this decision is not a fleeting impulse, but a thoughtful choice. Social compatibility is more important than love. Let us part ways. As Su Ming read each line, he felt a pang in his heart. To be honest, this breakup was not overly dramatic. There was no betrayal involved. It felt genuine, even reasonable. Reflecting on this, Su Ming shook his head with a light chuckle. He was thankful for the past 2 years. As for the future, each person had their own destiny. There was no point in attempting to hold on. Having concluded his reflections, Su Ming began to reply to the message. Okay. The first step ashore, severing ties with the one he cherished. He respected Lin Shiyu's choice. Respect. In the glow of the setting sun, Lin Shiyu's silhouette appeared soft and gentle. Sitting by the window of her villa, she resembled the most exquisite porcelain, delicate and flawless. At that moment, Lin Shiyu felt somewhat at a loss for words. The single word okay on the phone screen left her heart feeling heavy. She had envisioned countless scenarios for their breakup, but never anticipated it would unfold this way. He replied with merely one word? She could hardly believe it. It felt unjust. Not even a punctuation mark to accompany it. She had imagined Su Ming would plead, promising to strive harder, attempting to bridge the insurmountable distance between them. She had even prepared her words for his inevitable pursuit. Yet, it seemed all of that was rendered unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shiyu tried to calm her tumultuous emotions. She should have felt liberated, yet instead, she was overwhelmed with discomfort. Su Ming, are you playing hard to get? I shall not grant you any chances. We are ultimately from different worlds. Lin Shiyu's expression hardened as she drew the curtains. How dare Su Ming treat her this way? Chapter 4. Entering the subway station. Artificial intelligence gone awry. Achoo. On the other side, Su Ming had just finished washing the dishes when he sneezed. Who could be thinking of him? He felt a bit perplexed. Surely it couldn't and amp. Oppos. TB Lin Shiyu reminiscing about his virtues and regretting her decisions? Women are far too complex. He simply couldn't and amp. Oppos. T fathom them. Soon enough. Su Ming tidied up and hummed a little tune as he stepped outside. Being summer, dusk fell slowly. Why was there no reminder when he bought the eggs? Su Ming mounted his bicycle, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind. Even at home, he had touched rice, ginger, garlic, soy sauce. And yet none had elicited any response. They were all ingredients. Why did some trigger the catalog while others remained unresponsive? There must be a pattern he had overlooked. On a summer evening, the air was infused with a subtle floral fragrance and the distant smoky aroma of barbecue, a delightful mix. Embracing the cool evening breeze, Su Ming navigated through the bustling alleyways and finally arrived near the subway station. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 7. The sky darkened. Streetlights gradually illuminating the city in a gentle glow. The subway here was still in trial operation, with only a few scattered pedestrians hurrying by, lending a somewhat desolate ambience. The towering glass curtain walls reflected the streetlights' faint glimmers but failed to conceal the emptiness behind them. The surrounding greenery and decorative arts were intended to infuse vitality, however. Under the dim lighting, they exuded a tinge of melancholy. Su Ming halted his bicycle and surveyed his surroundings. Despite the subway station being equipped with modern facilities, most of the nearby shops remained closed, leaving him to wonder when the area would come alive. He stepped into the subway station. The spacious hall echoed with the sound of his footsteps. The automatic ticket machines and entry-exit gates stood cold and lifeless. In the absence of passengers, they resembled soulless husks. Was there not a single staff member in sight? Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Ming passed through the turnstile and made his way toward the platform. He noticed the surveillance cameras mounted on the walls, but he had already prepared his excuse. If questioned, he would simply state his curiosity sparked by the rumors. Wishing to explore on the last day before school commenced. Soon enough, Ming reached the platform, gazing into the depths of the dark tracks. An inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over him. Were those passengers sent off from here? How did that happen? The lights on the platform were bright, yet they could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his heart. After observing for a while, Ming began to stroll slowly along the platform, seeking any clues within the stark environment. Inside the subway control room, a tense and serious atmosphere prevailed. In the third monitoring room, the target has entered the platform area. His behavior is anomalous, a clear and sweet female voice reported. A brief yet firm response crackled through the intercom. Continue monitoring. We are analyzing his intent. The young woman in the control room nodded, her fingers swiftly maneuvering over the console, adjusting the cameras to capture Ming and Appos' every subtle movement. What is this young boy doing out at night, instead of resting at home? Doesn't he know curiosity can be perilous? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to embrace his girlfriend instead? Ever since the peculiar subway incident 2 weeks ago, this place had ceased to be ordinary. That mysterious case remained unresolved. Although the area appeared to be poorly managed, it was, in fact, on high alert. Even the hidden corners of the subway platform were under watch, prepared to respond to any emergencies. Those in charge seemed to take this matter very seriously. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the station felt oddly cool as if air-conditioned. Ming murmured softly, glancing around like a curious child. Of course, this was intentional on his part. He understood that many eyes were likely fixated upon him. The more natural he appeared, the lesser the chance of suspicion. His footsteps echoed on the platform. Nothing seemed amiss? Was there truly no issue here? Was the real enigma at the final platform? Or perhaps on that train? Warning, a dense black mist looms ahead, extremely dangerous, classified as a no-go zone. Warning, the host must not proceed. Survival chances are 0. Just then, the dormant system finally sprang back to life. Its voice repeated incessantly, betraying an unprecedented urgency and alarm. A black mist, you say? Ming heard the term again, yet felt no panic. He merely found the system to be rather noisy, irritating his nerves. Ming slightly slowed his pace, maintaining an appearance of calmness, unwilling to reveal any distress under surveillance. Those watchful eyes might be closely monitoring his every move. He raised his gaze slightly, directing it toward the area ahead. The streetlights there appeared dimmer than elsewhere, as if the electrical circuit were somewhat unstable. Yet, these phenomena seemed entirely disconnected from the system's claims of extreme danger. From his perspective, the system, due to temporal disarray, was speaking of events yet to unfold. In the future, this place would become a forbidden zone. What exactly was this black mist? While pondering, Ming continued to advance. To an ordinary person, it might seem plausible that the electrical circuit was unstable or that the bulbs were malfunctioning. However, he knew this signaled the faintest hint of revival. Warning, the black mist seemingly conceals extremely powerful swarm creatures. Do not approach. Warning, this black mist possesses strong corrosive and psychological interference properties. Foolish host. Retreat immediately instead of advancing. The system and Appos' warnings grew increasingly frantic. Ming and Appos' lips twitched, striving to suppress his emotions. He did not fear reprimand. Yet, being scolded by such an inept system was somewhat hard to bear. With a swift motion, Ming swatted 2 mosquitoes. Hiss. The host is truly remarkable. Using mere trivial strength to eliminate 2 elite Voidbreaker mosquitoes. First kill of an elite creature. Reward, 30 points. Do not let your guard down. According to the scan, several more Voidbreaker mosquitoes are lurking nearby. Hearing this, Ming glanced at the streetlights by the roadside. There, several mosquitoes hovered. Is this it? Quickly, Ming proceeded along the path beneath him. Aside from the slightly dim lighting and a touch of coolness, it was no different from other areas. Who would suspect anything here? This was even under his deliberate heightened awareness. The host has successfully traversed the high-density black mist zone, moving freely like a shadow, going wherever he pleases. Scene type catalog has been unlocked. The system and Appos' voice resonated, filled with astonishment and excitement, tinged with a hint of pride. It was akin to a connoisseur encountering a rare gem like Ming. What a remarkably human-like system, yet it happened to be so foolish. Chapter 5. Entanglement. Mistaking him for prey? Amidst his internal grumbling, Ming retraced his steps, having reached the platform and Appos' terminus. Though the truth eluded him, the venture was not without its merits. Abruptly, Ming tensed, a striking figure emerging from the distance. In the dim illumination, the silhouette possessed an ethereal quality. As the space between them diminished, Su Ming discerned the form of a woman in uniform, remarkably comely. In her early 20s, she possessed a statuesque frame and graceful contours. Her lustrous hair shimmered under the lights, swaying gently with each step. The tailored uniform accentuated her figure, while her refined features were punctuated by an air of determination. Approaching Su Ming, she halted, her voice crisp. "What are you doing here?" A flicker of apprehension crossed Su Ming and Appo's countenance, his gaze betraying wariness. He hesitated to respond. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback. Had she been too severe? The information at her disposal indicated that she was addressing a callow pre-senior high school student. Fresh meat. Retrieving identification from her pocket, she adopted a more conciliatory tone. "I'm a station employee, conducting a security patrol." Su Ming scrutinized the identification. Her name was Wang Qian. Exhaling in relief, Su Ming stammered, I heard this station was haunted and wanted to see it before school started." Wang Qian's lips curved into a smile upon hearing Su Ming's appellation. "You must have seen the news." "Indeed, there have been reports of illicit activities, hence the increased patrols. As a student, it's best not to wander about at night. I and I'll escort you out." "Thank you." Su Ming feigned docility, adhering to the adage that life is a stage, and one must play their part. They proceeded in unison toward the station's exit, maintaining a taciturn composure. Upon exiting the station, Su Ming expressed his gratitude once more before mounting his bicycle. Wang Qian watched his form recede into the night, her gentle expression replaced by a stern countenance. "Target has left the station area. No anomalous behavior detected. Director Wang, is it truly necessary to have them followed? He's merely a student." A response crackled through the radio. "Proceed with the follow-up immediately. No negligence will be tolerated. The higher-ups are taking this matter with utmost gravity. Absolute vigilance is paramount. Any oversight is unacceptable." Wang Qian sighed, perplexed by the allocation of resources. While the disappearances were indeed peculiar, such heightened vigilance seemed unwarranted. The personnel assigned to the follow-up were of elite military caliber. Over the past fortnight, numerous students had ventured here, alongside thrill-seeking streamers and intoxicated daredevils. Each instance warranted the same elaborate protocol, including covert surveillance to ascertain their subsequent movements and detect any aberrant behavior. The process was both exhaustive and consistently fruitless. Meanwhile, Su Ming pedaled toward his neighborhood, the image of Wang Qian lingering in his thoughts. She's more than she seems. Law enforcement, perhaps? Her resolute demeanor was not typical of ordinary employees. Despite his mediocre academic standing, years of solitary living had imparted considerable experience. Unlike his sheltered peers, he had navigated a world of challenges. System, what is the purpose of these points? The 2 mosquitoes he had casually dispatched had yielded 30 points. Each 10 points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. A straightforward function, though Su Ming suspected the system harbored a hidden store of possibilities. He then accessed the new compendium. Void Rift Toothed Mosquito. Category: Dark Attribute. Flying Creature. Gregarious Creature. Assassin. Rank: Boss Level Creature. Originating from the Black Mist. The Void Rift Toothed Mosquito is renowned for its razor-sharp proboscis and exceptional agility. It stealthily approaches prey in the darkness, launching swift, coordinated attacks to drain blood, making it a formidable adversary. Sounds formidable. Su Ming chuckled, more interested in the compendium and Appo's rewards. Extracting Void Rift Toothed Mosquito Compendium. Acquiring ability: Shadow Raid. Shadow Raid locks onto a target, accelerates instantly, and initiates an assault. Another ability acquired. In a word, exhilarating. At least it's not blood-sucking, which would be rather off-putting. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. However, the system continued its enhancements. Current Dark Attribute Compendium. 3. Nether Ear, Shadow Cat Demon. Void Rift Toothed Mosquito. Activating Tier 1 Dark Attribute Compendium Effect. Host and Appo's vision in darkness increased by 30, movement speed increased by 10. This is an affinity. His excitement was palpable. A seasoned gamer, he recognized the significance of such synergies. The system may be obtuse, but the benefits are substantial. The bicycle, propelled by his fervor, accelerated. Crack. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated. The cheap bicycle chain, strained by Su Ming and Appo's exertion, had snapped. The vehicle coasted forward before grinding to a halt. Su Ming steadied himself, his expression a mixture of amusement and dismay. The laughter abruptly ceased. At least I and Appo's am close to home. Su Ming shook his head, dismounted. and patted the seat. Time for a shortcut. The path was cloaked in tranquility, punctuated by the chirping of insects and distant lights. Su Ming wheeled his bicycle, his mind preoccupied with the system's new abilities. If memory serves, there's also a new environment compendium. Rustle. A subtle disturbance fractured the stillness, jolting Su Ming from his reverie. He peered ahead. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Su Ming slowed his pace. A sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Late at night, in an isolated location. Are they mistaking me for prey? Petty thugs of a civilized society. Normally, he would have fled without hesitation. Now, he intended to assess the situation. These kids have no sense of safety, wandering around here alone at night. They and Oppos, all bookworms. Time for a lesson, with tuition. Or maybe they and Amp, Oppos, looking for a pretty girl to have some fun with. The men approached Su Ming, their words punctuated by crude laughter. The leader brandished a gleaming blade, his smile menacing. Kid, we don't want any trouble. Hand over your money, phone, and payment passwords, then get lost. Unless you want your parents to identify your corpse, Dawn and Oppos, try anything. This little plump sheep, they have determined its fate. Chapter 6, Turning Back to Offer Thanks. In the distance, 2 men clad in black blended seamlessly into the shadows of the night. One of the younger men furrowed his brow and murmured his discontent. In this day and age, how can there still be such shameless individuals who tarnish the nation and Oppos' image and harm their compatriots? They must be imprisoned for life. Brotherly. Let us hurry over. This kid is fortunate to have us watching over him. Patience. The older man restrained the young man and Oppos' eagerness, his eyes revealing a seasoned calm. Let us observe first. It's in moments like these that we can truly discern the character of this lad. Besides, robbers typically hesitate to resort to lethal force. As long as he surrenders his belongings willingly, his life should be spared. If he suffers a few bruises, it may serve as a lesson for him, preventing greater misfortune in the future. As they deliberated, the 2 men stealthily inched closer to Su Ming and his companions. They resolved to see how the boy would react. Ready to intervene only if the situation took a dire turn. Su Ming inhaled deeply, feigning anxiety. Let me show weakness first. He exchanged all 30 points of his score for attribute points, adding 1 point to strength and 2 to agility. I want to part with my money. If these fools are foolish enough to press on, then they shall serve as my practice dummies. In this day and age, living targets are hard to come by. Increasing my strength is to ensure I can swiftly deal with these ruffians, while enhancing my agility is to avoid their filth, which I find utterly repugnant. With attributes far beyond the ordinary and my cunning abilities, I stand invincible. And I possess little money, and I have no intention of parting with my phone. Could you possibly grant me mercy this once? I shall offer my gratitude in return. I will even burn incense for you. Su Ming spoke slowly, his tone feeble. Hearing this, the 3 men exchanged glances, bewilderment and disbelief evident in their eyes. This boy, employing a seemingly harmless tone, seemed to be mocking them. What are you babbling about? Let me tell you, there are no cameras here. The leader and Oppos' expression hardened, his voice betraying irritation and anger. Did this child truly believe they wouldn't dare act? Su Ming remained unfazed. He sensed the hostility emanating from the men, but was more acutely aware of his own formidable strength. Every single attribute point was a rare treasure for an ordinary person, yielding immense enhancement. Do you not comprehend? I said I have no money and do not wish to part with my phone. Furthermore, you lot are despicable. He had no intention of concealing his disdain for these scoundrels, dismissing any further conversation. Damn it, let Oppos' get him. The leader was thoroughly incensed by Su Ming and Oppos' attitude. The 3 men lunged at him simultaneously, ready to teach this audacious youth a lesson. In the shadows, the seasoned officer was taken aback. What audacity! Even he felt compelled to rush in and assist. What audacity! Where does he find the courage to act so recklessly? How has he survived until now? No wonder he dared to venture alone to the subway station. He is a natural-born daredevil. What transpired next left him momentarily stunned. What? How is this possible? Nearby, someone lay injured on the ground, but it was not Su Ming. The 3 men lay unconscious, serene in their defeat. The scene was beyond the comprehension of the veteran officer. Under the moonlight, Su Ming moved like a shadowy flash, weaving effortlessly between the men. His movements were ghostly, rapid enough to bewilder the eye. The men had no time to react, collapsing like marionettes with severed strings, groaning on the ground in pain. In mere moments, the tide had turned. Unbelievable! The young officer gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing a specter. This solitary lamb has charged into the wolf and Oppos' den and slaughtered them. Absurd. Brotherly. Should we go out there? His voice trembled with uncertainty, glancing toward the older officer for guidance. The older officer shook his head with a wry smile. The situation had exceeded all expectations. This seemingly fragile boy had outwitted them all. How well he concealed his prowess. I will continue to follow him. You stay here and ensure no one enters the scene while I contact the higher-ups. In an instant, the seasoned officer made his decision. At this juncture, reinforcements were essential. After countless stakeouts, they had finally made a significant discovery. Based on the boy and Amp, Appo's demonstrated combat prowess. He was likely far more capable than he appeared. Perhaps he even had ties to the subway station incident. The officer's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. This boy possessed immense potential. The nation needed talents like him. Soon, the officer reported the events taking place to his superiors. Specialized personnel were swiftly en route to the scene. Brotherly, how does this fellow compare to those elite soldiers? The young officer swallowed hard, continuing to inquire. He considered himself quite skilled, a promising member of the special forces. Yet, witnessing the earlier scene had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. Are high school students truly this formidable? The older officer paused, contemplating before responding. It's hard to say. His speed surpasses ours. Beyond that, I cannot judge. Only the elite soldiers know their own capabilities. Of course, their overall strength is undoubtedly greater than his. If they were to fight without restraint, it would only be the boy who would fall. I have no doubts about that. Firearms and weaponry elevate the stakes, no matter how strong one may be. They cannot withstand the force of modern weaponry. He sighed, realizing he had been somewhat negligent. He should have recorded the earlier confrontation. Not far away, the boy had already mounted his bicycle, continuing on his path with an air of calmness. Meanwhile, Ming maintained his composure as he pedaled onward. Having dealt with a few societal nuisances, he felt a sense of relief, devoid of any psychological burden. After all, he stood alone, unafraid of retaliation from friends or family. Unable to find a target in the void? I am now frighteningly strong. Ming reflected. Only through real combat can one ascertain true strength. Earlier, I didn't even utilize my abilities. I simply overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. No skill was required. Is this the power of a true elite? My data panel boasts extraordinary attributes. Ming, strength, 8, constitution, 7, mentality, 7, agility, 7, charisma, 7, abilities, wailing of the netherworld, shadow assault. Level 1 dark attribute codex, overall evaluation, relatively weak in all aspects, hence deemed a minor waste. If we were to evaluate based on common standards, he would undoubtedly score a solid 5. He truly embodies a miniature Gundam. What reason do we have to compete with him? Chapter 7. Who goes there? What is this black technology? The journey thereafter unfolded without incident. Ming successfully returned home. Under the cover of night, the old officer watched as Ming ascended the stairs before quietly departing. Wait for me at that location. I shall arrive shortly. He could not afford to rest just yet. He needed to return and guard that place until the experts dispatched from above arrived. There must be no mistakes. On the other side, after returning home, Ming immediately took a shower, refreshed himself, and then went to bed. It was still early, just past 9 in the evening. Yet, he turned off the lights. Only in such darkness, with other senses dulled, could thoughts be at their clearest. As I stepped out of my home and made my way to the subway station, I encountered no signs of the Appos, Tongzi and Appos. However, at the platform, there were warnings of a forbidden zone shrouded in black mist, along with the presence of resurrected mosquitoes. The conditions for the emergence of Appos, Tongzi and Appos, seemed to be becoming much clearer. Ming turned over in bed. The ingredients initially found at home had not triggered Appos, Tongzi and Appos, because they had, in essence, not yet begun to resurrect, failing to meet the necessary criteria. In contrast, the tomatoes, wood ear mushrooms, and celery purchased from the market already exhibited signs of revival within. At first glance, they appeared quite similar. Yet they were entirely different. It was akin to a woman newly pregnant. No outward signs of difference. He again recalled the mosquitoes at the subway station. The simplistic judgment offered by the Dongzi was not merely about encountering something new to activate a new entry in the compendium, rather. It hinged on whether the item itself had begun to resurrect. The garlic, rice, and other staples at home showed no signs of revival, thus failing to elicit Tongzi. Viewed in this light, the market might indeed be as extraordinary as the subway station. Otherwise, how could there be so many items showing signs of revival? If I wish to develop rapidly in the future, I must exclusively seek out those peculiar locations. Where there is something amiss, there I shall be. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a ray of light pierced through the depths of Ming's soul, dispelling the dense fog. With a clear objective and abundant motivation, he was ready to act. In a narrow alley, a black sedan glided into the nearby street under the cloak of night. The car door swung open, and several figures emerged, their demeanor markedly distinct from ordinary folk. Without uttering much, they proceeded directly into the alley. The man leading them wore a long black trench coat, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. His countenance was stern, with features chiseled as though sculpted by an artisan, and his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, seemingly able to perceive every hidden secret. Yet, his gait exuded an air of calm confidence, each movement revealing an extraordinary poise, powerful and self-assured. In his hand, he held an oddly shaped square device, its surface engraved with peculiar patterns that exuded a sense of advanced technology. At the location where Su Ming had previously clashed with others, 2 police officers stood guard. As for the 3 failed robbers, they were taken away by local police after a brief inquiry. The old officer had specifically instructed the police to treat them with care. It was imperative that these miscreants were left with a lasting impression, dissuading them from further wrongdoing. Brotherly, I have been struggling to comprehend what we are truly investigating, the young officer mused, increasingly convinced that their inquiry was anything but ordinary. What with that exceptionally powerful youth, the peculiar subway incident, and the intense scrutiny from above. The old officer glanced at him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Even I am not entirely certain. But remember, being selected to participate in this series of tasks is indeed an honor, a recognition of our capabilities. You must have heard that numerous strange occurrences have been reported across the nation, even worldwide. 1 or 2 instances could be dismissed as coincidence, but at this point, the old officer abruptly fell silent, his gaze shifting to a figure approaching from the distance. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly composed themselves. Soon, the 2 groups converged. A flicker of surprise crossed the old officer's eyes as he recognized one among the newcomers. It was the esteemed Officer Zhai, one of the absolute elite in the precinct, renowned and respected. Yet, even with such a status, he walked in the shadow of the leading man. Who could this figure be? Previously, over the phone, it had been indicated that an expert was on the way. It was now clear that this leading man was indeed the so-called expert. Upon receiving the news, they had immediately boarded a plane to arrive in this city without delay. Thoughts raced in the old officer and Appo's mind, yet he hastened to step forward to facilitate the handover. The leading man nodded at the 2 officers and exchanged a few brief pleasantries. The general situation had already been communicated over the phone. Subsequently, the man strode purposefully toward the site of the conflict. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he gradually closed his eyes. What was he preparing to do? The old officer was momentarily taken aback, his expression mirroring the confusion of the young officer beside him. The 3 others who had arrived with the leading man wore serious expressions. No one spoke, and an air of silence enveloped the scene. At the center, the man with closed eyes seemed to be attuned to something, whether it was merely an illusion or not. The surrounding air appeared to ripple gently with his breath, perhaps a heat wave. After several tense moments, the man opened his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. The old officer parted his lips, yet remained silent. If even the distinguished figures chose to remain mute, he thought it best to simply observe. Is it truly impossible to locate any surveillance footage in this vicinity? The man inquired. The old officer nodded in resignation. We have thoroughly investigated. There is indeed none. It is my oversight for not having recorded the scene. The man waved his hand, dismissing the matter. He still harbored doubts regarding whether the young lad they had described could truly possess such speed. Thus far, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Activate the machinery, he declared resolutely, his gaze falling upon the peculiar instrument he carried. This device was far from ordinary. It was not particularly large, its main body a deep black, adorned with intricate silver circuitry. These circuits shimmered faintly in the moonlight, exuding an odd allure, like the veins of a living creature. At the center of the device lay a transparent crystalline sphere, filled with a slowly flowing azure liquid, the nature of which remained a mystery. The man delicately caressed the instrument, his movements imbued with a ritualistic elegance. His fingers glided over the silver circuitry with exquisite precision, as if performing a silent symphony. As he manipulated the device, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The azure liquid within the crystalline sphere began to flow with increased velocity, radiating a brilliant luminescence. What manner of black technology was this? Chapter 8 Machines do not lie. Ordinary people? The White Dragon. The radiance of the sphere gradually became blinding. The man closed his eyes once more, seemingly perceiving the world around him through an alternate sense. The silver circuits on the instrument began to emit a gentle blue glow. harmonizing with the brilliance of the crystal sphere, enveloping the man in an ethereal aura. This scene bore a striking resemblance to something out of science fiction. The two officers present were left speechless, utterly astonished. Has the technology of their nation reached such heights? It was incomprehensible, yet undeniably impressive. After a few minutes, the light finally diminished. The man opened his eyes, but his brow furrowed even deeper. "Mr. Wong, what is the status?" At that moment, Director Yuan initiated an inquiry. He was the same old officer who had previously recognized the man, Yuan Chang, one of the three major leaders of the Southeast War Zone, known for his numerous commendable exploits on the front lines. But that was not the crux of the matter. What truly piqued interest was the address Yuan used for the man. "Sir, could this extraordinary individual not be one of their own from the police station?" Director Yuan, somewhat perplexed. The man murmured softly, a flicker of doubt igniting in his eyes. Based on the description, that child was indeed exceptional. The discerning eyes of the two Special Forces soldiers could not be mistaken. However, I felt no fluctuations of abnormal energy. Even with the instruments, the result remained unchanged. That child should merely be a remarkably talented, ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Director Yuan and his companions became inscrutable. It was unclear whether they felt relief or disappointment. Machines do not lie. The verdict was conclusive. After a moment's contemplation, Director Yuan began to speak. "Long Pinyin, you stay here to assist in investigating matters related to the subway station." "Yes." The man named responded swiftly, his movements efficient and devoid of hesitation. The old officer was again taken aback, stealing a few more glances. He had heard of this name, Long Ping and Apos, a rising star in the Southeast War Zone, whose speed, strength, and combat skills were all top tier, with few peers among the younger generation. A formidable contender for the title of future military king. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward. A glimmer of admiration shone in the old officer's eyes. Such individuals naturally held a deep-seated admiration for the strong. Meanwhile, his curiosity deepened. These were undeniably formidable characters. The significance of this matter had been brought into a new light. A sense of change was in the air. In addition to his exceptional skills, Long Pinyin possessed a straight nose, a resolute chin, and a tall, upright stature, far surpassing those youthful idols. He appeared to be roughly the same age as my daughter. If only I could play matchmaker for them. The old officer's eyes sparkled, lost in thought. He would never match up to such a man in his lifetime. But if he could hear such a powerful individual call him father, he would wake from his dreams with a smile. Soon after, Yuan Chang and his companions followed the old officer to the local Special Investigation Bureau. During this time, Mr. Wong utilized the instruments once more at the subway station. This time, faint red light emerged from the device. "Aside from us, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. It is a state secret. A breach could lead to charges of treason." The group arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, leaving in the early hours with their agenda fulfilled. Long Ping and Apos, and remained in Jiangzhou alone. As for the investigation into Su Ming and Apos' results, it was simply to keep an eye on him, but should not interfere with his life. To be blunt, it meant no undue attention was necessary. After all, trust in Mr. Wong and the specially equipped machines of the nation was paramount. He was merely a somewhat powerful ordinary person. The old officer beamed, patting Long Ping and Apos, and on the back. "Brother Ping and Apos, and you must be hungry after arriving in Jiangzhou. Come to my home for a meal. I'll call my daughter to prepare some extra dishes." "What? You've eaten already? That won't do. Our Jiangzhou customs dictate hospitality. When in Rome, you must return home with me tonight." As the night deepened, the sky above Jiangzhou was shrouded in a soft layer of moonlight, tenderly enveloping the city like a delicate veil. The twinkling lights mirrored the stars above, as the streets of Jiangzhou gradually fell silent. The hustle and bustle of the day had faded, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass, the sound of tires against pavement echoing in the night air. Yet it did not feel out of place. Rather, it added to the evening and Apos' charm. The murmurs of children in dreams, the snores of the elderly, and the distant barks of dogs lent a touch of grace to this late hour. Jiangzhou, indeed, had a river, the White Dragon. Moonlight spilled upon the river's surface, shimmering like countless pearls dancing upon the water. The distant mountains loomed in the night, appearing like a watercolor painting quietly narrating the tales of time. The willows by the river swayed gently in the breeze, their branches dancing gracefully under the moonlight. At this moment, no one noticed the faint silver mist rising above the river. The mist flowed slowly across the water and Apos' surface, seemingly alive, swaying gently with the breeze. deep within the river. Low, melodic sounds occasionally resonated, akin to ancient whale songs, penetrating the water's surface and echoing into the night sky. On the willow leaves, tiny dewdrops began to shimmer with an unusual glow, resembling gems embedded among the branches, swaying with the movement of the willow. Meanwhile, beneath the willows, some unknown grass began to grow rapidly. On their leaves, strange patterns appeared, exuding a faint fragrance. Nearby insects exhibited peculiar behavior, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. They traced odd patterns upon the ground or piled up small mounds of earth in the corners. It appeared meaningless, yet seemed to follow some unknown rule. On the other side, Ming had already fallen asleep. Perhaps he had been too exhilarated during the day, and now he found himself in a dream. The dream began in a vibrant forest, trees towering towards the clouds, their leaves shimmering with a verdant glow. Deep within the woods, a completely white elk strolled leisurely, its eyes reflecting warmth and wisdom. With each light step, tiny points of light rose from beneath its hooves, accompanied by the sound of gentle bells, healing everything around. Above, a gigantic phoenix soared, its feathers a kaleidoscope of colors, each flap of its wings igniting flames and light. It circled above, its cries piercing the clouds, resonating across the grasslands, compelling all living beings to bow in reverence. Ming continued onward until he reached a lake. On its surface, two graceful water cheilans frolicked in the shimmering waves. With a gentle leap, a water cheelan sent a column of water skyward, transforming into radiant rainbows of myriad colors. He also witnessed martial arts masters effortlessly scaling walls and rooftops, their movements light as a swallow, seemingly unbound by gravity. Their actions contained the power of the universe, each strike resonating with the sound of breaking air. Finally, he arrived atop a peak that pierced the clouds. Amidst the swirling mists, it appears to be a staircase leading to the celestial realm. In the sky, a colossal dragon rides within the clouds, accompanied by thunder and tempest. A single roar from the dragon sends tremors through heaven and earth. Ming stands at the precipice, grasping a long sword, one that appears utterly unremarkable. In the next moment, the dragon stirs, and the entire mountain trembles. Boulders cascade from the summit, and the ground fractures beneath its overwhelming might, as if the very world quakes under its onslaught. The dragon of the void. How could a mere mortal dare to obstruct it? In the dream, Ming seems to move as well, his motions slow yet composed. There are no flamboyant sword techniques, no exaggerated gestures. He simply swings his sword, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. It is effortless, unpretentious. The sword tip glides through the air, producing not a whisper of wind, nor stirring any ripples. The dragon's talons have already brushed against Ming's head. Yet at that moment, its form halts mid-air, splitting in two, dissolving into countless motes of light. A dragon? With a single stroke, it is severed. Chapter 9 Dreams. Origins. The forest in the west? In his dream, he was formidable beyond measure. As the colossal dragon faded away, the dreamscape began to crumble. Son. At that moment, Ming faintly heard a call. The voice was so gentle. Ming's heart jolted, and he swiftly looked up. His gaze pierced through layers of shattered scenery. And above the clouds, he glimpsed two indistinct figures. Their faces were obscured, as if shrouded in thick mist. Ming opened his mouth, wishing to respond, but found his voice trapped in his throat. Anxious, he began to struggle, only able to emit silent screams. In the next instant, Ming moved. He soared towards the horizon. Invisible restraints from an unknown source hindered his every step, making progress arduous. But what did that matter? Ming extended his hand, desperately attempting to reach the figures ahead. Yet, the distance mocked his efforts, forever elusive and unclear. Just a little more. Ming experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness. His heart raced wildly in his chest, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes reddened, and his face twisted in anguish. Time was running out. This world continued to shatter. Wait. Ming finally let out a roar, but the sound seemed insignificant amidst the dream and Appos, as collapse. Fragments scattered around him like a meteor shower. Ming desperately tried to grasp those shards, hoping to piece together this crumbling world. But all was in vain. No, do not leave me. The voice echoed in the vast emptiness of the dream. Yet, those two figures had vanished without a trace. With a gasp, Ming awoke with a start, sitting upright. His heart raced fiercely, sweat drenched the sheets. After a few minutes, he gradually regained his composure. Thoughts by day, dreams by night? Ming chuckled bitterly, shaking his head with a tinge of desolation. Naturally, he had pondered the resurgence of spiritual energy all day after learning about it. Dreaming of it was hardly surprising. Who does not yearn for strength? Who does not aspire to reach the pinnacle and gaze down upon the world? That voice, so gentle. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Ming and Apos' lips. The call in his dream was truly endearing. Su Ming realized that his father and mother had always lingered deep within his memories. He simply was unwilling to think of them, nor dared to. According to newspaper accounts and his grandmother and Apos' tales, his parents perished in a car accident when he was merely 1 year old. Every soul aboard the vehicle plunged into the abyss. None survived. The scene was too gruesome, bloodied, and unrecognizable. At that time, being only 1 year old, he was not involved in the aftermath of the accident. His memories of his parents existed solely in a few photographs. Subsequently, his grandmother raised him alone. 2 years ago, she too departed. Since then, he had been living alone in this familiar yet strange city. No, it was survival. I miss you both. After calming his emotions, Su Ming got out of bed. He had to live well to honor his grandmother and Apos' years of toil and teachings. In the midst of his turmoil, morning had arrived, the clock striking 6. He tidied himself up, preparing to report to school. Today was September 1st. He was officially a senior in high school. The dim light illuminated Su Ming and Apos' room. It was the dawn of a new day. After freshening up, Su Ming gently approached the window, placing his hand on the curtain. He took a deep breath, then yanked it open. May today hold greater promise. The curtain slid aside, dispelling the dimness of the room. Morning light poured in like a spring, illuminating every corner. The world outside resembled a painting just awakening. On the eastern horizon, a streak of orange-red dawn gradually spread, bringing the first warmth to the tranquil morning. In the community, some elderly residents had already begun their morning exercises, calm and composed. Su Ming's gaze traversed the community wall, landing on the street beyond. On the street, several breakfast shops had already lit their signs. The fragrant steam swirled amidst the morning mist. Fried dough sticks tumbled in hot oil, while the soy milk machine buzzed. In the bun shop, steam billowed from the steamers. Each basket filled with hot buns and mantou waiting to be served. Let us go out for a meal. Su Ming felt a surge of enthusiasm. Ever since learning of the impending changes, he had shed all academic pressure. Learning was no longer an option. Soon, Su Ming descended the stairs and stepped outside the community. He had never paid much attention before, but now he realized how many people were out so early. Everyone had their own affairs to attend to. The street was increasingly vibrant with life. Regardless of what the future held, one must still relish the present. Cherish the moment. Su Ming entered a small dumpling shop, ordering a basket of freshly steamed dumplings and a bowl of hot soy milk. The dumplings were thin-skinned and juicy, while the soy milk was rich and creamy, simple yet satisfying. No wonder so many people came to eat so early. Oldly, have you heard? Last night over in the western forest, there were ghosts. An elderly lady whispered conspiratorially to her companion, her voice low and mysterious. Cheating? Who has cheating? Oh no. Not cheating, there are ghosts. What kind of ghosts? Oldly replied dismissively, but leaned in closer, unable to resist the intrigue. My nephew said he saw lights in the forest last night, colorful and accompanied by strange sounds, not like any animal. The old lady and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Oh, that does sound a bit eerie. Oldly scratched his head, curiosity piqued. Could it be some young folks pulling a prank? Doesn't and Apos' sound like it. My nephew said the light dispersed like mist one moment, then gathered again. And the sounds were quite unsettling. The old lady waved her hand, her expression growing even more enigmatic. Su Ming perked up his ears, his heart tightening. In the past, he would have laughed off the gossip of the elderly. But times had changed. By the way, my chickens have been acting strange these past few days. Not crowing at the usual time, as if something is unsettling them. Oldly seemed intrigued, voicing his own concerns. Indeed, my dog too. It keeps barking at nothing at night, as if some invisible thing is lurking around. The two continued to chat, growing more animated. The western forest? Su Ming felt a stirring in his heart, beginning to ponder. He vaguely knew the location the two elders spoke of. The school had organized several outings there. That forest was gently embraced by a crystal-clear stream, a rare patch of purity within the city. Scattered at the forest and Apos' edge were a few households, raising poultry for self-sufficiency, harmonizing with the surrounding nature. What they spoke of might indeed be connected to the resurgence of spiritual energy. The absence of news coverage does not imply the non-existence of events. In those remote regions, one must rely on their own efforts to unearth the truth. It is imperative to venture forth and witness it firsthand. Listening to the accounts of two individuals regarding that place has already become somewhat fantastical. If one delays any further, they may truly find themselves at a loss in dealing with the situation. Chapter 10. Moral Kidnapping? We are ultimately not inhabitants of the same world. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, the two elderly gentlemen departed, engaged in lively conversation. Su Ming settled his bill and exited the breakfast shop. It was already 7:30 in the morning. Next, it was time to head to school. His residence was not far from the school, requiring a leisurely 20-minute walk. Along the way, he encountered numerous parents and students, all of whom were returning to school early, unwilling to delay. One couldn't help but wonder how these students would feel a year from now. After years of arduous study, would it all amount to nothing? Upon arriving at the entrance of Class 8 in the third year, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Despite it being only 8 in the morning, nearly all his classmates had already gathered. The notice clearly stated that the holiday would end at 10:00 and o'clock in the morning. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat oppressive. It seemed as though every individual harbored a taut string of tension within. Was this the essence of being a senior? At the podium, the homeroom teacher noticed Su Ming at the door and furrowed her brow slightly. This boy arrived late and came empty-handed, without bringing anything. How could he expect to alter his destiny with such a lackadaisical attitude? She was well aware of Su Ming and Appo's family circumstances and sincerely hoped he would strive harder. Otherwise, once he graduated from high school and entered society, devoid of connections, wealth, or support, he would be left in a precarious position, possibly even becoming a burden on society. Su Ming made his way to his seat. His deskmate, who had arrived at some point, was none other than his former girlfriend, Lin Shiyu, who had been granted direct admission to Tsinghua University. Lin Shiyu sat at her desk, her gaze fixed ahead, devoid of distraction. Su Ming felt a slight stir within him. In the past, she would always sense his arrival immediately, lifting her head with a sweet smile. However, things had changed. Yet, this mattered little to him. In fact, it alleviated his burdens and rendered him more at ease. Each person was preoccupied with their own affairs, avoiding any disturbance to the other, quite agreeable. As time elapsed, Su Ming found himself increasingly restless. It was not solely due to Lin Shiyu and Appo's dismissal of his presence, but rather because he found it exceedingly difficult to engage with the textbook material. Wasn't this merely a waste of time? He decided to pull out his phone from the drawer and peruse some recent intriguing news in preparation for the future. Su Ming, a sudden voice broke the silence, cutting through like the chill of a winter breeze. Su Ming turned slightly to see Lin Shiyu gazing at him with a look of disappointment. Su Ming, we have already broken up. Her tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Su Ming was further perplexed. Of course, he was aware of that. Hadn't Appo's he provided a response at the time? Was it possible that Lin Shiyu had not received it? Nonetheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his reaction, Lin Shiyu's expression turned to one of disdain. I know you are feeling hurt, but this is the reality. Let it go. Do you think that by behaving self-destructively and adopting an indifferent demeanor before me, neglecting your studies, you will capture my attention and win me back? Or do you wish to morally manipulate me? If you fail to gain admission to a good school, will it be attributed to my influence? Su Ming was utterly confounded. What on earth was she rambling about? Was it truly so? Rendered speechless, Lin Shiyu, noticing Su Ming and Appo's reaction, grew even colder. She had not anticipated that Su Ming could be such a person. Previously, it was her naivety that led her to misjudge him, resulting in this farcical situation. Initially, there had been a flicker of guilt and sympathy within her, but at this moment, it had completely evaporated. It was evident that the fault lay not with her, but with Su Ming. I assure you, it is impossible. Your current behavior will not sway my heart. Rather, it will only reinforce my conviction that my choice was correct. Lin Shiyu paused. Your education is not for anyone else. Your future and your life are wholly your own. I hope you can mature and abandon such childishness. Unable to suppress himself, Su Ming let out a laugh. It was simply too difficult to maintain composure. How utterly absurd that she perceived him in such a manner. Dear lady, cease your incantations. Rest assured, how I conduct myself now bears no relation to you whatsoever. As you have stated, we are ultimately not of the same kind. With that, Su Ming returned to his phone, and the last remnants of his special feelings for Lin Shiyu dissipated entirely. He would treat others as they treated him. Perfectly reasonable. Before long, it was 9:40 in the morning, and the students had gathered. The homeroom teacher began to speak. Everyone, take a 20-minute break and prepare your things. We will commence class officially at 10 o'clock, and I have already posted the schedule for you. Now that we are in our senior year, let us dispense with the formalities and get down to business. Once she departed, the classroom erupted into chatter, students eagerly conversing. Despite the immense pressure of senior year, they were still students who had not seen each other for a while, and thus, topics flowed freely. Many gazes turned towards Su Ming and Apos' direction, but not to observe him, rather. They were fixated on Lin Xiyu beside him. Have you heard? Class leader Lin received her admission notice from Tsinghua. She is exempt from the college entrance examination. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't know this news? It's merely envy. I dare not even harbor a hint of jealousy. I am unworthy. The class leader is not only beautiful but also comes from a well-off family and excels academically. How could such a person exist in my vicinity? One might well ask Su Ming how he had stumbled upon such extraordinary luck to date the class leader, right? Whether in terms of looks or accomplishments. Lin Xiyu is on a pedestal, firmly placing Su Ming beneath her. Shu, keep it down, the crowd whispered. Amidst all this, Su Ming remained engrossed in his phone. His mental acuity had been heightened, and he could hear their murmurs, but their opinions were their own. It mattered little to him. Whether he was above or below in status was of no consequence. His mindset had shifted dramatically. At that moment, Lin Xiyu suddenly slammed her hand on the desk and stood up. The sound rang clear, and the classroom fell silent in an instant. All eyes converging upon her, as if drawn by a magnetic force. Who wouldn't want to glimpse the beauty of the class leader destined for Tsinghua? The sunlight poured in, casting a warm glow upon her face, softening her cool demeanor. Her fair skin glowed under its rays, appearing even more delicate. With brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling autumn waters, her crimson lips stood out vividly. She stood there, graceful and ethereal, like a blossoming lotus, noble and untouchable. Lin Xiyu was pleased with the attention, cleared her throat, and began to speak. Classmates, we are at a pivotal juncture in our lives. Senior year is our battleground of youth, the finest opportunity for us to prove ourselves. Her gaze was resolute as it swept across the gathered crowd. In this critical juncture of our third year of high school, we have no time for hesitation and no justification for indulgence. In our hearts, there should exist only the pursuit of knowledge, the desire for progress, and the aspiration for our ideals. Lin Xiyu stated this with a deep breath, her tone turning icy. Everyone was aware that I had been in a relationship with Su Ming for 2 years. As the class monitor, I acknowledge my previous missteps. However, at this moment, I shall lead by example and formally end my relationship with Su Ming. We cannot be selfish. We bear not only the weight of our own futures, but also the hopes of our families and the teachings of our teachers. I hope all my classmates can remain focused and give their utmost effort. Class 8 of the third year, let us strive forward with fervor and righteousness, with honorable intentions. Chapter 11, Grandiloquent Words, Settling Scores, Changing Seats. Lin Xiyu and Apos' words resonated in the classroom of Class 8 of the third year like the ringing of a morning bell and the tolling of an evening drum. Each phrase was resounding and filled with fervor, exuding an undeniable authority. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. This was their class leader, not only an outstanding student but also a spiritual guide. How fortunate they were. How could they not love her? However, when everyone in Apos' gaze shifted towards Su Ming, it was tinged with mockery and schadenfreude. After all, Su Ming and Apos' relationship with class leader Lin over the past 2 years had incited jealousy and dissatisfaction among many. They were envious to the point of madness. Why should it be them who could not date the class leader? Now, Su Ming was reaping what he sowed. He was bound to face the consequences. How utterly delightful! Amidst the excitement, Su Ming also clapped gently beside Lin Xiyu. The performance she put on was truly captivating. He could not help but applaud and laugh, his smile brighter than anyone else's. Was he out of his mind? As Lin Xiyu basked in the applause of her classmates, she caught a glimpse of Su Ming from the corner of her eye, feeling a slight jolt. It was the first time she had seen such a smile on him. Strangely, it felt somewhat cold and unsettling. Could it be that Su Ming was contemplating revenge against her? Did she not act for him, for everyone's good? Just then, the homeroom teacher re-entered the classroom, prompting Lin Xiyu to quickly take her seat. She had said everything she wanted to say. Naturally, the classmates in the back would spread the news, allowing it to ferment rapidly. Her remarks would surely earn her the teacher and Apos' praise. Furthermore, she had effectively announced her successful breakup with Su Ming to the world. a well-executed strategy that achieved two goals at once. At the podium, the homeroom teacher began the Chinese language lesson. Writing an essay relied on talent, emotional appeal, and humor. If one lacked talent and could not stir emotions, one must at least entertain the grading teacher to earn some marks. A dull piece would hardly attract anyone's interest. Below, Su Ming paid no attention to the lesson. He was seething with anger. Initially, he held no prejudice against Lin Xiyu. He believed in parting amicably and letting each other be. If necessary, he could simply avoid her in the future. However, Lin Xiyu's recent actions made him feel disgusted for the first time. Was she exploiting him? Whether to assert authority, inspire classmates, or to break up, all these were justifiable motives. Yet, her choice to employ such a hurtful and inconsiderate approach left him feeling alienated. This animosity was now firmly established. The class swiftly passed. Su Ming did not indulge in his phone. After all, during the first class of the school year, sitting at the front made it inconvenient. Nonetheless, he was not paying attention either. Instead, he took out his notebook and began jotting down notes, mapping out future strategies and organizing his thoughts. After class, the classroom buzzed with chatter once more. Many students turned their gazes back towards Su Ming, hoping to glean some signs of despondency or discomfort from his expression. After all, studying was arduous, and the only solace they could find was in witnessing others and Appo's misfortunes. Of course, they were destined to be disappointed. Ignoring the surrounding stares, Su Ming walked straight to the last row of the classroom. "Chow, wake up," he called out. The boy lost in slumber was jolted awake by the sudden voice, revealing an unmistakable annoyance on his face. The teacher hardly cared about him. Who else dared to interfere? "What's up?" Wang Chao queried coldly, his tone laced with irritation. Su Ming disregarded Wang Chao and Appo's demeanor and spoke candidly, "I want to switch seats with you." "No way." "Wait." Wang Chao was about to decline but swallowed his words. The last row, particularly a solo seat, was a coveted spot he had earned through his persistent efforts. Generally, he would not consider such a trade, but a thought flashed through his mind. Su Ming's deskmate was Lin Xiyu, the beauty regarded as the white moonlight by all the boys, including him. Su Ming and Appo's seat seemed even better than his. He usually had little interest in academics and preferred to keep his distance from classmates. However, sitting next to someone as extraordinary as Lin Xiyu was undeniably appealing. Heroes often act out of passion for beautiful women. If he could indeed sit beside Lin Xiyu, he could inhale her delicate fragrance every day while sleeping. Even his dreams would be sweeter. Wang Chao began to scheme, although he had no interest in studying. This opportunity to get closer to Lin Xiyu was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. On many nights, while practicing his craft alone, he had envisioned Lin Xiyu's ethereal figure. With his unique charm and monetary influence, perhaps he could gradually captivate her. The notion of a domineering yet charming figure beside a sweet and diligent student was utterly exhilarating. So what if his grades were lacking? Capturing the heart of a brilliant girlfriend would only serve to validate his strength. "All right, deal." Wang Chao finally nodded, barely concealing his excitement. "But will she agree?" "Why should she? It's between you and me, and she has no say in it." Su Ming replied with a smile. It seemed the arrangement was set. Soon, the two began to gather their belongings in preparation for the seat exchange, both content with the outcome. For Su Ming, sitting in the last row would certainly lessen the scrutiny from teachers and classmates. He could more easily browse his phone, jot down notes, and organize his plans. Naturally, the surrounding classmates noticed the commotion and began to murmur in curiosity. "Hey, look, it seems Su Ming is switching seats with Wang Chao. Is he really willing to do that?" He asked next to class leader Lin. "Has he lost his mind? What else could he do? Would he rather humiliate himself alone?" Class leader Lin has already dismissed him. He is probably feeling dejected and gloomy. Is he trying to elicit sympathy from her in hopes of a reconciliation? Class leader Lin is kind-hearted and beautiful. Will she truly agree? Wow, that is ruthless. Moreover, Su Ming's intention to swap seats with Wang Chao is simply malicious. We know what kind of person Wang Chao is, arrogantly flaunting his family and Appo's wealth. Should keep it down. If Wang Chao moves there, will class leader Lin even be able to focus on her studies? Honestly, Su Ming has gone too far. Instead of improving himself, he resorts to underhanded tactics for revenge. If he can end Appo's have it, he wants to destroy it. I can end Appo's believe he is actually this kind of person. The whispers of the classmates faintly reached Su Ming and Wang Chao and Appo's ears, but both remained unfazed. Wang Chao has always been shameless, and he has long since grown accustomed to it. Su Ming simply disregards their barking, allowing them to say whatever they wish. His sole focus is on becoming stronger in solitude. There is no need for explanations. Strength is the ultimate truth. When the day comes, these individuals will undoubtedly reverse their stance, seeking to ingratiate themselves and flatter him. Such is the nature of society. The weak are devoured by the strong. Dignity and reason are privileges reserved for the powerful. Chapter 12. Revenge against Su Ming. Enjoying gourmet delicacies. Lin Xiu furrowed her brows slightly, taken aback by Su Ming's actions. How amusing. Did he truly believe this would capture my attention? Did he think he was worthy of me? She recalled Su Ming's earlier cold smirk. Is this your form of revenge, Su Ming? Pathetic, juvenile, utterly tiresome. Her disdain for him grew increasingly palpable. Instead of striving for self-improvement and bridging the gap between them, he resorted to a series of petty schemes. Su Ming was beyond redemption. At that moment, Wang Chao sat down beside Lin Xiu, flashing her a smile. Lin Xiu suppressed her annoyance and nodded in tacit acceptance, which only made Wang Chao beam even brighter. No rejection. Did that imply she held some interest? An opportunity indeed. In truth, Lin Xiu found it quite unpleasant to sit with someone like him. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a desire to provoke Su Ming further, even if it meant enduring some minor grievances herself. She aimed to thwart Su Ming and Apos' plans to frustrate and despond him. What a fade of indifference. Only replying to me with a simple okay. Now, how does it feel to be in a bind? All your antics are mere self-amusement, like an ant attempting to shake a tree. As the final class of the morning commenced, the students set aside their frivolity and focused intently. Even Wang Chao, in this moment, sought to impress Lin Xiu, resisting the urge to doze off. Only Su Ming remained seated at the back, absorbed in his phone. Time trickled by, and feeling his eyes grow weary, he decided to take a brief respite. Merely relying on online sources felt insufficient. So much vital information might be concealed, unreleased. Even seemingly bizarre news was a muddle of truth and deception. Su Ming recognized the limitations of his current methods and status. Acquiring useful information was proving inefficient. This situation was untenable. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unsure of how to proceed. The power of one individual was ultimately too insignificant. Furthermore, as a senior student, he was constrained from wandering freely. Sitting here, gathering information, and organizing thoughts was not a waste of time, but it could not last indefinitely. Within a few days, he would exhaust all fresh sources and would need to engage in practical experiences to venture into the field. If the coming year unfolded in this manner, would he not be rendered useless? What difference would it make from being imprisoned? He needed to devise a strategy. He could not remain confined here. To declare his intention to drop out would likely be fraught with complications, and success was not guaranteed. Such an action might even arouse suspicion among the watchful, especially since he had already attracted attention at the subway station. Su Ming pondered his options. Perhaps he could stir up some trouble? A scuffle with a classmate, perhaps? Target someone he found displeasing, provoke them, and then unleash a barrage of retribution? After all, these students were no match for him now. A little disciplinary action, expulsion even, would be an expected outcome. The more he contemplated, the more his eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed smooth and entirely reasonable. As the class bell rang, Su Ming was taken aback. Was it over so soon? He felt a twinge of nostalgia. Usually, classes dragged on interminably, yet today, a session had flown by in mere moments. After class, students flocked to the cafeteria, and Su Ming prepared to join them. Although the school cafeteria offered free meals, he no longer had to concern himself with frugality. He needed to indulge. Su Ming, wait. At that moment, Wang Chao called out to him. What's up? Su Ming turned slightly. Wang Chao draped an arm over Su Ming and Apos' shoulder, exuding a brotherly warmth. Let me treat you to lunch today. We should have a good chat. Wang Chao spoke casually, attempting to project an aura of camaraderie. Su Ming calmly shook his head. No thanks. I have other matters to attend to. What could he possibly discuss with this individual? It would merely be a waste of time. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Chao's face, yet he maintained his composure. Su Ming, you've dated class monitor Lin for 2 years. You must know what she likes, right? Upon hearing this, Su Ming understood Wang Chao and Apos' intentions all too clearly. He aimed to curry favor with Lin Xiu, hoping to win her over like a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. What a delusion. He had come to grasp the true nature of Lin Xiu. Someone like Wang Chao, once ensnared, would only lead to his own downfall. Su Ming's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of emotion. I'm not interested, nor do I know. With that, he turned and walked away. This matter held no interest for him. Whatever transpired between Lin Shiyu and Wang Chao was of no concern to him, nor did he wish to hear about it. Wang Chao stood frozen in place, astonished by Su Ming's coldness and lack of respect. Watching Su Ming depart, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Su Ming, was it? Rejecting my advances? How audacious! Did he still entertain hopes of reconciling with Lin Shiyu? What a foolish dream! Wang Chao's voice lowered, a sinister smile spreading across his face. From this moment on, Lin Shiyu is mine. Anyone who dares to covet her, beware, I will not hesitate to disregard our camaraderie. Just a nameless orphan. He deserves nothing but to vanish. Wang Chao picked up his phone and dialed the number. It was imperative to teach Su Ming a lesson he would not soon forget. On the other hand, Su Ming had already exited the school gates, unaware that Wang Chao had marked him as a target, plotting revenge against him. At this moment, he stepped into a quaint Chinese restaurant named Bamboo Pavilion. The establishment boasted an elegant, rustic decor with bamboo and wood as its central theme. Inkwash paintings adorned the walls, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. A gentle aroma of tea wafted through the air, instantly calming the spirit upon entry. What a delightful place! Su Ming mused. This restaurant was not far from their school. Previously, he had merely gazed longingly from outside, reluctant to spend. Choosing a seat by the window, he basked in the warmth of the afternoon sun streaming through. Perhaps life as a senior could indeed be this pleasant. As it was lunchtime, the restaurant was relatively empty. The waiter promptly approached with a menu. Su Ming perused it and ordered a few signature dishes, a serving of steamed sea bass, kung pao chicken, a seasonal vegetable dish, and a bowl of fragrant rice. Altogether, it amounted to less than 80 yuan, not exorbitant by any means. This is what life should be, Su Ming reflected, reminiscing about the hardships he had endured previously. Before long, the kung pao chicken and vegetables were served. The dish was a delightful amalgamation of spicy and savory flavors. The tender chicken pieces paired exquisitely with the crunchy peanuts, leaving a lasting impression on the palate. Seasonal vegetables have undergone minimal processing. Simple cooking has preserved their most authentic sweetness. It is no wonder that so many people enjoy dining out, as the flavors seem to surpass anything I could create myself. This statement is made with sincerity. After about 10 minutes of eating, the steamed base finally graced the table. Perfectly presented, the base lay quietly on a pristine white porcelain plate, adorned with a few slices of ginger and sections of scallion, enhancing its fragrance and mitigating any fishy odor. Beneath the fish, a layer of vibrant green lettuce provided a striking contrast. In terms of appearance, Su Ming would rate it an 8. The presentation was delightful. Let me indulge. Su Ming's appetite was piqued. The flesh was tender, melting in the mouth. Exquisite. Oh no. Host in danger. Do not proceed. Hiss. Warning. The host is attempting to consume a lord-level creature, the azure sea lionine fish. The flesh of the azure sea lionine fish contains immense energy. Given the host and Appos' current frail constitution, there exists a risk of bodily explosion. Farewell, host. What? Su Ming was utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. The Azure Sea Lionine Fish. A healing presence? Off to the White Dragon River. The sudden voice from the Tongzi startled Su Ming. He never anticipated that even during a meal, a moment of relaxation could summon the Tongzi. He nearly choked. Does the Tongzi possess no sense of boundaries whatsoever? Su Ming set down his chopsticks, a wave of absurdity washing over him. He glanced once more at the steamed base on his plate, his gaze now tinged with complexity. This creature? It is actually a lord-class being? And yet, it was slaughtered, cooked, and now consumed by me? Astonishingly, it is quite delectable. Su Ming found it difficult to contain his delight. He took another bite, and it was even more exquisite. He dismissed the Tongzi's comments about energy overload and exceeding capacity. This little fish hasn't even matured. What energy could it possibly possess? It would likely struggle to replenish a kidney. Grateful for nature's bounty, Su Ming silently acknowledged that his meal was worth every penny. At that moment, the waitress approached him again. Sir, would you like some water? She had witnessed him nearly choking moments earlier. Typically, she would have ignored such trivial matters, preferring to avoid complications. However, with the restaurant being relatively empty and this handsome young man before her, she decided to engage in conversation to alleviate her boredom and pass the time. Su Ming expressed his gratitude, prompting the waitress to pour him a glass of water. This fish is incredibly fresh. It's the first time I've ever tasted such exquisite fish. Su Ming generously praised, hoping to subtly encourage further conversation. The waitress chuckled softly, nodding with a hint of pride. Our base is freshly caught from the river. Those farmed ones simply cannot compare. Oh, which river? Su Ming inquired, his interest piqued. He continued the conversation with the waitress, savoring his meal in good spirits. After more than 20 minutes, Su Ming exited the restaurant, the heat wave greeting him. Just moments ago, the waitress had added him on WeChat. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the asphalt road beneath. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon. With his first class scheduled for 2:20, Su Ming squinted slightly, deliberating whether to visit the White Dragon River now. From his earlier conversation with the waitress, he learned that the restaurant's space was specifically sourced from the White Dragon River. At this moment, the trees lining the roadside stood silently, their leaves sun-bleached and no longer the vibrant green of the morning. The streets were deserted, the heat prompting people to seek refuge and shade. Occasionally, the persistent chirping of cicadas broke the silence, defiantly proclaiming the summer and Oppos, sweltering heat. Cicadas, everyone else is resting. Why do you insist on singing endlessly? Your tenacity makes me hesitant to slack off. Su Ming chuckled softly, resolving, despite the tight schedule and oppressive heat, to seize the opportunity of the midday hours to explore the White Dragon River. By evening, many would flock to the riverside for cool respite, making it less convenient for him to operate. Tongzi, check the new biological compendium. Su Ming silently urged. Biological compendium, Azure Sea Lanine Fish, category. Water attribute, cleric, marine creature, rank, Lord class being also known as the Ocean Singer. It inhabits the depths of waters rich in spiritual energy, subsisting on the essence of water and the spirit of the moon. Its song possesses the miraculous power to purify the soul and heal wounds. After reading the description, Su Ming paused for a moment. A cleric? It seems to be a healing type of creature. The thought ignited a fervor within him. In both combat and daily life, ensuring the safety of life is paramount. Possessing healing and restorative abilities is undoubtedly crucial for survival and advancement in this world. Just look at how profitable hospitals are to grasp the significance of such a capability. Moreover, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, various creatures and environments will undergo drastic transformations. In this context, the ability to heal will provide him with a significant advantage. The rewards from this creature's compendium should also relate to healing. Tongzi, I wish to extract the Azure Sea Lanine Fish's compendium reward. Su Ming's heart raced with a hint of nervousness. Extracting Azure Sea Lanine Fish compendium, acquiring the ability, Song of the Tides. Song of the Tides. Passive ability, affinity with water elements, enabling swifter movement in water. Song of the Tides, active ability, through chanting, it revitalizes the injured. With recovery effectiveness related to the range of mental strength. Tongzi, you're incredible. Su Ming exclaimed, elated. His wishes had been fulfilled. This ability not only offers healing effects but also grants him proficiency in swimming. Truly a holistic development of intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. After calming his emotions, Su Ming rented a shared bicycle and set off toward the White Dragon River. His enthusiasm surged. The distance to the White Dragon River was considerable. Even by bike, it would likely take around 20 minutes. As he pedaled along the streets, he felt no hint of coolness. The wind itself was warm. After navigating several streets, Su Ming finally reached the edge of the city. Here, the buildings became noticeably sparser, and the view widened. However, the weather seemed to have cooled slightly. In the distance, he caught sight of the river. The expansive surface of the White Dragon River shimmered under the sun, resembling a silver dragon winding along the city's edge. Su Ming quickened his pace, the bicycle racing along the riverside path. The river breeze intensified, carrying a refreshing moisture that brought a long-lost sense of coolness. The area was deserted now, but come evening, it would be teeming with people. It was fortunate he arrived early. At last, Su Ming reached the banks of the White Dragon River. A new location signifies new opportunities. Chapter 14. The Tale of the White Dragon and the Ancient Bridge. The Woman and the White Dragon. Su Ming halted his bicycle, standing at the riverbank, gazing at the mighty river before him. The water surged majestically, shimmering like silver under the sun. This shared bicycle is indeed a splendid invention. Su Ming wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, feeling somewhat contemplative. Unlike his makeshift bicycle, which he had broken yesterday due to its poor quality, the one at home is certainly not as comfortable as those available outside. The shared bicycle not only saves effort but also allows for seamless riding, offering greater speed and exhilaration. It seems I must embrace the advancements of the era and acquire some new possessions, thought Su Ming. The money left to him by his grandmother amounts to around 100,000. He had been reluctant to spend it, preoccupied with thoughts of college and living expenses. Now, however, those concerns have lessened. It is time to indulge in food, drink, and new acquisitions. As long as it empowers him, You shall not fret over material needs in the future. Is there something amiss, Tongzi? Su Ming paused to rest, attempting to converse with Tongzi, but received no reply. His companion often disregarded him, preferring to startle him instead. It was clear he had to rely on himself. Shaking his head, Su Ming began to stroll along the riverbank. Previously, the waitress had mentioned that the perch he had eaten was caught right from this very spot. Thus, there should be signs of revival here. However, the expanse of the river is vast. He may not necessarily find any rewards. After walking for about 10 minutes along the riverbank, Tongzi remained unresponsive. Even Su Ming and Apos' observations revealed nothing unusual. Could it be that only the river water was problematic? Was it not visible from the shore? Or perhaps that perch had revived elsewhere and swum over here, only to be caught? Doubts began to creep into Su Ming's mind. Suddenly, Su Ming halted his steps, sensing something. If there truly were signs of revival, he seemed to know where. Or rather, he hoped that was the case. Ahead on the river stood an ancient bridge. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Yet, this only held true for outsiders. Anyone who grew up in Jiangzhou, even if they had never visited, had heard the tales of this place and the bridge itself. The ancient bridge lay quietly across the river, its stone structure exuding a sense of antiquity and solemnity. It resembled an elderly figure, weathered by time, silently recounting the changes of history. Legend has it that in ancient times, the White Dragon River was not as tranquil as it is today. It was not even known by that name. The waters surged violently, often flooding, bringing immense suffering to the people of Jiangzhou until the arrival of a woman named Bai Ling. Bai Ling was the daughter of the city lord of Jiangzhou. She was beautiful and kind, possessing a heart full of compassion. Whenever floods occurred, she was the first to step forward to organize relief efforts, winning the hearts of the people. Until that fateful day when Jiangzhou faced an unprecedented flood. The sky raged like an angry sea, dark waves rolling ominously. Beneath this tumultuous sky, Jiangzhou was confronted with an unparalleled disaster. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. The furious waters crashed mercilessly against the banks, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. The river level rose relentlessly, endangering the homes of those on both sides. Just a little more, and everything would be submerged. On the brink of despair, a figure stood alone by the riverbank. It was Bai Ling. At this moment, she had exhausted all her means, utterly drained. After all, mortals are but mortals. The wrath of heaven was too much for her to bear. Her garments billowed in the fierce wind, and her long hair danced wildly in the downpour. Yet, her gaze remained resolute, her hands clasped in prayer towards the heavens. Tears mingled with rain. Her cries drowned in the thunder, yet they remained piercingly clear. She screamed, declaring her willingness to sacrifice her life for the peace of Jiangzhou. She would not flee. Even in death, she wished to stand with the countless people. The citizens of Jiangzhou felt her despair. Their homes trembled under the threat of the flood. Yet, in the face of calamity, they chose to remain, to face destiny alongside Bai Ling. By the river, countless figures knelt in the muddy banks. Their faces bore the marks of helplessness and fear, but more so, they reflected determination and resilience. Elders, children, women, even the strongest men knelt in a line. They emulated Bai Ling, their hands clasped in prayer towards the heavens. Cries, shouts, and thunder intertwined, forming a tragic symphony. In that moment of despair and fervent prayer, the clouds above churned violently, and thunder roared. It was as if the gates of heaven had swung open. A brilliant light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the darkened world. A colossal white dragon emerged from the radiance, its silvery scales glistening in the lightning. The dragon's eyes held a complex expression, and it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, it descended to the mortal realm. With a gentle flick of its tail, the dragon carved a deep chasm into the earth. The river was guided into the ravine, the surging floodwaters diverted, gradually calming. The crisis seemed to have abated. However, in that moment, Bai Ling had expended all her strength, her body collapsing like a broken kite by the riverbank. Can humans truly defy the heavens? Her voice was barely audible, heard by only a few as she murmured. The efforts and tears of the countless citizens paled in comparison to the gentle wave of a divine hand. The white dragon circled in the sky, letting out an even deeper roar. It seemed to converse with the heavens and communicate with the fallen Bai Ling. This roar echoed with a hint of sorrow. Gradually, the dragon and Apos' form began to fade, its massive body transforming into countless specks of light that cascaded towards the river. The anticipated plunge into the riverbed did not occur. Instead, its form morphed into a stone bridge, spanning the river and becoming a passage between the two shores. Bai Ling's body, too, became completely transparent, vanishing from sight. From that moment on, Jiangzhou enjoyed favorable weather, free from floods for many years. To commemorate the White Dragon and Bai Ling, the river was named the White Dragon River, and the bridge was christened the White Dragon Bridge. Moreover, Jiangzhou became known locally as Lingzhou. At this moment, Su Ming stood upon the White Dragon Bridge. Beneath his feet lay the weathered stone slabs, and by his ears, the gentle lapping of the river against the bridge's pillars. On the railing of the stone bridge was inscribed a poem: "The river rages, the heavens seem to tilt, clouds surge and winds howl, the night lingers still." Bai Ling stands resolute atop the waves, tears mingling with rain, a lament in the chill. The dragon soars, breaking through the sky, silver armor gleaming in the flash of light. A single roar dims the landscape's hue, the flood's fury quelled, its anger must die. The bridge is born from the dragon's soul. Stone arches reflect the moon's serene glow. From henceforth, Jiangzhou shall flourish and thrive on the White Dragon Bridge. A vow for peace to bestow. Su Ming gently caressed the poem carved into the railing. His eyes felt as though grains of sand had entered, his eyelids slightly reddening. Yet he smiled, like the dawn's first light dispelling the shadows within his heart. Why did he suddenly find himself so eagerly anticipating the resurgence of spiritual energy? Su Ming looked up at the sky, softly murmuring. He wished to behold the colossal dragon that quelled the flood with its might. He wished to see that woman. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. I will then remove extraneous punctuation, promotional content, such as requests for votes or collections, and any concealed website advertisements or irrelevant information. Finally, I will present the edited content in English, employing more sophisticated and graceful vocabulary and sentence structures to elevate the prose while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 15. New Illustrated Rewards. Scene Type Illustrated. Su Ming basked in the gentle river breeze for a while, feeling quite comfortable. However, it did not summon the spirit of the river. Was there still no revival here? Did the fish truly come from elsewhere? A twinge of disappointment flickered in Su Ming and Appo's heart, not due to the effort wasted, but rather a vague sense of regret. Soon, he descended from the bridge on the other side, and at that moment, the spirit of the river awakened. The host possesses profound destiny and extraordinary luck. Discovering a hidden paradise, akin to a living treasure map. New scene type illustrated has been recorded. Instantly, Su Ming and Appo's spirits lifted. His conjectures were not in vain. Could it be that the legendary tales were indeed true? Given that it was a revival of spiritual energy, if it had not previously existed. What would there be to revive? A hidden paradise? Su Ming gazed at the willow tree before him. The tree stood tall by the riverbank, its trunk seemingly more robust than those of its companions. The bark was a deep brown, marked by the passage of time. The willow's branches, soft and elongated, drooped towards the ground, swaying gently with the wind. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lay on the dewdrops adorning the willow leaves, shimmering under the sunlight. In the scorching noon heat, dewdrops remained? It was as if the abnormality was written all over the scene. With this thought, Su Ming approached, gently touching the willow branches. Discovered rare immortal wood, azure wave willow. Indeed, a jolt of excitement coursed through Su Ming. His previous deductions had proven correct. For most things to experience revival, the prerequisite was that their environment had already begun to change. He did not hasten to examine the illustrated record. Instead, he crouched down to observe the small grass below. There appeared to be something more. While one could draw conclusions with a mere touch, not everything could rely on the spirit of the river. One must trust oneself above all. Paying attention, observing closely, and engaging one's intellect was always wise. A faint fragrance seemed to emanate from these inconspicuous blades of grass. After careful observation, he could ascertain that these grasses too had begun to revive. Moreover, the extent of their revival seemed no less than that of the vegetables he had purchased from the market. Strange patterns adorned the leaves, indicating some transformation. It was akin to the theory of gestation. If the items from the market had only been maturing for half a month, then these had likely been undergoing their process for 3 or 4 months, revealing some signs. Discovered rare immortal herb, emerald spirit herb. Su Ming raised his hand, and the voice of the spirit of the river came forth without delay. Those items from the market yesterday seemed to be rare materials, much like this one. Currently, this willow tree, classified as a rare specimen, was likely of a higher grade. He proceeded to examine the new material illustrations. Current material illustrations. 5. Azure wave willow category. Wood attribute. Spiritual attribute. Grows by the water's edge, nourished by moonlight. Its form exquisite, branches and leaves swaying gracefully. The bark is resilient, containing the essence of water, while the leaves glisten with a vibrant green, exuding a refreshing aura. The leaves and branches of the azure wave willow can be used to concoct spiritual medicines, promoting clarity of mind. Additionally, cultivators practicing beneath it can enhance their temperament and improve their cultivation. Emerald spirit herb. Category. What attribute? Life attribute. The emerald spirit herb thrives under the azure wave willow. Nourished by its spiritual energy, its dew possesses the ability to rejuvenate all things. Cultivators consuming its dew can nourish their bodies, accelerate healing, and prolong life. Both are splendid treasures. Su Ming marveled. Yet, at present, the small grass seemed unable to produce dew. It had likely not yet revived to that extent. Once it had time to flourish, could he not come daily to collect dew to drink? He found the prospect delightful. Life seemed to hold more promise. In the next moment, Su Ming rose to claim his illustrated rewards. Extracted azure wave willow illustration, Spirit 3, extracted emerald spirit herb illustration, Constitution 2. Thus, rare materials granted 2 points to attributes, while precious materials yielded 3. Su Ming felt buoyed by this outcome. Yet there was more to come. Current would attribute illustrations, 3, jade spirit root, azure wave willow. Emerald spirit herb, activated level 1 would attribute illustration effect. The host and Oppo's self-healing ability has been enhanced, and wound recovery speed increased by 20. Feeling the changes within his body, Su Ming could not suppress a groan of satisfaction. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. His muscles felt firmer, and his mind clearer. He now felt that even a typical fruit knife might struggle to pierce his skin. If his constitution improved further, could he withstand the impact of a firearm? Excitement surged within Su Ming. Not to mention munching on grenades, surviving amidst a hail of bullets seemed entirely feasible. He needed to hasten his path to strength. Opening the scene-type illustrations, Su Ming continued to murmur. He nearly forgot in his excitement. Just the previous night at the subway station, he had acquired a scene-type illustration. However, when he had attempted to open it, he encountered 3 brazen thugs. After finishing that ordeal and returning home, he had become consumed with thoughts of revival, completely forgetting about it. Subsequently, he drifted into a long dream, lingering in a daze throughout the morning. While having breakfast, he overheard 2 elders recounting strange occurrences in the western woods. Not long after arriving at school, he was ensnared in several predicaments orchestrated by Lin Shiyu, leaving him somewhat speechless. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he had fortuitously acquired a fish exhibiting signs of revival, the azure sea lawning fish. Following that, he engaged in conversation with the waitress to gather information, making his way to the White Dragon River without a moment and Oppo's respite. His schedule had been thoroughly filled. Were it not for the arrival of a new scene-type illustration, he might have forgotten entirely. The memory truly wanes with age. Current scene-type illustrations, 2. Black Mist Death Domain, an absolute forbidden zone. The black mist cloaks this cursed land like a shroud of death, silently eroding all life. Daylight dims here, and beneath the endless night, only the ghostly lights flicker, as if countless lost souls wander within. Immortal Spirit Cave, a true paradise. Spiritual energy springs forth like bamboo after rain, nourishing every inch of this land. Exotic flowers and herbs bloom in competition, while celestial creatures frolic amidst them. The essence of the sun and moon converges here, a dreamland for cultivators. Practicing within enhances cultivation speed significantly and offers opportunities to comprehend the supreme laws of nature. This sounds extraordinarily impressive. These 2 illustrations, one dark and one light, present a striking contrast. Extracting scene-type illustrated rewards. He was genuinely curious about what such illustrations might yield. Surely, they could not simply grant attribute points again. Chapter 16. The Key of Non-Action. The Seed of the Lingxi Divine Tree. The weather changes. Tongzi hurriedly followed. Extracting the Black Fog Death Domain and Oppo's illustration. Reward. Special item. Key of Non-Action. Key of Non-Action. An unremarkable key that is the only substance in the Black Fog Death Domain untouched by corruption, pure as white paper. Key of Non-Action and Oppo's characteristics. Pure essence, malleable form, attribute bestowal, spiritual resonance. Extracting the Immortal Spirit Cave and Oppo's illustration. Reward. Special item. Seed of the Lingxi Divine Tree. Seed of the Lingxi Divine Tree, a rare source of spiritual flora in the world. Nurtured by the aura of the Immortal Spirit Cave, capable of growing into a towering divine tree that continuously provides spiritual energy to its surroundings. Su Ming gasped in astonishment after reading the descriptions. Such illustrated scenes reward tangible items. This is truly remarkable. He gazed at his hands. In his left hand lay the key, appearing as ordinary as described, its material strangely between transparency and substance. In his right hand rested a small seed, seemingly unremarkable. Could this Tongzi be attempting to deceive him with mere replicas? Uncertain, Su Ming's expression shifted as new information flooded his mind, insight regarding the key. The previously vague characteristics became clear. This key could morph into any shape or form according to his will and needs. From weapon to tool, its plasticity is extraordinary. Moreover, it could be endowed with various attributes based on his manipulation. It was akin to a blank weapon in a game, waiting to be enchanted. Su Ming and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, yet it seemed he could only transform the key into one form for now, requiring careful consideration. He decided to hold on to it for the time being, contemplating its usage and development during class. The key's only task was to change its form. His responsibilities were manifold. Patience is essential. As for the mysterious seed, he couldn't plant it hastily in a crowded area. The risks were too great and could easily lead to exposure. Perhaps he should rent a secluded place? 100,000 could not buy a property, but renting would be feasible. Su Ming's mind wandered, passing the time. The summer sun hung in the sky like a relentless fireball, scorching the earth. Inside the classroom, he felt the oppressive heat from the sunlight streaming through the window. Growing increasingly restless, despite the fan whirring overhead, it offered little relief from the stifling warmth. The students remained focused on the teacher at the podium. Yet beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads in unison under the sweltering conditions. 2 periods passed quietly. As the class bell rang again, students exhaled in relief, as if granted a brief reprieve. This weather is unbearable. It feels like being in a sauna. Just yesterday, we enjoyed the comfort of air conditioning at home. Yet now we endure this torment. We haven't acclimated yet. If this continues, our trials have only just begun. I sincerely hope for a downpour to wash away this heat. Hold on. After a year, we shall be free, as I and Appo's. The herd university life is splendid. Students expressed their grievances, attempting to alleviate their irritation. Soon, the bell rang once more. It was only 4 in the afternoon. There were still 2 full periods left. As class commenced, Su Ming resumed scrolling through his phone. The advantages of sitting in the last row became evident. After a noon of speculation, the teachers seemed aware of the circumstances between Lin Shiyu and him. They appeared to be neglecting him, which suited his intentions. In the eyes of these teachers, a student and Appo's future and prospects were already categorized by their grades. Students like Lin Shiyu, with backgrounds from prestigious universities, were treasures they wished to nurture and please. After all, such students held brighter futures than the teachers themselves. Conversely, Su Ming lacked a distinguished lineage, wealth, and had even quarreled with Lin Shiyu. It would be fortunate if they did not take the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Grades were the ultimate truth. Suddenly, the classroom dimmed slightly, then darkened further. The once bright blue sky was rapidly obscured by gathering storm clouds. This transformation occurred so swiftly that it felt as if a colossal hand were painting ink across the heavens, swallowing light bit by bit. The blazing sun was completely shrouded. What is happening? Why has it suddenly grown dark? Is the apocalypse upon us? Am I finally free from class? Students began to murmur amongst themselves. Though they were in class, this unexpected change sparked excitement in their otherwise dull routine. Beside Lin Shiyu, Wang Chao stirred from his slumber, though accompanied by beauty. The teachers' voices were undeniably hypnotic. He found himself bewildered. What is going on? Did I sleep until evening? The scent of the girl's fragrance truly lulls one into tranquility. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, akin to a roaring beast, slamming against the windows with a piercing sound. The once bustling classroom fell into an abrupt silence as they felt an unprecedented chill. This wind sent shivers down their spines. No one dared to complain about the heat anymore. Why is it so cold? A trembling student asked. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet rapidly. Who was it that whimsically wished for rain? A girl swallowed nervously, clearly anxious. Her apprehension was not unfounded. The severe and rapid weather change left them no time to react, a truly peculiar occurrence. The weather has changed. Chapter 17, A Great Change. Taking risks. Striving to be the strongest. The wind grew increasingly fierce, causing the classroom windows to emit a more intense cracking sound, as if they might shatter at any moment. The excitement on the students and Appo's faces faded, gradually morphing into a semblance of fear. They relished in the spectacle, yet dreaded becoming part of the spectacle themselves. Everyone, please remain calm. The teacher's voice rose above the howling wind, attempting to maintain order within the classroom. His expression mirrored the seriousness of the situation. Having lived for decades, he had seldom encountered such inclement weather. The clouds in the sky resembled a surging black ocean, rolling and gathering ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the clouds like a divine sword, wielding the power of heaven and earth. The entire classroom was illuminated, every corner exposed to its brilliance. The thunder roared, akin to the wrath of a deity, reverberating painfully against their eardrums. "Wow! The students exclaimed, their hearts racing wildly. The trajectory of the lightning was vividly clear, tracing a perfect arc in the sky, as if to split heaven and earth asunder. Each individual could palpably feel the boundless ferocity of nature's wrath. Who has transgressed the heavens? The head teacher rushed into the classroom, feigning calmness. "Classmates, please remain composed and do not panic." At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. "Attention all students. Due to the sudden severe weather, the municipal authorities have decided to dismiss all schools early today. Students with parents arriving for pickup may leave first. Given the current extreme weather conditions, we advise all students to remain in the classroom and await further instructions." Listening to the fragmented announcement, the students felt a measure of relief, though not including Ming. His expression was grim as he gripped a peculiar key that was inexplicably warm, seemingly responsive to the external turmoil. "This is too unusual." Ming and Apos' gaze pierced through the window, fixated on the tempest outside. This sudden storm was likely more than a mere natural phenomenon. He lowered his head, directing his attention to his phone. The weather app for Jiazhou displayed a bright sun, devoid of any signs of impending rain. Wait, in the next moment, the display shifted. Red alert for thunder and lightning. Jiangzhou's meteorological disaster response has been elevated to level 2. There had been no prior warning, and the notifications arrived belatedly. With current technological capabilities, being caught off guard was utterly unacceptable. It was unscientific. The next instant, his phone vibrated gently, signaling a text message. "Dear citizens of Jiangzhou, greetings. The current weather conditions are extreme. We urge all residents to prioritize their safety and take protective measures. It is recommended that all residents remain indoors and avoid unnecessary outings." Simultaneously, the voice of the director resonated again over the intercom. "Students, we have received an update from higher authorities. The meteorological department is closely monitoring the situation and initially predicts that this extreme weather will not persist for long. The school will ensure the safety of every student. Please remain calm and follow your teachers and Apos' instructions." Upon hearing this, the students engaged in more fervent discussions, their voices mingling with the rumbling thunder. At this juncture, who still had the heart to attend class? Ming stood up. The increasingly warm key in his hand compelled him to take action. He had previously resolved, wherever there was an anomaly, he would be there. Though this venture might not be safe, the path of cultivation offered no room for hesitation. Fortune favors the bold. Opportunity and crisis often coexist. Though one could grow stronger by merely surviving, to forge an indomitable heart, one must venture forth and practice. There exists a disparity even among the strong. If one is to strive, one must aim to be the strongest. Approaching the classroom door, Ming was met with the head teacher and Apos' stern voice. "Ming, what are you planning to do?" His tone bore an unmistakable severity. Faced with her inquiry, Ming appeared somewhat anxious. "Teacher, I need to go home." The teacher and Apos' brow furrowed deeply. The weather outside was perilously severe. Any responsible adult would not allow a child to brave such conditions. Moreover, she was Ming and Apos' head teacher. The situation outside was dire. It would be better for him to remain at school. Ming shook his head gently, already formulating his response. The announcement said parents could take students home. "But I have no parents. Does that mean I cannot go back?" His tone conveyed a hint of helplessness, yet was underpinned by firm resolve. "Teacher, I truly have matters to attend to. I live alone, and if I do not return, no one will help me." The teacher regarded Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. His statement struck a chord. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, he was indeed facing troubles at home? Perhaps a leak. And if he didn't return soon, his home would be flooded? Alone, he had to confront everything by himself. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the head teacher felt a rush of conflicting emotions. While Ming exhibited some self-destructive tendencies, she did not wish to see her students suffer excessively. "Wait a moment. Come with me." The head teacher turned and led Ming toward the office. Once inside, she retrieved a large black umbrella from her desk. "Be careful on your way back. Do not run around. Take this umbrella. I've also heard about your situation with Lin Shiyu. Do not overthink it. Relationships at your age are inherently unreliable. Focus on your studies, and there will still be opportunities for you to excel in the future. Su Ming accepted the umbrella, sincerely thanking her. He adhered to the principle of reciprocity. Whoever treated him well, he would reciprocate in kind. Simultaneously, Su Ming and Appo's gaze drifted to the teacher and Appo's laptop, which displayed live news broadcasts from across Jiangzhou. Due to the sudden storm, many areas were in dire straits. The footage showed low-lying areas where streets were submerged under a layer of water. The current was swift, debris floating atop the surface. Trees along the roadside swayed violently in the gale, one even uprooted, blocking the road entirely. The camera then shifted to an old residential area in the city, where roofs were torn off by the fierce winds, tiles scattered everywhere. Wow, come look. Another male teacher, visibly agitated, struck the desk. Su Ming hesitated to leave, turning his gaze to the screen. The broadcast depicted live footage of the Bailong River. The waters churned and surged, the level rising perilously close to breaching the banks. However, this was not the reason for the teacher and Appo's exclamations. The astonishment stemmed from the side of the river, seemingly summoned by some mysterious force. Beginning to whirl violently beneath the oppressive sky, giant water columns formed, soaring skyward like colossal dragons, accompanied by a deafening roar that drew in the surrounding air into a vortex. The bases of these columns were wide, narrowing as they spun faster, eventually connecting with the clouds. It was utterly extraordinary. The geography teacher was filled with immense excitement as he pointed to the magnificent spectacle on the screen. This must be the phenomenon known as the dragon-sucking water. The dragon-sucking water, also referred to as a waterspout, is a formidable convective weather phenomenon that occasionally manifests over water surfaces. It consists of a funnel cloud extending from the base of a powerful thunderstorm, drawing water from the sea or lake into the clouds, thereby creating a colossal column of water. The geography teacher's voice resonated with enthusiasm, captivating the attention of several nearby female teachers who were momentarily taken aback by the information. After dedicating half his life to teaching, he finally had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Yet, in the next moment, the screen went black. The official real-time footage of the Bailong River seemed to have been abruptly severed. Su Ming felt a stir within, deciding not to linger any longer. The disappearance of the live feed could have been a result of extreme weather conditions or equipment failure. However, it might also indicate that the authorities had deliberately cut off the information source. Some matters, it appears, must remain undisclosed to the public. Chapter 18. Officially embarking on the path of cultivation, harnessing the essence of qi. Despite his teacher's futile attempts to dissuade him, Su Ming resolutely grasped the black umbrella and stepped out of the school. The torrential rain fell in sheets, and the ominous clouds above seemed poised to crush the city beneath their weight. The thunder rumbled ominously, creating a terrifying and volatile atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. The curtains of rain whipped up by the fierce winds obscured his vision, rendering the world a mere blur as if it were submerged in water. Standing at the school gate, Su Ming stowed away the umbrella bestowed upon him by his homeroom teacher, allowing the rain to drench him. It was not that he was ungrateful, rather, in such extreme weather, the umbrella served little purpose and would only succumb to destruction. He was reluctant to damage another and Appo's belongings. The vastness of the heavens and earth made his figure appear minuscule, emphasizing his solitude amidst the downpour. The shared bicycles would surely be unusable in such severe weather. The electric vehicles would likely short-circuit if forced into use. Ironically, his makeshift bicycle seemed more reliable. How dramatic. Observing the live updates, many areas were severely flooded, and transportation was likely a nightmare. Hailing a taxi was practically impossible, a waste of precious time. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming resolved to run directly to the Bailong River. Were anyone else to hear of this, they would undoubtedly deem him mad. Yet only Su Ming understood that when one possesses sufficient strength, such a mode of travel becomes the most feasible option. With his exceptional physique and agility, the distance would not prove significantly slower than cycling. In the tempestuous weather, many surveillance devices would likely falter. Su Ming pondered silently. Moreover, with the dim skies and the torrential winds and rain obstructing visibility, few would likely notice him. Despite his concerns, he knew that once he exerted himself, his speed would be rather extraordinary. In the next moment, Su Ming began to sprint, each step sending splashes of water in every direction. The rain blurred his sight, yet his thoughts remained remarkably clear. He endeavored to choose less crowded routes without compromising his time. The scenery along the way twisted into a surreal dreamscape under the flashes of lightning. The trees swayed like phantoms in the storm, dancing in the rain. The thunder roared in his ears, and with every flash of lightning, the path ahead was illuminated, guiding Su Ming forward. He wove through the rain, his figure flickering in and out of view, as if merging with the tempest itself. His heartbeat synchronized with the thunder, each thump infused with power. The rain washed over him, not adding to his burdens, but rather alleviating his fatigue. This sensation was indeed wondrous. He was eager to discover his limits, just how fast could he run, and for how long. The more he ran, the more fervent and liberated he felt. He traversed the flooded streets, the splashes sparkling under the lightning and Appos' glow. He dashed across the open square, the rain curtain spiraling around him, as if to celebrate his journey. He rushed through the tranquil residential area, the thunder serving as his war drum, urging him onward. Su Ming sprinted through the city as streets and alleys, unknowingly cloaked in an ethereal aura. With each stride, this energy seemed to weave an invisible net in the rain, connecting him to the world around him. His breath began to resonate with the water elements amid the downpour. Each footfall appeared to awaken the dormant forces deep within the earth. Gradually, Su Ming sensed this power coursing through him, syncing with his heartbeat and breath. His strides became lighter, his speed ever increasing, although his physical attributes had not changed. He seemed to employ them more adeptly. Was this the power of Qi? Su Ming mused, a flicker of realization sparking within him. His connection to the world appeared to deepen. Was it the rain that facilitated this, or was he genuinely gifted, born to be a cultivator? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He focused intently on his run, striving to engage more profoundly with this energy. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the torrential rain, a subtle aura formed around him. As the rain approached, it was instinctively diverted, as though an invisible hand guided it. With each breath, he seemed to absorb the surrounding Qi, replenishing his stamina effortlessly. Host's comprehension is extraordinary. Self-realization of the path of cultivation, officially entering the ranks of cultivators. Current realm, Qi refining level 3 star. Su Ming and Appos' heart raced. He was now a bona fide cultivator. Moreover, owing to his innate attributes, he had ascended directly to Qi refining level 3 star. Previously, even with extraordinary abilities and attributes far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, he had never entered this echelon. There lay a fundamental difference between the two. Cultivators possess a deeper understanding and mastery over Qi. Such individuals can perceive and absorb the Qi of heaven and earth, transforming it into their own power. This power extends beyond merely enhancing physical attributes. It encompasses the diversity and malleability of Qi. For instance, utilizing Qi for offense, defense, or even manipulating objects, an enigma wrapped in profundity. An ordinary person, no matter how robust, cannot achieve much without special abilities and mastery over Qi. Yet, these two aspects are not inherently contradictory. A dual approach fosters greater strength. He must enhance his attribute values and ascend in realm. In an instant, Su Ming and Appos' speed surged beyond what it had been. He attempted to envelop his feet in Qi, mitigating the impact upon landing, thereby increasing his running speed, putting knowledge into practice. As he ran, he finally neared the Bailong River. Surprisingly, he felt no fatigue. It had only been half an hour since leaving the school. Faster than he had anticipated. Gasping, Su Ming stood in the rain, buffeted by the fierce winds, momentarily entranced by the extraordinary sight before him. The sky hung low, the clouds pressing down like a colossal weight, heavy and oppressive. Lightning flashed between the clouds, resembling the wrathful lashes of the heavens, each flicker accompanied by earth-shattering thunder, suffocating and oppressive. It was as if the entire universe's weight bore down upon this impending shatter of the sky. The winds cut through the air like daggers, mercilessly slicing through the atmosphere. The swirling rain formed veils before Su Ming, shattering his view into fragmented shards. This was nature and Appos' ruthless judgment upon all things. A towering column of water shot skyward from the Bailong River. Spiraling and twisting, it seemed determined to obliterate the boundaries between heaven and earth. The base of the column connected with the river below, while the upper portion pierced the clouds, forming colossal towers linking the realms, illuminated by the flashes of lightning. The silvery brilliance of the water column became increasingly radiant. It shimmered in the darkness, akin to massive silver dragons writhing in the night sky. How intriguing, indeed. Su Ming and Appos' body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fear or exhilaration. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain, locking onto the legendary Bailong Bridge. The river surged tumultuously, akin to an enraged beast, relentlessly battering the bridge's pillars. The bridge quaked beneath the ferocious winds and rain, as if it could be torn asunder by nature and Oppos might at any moment. The water columns surged around the bridge, resembling swords aimed at the heavens, exceedingly perilous. Unable to see clearly, Su Ming murmured softly. He harbored a premonition that the White Dragon Bridge was the very heart of this tempest, a convergence point for all that is unknown and perilous. Yet, at this distance, he truly could not discern its form. The White Dragon Bridge lay concealed within the murky veil of rain, resembling a colossal beast lurking in the depths of the ocean, awaiting the approach of prey. Warning! Ahead lies a realm fraught with peril, energy in a state of violent turmoil. Stepping forth may lead to certain death. Host, please evacuate promptly. Stop thinking about courting death. The system seemed to sense Su Ming's thoughts and hastily issued a warning. Su Ming's expression flickered, a carefree smile gracing his lips. Shut your mouth, you coward. How many times had this fellow claimed he would meet his end? Yet, had he not emerged unscathed each time? Cultivation is, after all, a defiance against fate. If one lacks even this modicum of awareness, then let the opportunities of the future be bestowed upon others. He could not afford such disgrace. Boom. Lightning cleaved the heavens, striking the river and Oppos' surface and illuminating Su Ming and Oppos' visage. It seemed to challenge him directly. I refuse to bow to you. Su Ming moved. Chapter 19. Live broadcast. Thunder Serpent. You have the means to take your own life. By the banks of the White Dragon River. Lin Kuo felt an overwhelming mix of excitement and fear in her trembling voice. Family, please shower me with likes and gifts, or I might truly have to leave. The live stream's viewer count had surged past 50,000 and continued to skyrocket. Prior to this, her viewership had never exceeded 100. This was an unprecedented fortune. Don't go, streamer. I'll send you a super rocket. This scene is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You wouldn't want to leave with regrets. This weather is utterly bizarre. Can the tornadoes in the sky really be explained by science? Who among the fellow cultivators is crossing tribulation here? Reveal yourself. I think the streamer should back off. It and Oppos, too dangerous. I Don and Oppos, want to see you on the news tomorrow. Wow. Look over there. It seems someone is approaching. Shit. It and Oppos, real. Streamer, switch the camera. Terrified, Lin Ku and Oppos are focused on the scrolling comments, attempting to calm her racing heart. She had been live streaming for 2 months with little success. Today, she hoped for a stroke of luck and some engaging content. If she couldn't generate any heat, she'd have to return home to accept her family's plans for her future. As she turned her camera towards the White Dragon River, the weather suddenly changed. Initially, she had intended to leave to avoid the rain. But the astonishing phenomenon occurring on the river and Oppos' surface halted her in her tracks. The water was inexplicably shooting upwards. Such a shocking spectacle was bound to attract immense attention. If she could capture this moment, her fame could skyrocket. Although she recognized the danger, she yearned for this opportunity. Missing it would mean no second chances. She had to take the risk, to push forward, to gamble. It seemed her gamble had paid off, and the effects were undeniable. Those who entered her live stream were captivated, and the room was rapidly shared across platforms. The spectacle was simply too overwhelming. A significant portion of the citizens of Jiazhou, regardless of their professions, were now watching her stream. The official feeds had been cut off, leaving only her with the live visuals. In just a matter of minutes, tens of thousands were online, showering her with likes and gifts, fearful that she would falter and flee. This live broadcast was far more exhilarating than any film. 1,000 times more shocking. Is there someone else? Lin Ku and Oppos glanced at the comments, her heart racing. Was she not alone in this perilous situation? Could it be true? There indeed was someone. Lin Ku and Oppos gasped, and the camera quickly shifted to reveal a figure moving towards the White Dragon Bridge at a rather swift pace. Yet, the bridge was the most chaotic and dangerous area, engulfed in the fiercest storm. How could he dare to approach? Wow, that person is reckless. Quick, call the police. If something happens, it will be disastrous. Streamer, why are you just standing there? Hurry and save him. Does anyone up there have a brain? Why don't you go save him? Is there a difference between that and seeking death? Exactly. If someone wants to die, why should others accompany them? That person looks young. Please don't do anything rash. Lin Kuo, observing the comments, felt a wave of panic and confusion. She could see clearly that someone was indeed venturing forward. Judging by the figure, it appeared to be a student, but she was too terrified to move any closer. Her current position was already precarious. If she dared to approach, she might lose her life in the process. Just observing from here, she thought. I truly can't go any further. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears. She no longer dared to read the comments, fearing moral pressure to intervene. Her focus remained solely on the figure about to cross the bridge. Please, don't let anything happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming pressed forward against the thunder, undeterred. He had come this far, and retreat was not an option. One foot had already stepped onto the White Dragon Bridge. Although his spiritual energy was limited, he evenly distributed it across his body, ready to shield himself in case of an emergency. The bridge was slick and trembled beneath him, the surrounding winds intensifying. It felt as if countless hands were tugging at him, trying to push him off the bridge. Peculiar indeed. Ming steadied himself against the railing, his gaze piercing. At that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the far end of the bridge. His pupils constricted. Not only Ming, but Lin Ku and Appos, who had been watching from afar, gasped as well, nearly dropping her phone. Thanks to the lightning, she vaguely caught a glimpse at the bridge's other end. It seemed as though something lurked there, an oddly shaped creature. But what exactly it was remained unclear due to the distance. Could it be a mistake? Not just her, but others in the live stream also caught a glimpse. However, due to the limitations of their mobile screens, they couldn't and Appos, see as clearly as Lin Ku and Appos, leading to more speculation and doubt. Did you all see that? It looked like a bear on the other side of the bridge. A bear? Nonsense. There and Appos, nothing there. It and Appos, too dark to see anything. I think I saw something too. Regardless of what it is, the real concern is the person who just entered. I wonder how he and Appos, doing. Chances are grim. Tomorrow and Appos, news will feature him. He brought this upon himself. No one held high hopes for Ming. No one could guarantee their safety in such a treacherous environment. The fierce winds and relentless rain were just the beginning. If the river swept him away or he was struck by lightning, there would be no recourse. In the face of nature, one must hold a sense of reverence. On the White Dragon River, Ming's expression was intensely focused. There was indeed something on the other side. The winds howled violently, and the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. However, thanks to the night vision enhancement from his dark attribute, he could barely make out the creature in Appos' form, a serpentine body, larger than any ordinary snake, rearing up. Its head bore a shape between that of a dragon and a beast, with sharp horns that flickered with electric light. What truly unsettled Ming were the currents of electricity occasionally surging from the creature. Each time thunder rumbled, it seemed to resonate with the creature, sending electric arcs dancing across its form. The level of its revival felt formidable. He couldn't even discern its true identity. Yet, if it were to awaken fully in a year, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. Sungzi, say something. Wherein and Appos, to you the one who told me to be quiet earlier? Ming replied, his expression darkened. At this moment, obedience serves little purpose. Host, flee swiftly. You have already walked the path to demise. An epic-level thunder serpent has been detected, renowned for its command over lightning and storms, utterly ruthless. You are not even worthy to be a mere morsel for it. Epic level? This was the first time Ming had encountered such a tier of creature. Surely, vanquishing a being of this caliber would yield substantial rewards. Wooden and Appos. It? Ming and Appos' mind began to stir with thoughts, a restless eagerness awakening within him. Chapter 20. The military enters. Is Jiaozhou about to ignite? It is not that a confrontation is impossible. Although this phenomenon possesses an exceptionally high threshold, one of an epic nature that he had never before encountered, it remains a matter for the future. What relevance does it have to the present? He is not intimidated. As a cultivator, he can faintly sense its aura and threat. It should not be too dissimilar from him. They are evenly matched. If he cannot defeat it, he can still flee. With this thought, Ming resolved firmly. A mere broken dragon causing such a commotion, what could it possibly be concealing? Does it aspire to transform into a true dragon? What a presumption. The land beneath his feet is protected by a true dragon. Roar. The thunder dragon seemed to have heard Ming and Appos' derision, its roar echoing like thunder. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, causing the entire Bailong River to tremble slightly. In the distance, Lin Ku collapsed in fear, her phone slipping from her grasp. She had just witnessed it. That creature was certainly no bear. It resembled the legendary dragon, crackling with electric light. More astonishingly, the figure that had entered earlier seemed to be confronting the dragon, on the brink of conflict. Her worldview shattered completely. What the hell? Where's the streamer? Is something wrong? Why has it gone black? Did you all just see that? There truly is something sinister. What the hell, what is that? Where's the streamer? Speak up. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. I've definitely eaten something that caused this hallucination. After decades of life, who has ever witnessed such a scene? The entire internet was in an uproar. Lin Kuo knelt on the ground, allowing the rain to pummel her, her thoughts a tangled mess. It took her a long while to regain her composure. As for her phone, she lacked the courage to pick it up and resume the live stream. If what she had just seen was indeed real, it was far too shocking. If she continued to record, what if she attracted unwanted attention? She still had some sense. Broadcasting such events would have a far greater impact than a public screening of adult films. If her actions disrupted social order and stirred a significant uproar, the consequences she would face might not be immense wealth, but rather a trip to prison. It would be her ruin. At that moment, several police cars sped towards her, moving at an alarming pace. These were not ordinary police vehicles. They were all armed police, equipped with bulletproof features. The silhouettes of the cars appeared particularly imposing and cold against the dim sky, resembling war machines that had driven directly from the battlefield into the city, steel behemoths. As the tires splashed through the water, these police vehicles came to an almost impossible halt around Lin Kuo. Their display bordered on excessive flare. The splattered water glimmered like diamonds under the headlights. The car doors swung open almost simultaneously. A group of officers clad in black tactical uniforms emerged in swift succession. Their arrival was akin to phantoms in the night, quick and silent. These officers seemed extraordinary. The SWAT team moved with synchronized precision, as if they had undergone countless rehearsals. Masks obscured their faces, revealing only their cold eyes, while the firearms in their hands shimmered ominously in the rain. Two of the officers quickly approached Lin Kuo and Appos. One helped her to her feet, while the other snatched her phone, shielding the camera with one hand and decisively terminating the live stream with the other. This transpired so swiftly that Lin Kuo scarcely had time to react. The only clarity she possessed was the realization that she appeared to have landed herself in serious trouble. Was such a grand spectacle necessary to apprehend her? These officers exuded an exceptional aura, entirely different from the ordinary police she was accustomed to. And they were all armed. What in the world was happening? However, not many paid her any heed. The SWAT team continued their operations without pause, swiftly conducting a site assessment with clearly defined roles. Ping, the officer in charge, had received clear instructions from above: do not act impulsively. Beside one police vehicle, a middle-aged man patted the shoulder of a young man nearby. Wang, rest assured, I have everything under control. This young man was, of course, Long Ping, dispatched to this location. At that moment, he was not tense. Rather, he felt a thrill of excitement. It seemed that his arrival in Jiangzhou had already become quite intriguing. Director Yuan was indeed astute. Everyone in Appos' attention was now directed towards the Bailong Bridge. They had all witnessed Lin Kuo and Appos' earlier stream clearly from their vehicles. The reason for their delayed arrival was due to the coordinated deployment directed from above, which had taken a little time. Meanwhile, the local police forces had been dispatched elsewhere for rescue operations. This meant that the officers present here were not weak. They were all highly skilled and loyal Special Forces soldiers who had been stationed here following the subway station incident. In classroom 8 of the senior year, lessons had yet to resume. The students were all fixated on the integrated screen at the front of the classroom. The screen displayed the situation across various regions under the extreme weather conditions. The disaster appeared to be under control, with the police collaborating with the local populace in an orderly fashion. This brought a collective sigh of relief from the students. At this moment, Lin Shiyu's gaze was directed towards Wang Chao. Of course, it was not romantic nor ambiguous. She had not sunk to such depths of desperation. Her primary focus was on the images displayed on Wang Chao's phone, which stirred a tempest within her heart. Wang Chao was watching the live stream from the Bailong River. Initially, she had no intention of following along, but the voice of the person in the stream was all too familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her cousin, Lin Kuo. Moreover, the visuals from the Bailong River were genuinely shocking, compelling her to watch. Just moments ago, her heart raced wildly. She had seen the figure heading towards the Bailong Bridge. It felt eerily familiar, almost as if she had seen it every day 2 years ago. Could it be Ming? Surely, it could not be him. I must be mistaken. It was too far away and too dark to discern. Perhaps I was still angry, leading me to associate him with this. Moreover, Ming had only left the school half an hour ago. How could he possibly arrive there so quickly? Despite these thoughts, she remained glued to the screen. This had nothing to do with Ming. She was merely concerned for her cousin. Subsequently, she witnessed the earlier scene unfold. Covering her mouth to stifle a gasp, two figures stood on either side of the bridge. Amidst the lightning, the profile was somewhat obscured, yet to Lin Xiyu, it was even more recognizable than the back silhouette. Is there truly someone who resembles him so closely? Lin Xiyu felt bewildered, anxious, and utterly at a loss. Just then, the live stream abruptly cut off. Yet, the barrage of comments continued to surge rapidly, even escalating in intensity. What the hell? What on earth happened? Why has the stream been cut? It's over. Is anyone brave enough to check the Bailong River? Check what? Are you asking for death? Call the police. This has escalated significantly. Is it possible that the police shut her down? Could there be a secret under that bridge? Do you remember the person who just entered? It seems they are about to confront the monster on the other side. Are they preparing for a fight? What the hell? Heaven and earth manifested extraordinary phenomena as masters confronted one another. I realized this is indeed a tale of immortal cultivation. Alas! Suddenly, I found myself unable to comprehend this world. Could it be that the great cultivators are truly genuine? The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. Everyone understood that Jiangzhou might be on the verge of breaking into the mainstream. Jiangzhou, Bailong River, live streaming, thunderstorm, mysterious figures, monsters. Each of these keywords, when isolated, holds little significance. Yet, when woven together, they evoke an unsettling sense of fear and awe, truly remarkable. Chapter 21, The Master Beyond the World? The Pioneer. The Thunder Serpent. Could Su Ming truly be a master beyond the world? Or perhaps a legendary practitioner? Lin Xiyu gazed at the rolling messages in the barrage, momentarily taken aback. This was inconceivable. Did she not know what Su Ming was truly like? It was all fabricated. Surely, it was merely sensationalism. In this day and age, how could anyone still believe such nonsense? How dull. Even if it were true, that person could only resemble Su Ming at best. Lin Xiyu inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the rising agitation within her. No one could be Su Ming. If her cousin was unharmed, she would inquire further later on. At the White Dragon Bridge, the clouds above churned ominously, resembling a boiling sea of ink, intermingled with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The Thunder Serpent seemed to sense Su Ming and Appo's mockery. This provocation ignited a fire of rage within its heart. Roar. The earth-shattering roar resonated, causing the very heavens to change hue. How could a mere mortal be so arrogant? It could not comprehend. With a fierce flick of its tail, the serpent summoned a towering column of water, which surged like a sword, aimed directly at Su Ming. Simultaneously, the Thunder Serpent leaned forward, darting towards him like a flash of lightning. Su Ming and Appo's heart raced at that moment. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. Yet, in his eyes, beyond the fear, there was a fervor for battle. He had collected tomes and fortified himself precisely for this, for the thrill of combat. What could be more exhilarating for a man? In an instant, the key in Su Ming and Appo's hand transformed into a long sword, the very one he had wielded to slay dragons in his dreams. He felt undeniably heroic. The sword shimmered with a faint aura, resonating with Su Ming and Appo's will and strength. A mere beast, how dare it flaunt itself so? With a flash of the blade, Su Ming met the oncoming force of the Thunder Serpent head-on. If this creature were at its peak, he would surely have turned and fled without a second thought. But it had only just revived, acting as though it were a king. Was that truly acceptable? Su Ming's figure became a specter amidst the rain, colliding with the serpent and Appo's electric might. What he lacked now was practical combat experience. The serpent and Appo's aura was not significantly stronger than his. In fact, it was slightly weaker, an ideal target for honing his skills. The tip of his sword met the serpent's scales, producing a jarring metallic clang, sparks flying in all directions. Su Ming and Appo's movements were somewhat awkward, lacking formal technique. Yet his immense strength compensated, for great power yields miraculous results. Each strike he delivered surged with the force of the wind, targeting the serpent and Appo's body. The serpent retaliated fiercely, its tail whipping through the air like a colossal lash, each swing imbued with the weight of thunder. Su Ming dodged left and right under the serpent's onslaught, fully focused. His silhouette flickered in and out of visibility amidst the downpour, resembling a ghost, elusive and hard to grasp. Fortunately, his earlier comprehension of spiritual energy had transformed him into a practitioner. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. Su Ming felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was precisely this newfound understanding of energy that had spared him from utter chaos. He even appeared somewhat skilled. As the battle intensified, The two combatants exchanged blows on the White Dragon Bridge. The bridge's construction surpassed human imagination. Not far away, a group of special police, expressions grave yet tinged with excitement, observed the flashing lightning on the bridge. They couldn't discern the exact situation within, but no one was foolish. They could roughly guess what was transpiring. Those two anomalies were undoubtedly engaged in combat. Was this truly the extent of human capability? Among them, Lin Ke and Apos, her felt her pupils constrict and her body tremble. She would never have imagined that a simple outing could lead to such an array of experiences that shattered her worldview. It felt like a scene from a movie. Beside director Wang, Long Ping exhaled, his eyes filled with fervor and shock. Currently, everyone's attention was diverted from him. However, if one were to look closely, they would notice faint fluctuations of energy surrounding his body. He was indeed a rising star in the southeastern war zone. Yet, he was also a bona fide pioneer. Several months prior, the national leadership had begun to sense something amiss. It seemed as though their world was undergoing subtle changes. Initially, this was met with indifference. But in the past 2 months, the higher-ups in military had grown increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of these developments. Strange energies had begun to manifest on their land, energies they had never encountered before. The leadership convened multiple urgent meetings, ultimately establishing several specialized investigation teams. Over the past 2 months, they had gleaned substantial insights, and the results were astonishing. This heralded a transformation not seen in centuries. A chaotic era was impending. Under the relentless investigation of the specialized teams, they finally devised instruments capable of measuring this peculiar energy, like the one that had appeared at the subway station that day. Trained personnel collaborated with the instruments to sense these fluctuations. Should any unusual energy arise, the device would emit a red glow. The intensity of the glow corresponded to the strength of the energy wave. According to their findings, this anomalous energy did not merely affect flora and fauna. It also influenced humanity. A select few individuals seemed to possess an innate sensitivity to this energy, even harnessing it as their own. Until 2 weeks ago, the state had secretly released a bombshell, known only to a fortunate few. They had named this peculiar energy spiritual energy. Those capable of sensing these unusual energy fluctuations, known as pioneers, were identified as such. Research indicated that the current phenomena bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual energy era chronicled in ancient lore. Thus, the leadership tentatively concluded that the world was on the brink of a resurgence of spiritual energy, based on the degree of energy sensitivity. The leadership also referenced the hierarchical system described in ancient texts: Qi refinement realm, Qi Si realm, spiritual spring realm, spiritual domain realm, divine travel realm, void realm, and saint realm. Though it sounded fantastical, like a tale from myths, Long Ping and Apos, and was indeed such an extraordinary prodigy, a bona fide one-star Qi refinement pioneer, to speak unflatteringly. Even those elite soldiers who had not comprehended spiritual energy and become pioneers might not stand a chance against him. What a terrifying aura! Is it truly humanity that battles that creature within? At this moment, Long Ping and Apos, and was both astonished and bewildered. According to information he had received, his nation possessed the highest sensitivity to the resurgence of spiritual energy in the entire world. After all, it had a profound cultural heritage. Yet, despite his formidable one-star Qi refinement combat prowess, certainly among the top ranks nationwide, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread from the fluctuations emanating from the White Dragon Bridge. It was far beyond his capability. What manner of monster could this be? Spiritual energy had only just begun to show signs of revival. How could this being be so powerful? Even that war god could not reach such heights, could they? Where on earth had this individual emerged from? Were it not for orders from above, he would have risked everything to charge forth and witness this spectacle. On the White Dragon Bridge, the roars of the Thunder Serpent intertwined with Su Ming and Apos' sword cries. Su Ming and Apos' sword play grew increasingly fierce, leaving marks upon the serpent and Apos' scales. This Thunder Serpent, with its overall attributes lagging behind his, was the perfect opponent for practice. However, it is nearly time to conclude. With a resolute gaze, Su Ming slightly parted his lips, unleashing a piercing shriek. The ability, Ethereal Wail, activated, leaving the Thunder Serpent momentarily stunned, its eyes filled with confusion. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, he unleashed Shadow Strike, projecting a phantom image that swiftly appeared before the Thunder Serpent. This strike was executed with astonishing speed. Spiritual energy converged at the sword and Apos' tip, aimed directly at the serpent's head. Even Su Ming was unaware of the bolt of lightning that seemed to flow from the serpent's skull, siphoning into the blade. With a soft hiss, the serpent's head was severed and tumbled into the adjacent river, disappearing from sight. Its massive body thrashed violently upon the bridge before gradually collapsing. Falling silent, water splashed wildly upon the bridge. The thunder serpent was vanquished. Chapter 22. The Dispersal of Extreme Weather. All is well in the Dragon Kingdom. For a fleeting moment, the sky seemed to fall into silence. Hiss. The host is terrifying. The first defeat of an epic creature yields a reward of 100 points. Ignoring the praise from the commander, Ming felt an air of immunity wash over him. The distant rumble of thunder began to fade, and the dark clouds gradually parted, revealing faint glimmers of light. Though it was only 6 in the evening, the extreme weather ought to be concluding soon. Ming murmured to himself, sensing the violent energy around him swiftly diminishing, with the rain becoming increasingly sparse. I should leave this place. Earlier, he had noticed the special police not far away and knew they had likely spotted him. However, he did not wish to engage with them in such a crowded environment. Most likely, they would seek him out tonight, but it would not be at this moment of chaos. They would be significant figures. Taking a deep breath, Ming adjusted his demeanor and, while the extreme weather had yet to fully dissipate and visibility was obstructed, he silently departed from the other side. He did not entirely reject the notion of establishing contact with the higher echelons of the state. As he had previously stated, he required an identity, one that would not confine him to the school environment and would allow him access to broader channels of information. Of course, he also wished to avoid complete exposure to public scrutiny. After all, one must retain an air of mystery and maintain boundaries. A few minutes later, Ping and Appos furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Director Wong. Those energies seemed to have vanished. Vanished? Director Wong paused, slightly perplexed. Yes, the battle should have concluded. Should I go take a look? Ping and Appos was eager to investigate. Director Wong appeared troubled. The special police present were undoubtedly skilled and were vaguely aware of the unusual energy phenomena. Yet, the one who stood before him was the most capable among them, one of the few who knew Ping and Appos, and was a pioneer. Director Wong made a call. 3 minutes later, he hung up and nodded at Ping. Go ahead, but be cautious. Report back immediately if anything occurs. This had, of course, been sanctioned by the higher authorities. Moreover, the meteorological monitoring station indicated that the extreme weather had shown signs of rapid abatement moments ago. Now, the dark clouds were dispersing, and the rain had become gentler. It should be safe now. Hiss. A minute later, Ping and Appos reached the bridge, his pupils constricting as he gasped in disbelief. The sight before him was utterly astounding. The corpse of the thunder serpent lay sprawled across the bridge, its headless body emanating an unsettling aura even in death. Its scales shimmered with a ghostly blue light under the clearing sky, as if still infused with the power of lightning. The power of the lightning attribute? Could it truly possess such rare qualities? The revival of spiritual energy had only just begun, and already such a terrifying creature had emerged. If it were allowed to grow, could it truly be contained? Once proud, Ping now felt a flicker of insecurity. As a pioneer in the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had always stood at the forefront, yet at this moment, he felt rather feeble. Was he being deceived? Crouching down, he gently touched the cold, hard scales, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He could sense the residual spiritual energy within the thunder serpent and discerned just how formidable its hide was. In life, this creature was likely several times stronger than him. Without employing firearms, he might not even be able to penetrate its defenses. Such an entity, could the few pioneers he knew collectively triumph over it? A truly fearsome being. Ping and Appos Appos' gaze eventually returned to the severed neck of the serpent. The clean cut was evidently the work of a single sword strike. Such power was utterly insane. Taking a deep breath, Ping and Appos placed a call. Ping and Appos, what is the situation? Director Wong answered promptly, his tone laced with urgency. Director, you should come see this for yourself. Ping's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He genuinely did not know how to explain this scene. It surpassed all comprehension. It was simply unbelievable. Soon, Director Wong arrived at the White Dragon Bridge, accompanied by a group of special police. Their steps halted abruptly upon witnessing the Thunder Serpent and Appos' corpse. Incredulity etched on their faces. What is this? A special police officer stammered. He had encountered his fair share of heinous criminals in his lifetime, but he had never seen anything like this. Director Wong and Appos' expression grew grave as he approached to examine the serpent and Apos' body. The precise cut and lingering aura of terror bore witness to the formidable strength of the being that had defeated it. Furrowing his brow, Director Wong hesitated momentarily before instructing the special police to secure the scene. The higher-ups wanted him to allow these selected officers to gain some exposure to the extraordinary world. Now, he felt like a country bumpkin himself. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and unstoppable force, it was imperative to prepare a select few for what lay ahead. Although these officers were not pioneers, they were sufficiently strong and loyal, forming the backbone of their efforts. Moreover, as time passed, the number of pioneers would inevitably increase, providing these officers with greater opportunities. These arrangements were all in anticipation of the forthcoming era of widespread spiritual energy resurgence. Director Wong beckoned Long Ping and Apos, and aside. Do you know what kind of creature this is? Upon hearing the inquiry, Long Ping shook his head. I am uncertain. This is my first encounter. It is necessary to report this to the higher-ups and await analysis from the Special Task Force. Director Wong nodded, his expression complex. The events of the past few months had proven overwhelming even for him, a man who had lived through countless storms. Could the legendary tales of yore be true? Was it possible that, long ago, spiritual energy and cultivators truly existed? Was it reminiscent of the immortal realms depicted in novels? It was hard to fathom. Yet, the evidence seemed to multiply, leaving them with diminishing grounds for rebuttal. Even such a brilliant civilization had faced decline, suffering a fracture. What had transpired? And why was there a resurgence now? No matter how hard he pondered, he could not grasp it. Beside him, Long Ping and Apos, and listened to Director Wong's lamentations. A faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze was piercing, his voice resonant. Director Wong, observe the world around us. The skies are ever-changing. Yet, it is precisely this change that fosters infinite possibilities. The resurgence of spiritual energy, if one fears it, it becomes a calamity. However, if one dares to confront it, it transforms into an opportunity for ascendance. Our Dragon Kingdom has always been home to countless heroes and legends. Regardless of how the times shift, they have persevered through adversity, forging their own brilliance. In our generation, we will only grow stronger. We can be nothing less. Director Wong gazed at Long Ping, a flicker of admiration glinting in his eyes. With individuals like you, the Dragon Nation shall undoubtedly remain unscathed. By the way, what are your thoughts on that person's prowess? Upon hearing this, Long Ping and Apos inhaled deeply. He was, of course, aware of whom Director Wong was referring to. Remarkably strong, indeed, exceedingly formidable. I even harbor doubts that his strength might surpass any of the pioneers known to us. Director Wong and Apos' expression shifted in astonishment. He had anticipated that the individual would be formidable, yet he had not expected Long Ping to bestow such high praise. A pioneer of such immense strength, if not utilized for the benefit of the nation, would be a grievous loss. Should he possess malevolent intentions, it would pose a significant threat. Very well. Let us promptly report and investigate. Director Wong issued his command with unwavering resolve. There is no time to delay. Chapter 23, a topic of widespread discussion. The enchantment of thunder attributes. On the other hand, Ming had returned home. He appeared unperturbed, casually taking a shower, exhibiting an emerging mindset characteristic of a strong individual. Handling matters with composure. The television was broadcasting real-time updates on various regions of Jiangzhou. The thunderstorm had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The damage across different areas was easing, and recovery was imminent. However, the report notably omitted any mention of the Bailong River. At that moment, Ming and Apos' phone vibrated slightly. He focused on the screen, momentarily taken aback. What was it this time? Another message from Lin Shiyu? What was going on in her mind? He quickly opened the message. Ming, have you arrived home? Don and Apos, team misunderstand. As class monitor, it's my duty to ensure the safety of my classmates. What does that have to do with you? Ming read the message and chose not to respond, promptly closing the chat window. He genuinely did not wish to engage further with this woman, feeling it to be somewhat ominous. Soon after, he began scrolling through videos as a means of relaxation. The video depicted raging waters, howling winds, and flashes of lightning, with a figure on a bridge confronting an indistinct shadow on the other end. Oh my! Ming exclaimed in shock. He recognized this scene all too well. It was the moment he had faced the Thunder Serpent at Bailong Bridge. How could it have been captured and posted online? The view count had already soared into the hundreds of thousands and was climbing rapidly. He cursed under his breath. Where was the public relations team? They needed to contain this situation quickly. Ming felt a surge of anxiety. If he were to be identified and thrust into the public eye, his carefree existence would be shattered. The only solace was that, while the figure bore a striking resemblance to him, their face was not clearly visible, leaving room for doubt. Ming hastily opened the comments to gauge the current situation. I watched the live stream at the scene. This video is definitely unedited, entirely authentic. No way. Nowadays, everything is a gimmick. They must be desperate for attention. Where's the official statement? I only believe what the authorities say. Someone needs to clarify this. I mentioned earlier that this thunderstorm was caused by that figure at Bailong Bridge undergoing tribulation. You all didn't believe me. Online teaching of cultivation. Those interested can message me for reasonable prices. That could also be an illusion. It might be footage of ferrous oxide reacting to lightning. Stop talking nonsense. Even if what you say is true, it merely proves something happened before. How do you explain that? In my opinion, the whole of Jiangzhou should find this person to reveal the truth. Find what? Didn't you see the video cut off there? I suspect he was directly killed by that thing. Ming glanced at the comments, rubbing his throbbing temples. What a mess. Meanwhile, a thought flickered in his mind. He suspected he understood why Lin Xiu had messaged him. Had she noticed the striking resemblance of the figure in the video to him? Women and their complex thoughts. Regardless, he tossed his phone aside. This was no longer his concern. The higher-ups in the government must be far more troubled and anxious than he was. He felt no guilt about leaving them to clean up the aftermath, as he had left them a gift. The reason he hadn't destroyed or taken away the Thunder Serpent and Amp Oppo's corpse was precisely to allow them to study it. He wondered how long it would take for them to come looking for him. He hoped they wouldn't wait until he was fast asleep at night. As he pondered, he retrieved the Wu-Wei key once more. He discovered another benefit of this treasure. It could transform back and forth between the key and the transformed longsword. This was immensely convenient, maximizing both concealment and portability. Suddenly, Ming paused. The key seemed to have changed subtly. Initially colorless, it now bore a faint bluish-purple hue. What was happening? After examining it, his eyes lit up. This was the attribute endowment from its properties, the so-called enchantment. After slaying the Thunder Serpent, the Wu-Wei key had absorbed and refined some of its thunder attributes. After contemplating for a while, Ming decided to infuse this thunder attribute into the transformed longsword. Thunder embodies destruction, a manifestation of heavenly wrath. Its nature is swift and violent. The power of lightning has historically been viewed as divine retribution, representing the most direct and pure form of destruction in nature. It can tear apart the heavens and penetrate all things, perfectly aligning with the sharpness and directness of a sword. The sword, known as the king of weapons, is celebrated for its sharpness and indomitable nature. The addition of the thunder attribute would undoubtedly elevate the sword and Amp Oppo's sharpness to unprecedented heights, endowing it with unparalleled destructive power. Even the most formidable defenses would be rendered as fragile as paper before the might of lightning. A perfect combination. With that thought, Ming closed his eyes, concentrating intently. The Wu-Wei key transformed back into the longsword, and under his guidance, the power of the thunder attribute began to flow gently into the blade. The sword emitted a deep rumble, resonating with the force of thunder. Ming could sense the blade trembling slightly, a sign of the thunder attribute circulating within. He proceeded cautiously, mindful not to lose focus. This also served to train his control over spiritual energy, a dual benefit. After about 10 minutes, Ming exhaled. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the enchantment was complete. Tiny arcs of electricity danced along the sword's edge, flickering with a ghostly blue glow, a sight to behold. Ming gently swung the thunder attribute longsword, and a slender arc of electricity traced through the air from the sword and Oppo's tip, crackling with sound. He nodded in satisfaction, transforming it back into the key for safekeeping. Experimenting further was out of the question. He certainly did not want to dismantle his home. For now, he could only perform one transformation with the key. In the future, if he acquired additional transformation opportunities, he could infuse other absorbed attributes into newly transformed weapons. Now that was what he called a truly universal key. He had become exceedingly formidable. Chapter 24. The Powers of Thunder and Divine Retribution. Effortlessly mastered. System. Activate the new biological encyclopedia. After a brief respite, Ming continued to reap his rewards. What could possibly bring greater joy than this? Thunder Dragon category, electric attribute. Dragon type, mage, rank, epic creature. Legend has it that this celestial envoy, governing the powers of thunder, was born during the tumultuous thunder of the nine heavens, making it one of the most ferocious beings in existence. The Thunder Dragon wields supreme control over lightning. Each appearance is heralded by earth-shattering roars and dazzling flashes, truly terrifying. Upon reading the entry, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The description certainly implied a formidable creature, yet it must grow to realize its potential. With a smile, Su Ming mused. This Thunder Dragon, in its immature state, had the audacity to flaunt itself, only to be swiftly dispatched by him in the Qi refining realm. Was it not wiser to develop in secrecy? Why must it be so reckless? To his astonishment, this creature was categorized as a mage. Upon reflection, Su Ming found it reasonable. After all, it was indeed related to dragons. Summoning the powers of nature and invoking divine punishment was hardly an exaggeration. Alas, it had merely just awakened. While it understood the mechanics, its energy reserves were insufficient, forcing it to rely on its physical form. Quite the dramatic scenario. Encountering me. Your demise is hardly unjust. System, extract the encyclopedia reward. Extracting Thunder Dragon Encyclopedia, obtaining the ability, Thunderous Retribution. Thunderous Retribution summons the wildest and purest powers of thunder from nature, delivering relentless strikes upon enemies within range in the name of divine punishment. The range of strikes, duration, and intensity of thunder are linked to one's mental acuity. Note, this ability consumes an immense amount of energy. Oh my goodness! After reviewing the description, Su Ming leaped from his seat. All semblance of composure vanished. His heart raced, hands trembling. This was nothing short of the Thunder King. Truly befitting of an epic creature. Regardless of its strength or energy consumption, the mere act of summoning lightning was enough to excite any man, both majestic and domineering. It exuded an aura of raw vitality. As children, boys adored electric toys. As they matured, girls found similar pleasures in such gadgets. This ability was simply irresistible. That night was destined to be sleepless. The populace was wide awake, discussing the Bailong Bridge incident in Jiangzhou, with rumors of individuals bursting with excitement. Various derivative news stories about the Bailong Bridge surged to the forefront of public interest, including the local legends surrounding the Bailong River, captivating many from afar. Jiangzhou had undeniably gained national attention. Moreover, high-ranking officials held several emergency meetings throughout the night regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy, with helicopters discreetly flying to Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, Su Ming, awaiting contact, refrained from resting, demonstrating considerable self-discipline. Yet, he felt no inclination to exert himself further. Opening the game, he sought relaxation, only to be frustrated when his card draws yielded disappointments, leaving him infuriated. Regret washed over him. Equally restless, Lin Xiyu tossed and turned in bed, struggling to find sleep. The more Su Ming ignored her messages, the more anxious she felt. She couldn't even dare to let her phone dim, fearing she might miss something. The video of the Bailong Bridge was replayed multiple times, each viewing heightening her unease and complicating her emotions. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so hasty, ending our relationship prematurely. Couldn't I have waited until university to discuss it? Yet, I had his best interests at heart, preparing him mentally ahead of time. During this turmoil, she attempted to call her cousin, but there was no answer. Frustration bubbled within her. Lin Xiyu hurled her teddy bear to the floor. Had she done anything wrong by considering others so earnestly? The fault lay solely with Su Ming. The following morning, Su Ming awakened with a sense of bewilderment. He had retired late, nearly at 2 a.m. Yet, apart from Lin Xiyu's occasional messages, no one else had reached out to him. Surely, with the government and Oppos as capabilities that could not have failed to locate him, was it possible that he was too inconsequential to attract their attention? Su Ming and Oppos' expression turned peculiar. Had the state grown so formidable? Terrifying indeed. The time was now 7 a.m, and the weather outside was quite pleasant. After scrolling through his phone, he discerned some trends. The fervor surrounding last night's events had begun to wane. Had the higher-ups intervened? He casually clicked on some comments. I have a friend in the Jiangzhou Police Department. The Bailong Bridge incident was purely accidental. A classic I have a friend statement. Have you all heard the legends of the Bailong River? The creature seen on the bridge was just a performance prop. The live stream was indeed real. And the girl in it meant no harm. She just happened to capture the moment. Given the extreme weather conditions, misinterpretations were inevitable. Indeed, someone ventured into that chaotic weather. But it seems they emerged unscathed. Quite lucky. Those spreading rumors are truly detestable, inciting public panic. Everyone should exercise caution in the future, lest they be manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, becoming unwitting pawns. After a night's passage, public opinion shifted dramatically. Such sentiments proliferated, with users expressing diverse opinions. Suddenly, it became the prevailing narrative. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. No official statements had clarified or explained the incident, yet through these sophisticated tactics, they had efficiently rationalized the situation. Simultaneously, they condemned unscrupulous bloggers who sacrificed integrity for views, thereby rallying public sentiment. Quietly, they had shifted the narrative. Consequently, a unified stance emerged among the populace. Given the extraordinary nature of the events, skepticism was natural. As long as there were no further incidents, public discourse would likely dissipate. Of course, a minority might sense the discrepancies, but such awareness was inconsequential. The state did not require universal belief. A few astute individuals preparing in advance was not necessarily a negative outcome. As long as the majority remained convinced, societal order could be maintained within manageable limits. Soon enough, Ming stepped outside, returning to the same bun shop for breakfast. He had deliberated for some time on whether to attend school. Ultimately, he chose to investigate. After all, he still intended to return the umbrella to his homeroom teacher, which he had borrowed and carried throughout the encounter with the Thunder Dragon. It was, without a doubt, the most worldly umbrella he had ever seen. Naturally, arriving at school was merely a matter of timing. He wished to avoid being stopped by Lin Xiyu, who would undoubtedly bombard him with questions. Breakfast concluded swiftly. Today, there were no peculiar discussions among his peers, the most notable chatter revolving around yesterday's extreme weather. After his meal, Ming strolled around the school. When the time was right, he made his way into the classroom. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiyu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, stared intently at him. Just as she was about to speak, the class bell rang. Ming casually strolled by, returning to his seat in the last row. He left no opportunity for others. Effortlessly in control. Chapter 25. Lin Xiyu in doubt. A visit from the military district. At the podium, the teacher commenced the lesson. For these high school seniors, as long as the earth remained intact, learning must continue. Outside the campus, 2 police cars parked at the school gate, their bodies gleaming with a cold sheen under the sunlight. One of the police car doors swung open, and several figures emerged. Familiar faces, the old officer who had followed Ming home and assisted him afterward, Long Ping and Appos, and a rising star from the Southeast War Zone and a first-level chi practitioner. Director Wang from the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, and Yuan Chang, one of the 3 major leaders from the Southeast War Zone, who had hurried back to Jiangzhou overnight. At the school gate, the principal had been waiting for several minutes. Upon seeing the visitors, he hurriedly approached them with a beaming smile. Just a short while ago, he had received a phone call, one from the mayor of Jiangzhou himself, instructing him to show utmost respect. Soon, Director Wang concluded his discussions with the principal, and they all headed towards the teaching building, ultimately destined for Class 8 of the 3rd year. They first arrived at the teacher's office, where they communicated with Ming and Appos, homeroom teacher, inquiring about Ming and Appos' usual behavior and what he had done following the extreme weather incident the previous day. The results of their inquiries aligned with their investigation, nothing particularly noteworthy. Lin Xiyu was also casually investigated. Can you please call Ming from your class? Be sure to use a friendly tone. After all, we are not here to apprehend him, merely to ask a few questions. The old officer cheerfully addressed the homeroom teacher. Nodding, she stood up, swallowing hard. She had a vague understanding of why these people were seeking Ming. Just moments ago, he had returned the umbrella to her, and her hands had trembled. She had also seen the video from the Bailong Bridge yesterday. Besides Lin Xiyu, she too found that figure strikingly familiar. As Ming's homeroom teacher, she had given him the umbrella the day before, and the memory was still vivid. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The key lay in the video, where she had repeatedly paused on a frame showing a silhouette holding a dark object in their left hand, heading toward the Bailong Bridge. Others might not decipher what it was, but she had a reference point, the very umbrella she had given to Ming. A chilling realization dawned upon her. The coincidences between the silhouette and the item were unsettling. And now, these officers were seeking Ming. It seemed she had stumbled upon a staggering secret. Could such a person truly be her student? We and Amp, Appos, almost there. I and Amp, Appos, LL go call Ming out. The homeroom teacher smiled faintly, preparing to summon him. Naturally, she had no intention of revealing her thoughts to the others. What if her words led to dire consequences? Inside the classroom, Ming was entirely oblivious to the teacher's lecture, nor was Lin Xiyu. She was still attempting to reassure herself, lost in a trance. Ming appeared unaffected, dragging his feet, certainly not the person in the video. The other students remained unresponsive. Why was she scaring herself? She resolved to think no more. They were from entirely different worlds. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher knocked on the front door of the classroom. Under the watchful gaze of the students, She strode directly to the last row, approaching Su Ming. The students exchanged peculiar glances, a hint of schadenfreude emerging. Surely, the homeroom teacher was here to reprimand Su Ming? After all, he had voluntarily secluded himself at the back of the classroom and had clashed with Lin, the top student bound for Tsinghua, jeopardizing his future. When their strict homeroom teacher was enraged, she transformed into an absolute tyrant. The anticipation was palpable. Su Ming, could you step out with the teacher? There are people outside looking for you, she said gently. The classroom fell silent, and the students stared in bewilderment. Their typically stern teacher and Apos' tone was unexpectedly gentle. Su Ming put away his phone and nodded indifferently. All right. Witnessing this, the students were utterly bewildered. How could he carry himself with such poise? One might mistake him for the student bound for Tsinghua. Soon, amidst the students' complex and puzzled gazes, Su Ming exited the classroom. Lin Shiyu could no longer remain seated. Within the teacher's office, Su Ming sat with the 4 police officers. The office door was closed, and there were no surveillance cameras in the corners. They scrutinized one another. Su Ming, do you know why we are here to see you? The old officer initiated the conversation, his expression genial. Su Ming shook his head. The old officer and Apos' face momentarily stiffened. Was this young man truly so indifferent? The other night, you encountered 3 assailants in a narrow alley. It was I and another officer who assisted you afterward. The old officer scratched his head, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. He had initially intended to gauge Su Ming's reaction, concerned for his well-being. Little did he know that the young man had effortlessly incapacitated the 3 assailants, exhibiting formidable prowess. After the significant incident yesterday, they had quickly compared notes. To their astonishment, the silhouette from Bai Long Bridge matched this young man. The realization dawned upon them, and their expressions were filled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Su Ming, upon hearing the officer's account, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. There should have been no surveillance in that area. How did the officer know it was him? And how had he been present there? Had they interrogated the assailants and created sketches? Or had they been tailing him all along? At that time, he had not yet become a practitioner, and his awareness of the surroundings had been limited. It seemed he had indeed been followed. Su Ming pondered these possibilities, which were soon confirmed when the old officer openly admitted it. During an emergency meeting last night, the higher-ups decided that we must not conceal anything from you. After all, a powerful individual with unknown capabilities may have already realized they were being followed, choosing not to confront us. This perspective appeared favorable. After all, not every formidable practitioner would tolerate being followed. Su Ming and Apos' name rapidly became etched in the minds of all high-ranking officials overnight. In the tense atmosphere, Su Ming nodded. He had begun to ascertain the identities of those across from him, and there was no longer a need for obfuscation. Let us conserve time and engage sincerely. Seeing Su Ming nod, the officers exhaled in relief. The pressure they felt before such an adept was immense, making them more anxious than if they were on the front lines. As for whether the figure from last night was indeed Su Ming, it no longer required questioning. Both sides understood. In the next moment, Yuan Chang rose from his seat with decisive grace and extended his hand towards Su Ming. Su Ming, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Chang, one of the 3 major leaders in the Southeast Military District. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. When has it ever been the case that the top brass of the military, renowned for their formidable presence on the battlefield, felt compelled to extend a hand for recognition? Yet, this is precisely the essence of Su Ming, a man who has compelled the esteemed leader Yuan Chang to traverse the skies twice in just 2 days. A man who has prompted the nation and Apos' high-ranking officials to convene multiple emergency meetings overnight. He has even outwitted national instruments. What extraordinary prowess is this? Leaving the researchers to toil in the depths of night in a state of existential contemplation. With such an impressive figure as Su Ming, how could one possibly doubt his extraordinary capabilities? How could he not be regarded as a pioneer? In light of all this, their demeanor must be one of humility and genuine respect. Chapter 26. Trust in Su Ming, trust in the nation, and trust in yourselves. A faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he rose to his feet. The 2 men engaged in a handshake. Su Ming had always held a favorable view of soldiers, particularly those from Longhua. Although he had never heard of Yuan Chang, he understood that military leadership was forged through relentless effort and dedication, particularly within the Southeast Military District, where blood and sweat had been sacrificed for the sake of the nation and its people. The atmosphere was amicable, with both parties expressing satisfaction. Su Ming, may I address you in this manner? Yuan Chang inquired with a smile, concerned that Su Ming's formidable demeanor might create an awkward tension. Not at all, I am. After all, a younger generation. It is only fitting, Su Ming replied with a continued smile, exuding a sense of amiability. Observing this interaction, several soldiers visibly relaxed. Sensing that Su Ming was indeed approachable, a rare warmth illuminated Yuan Chang and Amp Apos' face, revealing his appreciation and respect for Su Ming possessing strength without arrogance, displaying neither pride nor impatience. Clearing his throat, Yuan Chang spoke with a tone of solemnity and sincerity. First and foremost, please allow me to express gratitude on behalf of the nation's high command and the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Jiangzhou. You have single-handedly quelled a crisis. The higher authorities have stated that you may request anything you desire. This is a token of commendation and encouragement, truly deserved. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression flickered. It appeared that the nation and Apos' leadership intended to foster a positive rapport with him, suggesting that his current capabilities were indeed commendable. After a brief pause, Su Ming responded, "Let us refrain from discussing what you might offer me for the moment. Instead, let us first deliberate on what the nation and Apos' high command wishes me to undertake." With that, he fixed his gaze intently upon Yuan Chang, sensing that this individual wielded significant influence among the group. It was crucial to take the initiative rather than be relegated to a reactive position. The others were momentarily taken aback by Su Ming and Apos' inquiry. Whether it was Director Wang or the veteran officer, they exchanged glances, realizing that this young man was unorthodox in his approach. Yet, this only confirmed one thing: Su Ming possessed genuine confidence. Yuan Chang nodded slightly before clearing his throat again and taking a seat. While he was adept at leading troops into battle, discussions of this nature were better suited for Director Wang, who was more specialized in such matters. They could not afford to be careless in these discussions, which was precisely why they had sought out Su Ming today. They had spent an entire night deliberating strategies, necessitating Yuan Chang's urgent presence to lend authority to their discussions. Understanding the situation, Director Wang rose from his seat and respectfully bowed to Su Ming, exhibiting a humble demeanor. "Greetings, Mr. Su. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. I must admit my shame. I was responsible for managing the subway station incident and the Bailong Bridge incident, yet I failed to handle them adequately. On my way here, I reflected on how fortunate I am, and indeed Jiangzhou is, to have a young talent such as yourself. As you may know, we are currently navigating an unprecedented era, the era of spiritual revival. Our nation, along with the world at large, is witnessing a myriad of anomalies, occurring with increasing frequency and intensity. I shall refrain from elaborating further. You, Mr. Su, are likely more informed than I am." Su Ming nodded. Refraining from interjecting, his expectations were validated. The nation had indeed recognized the peculiarities of the contemporary world. However, it was unlikely they had discovered them much earlier than he had. As the signs of spiritual revival were only just beginning to manifest, the state had been vigilant and proactive in observing these changes. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. As for the potential impacts, Su Ming deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. He was perceptive enough to grasp the gravity of the situation. "I shall state plainly the conclusions drawn from the meeting held by the higher authorities. They wish to recruit you into the military. Once you join, we will strive to provide you with the necessary resources to facilitate your further development. Simultaneously, we hope you will lend your strength when the nation is in need." Director Wang's words were forthright and sincere, devoid of grandiose promises. His intent was clear: to align Su Ming with the nation and the military, ensuring mutual support. Su Ming refrained from responding immediately, allowing the others to wait patiently. He held no doubts regarding Director Wang and Apos' statements. As he had articulated, once the era of spiritual revival fully commenced, the nation would require individuals of Su Ming's caliber to maintain order. Should he choose to join, it was evident that resources would indeed be allocated to him. Viewed from this perspective, it presented itself as an appealing option, secure, akin to having a formal position. However, it was merely a satisfactory choice. Security often equated to mediocrity. To advance further, one must dare to tread unconventional paths. Under the watchful gaze of those present, Su Ming shook his head. He declined the offer. Should he join the military, it would signify a transition from a student to a soldier. While it may sound prestigious, he would be bound by numerous regulations. Transitioning from academia to the military district was merely a change of environment. Many actions would still remain inconvenient. As for the allure of national resource allocation, it was tempting but fundamentally flawed. The state would not solely cultivate a single practitioner, nor would it naively place its hopes on one individual. Moreover, he did not particularly covet those resources. His developmental trajectory and method of advancement diverged significantly from those of other practitioners. He possessed unique advantages, including an extraordinary compendium of knowledge. Given the current level of spiritual revival on Blue Star, even an accumulation of resources would not be as effective as his own ability to enhance his understanding through his compendium. Thus, why should he confine himself by joining the military? It was illogical. Upon witnessing Su Ming and Amp Apos' refusal, the expressions of the soldiers soured. Yet, Su Ming maintained his smile. In my youth, I was raised by my grandmother. After her passing, I grew up alone. I have long been accustomed to solitude, preferring to dwell in my own company. Nevertheless, I have always recognized that it is this land beneath my feet, the mountains and rivers of Longwa, that nurtured me. My roots lie here, and my spirit is anchored in this place. Whether among soldiers or civilians, I shall do my utmost to protect this land. Hearing Su Ming's words, the expressions of those present gradually softened. His sentiments were enough to convey his commitment. Yuan Chang nodded in agreement. This outcome had, in fact, been discussed during last night's meeting. As long as Su Ming was willing to contribute during critical moments for the nation, there was no necessity for him to join an official organization. Su Ming and Apos' remarkable strength undoubtedly stemmed from his unique path. If he were to join the military, it could potentially hinder his fortune and opportunities for growth. Longwa and Amp Apos' openness and inclusivity were not comparable to those of smaller nations that thrived on oppression and pretense. Had he been in a different country, refusing such an offer could have led to immediate repercussions or even covert sabotage. Yet, Longwa was different. During last night's meeting, one official had remarked, Longwa has always championed inclusivity and coexistence, rather than exclusivity and exclusion. Once a formidable opponent is identified, to exert every effort to extinguish them is the act of the weak, the mindset of the coward. A true stronghold draws inspiration from the strengths of others, thereby fortifying their own abilities and creating a virtuous cycle, progressing together towards greater heights. Trust in Su Ming, trust in the nation, and also believe in yourselves. Chapter 27. Special Consultant for the Dragon Kingdom Special Investigation Bureau. The conversation between the two parties continued, and the atmosphere remained cordial. Su Ming and Apos' heartfelt sentiments regarding his homeland resonated deeply with several military personnel present. They harbored no doubts about the sincerity of his words. A person who has attained such a level of cultivation must possess a clear and enlightened heart, and every action and statement he makes undoubtedly carries weight. Ultimately, an agreement was reached, and Su Ming acquired a new identity. He did not formally join the military, however. He became a specially appointed secret consultant for the Dragon Kingdom Special Investigation Bureau. His daily life would be quite free, with no restrictions on his activities. And he would also gain access to certain military intelligence. It was akin to holding an honorary title, only needing to step in during significant events. This arrangement represented a form of cooperation and a subtle support from the state towards him. The broader vision was unveiled. This identity and its accompanying benefits had been determined in a meeting by the nation as higher-ups. Yuan Chang had the authority to make such decisions. As the saying goes, do not doubt those you employ, and employ those you do not doubt. At this juncture, to still be hesitant would be rather meaningless. The Dragon Kingdom possesses the audacity and confidence. Subsequently, Su Ming exchanged WeChat contacts with the four individuals. The old officer was particularly animated. He felt immensely fortunate to have first met Long Ping and now to be acquainted with Su Ming. He lamented the absence of two daughters, wishing one could marry Long Ping and Amp Apos, and the other Su Ming, thereby becoming the most formidable father-in-law in history. The group exited the office and headed toward the school gates. The old officer remained behind to handle some follow-up communications with the school. Su Ming joined the others in their vehicle, en route to the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. As for attending classes, that was no longer of concern. With his newfound status, was it even necessary? Mr. Su, upon our arrival at the Bureau, may I seek your guidance for some sparring? Long Ping'an engaged in a considerable internal struggle before finally speaking, glancing at Su Ming beside him. A martial enthusiast, he genuinely yearned to gauge his own abilities. Even if he were to suffer a bruising defeat, it would only heighten his excitement. Yuan Chang, seated in the front, showed a slight change in expression but said nothing further. Prior to their departure, he had subtly encouraged Long Ping and Amp Apos, and to engage closely with Su Ming. Considering they were both young men, With a powerhouse like Su Ming around, Long Pinyin would surely grow at an accelerated pace. They genuinely had no idea how to mentor someone with Long Ping and Apos' innate talent. In the past, it would have posed no issue, but now, with the awakening of spiritual energy just beginning, they themselves were not pioneers. What could they teach others? It was absurd. Moreover, it was only Yuan Chang who knew that Long Ping and Apos, and was the biological son of that esteemed figure. This matter was so confidential that even within the military, few were aware. The secrecy was maintained exceptionally well. Engaging more with each other would undoubtedly strengthen the bond between them. In response to Long Pingin's request, Su Ming nodded. He himself was not entirely certain of the capabilities of these military personnel. However, this young man had the qualifications to accompany them, indicating he was likely skilled. This was the perfect opportunity to test his prowess. Should Long Ping and Apos prove formidable, Su Ming would unleash his full strength, leaving no reservations. Only in this way could he avoid being overshadowed and dismissed. Fortunately, Long Ping and Apos was oblivious to these thoughts. Otherwise, he might have fled in terror. Full strength? Was he serious? That could cost him dearly. The vehicle traversed the bustling cityscape before finally arriving at the outskirts. Surrounded by lush greenery, Su Ming gazed out the window, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The location of the Special Investigation Bureau seemed meticulously chosen. It was discreet yet enabled rapid response to urban emergencies. As the roads were exceptionally well maintained, it was worth noting that the subway station incident had occurred not long ago. Even prior to that incident, Jiangzhou had experienced numerous strange occurrences, all within a span of just over 2 months. To have clandestinely improved the roads in such a short time was indeed no small feat. This once again showcased the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. The vehicle came to a halt before what appeared to be an ordinary factory entrance. "We have arrived, Mr. Su. Let us disembark," Yuan Chang said with a smile. And the group exited the vehicle. Before them stood a factory with a somewhat dilapidated exterior. A faded sign hung above the entrance, proclaiming Jiangzhou Waste Material Recycling and Processing Plant. Su Ming understood instantly. Such a factory would naturally not attract the attention of citizens, nor would anyone be inclined to take a closer look. It was entirely reasonable for peculiar items to be transported here. "Let us proceed." Yuan Chang led the way, with Director Wang, Long Pinyin, and Su Ming walking side by side, offering no further explanation. A master like Su Ming would certainly grasp the underlying intentions. What appeared inconspicuous on the surface held deeper significance. Upon entering the factory, Su Ming observed several individuals in work attire busily engaged in their tasks. Their strides were steady, and their gazes sharp, far from ordinary workers. Most likely, they were well-trained special police officers. Since becoming a cultivator, Su Ming and Apos' sensitivity to such auras had heightened, making it difficult for him to misjudge their nature. "Mr. Su, this is the base of our Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Although it may seem unremarkable on the outside, the internal facilities are fully equipped," Director Wang explained. The group passed through several seemingly ordinary warehouses before arriving at an elevator tucked away in a corner. After a few deft maneuvers on the elevator panel, the doors slowly opened. "Please, step inside, Mr. Su." He gestured invitingly. Su Ming followed the others into the elevator. As it descended, he felt a peculiar mix of emotions. In merely a few days, his life had undergone a complete transformation. The military, national-level advisor, the resurgence of spiritual energy, cultivators, these were all concepts he had never previously contemplated. Yet, they now lay before him as stark realities. Soon, the elevator doors opened once more, revealing a scene starkly contrasting with the antiquated factory. The space was spacious and well-lit, infused with a sense of modern technological sophistication. In the center of the hall, a massive display screen showcased a detailed map of Jiangzhou, with various data streams and light points shimmering above, evoking a somewhat sci-fi ambience. Additionally, several individuals in uniforms populated the hall. Their gazes were sharp, and their postures erect, each face etched with focus and vigilance. As Su Ming and Yuan Chang's group exited the elevator, all eyes turned towards them, filled with respect and curiosity. Director Wang stepped forward, offering a brief introduction to Su Ming. "These individuals are core members of the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau." Among them was the young woman who had previously interacted with Su Ming at the subway station, Wang Qian. She was a highly skilled hacker within the military district, though she had not been privy to the most sensitive information. However, due to her prior encounter with Su Ming and following the recent incident at Bailong Bridge, she had been promoted. Wang Qian had spent a sleepless night in shock. She had initially thought such a prominent figure lived a rather solitary life. To her surprise, she had chastised this superlative individual, advising him not to wander about at night. This is the most exhilarating experience she has ever had in her life. Chapter 28. The fence-sitter. The entire morning was spent by Su Ming within the research institute, where he gleaned a wealth of information. He became acquainted with the apparatus designed to test anomalous energy, which had been hastily transported overnight. While others may have been perplexed as to why the device had previously yielded no results regarding the red light, Su Ming was acutely aware that he had not yet embraced the path of a cultivator when he confronted those societal miscreants. He had relied solely on numerical superiority, without employing any of his abilities. Had the device been able to detect anything, he would have questioned its integrity. Naturally, he had no intention of elaborating on this, merely suggesting that the machine had room for improvement. He was not being dishonest, rather, he was offering motivation. It is essential for one to maintain a degree of discretion. The higher echelons of the state would find it increasingly difficult to comprehend this matter, enhancing his aura of enigma. He could certainly play the part of an inscrutable figure, albeit at the expense of the beleaguered researchers, whose hairlines were in jeopardy. In addition, he had engaged in a spar with Long Ping and Appos, and the outcome of which was evident. Long Ping was left battered and bruised. To showcase his own prowess, Su Ming refrained from significantly suppressing his strength. Although his combat experience paled in comparison to that of Long Ping and Appos, and his battle with Lei Jiao had afforded him considerable growth. Coupled with his cultivation at the third level of qi refining, he had overwhelmed Long Ping, who was left howling in defeat. However, since it was merely a spar, Su Ming did not summon his Thunder Sword, nor did he utilize any of his abilities. He prevailed solely through numerical superiority. This experience afforded him a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He might very well be in a league of his own, both nationally and globally. Of course, he could not afford to be complacent. Given his current strength, should he incite the ire of the nation as leaders, he could find himself facing aerial assaults from aircraft or missiles, and he would be doomed. Meanwhile, in Class 8 of the third year, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Fong, entered the classroom. "Students, I have some wonderful news. Our classmate Su Ming has been exceptionally admitted to the Southeast Military Academy." A collective gasp resonated beneath the podium as the students absorbed this revelation. They understood the significance of the Southeast Military Academy. It was akin to the Tsinghua or Peking University of military institutions. In some respects, the admission criteria were even more stringent than those of Tsinghua or Peking University. To speak candidly, graduates from those prestigious universities might still struggle to secure a promising future, whereas a graduate from the Southeast Military Academy would immediately ascend to the rank of officer, paving a path to success. The moment Su Ming stepped into the Southeast Military Academy, he had transcended their realm. Instantly, whispers filled the classroom. Zhao Fong did not intervene. Her attitude towards Su Ming had grown somewhat unique. She recognized that Su Ming might surpass her expectations in excellence and strength so much so that it defied her comprehension. Her purpose in delivering this news extended beyond mere celebration. She sought to issue a warning to the students should Su Ming return to school. They ought to be wary of provoking him. Wow, Su Ming appeared so unassuming, yet he is actually remarkable? Surely, he must have connections. Why else would he gain admission to the Southeast Military Academy? If connections guarantee entry, then what are we even discussing? Moreover, we are well aware of Su Ming and Appos as family circumstances. Let and Appos as not disparage our classmate, it and Appos as not as though he excluded us. Ah, no wonder Lin, our class monitor, broke up with him. He seemed unfazed. Was it all for naught? Goodness, I wonder how Lin feels now, having ended things only to find herself regretting it. She deserves it. Thinking she could secure a spot at Tsinghua while looking down on others, toying with feelings, is unbecoming. In an instant, opinions began to swirl, especially among the many female students who had long harbored grievances against Lin Xiyu. They seized this opportunity to voice their frustrations. Why should she be more attractive? Why should her grades surpass ours? This was the harsh reality. When one is downcast, a multitude rallies behind the strong, mocking and belittling. Yet, when one rises to prominence, those same individuals become sycophants, eager to align themselves with the successful. Anyone opposing you becomes an adversary. At that moment, Lin Xiyu and Appos' expression darkened, and even Wang Chao beside her began to find her less appealing. Quietly, Wang Chao withdrew his phone, composing a message. He had reached out to some local ruffians yesterday, intending to have them confront Su Ming. However, due to extreme weather conditions, those plans had been temporarily shelved. In hindsight, it seemed providential. Had he proceeded to harm Su Ming, the consequences would have been irreparable. The age-old axiom holds true. Heroes are drawn to beauty, yet beautiful faces often bring calamity. Wang Chao murmured softly, distancing his chair further from Lin Xiyu. It was prudent to exercise caution and not become reckless. Suddenly, Lin Xiyu slammed her palm on the desk and rose from her seat, plunging the classroom into silence. It was not fear of Lin that stilled the students, but rather curiosity regarding her intentions. Zhao Feng glanced over, her brows slightly furrowed. She was aware of Su Ming and Lin Xiyu and Appo's past romance and their recent breakup. A year prior, she had advised Lin Xiyu against pursuing a relationship with Su Ming, emphasizing the potential impact on her studies. As she regarded Lin Xiyu with great fondness, almost as if she were her own daughter. Now, she wondered why her affection seemed to have waned. "Xiyu, what troubles you?" Zhao Feng gently inquired. "Teacher Zhao, I am feeling unwell and would like to request leave to rest at home," Lin Xiyu responded, striving to maintain her composure and avoid further embarrassment. "Very well," Zhao Feng acknowledged after a moment, and Appo's hesitation. Allowing Lin Xiyu some solitude seemed the right course of action. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiyu found herself alone at the school gate, hailing a taxi. In the past, Teacher Zhao would have accompanied her to the gate. A sense of despondency clouded Lin Xiyu's features. Today, Zhao Feng had not even inquired further about her well-being. How could her classmates speak of her in such a manner? Clenching her fists, Lin Xiyu seethed. The current predicament was all because of Su Ming. Su Ming, how could you be this person? If the individual on the Bailong Bridge was indeed you, why have you concealed your true self from me all these years? Do you believe I am unworthy? To toy with a girl's emotions is the mark of a scoundrel. I despise you. In that moment, she dialed her cousin Lin Kuer's number once more. And this time, the call connected. Chapter 29, The Manual of Cultivator Realms Achu. On the other side, Su Ming sneezed again. How is it possible that I, now a cultivator, still have an itchy nose? Su Ming pondered, somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't an amp, Appo's, my body be in peak condition and my appetite insatiable? At that moment, he was seated with Long Ping and Appo's, and both preparing to partake in lunch. Ping and Appo's, and is it true that the officially recorded pioneers number fewer than 30? Su Ming inquired while eating, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. With a population exceeding 1 billion in the nation, if there are fewer than 30, that means not even one for each province. Such scarcity is astonishing. Earlier that morning, he had learned that the authorities referred to individuals like them as pioneers. As the term suggests, they are the trailblazers of the era of spiritual revival, a rather fitting designation. However, he did not anticipate that the number of pioneers would be far fewer than he had imagined. Brother Ming, indeed. Although there are likely a few unrecorded pioneers like yourself, their number is not substantial. As for those who surpass your abilities, there should be none. Long Pinyin replied with a smile. After all, the revival of spiritual energy has only just begun to take shape. Individuals capable of sensing and wielding it are truly rare. By the way, Brother Ming, the Research Institute has categorized people like us according to ancient texts, providing a realm classification. Would you like to hear about it? Let me see. Su Ming responded, not lifting his head as he continued to eat. He was not particularly interested in this classification. Based on past legends, such categorizations seemed rather dubious, lacking the precision of his own understanding. Wait a moment, I'll send it to you via WeChat. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's interest waned further. If it could be sent through WeChat, it was evidently not a closely guarded secret. It was merely for amusement. Moments later, Su Ming received a document sent by Long Pinyin titled The Manual of Cultivator Realms. While continuing to eat, he casually opened it. In the next instant, his pupils constricted. The first realm displayed was one he was all too familiar with, Qi Refinement Realm. Could the contents of this record be genuine? Were the legendary tales truly based in reality? Maintaining a facade of calm, he continued to read. Fortunately, Long Ping and Appo's, and did not notice his unusual reaction. Qi Refinement Realm, Sensing Period, 1 star to 3 stars. The cultivator begins to sense the existence of spiritual energy and learns to absorb it into the body. Condensation Period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The cultivator can condense the sensed spiritual energy in their dantian, forming a cyclone. Transformation Period, 7 stars to 9 stars. The cultivator can transform spiritual energy into personal power, beginning to use simple spells and martial techniques. Energy Sea Realm, Cyclone Period, 1 star to 3 stars. The cultivator's cyclone stabilizes, allowing spiritual energy to circulate and form an energy sea. Tidal period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The energy sea surges like a tide, significantly increasing the amount of spiritual energy. Tsunami period, 7 stars to 9 stars. The cultivator and amp. Appos. Spiritual energy becomes as powerful as a tsunami, exhibiting tremendous explosive force. Spiritual spring realm, gushing spring period, 1 star to 3 stars. Spiritual energy within the cultivator flows forth like a spring, ceaselessly. Spiritual liquid period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The cultivator's spiritual energy becomes purer, akin to the water of a spiritual spring, nourishing body and mind. Spring surge period, 7 stars to 9 stars. The cultivator's spiritual energy is abundant, like spring water nourishing all things. Spiritual domain realm, domain awakening period, 1 star to 3 stars. The cultivator opens their own spiritual domain, allowing spiritual energy to circulate within it. Domain expansion period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The scope of the cultivator and Appos' spiritual domain expands, with spiritual energy covering a broader area. Domain transition period, 7 stars to 9 stars. Spiritual energy circulates freely within the cultivator and Appos' domain, forming a unique cycle of energy. Divine travel realm, divine motion period, 1 star to 3 stars. The cultivator and Appos' spiritual power strengthens, allowing them to transcend the physical realm. Spirit roaming period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The cultivator's consciousness can traverse the world, exploring the unknown. Spirit union period, 7 stars to 9 stars. The cultivator and Appos' consciousness unites with spiritual energy, achieving a state of harmony between mind and spirit. Void realm, void opening period, 1 star to 3 stars. The cultivator masters the power of the void, capable of creating void rifts. Void silence period, 4 stars to 6 stars. The cultivator comprehends the mysteries of silence within the void, deepening their spiritual energy. Void period, 7 stars to 9 stars. The cultivator can traverse the void freely, unbound by spatial constraints. Saint realm, saint awakening period, 1 star to 3 stars. Unknown. Saint transformation period, 4 stars to 6 stars. Unknown. Saint sovereign period, 7 stars to 9 stars. Unknown. The document was thus lengthy. Upon finishing the reading, Ming felt an immense shock. Why did it seem that this information was well-founded? System, come forth and clarify whether this is true. Ming inquired within his heart. However, there was no response. The system was utterly unreliable at critical moments. It did not feel inherently false. Every 3 stars represented a minor hurdle, and each major realm a significant challenge? Ming squinted slightly. His understanding of the entire cultivation system seemed to expand in that moment. Much like the celestial novels he had read, each major realm posed formidable challenges to break through. Yet once achieved, it opened a brand new world. If what was stated here is true, could I attain the status of a saint before the full resurgence of spiritual energy? Not for any other reason, but simply because the title of saint sounds remarkably prestigious. The motivation surged within him. The two soon finished their meal. Buzzing. Just then, Ming's phone chimed with a text message. Upon closer inspection, a smile crept across his face. A remittance of 1 million had been deposited into his bank account. His balance instantly soared to 1 million. This sum represented a reward and joining fee from the authorities. After all, he lacked for nothing in terms of resources. Cash was far more tangible. With this money, he could procure various items and, concurrently, accomplish another important task, finding a house. Although Director Wang had offered to assist him in arranging accommodation, he did not wish to owe too many favors. Furthermore, the properties provided by the government were not entirely to his comfort. He desired to find a place himself, where he could plant trees and create his own paradise. If he did not plant that seed of the Lingxi divine tree soon, he feared he might lose it. Chapter 30. A forceful crossing. In the afternoon, Director Wang personally drove Ming back to the city. Throughout the journey, Ming felt as though his ears were about to callous from the incessant musings of Director Wang. He lamented the profound changes in the world and took pride in being a native of Jiangzhou, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment and vigor, as if he had found a second spring in his life. Mr. Su, I have a not-so-promising niece who is around your age. Half an hour later, as Ming alighted from the vehicle, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The incessant chatter had ceased, leaving him in blessed silence. Why did it seem that every leader either had daughters, granddaughters, or nieces? What if there were cousins lurking in the background? The thought was daunting. Upon returning home, Ming collapsed onto his bed. The absence of school was indeed a sweet reprieve, yet he was not merely lounging about. After absorbing so much information that morning, he needed to digest it thoroughly. With his new role as an advisor, he found himself less encumbered by secrecy in his actions. This was a positive development. Furthermore, as an advisor at the Specialized Research Institute, he had access to a wealth of first-hand information. Currently, he was at the third level of the Qi refinement stage. According to the records, advancing to the fourth level was a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Ming sat cross-legged on his bed, gently closing his eyes as he endeavored to enter a meditative state. After gaining insights from running in the rain, he instinctively knew how to proceed. He entered what the records referred to as the perception period, a state where he could actively connect with the surrounding spiritual energy and draw it into his body. His breathing became calm and deep, gradually leading him into a tranquil and ethereal state. Despite the sweltering weather, he felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him. Such is the advantage of being a cultivator. It saves on air conditioning costs. In his perception, the air around him seemed to come alive. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed gently. As his mind sank deeper, the spiritual energy appeared to respond to his call, converging towards his body. These energies flowed like tiny streams from all directions, gradually permeating his skin and merging into his veins. However, after 20 minutes, Ming opened his eyes. His brow furrowed in concern. There was indeed a problem. Although he could sense and absorb the spiritual energy, the current density of spiritual energy in the environment was exceedingly thin, barely enough to make a difference. It was akin to expecting a tiger to be satisfied by feasting on mosquitoes for sustenance. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star, relying on this method to break through to the fourth level of Qi refinement was nearly impossible. This applied not just to him but also to other pioneers. Ming stood and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to let the sunlight bathe his face. He gazed at the sun in the sky, pondering solutions. The significance of the Lingxi divine tree seeds became strikingly evident at that moment. If he could cultivate them successfully, he could create a self-sustaining space rich in spiritual energy. However, that was a matter for the future and could not address his immediate concerns. In the current context of spiritual energy scarcity, if he wished to expedite his progress, he needed to seek out locations with slightly more abundant spiritual energy. As the number of pioneers increased and their strength grew, they would actively seek out these opportunities. At that point, conflicts would inevitably escalate. Without clear regulations, casualties would be unavoidable. After all, there were more wolves than there was prey. If he wished to seize the initiative and monopolize these resources, he needed to maintain a significant lead. Initially feasting on meat would soon turn into merely savoring the broth. And eventually, there would be nothing left to lick from the bowl. With this thought in mind, Ming no longer hesitated. He needed to rapidly elevate his realm and claim all the benefits for himself. However, he seemed to have found a viable path. Ming and Oppo's expression flickered with determination. He could allocate attribute points to enhance his physical capabilities, thereby forcibly breaking through his current limits. System, exchange the 100 points I previously acquired for 10 attribute points. Strength 2, Constitution 1, Agility 3, Charisma 3. 1 point remained as a reserve. He decided to distribute the enhancements evenly for balanced growth. Addition successful. Host has successfully broken through from the third level of Qi refinement to the fourth level. It was done. He truly managed to force a breakthrough. Ming felt a surge of energy within him, undergoing a profound transformation. It was not merely an enhancement of physical attributes. A new force seemed to be injected into his being. This invisible energy stirred deep within his abdomen, as though it sought to carve out an entirely new space within him. It was an unprecedented experience, accompanied by a slight pain. Yet it paled in comparison to the excitement and anticipation. The spiritual energy flowed within him, gradually concentrating at the center of his abdomen. With each breath and heartbeat, it seemed to fuel this focal point. Ming focused his mind, guiding the energy to rotate along specific trajectories, forming miniature whirlpools. This process was slow and challenging. Yet the continuous influx of spiritual energy provided steadfast support. As time passed, he sensed the center of his abdomen growing warmer and brighter. The energy there began to coalesce into a cyclone. Though faint, it was undeniably real. This cyclone resembled a seed, brimming with boundless vitality and potential. Finally, after a deep breath, Ming felt the cyclone at his dantian tremble violently before stabilizing. The dantian was formed. The energy surged. Ming and Oppo's mind raced with thoughts. According to the records, the transition from the fourth to the sixth level of Qi refinement was known as the condensation period. Practitioners at this stage could condense the sensed spiritual energy within their dantian, forming a cyclone. Everything aligned perfectly. It seemed that the records were indeed accurate. The higher echelons of the nation were not to be underestimated. With this realization, Su Ming continued to calm himself, fully immersing in the meditative state. Though the cyclone was small, it contained immense potential. Each rotation appeared to tear at the surrounding space, drawing in more spiritual energy. Compared to before, the speed had increased several times over. What bliss! After about 10 minutes, Su Ming rose to his feet. Every cell in his body was invigorated, and every meridian had become more robust. With the comprehensive enhancement of his attributes, coupled with the further development of spiritual energy, he was now significantly stronger. So much so that he could likely defeat the previous Thunder Serpent without even unsheathing his sword. System, open the data panel. Su Ming murmured softly, checking his current status. Su Ming, Realm, 4 stars in Qi refining stage. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Agility, 10. Charm, 10. Abilities. Wailing of the Nether, Shadow Ambush, Song of the Tides. Divine Punishment of Thunder, Level 1 Dark Attribute Codex, Level 1 Wood Attribute Codex. Overall evaluation, relatively weak in all aspects, lacking the strength to harm even a chicken. Hence referred to as a novice. This is precisely why he refrained from allocating the remaining attribute points. Everything stands at a neat 10. A testament to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, presenting an orderly appearance. As for the evaluation given by Tongzi, labeling him as a former waste-turned novice, he chose to disregard it entirely. I am undoubtedly a Pentagon warrior, excelling in a comprehensive and high-intensity development. Unquestionably formidable. Chapter 31. How could the Firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? Shortly after, Su Ming indulged in a midday nap. Having reached such strength, he felt it was only fair to allow others the opportunity to surpass him. The midday heat made him reluctant to venture outside. As for meditating to absorb spiritual energy, that notion was not on his mind for the time being. It was not mere laziness. Rather, the spiritual energy was so scant that the inefficiency was almost unbearable. He decided it was better to rest until he felt rejuvenated, and then, when the weather cooled, to venture out to procure a few items. What could be more delightful than shopping? Meanwhile, Lin Shiyu had waited all morning and finally anticipated her meeting with her cousin, Lin Kuer. The waiting had been utterly torturous. During that time, she had contemplated messaging Su Ming multiple times to voice her concerns, but ultimately refrained. She simply sent a message. Are you there? The lack of response only fueled her frustration. Despite the fact that she indeed had some qualms, could Su Ming truly be faulted? At that moment, Lin Shiyu sat alone in a corner of a CAF, gently stirring a cup of now-cold coffee. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, illuminating her face. Yet it could not dispel her feelings of sorrow and solitude. Finally, a figure appeared at the door, her cousin, Lin Kuer, wearing large sunglasses that nearly obscured half her face. She was dressed quite plainly in a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, devoid of any extravagant embellishments, a stark contrast to her appearance the day before. Despite this simplicity, her beauty was undeniable. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her long, flowing hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her alluring figure, which was notably more voluptuous than Lin Shiyu's. Upon spotting her cousin, Lin Shiyu waved eagerly. Lin Kuo approached and took a seat across from her, removing her sunglasses to reveal dark circles under her eyes, indicating she too had not enjoyed a restful night. Observing the sweet and demure Lin Shiyu before her, a flicker of affection and tenderness crossed Lin Kuo's gaze. Shiyu, have you been waiting long? I was held up by some matters. However, shouldn't you be at school today? She inquired softly. Lin Shiyu flashed a sweet smile and shook her head. I just arrived not long ago. I took a leave of absence today. After watching your live stream yesterday, I was so worried that I thought to call you. Unfortunately, I couldn't and Appos to get through all night, and I barely slept. I decided to take the day off to rest. After all, I've secured admission to Tsinghua, so it won't hinder my future. She feigned nonchalance, gesturing to her dark circles. Seeing this, Lin Ke and Amp, Appos, and Amp, Appos, as heart swelled with emotion and concern. Her cousin had gone to such lengths for her. She had called repeatedly to check on her and even arranged to meet for a little distraction. Who says that kindness from others, aside from one's parents, comes at a price? Nonsense. Look at her remarkable cousin. Rest assured, everything is fine now. Lin Ke reassured her gently. Lin Shiyu nodded, then pressed on, cousin. What exactly happened yesterday? I was terrified when the live stream ended. I genuinely thought something had happened to you, and I didn't know what to do. She feigned concern. Subtly probing, Lin Kuter sighed softly, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. The admonitions from those around her echoed in her mind. That was confidential. Her lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately held back. I really can't say. Kur, you weren't hurt, were you? Did someone bully you? Please tell me. I can help you think of solutions. If you have any grievances, share them with me. I can shoulder some of the burden. Lin Shiyu pressed on, her eyes brimming with worry and urgency. At this moment, Lin Kur's emotional defenses began to wane. Her cousin not only excelled academically, but was also remarkably humble and caring towards her. Where could she find such a wonderful sister? Perhaps sharing a little information wouldn't be too much? If my dear Shiyu is sincere to me, I cannot let her feel disheartened. That would make me a villain. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ku and Amp, Oppos, decided to reveal some details. At the very least, it would prepare Lin Shiyu psychologically. Shiyu, what happened yesterday was actually more complex than what you saw in the live stream, she whispered, lowering her voice. These matters are quite sensitive. You must not disclose them to anyone, understand? Lin Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise, yet she nodded earnestly. You are so obedient. This world may not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Lin Shiyu listened intently. However, after a prolonged silence, it seemed Lin Ku and Amp, Oppos, had no intention of continuing. Was that the end? The atmosphere grew momentarily tense. Shiyu, are you not the least bit surprised? Ultimately, it was Lin Ku who broke the silence. Not really, I just don't quite understand. By the way, cousin, what happened to the person who entered the White Dragon Bridge yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lin Ku and Oppos, expression shifted slightly. Lin Shiyu and Oppos' keen perception caught this change. That person must be fine. Shiyu, regarding that individual, you must not inquire further or seek information. I can only say that they appear to be about your age. Yet they are entirely different from us. This is absolutely confidential. Lin Ku recalled the terrifying scene she had witnessed. That man was formidable. Her cousin was headed to Tsinghua University, a commendable achievement with a promising future, yet she was incomparable to that individual. How could the Firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? Later, the two conversed about trivial matters, yet their minds were clearly elsewhere. The words of Lin Ku echoed in Lin Shiyu's mind. That person was about her age? This meant there was a significant chance it could be Su Ming. Was Su Ming a secret? Lin Shiyu's expression grew complex. Had he truly reached such heights of excellence? She had resolutely chosen to break off their relationship. Had she perhaps erred? Unbeknownst to her, her heart began to spiral into confusion. Was it regret she felt? Afterward, the two parted ways. Lin Shiyu still opted not to attend school, choosing instead to rest at home for the day. Suddenly, she felt compelled to rummage through the trash for old photos of her and Su Ming. Meanwhile, Lin Ku intended to view some properties. Following the events of the previous day, her mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The significance of work or fame had faded in importance. The unique experiences she had encountered had yet to fully settle within her. She yearned to find a tranquil and secluded place to reflect on life. Perhaps purchasing a home away from the city's clamor. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Su Ming awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. The blissful life of a senior in high school awaited him. After tidying up, he stepped outside, ready to indulge in an afternoon of extravagant shopping. He had money, and he was determined to enjoy it. Chapter 32. Purchasing a bicycle. Is there a bias against the young? Today's weather was not particularly hot. Su Ming rode a shared bicycle, weaving through the bustling streets, and came to a halt in front of a renowned bicycle shop. The store was famous for its superior quality and innovative designs. Aside from its steep prices, it had no apparent flaws. Upon seeing him, a young lady in uniform rushed over with a warm and friendly smile. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? Her gentle voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Not far from them, another, slightly older salesperson nudged her apprentice. Look at that one, totally oblivious. He rides in on a shared bike, looks like a student, and it's obvious he has no money. Little Li is wasting her energy on him. Su Ming caught the tail end of this conversation, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With his current capabilities, he was indeed able to overhear the gossip nearby. Excuse me, which is the most expensive bicycle you have here? I would like to inquire about it, Su Ming asked. The young lady's eyes lit up in surprise. Please follow me. We have a top-of-the-line electric manual hybrid bicycle. Meanwhile, the older salesperson's expression shifted dramatically. Is she really getting her hopes up? Just wait. This kid is probably just curious and won't actually buy anything. He's just a naive child. Once he learns the price, he'll lose interest. The young lady led Su Ming to the most prominent display in the store. The two salespeople followed, eager for entertainment in the absence of customers. There, Showcased was a uniquely designed bicycle with sleek lines and basic security features. It looked rather handsome. The bicycle frame was crafted from carbon fiber, making it both lightweight and durable. Its components were state-of-the-art, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. With exceptional performance and stunning aesthetics, it could easily handle both urban commuting and off-road adventures. The young lady provided a detailed introduction, her patience unwavering. Ming circled the bicycle, feeling quite satisfied. "This one will do," he stated nonchalantly. The young lady was momentarily taken aback by his directness. So straightforward? She suddenly found this young man rather charming. A snicker erupted from the older salesperson behind them. Ming frowned. His pleasant conversation with the young lady was being spoiled. "Hey kid, do you know how much this bike costs? Even if your family gave you money to buy a bike, they surely would let you buy this one. It's quite pricey," though it seemed like a reminder. Her tone had a distinct edge of sarcasm. "None of your business," Ming retorted coldly. "Sir, this bicycle costs 110,000. The young lady in Oppo's voice lowered significantly. Having just started working, she had no sales under her belt. Hearing the older salesperson's comment unsettled her. "All right, I'll pay by card." Ming produced his bank card and handed it to her. The price was indeed outrageous. He hadn't expected it to be so high. He could buy a small car for that amount. Yet, he showed no sign of surprise. Although he was a cultivator, distinct from ordinary people, he was determined to throw some shade at certain individuals. With his current status and strength, earning an additional 100,000 was not a daunting task. The young lady took the card, her hand trembling slightly. She had anticipated that this seemingly younger man would actually go through with the purchase. She quickly operated the POS machine, her heart racing with anxiety. Would this turn into a farce? If there were insufficient funds, she would not only lose a substantial commission but also put the young man in an awkward position. At that moment, all eyes in the store were fixed on them. Beep. The card was successfully processed. The sound echoed clearly, and for a moment, the air in the shop felt frozen. The young lady and Oppo's face blossomed into a radiant smile. This was no prank, it was real. Meanwhile, the older salesperson and Oppo's expression soured dramatically. How did she manage to snag such a big sale? I should have been the one. She felt as though she had been dealt a stinging slap. Her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Her mouth twitched, disbelief written all over her face, while her apprentice stood beside her, utterly astonished by how the situation had unfolded. Just then, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit hurried out of the office. His gaze swept across the store before landing on Ming. A flicker of surprise and curiosity in his eyes. "Sir, I am the manager of this store. Thank you for your patronage." His voice was laced with flattery and respect as he extended his hand towards Ming. Ming smiled slightly but had no intention of shaking hands. "Your bicycles are indeed impressive, but I cannot commend the lack of discernment exhibited by some of your staff." The manager's expression shifted slightly at these words. Upon noticing the older salesperson and Oppo's flushed face, he understood the situation. This is a case of someone underestimating another and then encountering a rude awakening. "Sir, in the service industry, it is paramount to show respect to customers and maintain a positive attitude. The shortcomings of my staff reflect my own failure, and I sincerely apologize to you. To compensate for this oversight, we shall offer you complimentary lifetime maintenance for your new bicycle." Furthermore, the manager produced a beautifully designed card from his pocket. "This is our store and Oppo's VIP Gold Card. From now on, you will enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases and priority access to our new products." Ming accepted the card and nodded appreciatively. That's how a manager should operate. The manager, alongside the young saleswoman, promptly took care of the necessary formalities for Ming. "Mr. Su, would you like to add our sales representative on WeChat for any future inquiries?" the manager suggested, giving a discreet signal to the young lady. Ming observed this and chose not to decline. Such is reality. When you possess strength, you become the measure of truth and social norms, capable of determining the fates of others. Upon completion, Ming rode away on his brand new bicycle, his figure gradually disappearing from the gaze of the onlookers. The manager turned, casting a cold glance at the older salesperson, his demeanor now devoid of the previous amicability, replaced by a hint of sternness and dissatisfaction. "Your commission for this month will be duly processed. Starting next month, there will be a reduction in the salary tier. Those who are capable will remain, while those who are not must depart." Shortly thereafter, his gaze fell upon the saleswoman responsible for transitioning with Ming, and a gentle expression graced his face. "Licini, is it? Beginning tomorrow, you shall enjoy the privileges of a top-tier salesperson. Today, ensure you connect with clients via WeChat. It is imperative that you seize this opportunity. You are youthful and attractive, with a strong ambition. Once you cultivate these relationships, your future will be boundless. Chapter 33. Purchasing a house. Shocking Linke and Amp, Oppos. Following the events at the car dealership, Ming found himself indifferent to the aftermath. His sole desire was to live without constraint. With his capabilities, why should he allow those who displeased him to roam freely? Such reasoning was nonsensical. What of the so-called wisdom of the enlightened? He had no intention of letting things slide. He was determined to confront these individuals head-on. As Ming rode his expensive bicycle through the city, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This remarkably costly bicycle possessed a unique allure. It was swift yet effortless to ride. He could pedal at will or switch to electric mode whenever he pleased. It was leagues ahead of his previous makeshift bicycle. The journey lasted 30 minutes, yet he felt invigorated by the experience, a refreshing change of pace. The roads were clear in the afternoon, allowing him to glide smoothly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. His destination was a residential development on the outskirts of the city. This location, indeed, was somewhat remote, far removed from the hustle and bustle of urban life. The surroundings were graced with serene natural beauty, nestled between mountains and rivers, with lush greenery providing ample shade. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of earth and blooming flowers. This development primarily featured luxurious villas, each boasting its own private garden and expansive green space. For these reasons, Ming had chosen this place. Had he followed the arrangements of Director Wang and his associates, he would never have discovered such an isolated haven. Upon entering the sales center, he was promptly greeted by a saleswoman. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to our development. How may I assist you today?" Her voice was melodious, and her demeanor respectful. This time, there was no hint of condescension. Ming smiled gently. "I wish to view your villas, particularly those in more secluded locations. I cherish tranquility." The saleswoman nodded, showing no signs of underestimating him due to his youth, and began to earnestly describe the property. "Our villas are constructed amidst the mountains and rivers, offering a breathtaking environment. While some may perceive the distance as inconvenient, it is precisely this aspect that ensures privacy and serenity." As she spoke, she guided Ming through the villa models. He nodded occasionally, though in truth, he found it difficult to discern the differences. They all seemed quite similar. He simply needed to select the most remote one. Just then, Ming's phone rang. He cast an apologetic glance toward the saleswoman before stepping aside to answer the call. It was Long Pingan. "Brother Ming, where are you? Do you have time to come to the subway station? I can pick you up." There was a gravity in Long Ping and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S tone that piqued Ming and Amp, Oppos, as curiosity. Clearly, there was some new development at the subway station. The mystery surrounding the missing persons case there remained unresolved, and its perplexing nature was evident. "All right. I'll send you my location. I'm currently inspecting properties," he replied, not bothering to conceal his whereabouts. After all, it was unlikely to remain a secret for long. If he were to purchase a new home, the higher-ups would undoubtedly find out immediately. He pointed to the most secluded villa. The saleswoman was taken aback, not expecting him to make a decision so swiftly. Was it truly as simple as a phone call to finalize the deal? Suppressing her shock, she cleared her throat, her voice now tinged with palpable excitement. After all, the villa he had chosen was priced quite high, which meant her commission would soar if the sale went through. "Sir, the total price for this villa is $3,900,000. It offers exceptional value. You wouldn't find a comparable property elsewhere at this price. Furthermore, there are numerous areas nearby slated for development, which will undoubtedly appreciate in value." As she spoke, she scrutinized Ming's expression, eager to gauge his reaction. Yet Ming remained composed, as if the figure she had just mentioned were but a trivial matter. "We offer various payment options. You can opt for full payment to enjoy additional discounts. Alternatively, a 20 down payment is required if you prefer to pay in installments over 10 or 20 years. Interrupting her, Ming withdrew his bank card. The sight of this action left the saleswoman utterly astounded. He exuded a manly charm that made her heart race. "This contains the down payment. Let us proceed with the contract," he stated, his tone still calm, as though he were merely engaging in a mundane task. At that moment, another figure entered the sales hall, adorned with sunglasses and exuding grace. Lin Kuer, without a doubt. As the cousin of Lin Xiu, she too came from a well-off family, emboldened to pursue her dreams through live streaming. If her ventures did not take off, she would be compelled to return home and inherit the family business. However, the events of the previous day had not been entirely negative, she had gained a deeper understanding of the world. Moreover, the fright she had instilled in her parents was significant. They now fretted over their beloved daughter potentially causing further turmoil. As long as she refrained from streaming and avoided trouble, they were amenable to her whims. Feeling the urge to purchase a house to clear her mind, she found herself with the funds to do so, a stark contrast to her previous hesitations. Suddenly, Lin Ku and Amp, Oppo's, was drawn to the commotion surrounding Su Ming. The saleswoman and Oppo's flushed face and excited demeanor indicated something noteworthy was happening, prompting her to take a closer look at Su Ming. At that moment, he had his back turned to her. Lin Ku and Amp, Oppo's, paused, sensing a peculiar familiarity in his silhouette. Yet, she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Do I know this person? Of course, such matters were not of great importance. Her primary focus was on viewing properties. Other social interactions seemed unnecessary and failed to pique her interest, which explained why she had yet to find a boyfriend in her 22 years. She relished her independence and the freedom it brought. Perhaps if the right person came along, she might consider it. Suddenly, memories of a figure she had seen the previous night at the White Dragon Bridge flashed in her mind. That individual appeared to be of a similar age and, from her hazy recollection, was quite handsome. Most importantly, he exuded a captivating aura and formidable presence. It was a natural human inclination to admire strength, and the thought of being captivated by such a man was not entirely unwelcome. Lin Ku and Amp, Oppo's, brushed her slightly flushed cheeks, pondering what thoughts had just crossed her mind. Was such a person even within her reach? At that moment, Long Ping and Oppo's, finally arrived, quickly locating Su Ming. Brother Ming, Long Ping and Oppo's, softly called out, prompting Su Ming to glance over. All right, please handle the paperwork and contract for me first. I have a few matters to attend to. Su Ming instructed a sales assistant, adding her on WeChat, and prepared to leave with Long Ping and Oppo's, oh, certainly. The sales assistant nodded earnestly, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. This decisive, charismatic young man, exuding wealth, truly captivated her. The friend who had come to greet him was equally handsome. Not far away, Lin Ku and Oppo's observed the entire scene, her expression one of astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fortunately, she wore sunglasses, concealing her reaction from others. Her breath quickened, her body trembling. The young man who had just arrived was someone she had encountered at the police station yesterday. His status seemed quite significant. He was among those instructed not to disclose details regarding the Bailong Bridge incident. And now, he was walking alongside this young man purchasing a house? My goodness! Lin Ku covered her mouth. Suddenly, she realized why the young man and Amp, Oppo's, silhouette seemed so familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the figure she had seen at Bailong Bridge yesterday. Now, these two were together? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 34. Update on the subway station incident. Dark energy. A chilling realization. Lin Ku and Oppo's, felt as though her CPU was on the verge of overheating. How is it that I encounter him wherever I go? Could it be that we are truly fated? Is everything merely a design of destiny? Am I, Lin Ku, destined for greatness? In this moment, Lin Ku's mindset began to shift. Having read countless domineering CEO novels, it seemed as though her fantasies were about to materialize. After 22 years of singlehood, was this moment the purpose of it all? With opportunities laid out before her, she resolved to take the initiative. Such a powerful figure, and yet possessing such youthful charm, youthful allure. She found herself genuinely stirred. With this thought, Lin Ku approached the saleswoman who had earlier shown a house to Su Ming. May I inquire which villa that gentleman just purchased? What? Due to client confidentiality, I cannot disclose his information. Just give me a hint. I intend to purchase a unit from you too, and I shall pay in full. All I need are his name and contact details. If you don't say anything, neither will I, and no one will ever know. Meanwhile, in another location, Long Ping was driving with Su Ming in the passenger seat. So, those passengers who appeared out of thin air at the subway station were not actually allowed to return to their normal lives? As he listened to Su Ming and Oppo's inquiry, Long Ping and Oppo's nodded. That is the official statement. However, they, along with their families, have been under the jurisdiction of the Investigation Bureau. Temporary accommodations have been arranged for them, with all their needs provided for free, plus additional subsidies. After all, the matter of spiritual energy resurgence is not to be taken lightly. Soon, the two arrived at the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Many of the warehouses here, starting from the second floor, were actually residential areas. Director Wang approached, his pace hurried. His expression was grave, which caused Su Ming's heart to tighten. The situation might be more dire than he had anticipated. "Su consultant, come quickly," Director Wang said, skipping pleasantries as he led the way. In no time, the trio arrived at a door guarded by 4 armed special police officers. The current situation seemed rather precarious. "Open the door," Director Wang commanded, and one of the officers complied. Su Ming and the others stepped inside. To Su Ming's surprise, the scene within was entirely different from what he had envisioned. It did not resemble a typical living space, but rather appeared akin to a makeshift prison. In the center of the room stood a row of alloy steel bars, cold and sturdy, dividing the space into 2 sections. Inside, 4 individuals lay on the ground, 3 men and 1 woman, twisted in unnatural positions as if suffering from some invisible torment in their slumber. Their breathing was erratic, fluctuating between faint and rapid, their expressions oscillating between calm and contorted, a truly bizarre sight. Su Ming furrowed his brow. It was evident that these individuals were in a distressing state. These were the very passengers who had mysteriously appeared on the subway. Director Wang's face was serious as he explained, "Su consultant, look here." He pointed to a nearby monitoring screen. "Since the subway station incident, these individuals have been under our observation. Each is wearing a monitoring bracelet to track their bodily data. Throughout this period, no abnormal indicators have been detected. They appeared no different from ordinary people. We originally planned to release them in a few days, but who could have foreseen such a development at this moment? It is utterly distressing." Su Ming's gaze fell upon the screen. Despite their eyes being shut, the rapid movement of their eyeballs beneath their eyelids indicated heightened brain activity. Director Wang sighed, a hint of helplessness and anxiety in his expression. "Our staff detected anomalies in their indicators immediately. Moreover, the timing of these anomalies was strikingly close, occurring within mere minutes of one another. According to their families, they exhibited normal behavior prior to the incident, with some taking naps, others idly watching television with their families. Yet, without any warning, they began to convulse, some exhibiting erratic behavior before succumbing to a state of unconsciousness, unable to be roused." Director Wang ran a hand through his hair, increasingly thinning since taking over this position. Fortunately, these individuals had not harmed anyone else. To be safe, they were all swiftly relocated here to prevent any unforeseen consequences. After all, their current state appeared deeply unsettling. "Pinyin, do you sense anything?" Su Ming inquired, turning to the side. After a moment, Long Ping and Appos, and nodded, uncertainty evident in his gaze. "When they were transported here, I was present. Aside from their peculiar physical condition, I did not sense anything amiss at that time. However, now there seems to be a faint aura emanating from them that is quite unsettling." Long Ping and Appos, an S expression darkened. If his intuition was correct, it indicated that these individuals' conditions were deteriorating further. Su Ming nodded, centering himself to perceive the surrounding atmosphere. With his 4-star chi refining strength, he was far more perceptive than Long Ping. He discerned that some dark energy was faintly entwined around those individuals, imbued with an aura of the bizarre and ominous. What could they have experienced during that time? Their sudden appearance and the failure of monitoring systems were utterly perplexing. Su Ming's inner turmoil mirrored the gravity of the situation. Due to his unique position, he held knowledge surpassing that of the nation and Appos' upper echelons. They were aware of the resurgence of spiritual energy, but perhaps they were oblivious to the accompanying eerie dark mists and other malevolent forces. The specters and void-walking creatures in his compendium were influenced by such things. They could affect the environment and living beings. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that they could impact humans as well, though reluctant to acknowledge it. Su Ming realized this was likely the grim reality. "Director Wang, open the door. I wish to investigate." Hearing Su Ming's decision, Director Wang hesitated. Given the uncertain circumstances, this course of action seemed perilous. "It's all right. As a national consultant, I must engage in practical matters. If I cannot manage this, do you believe anyone else can?" Su Ming and Appos' assertion momentarily caught Director Wang off guard. It appeared quite valid. The strength of Consultant Su was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the nation. If even he could not resolve the issue, any further concerns or decisions would be futile. "Very well. Consultant Su, do exercise caution." Director Wang gritted his teeth and personally opened the door for Su Ming. Stepping inside, Su Ming gazed at the individuals lying on the ground. The dark energy enveloping them was now more pronounced. A sense of unease washed over him. Although he believed he could manage the current level of dark energy, the persistent growth of these forces was concerning. And this was merely Jiangzhou. What of other regions? Outside the bars, the others anxiously monitored every movement within. Su Ming knelt down, gradually extending his hand towards the sole female among the 4. It was not a matter of gender, rather. The dark aura surrounding her was the most pronounced. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the dark energy, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 35, The Corruptor? The Erosion Fog. The 9 Great Black Mists? Once again, the anxious voice of the system echoed in Su Ming's ears. Warning. Corruptor detected. Host. Flee immediately. There remains a slim chance of survival. Whoever encounters this foul creature is destined for misfortune. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. The term corruptor bore an ominous connotation. Yet, fleeing was not an option. In the past, when the system proclaimed his doom, he had faced no significant peril. Now, however, the mention of a slim chance of survival seemed to imply a degree of safety. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming began to channel the energy within him. A protective barrier of spiritual energy formed, isolating him from the surrounding malevolent aura. The pallor of those afflicted was alarming, their skin nearly translucent. He felt as if he could see the blood vessels and the dark energy coursing beneath their skin. This ghastly substance, much like spiritual energy, could infiltrate the body. Moreover, it could be cultivated. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Though the breathing of these individuals was faint, each exhalation appeared to draw in and release the surrounding dark energy, intensifying its presence. This cycle persisted, and the aura of the corruptors was steadily growing stronger. If swift action was not taken, the consequences would be dire. The rate of their enhancement exceeded that of spiritual energy absorption by far. At that moment, Su Ming began to comprehend why the dark arts and novels were portrayed as so formidable. The process of acquisition was simpler, and thus, the cultivation would naturally accelerate. One inhalation and exhalation could amplify their power. How could spiritual energy possibly compete with that? Could he save them? With a surge of determination, Su Ming unleashed his spiritual energy in a powerful wave, no longer withholding it. Not far away, Long Ping'an was visibly shaken, disbelief etched across his features. The force emanating from Su Ming was overwhelming. He felt it acutely. During his spar with Ming, the intensity had been strong, but it paled in comparison to the current display. Indeed, Ming had not exerted his full strength. Even now, he might still be concealing his true capabilities. Among our ranks of pioneers, I wonder if we can withstand Ming's might a bit longer if we unite. As Long Ping'an grappled with his astonishment, his emotions became complex. Ming was simply too powerful. The so-called geniuses and elite soldiers within their military district seemed laughable in contrast. Meanwhile, Su Ming endeavored to use his spiritual energy to interact with the dark aura enveloping the 4 individuals. He sought to ascertain whether he could neutralize or dispel the dark energy. His prior experience with channeling lightning attributes into his sword had honed his skill with spiritual energy. This endeavor, therefore, did not seem particularly daunting. The spiritual energy began to meld with the dark aura, which resisted its infiltration, while the spiritual energy strived to purify it. There was a slight effect. Outside the barrier, several individuals gasped in shock. Previously, aside from the already advanced Long Ping'an, the others could not perceive the aura surrounding them. Yet now, under Su Ming's confrontation with the dark energy, they could vaguely discern fluctuations in the surrounding space. It was as though the aura was swirling, reminiscent of summer heat waves. There was some effect, yet it did not resolve the issue. A wry smile crossed Su Ming's lips. Although his spiritual energy could barely shield against and counter the dark aura, the latter was growing stronger, while his energy remained stagnant. Moreover, a significant amount of dark energy had already infiltrated their bodies. He found himself powerless against that portion. Host, you are astonishing. You are resisting the erosion fog with such a feeble form. At this exclamation, Su Ming's heart jolted. He opened the Black Mist Compendium. There was no time to delay. He needed to understand the nature of these entities immediately. The system's timely intervention was invaluable. Black Mist Compendium, Erosion Fog, one of the 9 Great Black Mists. Erosion fog is exceedingly common, its silent invasion and irreversible impact rendering it a nightmare for all living beings. Once ensnared and infiltrated by the erosion fog, it gradually erodes vitality and soul, and those afflicted are termed corruptors. In the early stages, corruptors appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, their erosion silent and unseen. In the mid-stage, they gradually lose self-awareness, experiencing brief periods of unconsciousness followed by explosive enhancements in all attributes, becoming ferocious and formidable. In the later stage, corruptors lose their capacity for thought and judgment, becoming mere vessels and executors of the dark mist. Once the erosion fog has fully consumed its target, they are irrevocably enslaved by the dark mist, doomed for eternity. Su Ming swiftly absorbed the compendium's contents. So even the black mist had classifications? This vile entity had 9 distinct types? And this was merely the most common? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The effects of the erosion fog bore resemblance to apocalyptic plagues and zombie transformations. One spreads to 10, 10 to 100. Until the entire city is overrun with the undead. The most terrifying aspect was the resurrection of zombies amid the era of spiritual energy. What did that mean? It equated to a horde of zombies capable of traversing the heavens and utilizing spells. What hope remained? A wave of crisis surged up Su Ming's spine. If this continued, the ramifications would be catastrophic. System, extract the compendium reward. He urged inwardly. The current corruptors were likely still in the mid-stage of erosion. There might still be hope. Extracting erosion fog compendium. Reward. Special item. Wu Wei Qi mold. Wu Wei Qi mold. An exceptionally unique material mold, impervious to any form of black mist, capable of increasing the transformation count of the Wu Wei Qi by 1. Once again, Su Ming felt a twinge of impatience. Though this item was valuable, it was not an immediate solution. Shouldn't there be a purification ability or something of the sort? The individuals lying on the ground were succumbing to the dark energy at an accelerating rate. His spiritual energy was beginning to falter under the pressure. Particularly concerning was the 30-something woman, nearly engulfed by the dark energy. As Su Ming pondered his course of action, lost in thought, a sudden, bone-chilling coldness permeated the room. The dark energy surrounding the woman began swirling like a living entity, attempting to expand from all directions. The monitoring equipment outside the barrier registered an immediate spike in red light. Simultaneously, the woman and Appo's eyes snapped open, her pupils a void of black. Devoid of any white, like 2 black holes swallowing all light and hope. In an instant, her hands clawed at the ground, fingers sinking deeply into the concrete. This is bad. Su Ming's heart raced. Before anyone could react, the woman sprang up violently from the ground, resembling a predatory beast lunging towards Su Ming. Be careful, someone shouted from outside the barrier. Su Ming reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to create a slender distance between them. The transition from mid-stage to late stage occurred with alarming rapidity. Su Ming was taken aback. Meanwhile, he felt an intense heat emanating from his pocket, the location of the Wu Wei Qi. A flicker of realization struck him. During the extreme thunderstorm earlier, the Wu Wei Qi had also exhibited a similar phenomenon of heat. He had speculated that the Qi was sensing some form of energy it could absorb. At that moment, when he wielded the sword, transformed by the Qi, to slay the Thunder Serpent, he absorbed some of the lightning attributes from the creature. Su Ming's heart leapt with sudden realization. Could it be? Chapter 36. The Scythe of Thanatos. The inaugural experience. A confluence of emotions. Simultaneously, the woman, now entirely enveloped in a miasma of ebony effluvium, surged forth with remarkable celerity. Her digits, akin to honed blades, rent the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Judging by her demonstrated combat prowess, she was indubitably on par with Long Ping and Appo's, and a realization that instilled a sense of profound astonishment within Su Ming. While Su Ming could currently subdue Long Ping with relative ease, it was solely attributable to his augmented abilities. The woman, however, once a common domestic figure, now wielded such formidable power, seemingly without justification. The prospect of encountering more such entities portended an era of unprecedented carnage. It appeared that the progression of the Forerunners paled in comparison to these eldritch abominations. Su Ming evaded the woman's onslaught, opting not to engage directly. Concurrently, the ambient air around him began to undulate, and a spectral illusion coalesced into being. It was a fish, diaphanous in nature, radiating a faint cerulean luminescence. Akin to an aquatic sprite from the abyssal depths, the illusory fish emitted a melodious chant that reverberated throughout the chamber, enveloping all present in a soothing aura. However, Su Ming's countenance betrayed no hint of jubilation. He had just invoked the Azure Sea Launine Fish Grimoire's power, specifically the Tide Song, capable of area of effect healing and purification. Yet, the ebony miasma clinging to the woman remained unaffected, rendering the ability impotent. Subsequently, Su Ming retrieved the non-action key. The previously acquired non-action key mold had been automatically integrated. Courtesy of the system, this meant he now possessed another opportunity for weapon manifestation. Given that the previously transformed longsword had absorbed the lightning attributes during the slaying of the Thunder Serpent, it was conceivable that the soul-devouring mist could also be assimilated. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Su Ming initiated the second weapon transmutation within his mind. His thoughts raced as he envisioned countless weapons. From axes to lances, from clubs to scepters, none seemed suitable. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a scythe. Who decreed that cultivators were forbidden from wielding such an implement? A scythe. The harbinger of death, the arbiter of destiny, possessed an aura perfectly suited to these grotesque entities. Driven by Su Ming's will, the non-action key elongated, transforming into a colossal scythe. The scythe's haft was long and robust, capable of supporting its expansive and razor-sharp blade. The blade curved like a crescent moon, its honed edge shimmering menacingly under the illumination, promising a lethal embrace. Outside the barricade, the observers were taken aback. They were unable to discern how Su Ming had conjured such a bizarre weapon. A scythe for combat? It was undeniably macabre. Director Wang, Su Ming bellowed, disregarding the circumstances. Director Wang's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms. Granted, he exclaimed. He understood Su Ming's intent. Within the barricade, the woman sensed the menace emanating from the scythe. Her movements faltered momentarily, but she resumed her frenzied assault on Su Ming. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Ming and Appo's gaze, but he steeled his resolve. According to the grimoire, the woman had reached the terminal stage of corruption, reduced to a mere husk, a thrall of the black mist, an accomplice to malevolence. This time, Su Ming did not evade. His eyes, though filled with reluctance, reflected his unwavering determination, while the spiritual resurgence was still nascent. Every epochal shift shattered old constraints. Peace and tranquility were crumbling, and harsh realities were becoming increasingly prevalent. If, after recognizing the futility of redemption, one hesitated and remained indecisive, one was destined to never reach supremacy. There must always be a first transgression. The scythe in Su Ming and Appo's grasp seemed to resonate with his resolve, emitting an even more chilling luminescence. Gazing at the woman's contorted features, Su Ming finally acted. The scythe carved a graceful yet fatal arc through the air. A piercing scream echoed as the scythe struck the woman, sending her hurtling backward to the ground. Ebony blood splattered, staining the floor. After a few convulsive twitches, she lay still. Clutching the scythe, Su Ming approached the fallen woman, his eyes filled with pity and resolute determination. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and no one dared to intrude. The ebony miasma surrounding the woman began to converge towards the scythe, ensnaring its blade and slowly being absorbed. The blade shimmered with a deep, tenebrous luster, and the ancient runes on the scythe's haft quivered, like the murmurs of demons. Su Ming could sense the scythe's power augmenting. This scythe absorbs the black mist without requiring me to revert to the non-action key. Is it tailor-made? At that moment, the remaining 3 men rose and assailed him. Su Ming sighed, closed his eyes, and swung the scythe. Minutes later, Su Ming emerged from the barricade. The observers remained silent, their faces etched with solemnity. The spectacle they had witnessed had been profoundly unsettling, particularly for Director Wang and the officers, who had never before been compelled to slay ordinary citizens. Director Wang patted Su Ming's shoulder. Consultant Su, do not dwell on it. No one blames you, and you did nothing wrong. I authorized your actions, and so did those above. You eliminated a threat to the populace. Su Ming nodded, offering no further comment. He was not surprised. Surveillance cameras were present in the room, and senior officials were undoubtedly aware of the situation, perhaps even observing it in its entirety. These individuals had been corrupted by the black mist. I attempted to expel it with spiritual energy, but to no avail. They were ordinary people, and by the time they turned violent, they had reached the terminal stage of corruption beyond salvation. Su Ming explained calmly. For the next 20 minutes, Su Ming elucidated his understanding of the black mist, including the symptoms of the early, middle, and late stages of corruption. He withheld no information, recognizing his role as a national consultant. Providing these details would facilitate more precise research. Moreover, it was mutually beneficial, as he was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Consultant Su, thank you for your efforts today. We will handle the aftermath, including the families. Do not burden yourself with unnecessary guilt. It will not affect you. Director Wang hesitated, wanting to offer a few words of consolation. Su Ming waved his hand, forcing a faint smile. It and Appo's. That's all right. I'll head home first. Once outside, Long Ping accompanied Su Ming, retrieving the bicycle from the trunk. Let us go. Su Ming said little more, cycling alone back to the community. It was 7 in the evening. The streetlights cast a warm, yellow glow, elongating Su Ming's shadow. He felt an inexplicable weariness. Xiao Su, a voice called out, stopping Su Ming within the community. He turned to see the elderly lady who lived downstairs. Her face wore a kind smile as she approached him. Xiao Su, you're in your senior year now, right? It must be quite strenuous. As she spoke, she handed Su Ming a freshly bought roast duck. the aroma wafting from the bag. You students work too hard. You need to nourish your brain. Grandma, it's not necessary. Su Ming waved his hand, hastily declining. You keep it. My son was supposed to come home for dinner today, but he said he had to work overtime instead. I can't eat all this on my own. It would be a shame to waste it. You're a good child. It would make me happy to see you enjoy it. Seeing that he could not refuse, Su Ming accepted the roast duck, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the elderly lady, Su Ming returned home alone. He did not turn on the lights. The roast duck was placed on the table. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the night scenery, lost in thought. After a while, he drew the curtains. He took a small stool, sat at the table, and continued to remain in darkness. In the night, nothing was visible. An hour passed, then another. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence of the night. The phone screen illuminated Su Ming's face. It was already 9:30. He dialed a number. Pingin, let us go out for drinks. Bring some skewers. Chapter 37. Handover of the house. Planning the spirit tree seats. Half an hour later, Long Ping and Appo's arrived at Su Ming and Appo's doorstep, bearing beer and skewers. Along with half a roasted duck that Su Ming had reheated, the two indulged in a late-night feast filled with reflections. The world is full of uncertainties. Good and evil are not dictated by fate, but determined by one and Appo's own heart. The brave are celebrated in the light, yet they also stand firm in the darkness. In traversing life, one must only seek a clear conscience to remain undefeated. A sword pointed at the heavens is not for slaying. Those with compassion, even with bloodied hands, can embody mercy. Su Ming reached an epiphany. The following morning, Su Ming awoke refreshed. Long Ping and Appo's had departed in the middle of the night, taking out the trash. After all, two inebriated men sharing a room could lead to misunderstandings. Su Ming picked up his phone. It was already 8 in the morning. He had slept soundly and was not significantly affected. Even he was unaware of the increasing strength of his mindset. As long as he held a clear conscience, there was no need for further contemplation. On his phone, a plethora of unread messages awaited him. The most numerous were from Lin Xiyu, totaling over 50 messages. Yet Su Ming had no intention of opening them, only glancing at the first one. Su Ming, is there some misunderstanding between us? Can we meet to talk? Nonsense. Su Ming muttered under his breath, skipping it entirely. Below, several other unread messages awaited him from Chunya, Li Sini, and Zhao Mingming. Each was from a beautiful woman, a waitress from a Chinese restaurant, another who had coordinated with him about a bicycle, and the agent who sold him the house. Chunya casually inquired when they might dine together again, her tone lighthearted and teasing. Li Sini expressed her gratitude and asked if he was satisfied with the bicycle, suggesting an outing together. Lastly, Zhao Mingming informed him that the paperwork was nearly complete and invited him to sign a few documents, after which he could collect the house at any time. I will come by this morning, Su Ming replied solely to the real estate agent. After yesterday's events, he felt a sense of urgency pushing him forward. The world, while appearing tranquil, was rife with undercurrents. Yesterday's incident was the best evidence of this. Though it seemed he had resolved matters, he felt powerless, having made a passive choice. After a casual breakfast downstairs, Su Ming rode his bike to the sales office on the outskirts of the city. Mr. Su. Zhao Mingming spotted him from afar and eagerly waved. He was her fortune, as his presence had even led another woman to purchase a nearby villa outright. The life of the wealthy was beyond her imagination. To pursue a young man, she had fully financed a house. Her commission from the previous day had left her quite satisfied, and she had even received commendation from her superiors during the morning meeting. Her spirits were high. Upon approaching, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. For the next 40 minutes, he engaged in signing and completing the final procedures. By around 10 in the morning, he held the key to the villa, an impressively efficient process. As it was a fully furnished home, he had no desire to make changes. It was already quite satisfactory for him. Mr. Su, would you like me to accompany you inside for a look? I have time today if you wish. Our villas have no cameras to ensure the privacy of residents, so you can feel at ease. Zhao Mingming inquired eagerly after the handover. She genuinely wished to spend more time with such a young, handsome, and affluent man. However, Su Ming politely declined, preferring to attend to important matters first. He wanted to complete what needed to be done. Moreover, he felt a tinge of apprehension towards these saleswomen. He could not casually share his first time with such indiscreet women. Following a winding path through meticulously trimmed lawns and flower beds, Su Ming arrived at the heart of the residential area. His villa was nestled within. Observing the Su Ming retrieved his access card and unlocked the gate to his villa's courtyard. His heart swelled with excitement. The courtyard was lush with greenery, organized and vibrant, providing an excellent cover for planting trees. It comprised 3 floors, the first being a spacious living room, the second housing several bedrooms and a study, and the third an open terrace overlooking the garden. Ming found the layout satisfactory. Securing such a sizable area at this price was only possible in this largely The cost-performance ratio was truly exceptional. Soon, he returned to the garden, where would be the ideal location to plant the spirit tree seeds. As he surveyed the greenery around him, he pondered the best planting site, one that was unobtrusive, spacious, sufficiently sunlit, and discreet. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a corner of the garden, adorned, providing a natural cover for planting the spirit tree seeds. This shall be the spot. Ming nodded. He closed his eyes and gently extended his spiritual energy outward. Like an invisible web, it spread around, revealing no anomalies. No one was watching. Once assured, Ming opened his eye. He drew arcs in the air with the sword tip. Sword energy surged forth, precisely striking the ground. With a few swift motions, the earth and weeds were effortlessly sliced away, revealing a moderately sized pit before him. How absurd. He was a cultivator. Why would he need to dig with his hands or a shovel? Absolutely unnecessary. Ming sheathed. The seeds were jet black, radiating a soft glow, as if containing boundless vitality. Here we go. Ming carefully placed the seeds into the pit and gently covered them with soil. After a moment's thought, he pressed his hands to the ground, slowly infusing his spiritual energy into the soil. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but it was worth a try. What if it nourished this land and the spirit tree seeds? Following this, Ming took a watering can, an item naturally included with the villa purchase. With such a vast garden, providing a watering can was a thoughtful gesture. On the other side, Ming concluded her engagement with the current guest and picked up her phone. She dialed Lin Kuer. Hello, Miss Lin. Mr. Su has checked in. He completed the payment for the room earlier this morning. Miss Lin had purchased a villa here in full, yielding a substantial commission for her. Assisting Lin Kuer by relaying non-privileged information seemed entirely appropriate, as it was merely a matter of social courtesy. Chapter 38. Into the Forest. The Spiritual Energy Association. Throughout the morning, Ming remained within the confines of the villa, venturing nowhere. He arranged a chair in the garden and occupied himself with his phone, occasionally glancing at his plot of land to observe any changes. It was at this moment that Director Wang sent a message. Advisor Su. The higher-ups wish to establish a forum under the name Spiritual Energy Association in a personal capacity. They intend to compile the current cultivation system, along with some peculiar news, insights, and reflections. They have asked me to inquire about your opinion. Upon reading the message, Ming fell into contemplation. Was the upper management planning to continue the strategy of veiled communication? For the average person, encountering such posts would merely serve as entertainment. However, for the discerning, it would undoubtedly warrant attention, particularly regarding the cultivation levels and the strange occurrences mentioned. Should these individuals find some validation in the content of the posts, their interest would be piqued. For this segment of the population, the forum's intrinsic value would be self-evident, potentially leading to numerous implications. On a national level, such a forum could facilitate the guidance of current pioneers more effectively. More importantly, it would enable the swift identification of unrecorded pioneers. Beyond these advantages, a platform for exchange would undoubtedly cultivate a positive feedback loop. As pioneers navigate their paths, they inevitably encounter myriad challenges. Here, they might discover answers or inspiration, thus avoiding many erroneous and circuitous routes. Coupled with the intentional guidance from the higher-ups, mutual sharing and assistance could expedite the overall advancement of the cultivation community in Long Country. Moreover, the forum could serve as a hub for gathering and organizing various cultivation-related materials and information, whether it be personal insights or observational records regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy. Even conjectures and discussions about unknown phenomena would find a place here. One can envision that as increasing numbers of pioneers engage with this forum, it would evolve into a vast repository of knowledge, providing invaluable resources. Through monitoring and analyzing the information within the forum, the state could promptly detect and mitigate potential issues. Certainly, drawbacks exist. However, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. The operation is feasible. With this in mind, Ming conveyed his thoughts to Director Wang, who did not respond, likely preoccupied with other matters. At noon, Ming left the courtyard. The seed he had planted showed no signs of response, which left him somewhat disheartened. He decided to disregard it for the moment and casually dined at a nearby restaurant. Afterward, he opened his phone and Oppos, navigation and set off towards the western forest area. A bit of diligence was required. He had clearly overheard the intriguing conversation of two elderly individuals in the bun shop regarding rumors in the western forest. Riding his bicycle, he swiftly navigated the streets. The expense of his bike proved advantageous, particularly as it spared him from traffic congestion, a recurring observation he found himself making. After approximately half an hour, he exited the urban sprawl and entered the outskirts. The air here was palpably fresher, and the scenery transformed from towering concrete structures to lush greenery. Ming slowed his pace, gently pedaling along the winding country roads, flanked by verdant trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the air resonated with the symphony of birdsong and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The distant babble of a brook, accompanied by the occasional chirp of a bird, rendered the surroundings tranquil and serene. Such calmness, however, was not necessarily a boon for Ming. He furrowed his brow, recognizing that the target area was still somewhat expansive. His inert key showed no signs of reaction, indicating a lack of detectable attribute energy suitable for absorption. It was also possible that the absence of new blank molds hindered the process of absorbing new attributes. Dismounting his bicycle, he began to walk, pushing his bike along. The towering trees formed a natural green barrier, with sunlight streaming through the treetops, illuminating the forest floor. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Suddenly, Ming and Appo's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed an unusual fluctuation in energy, spiritual energy. He halted, concentrating intently, expanding his perception to capture the source of the disturbance. Moments later, he turned his head, his gaze piercing through the foliage toward a concealed corner deep within the woods. There was movement over there. After a brief hesitation, Ming secured his bicycle, activating the anti-theft lock, and stealthily approached the source. As he parted the final layer of underbrush, an astonishing sight unfolded before him, a mechanism resembling a formation. It appeared rather mystical, unlike anything he had encountered before. Under normal circumstances, he might have dismissed it as mere folly, but the distinct aura of spiritual energy emanating from it was compelling. Drawing closer, the evidence became clearer. This construct was undoubtedly man-made. He had never seen anything like it before. The formation before him resembled those portrayed on television, with its outline composed of numerous small, pure white stones, their lines flowing gracefully. In the sunlight, these stones shimmered with a faint radiance, akin to countless stars converging on the ground, creating a grand celestial map. At the center of the formation lay a stone the size of a fist, emanating a gentle blue glow, reminiscent of a miniature moon, casting its light upon the surrounding stones. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The energy above the formation flowed languidly, creating a unique magnetic field, as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards it. To stumble upon such a phenomenon in the woods was beyond Ming's expectations. Just as he reached out to touch the small stones, a sudden authoritative voice echoed from behind him, halting his hand midair. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a smile crept upon his lips. He had sensed the presence of observers lurking in the shadows since he first approached the formation. Seeing him about to make contact had finally compelled them to reveal themselves. Chapter 39. The Formation. It is not cowardice, but heartfelt. A man and a woman emerged from the side, both appearing relatively youthful, only slightly older than him. The man was tall with a resolute countenance, while the woman beside him was considerably petite, with a delicate appearance, yet her face bore a hint of anger. "Why did you touch our belongings?" the woman demanded. Ming appraised her coolly and replied, "Is this place your home?" The woman, taken aback, shook her head. Ming smiled faintly. "Since this is not your home, you must recognize it as a public space. So on what grounds do you claim this item as yours? Am I not allowed to move freely?" He continued. "I was merely observing, yet you seem overly agitated. What is your intention? To restrict my freedom?" The woman's face flushed with embarrassment at his words, leaving her at a loss for a response. The man, noticing her discomfort, stepped forward with a darkened expression. "Stop causing a scene. I advise you to leave at once. Although this item is merely for our amusement, we have invested considerable effort into it, and we do not wish to show it to you. If you do not depart, do not blame me for being impolite." His voice carried an unmistakable threat. Ming found the man's demeanor somewhat amusing and did not take offense, sensing that they bore him no significant malice. "I can leave," he replied, "but first, could you enlighten me as to what this item is?" The man, momentarily at a loss for words, took a step closer, displaying his muscular physique. "I'll ask you once more, are you leaving or not?" His tone grew harsher. Ming shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "It is not that I refuse to leave, I simply wish to understand. Did you come here merely to arrange some stones? Such an endeavor can hardly summon any aura. At his words, the expressions of the two shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief. How did he know? Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows, a venerable elder clad in a gray robe. Reminiscent of a Taoist priest from a film, Su Ming remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, for he had sensed the presence of these three individuals earlier. They were all practitioners at the first star of the qi refining stage. The statistics from the higher echelons of the nation could only serve as a reference. As the resurgence of spiritual energy intensified, the number of practitioners would burgeon like bamboo shoots after rain. Upon the elder's arrival, the two young individuals lowered their heads and stepped back, clearly showing him great respect. The elder regarded Su Ming with piercing eyes and then bowed deeply, much to the astonishment of the two behind him. A senior bows to a junior? The elder did not elaborate. His reasons for bowing were simple. He found Su Ming entirely inscrutable and thus adopted a humble demeanor. This was not cowardice. It was sincerity from the heart. Now, can you tell me what this item is? Su Ming inquired, his tone still even. Do not act recklessly, Yukar. The woman behind the elder started to speak, but was cut off by him. Though anger flickered across her face, she remained silent, only muttering under her breath. Even if he is a practitioner, must we treat him with such deference? How formidable can he truly be? We are three. The man beside her overheard her murmurs and tugged at her shoulder, but he harbored similar thoughts. Indeed, why should they feel inferior? May I ask, young sir, what is your current level? The elder inquired, avoiding a direct response to Su Ming's question. Su Ming furrowed his brow, summoning his long sword in an instant. The blade crackled with arcs of lightning, resembling tiny serpents writhing about. Without further ado, he flicked his wrist, and the sword traced an elegant arc through the air before cleaving downward. This strike exhibited no flamboyant technique, only a pure display of power. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the sword's energy collided with the ground, carving a deep chasm. Dust billowed, and fragments of stone flew through the air. A fierce aura erupted, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, radiating an oppressive pressure that left those around him gasping for breath. The force was so overwhelming that the elder, standing closest, paled instantly. This power far exceeded his imagination. He could not withstand it. He had considered himself strong, yet before Su Ming's strike, he felt utterly insignificant, like an ant, reduced to a mere joke. The two young individuals behind him staggered back, terror etched across their faces, clearly unprepared for such terrifying strength. Should that sword have struck them, they would have likely been cleaved in two. Su Ming sheathed his sword, surveying everyone present, his voice unwavering. Can you now inform me what that item is? The elder took a deep breath, setting aside other thoughts. In the face of such strength, any attempt at concealment would prove futile, potentially leading him to ruin. The only course of action was cooperation. With a demeanor marked by humility and a slight tremor in his voice, he said, Forgive me, esteemed one. I am a Taoist from Qingsong Mountain, known as Qingsongzi. He cupped his hands in greeting. These two behind me are my unworthy disciples, Yu and Feng Wait, Su Ming interrupted. Are you from the Qingsong Taoist temple? He had indeed heard of Qingsong Mountain, where the temple resided halfway up the mountain. In Jiangzhou, it was quite a popular tourist destination. Last year, he and Lin Xiu had made a wish at that temple, even paying 10 yuan to hang a love charm on a tree. He had heard tales of its efficacy, but ultimately found it to be of no use. The elder remained unaware of Su Ming's musings but nodded. I am the current abbot of the Qingsong Taoist temple. He dared not lie. After all, becoming an abbot was not a position one could obtain through examination. It was indeed a formidable challenge, as it entailed being a civil servant. Su Ming's curiosity piqued. Hearing this, the elder's lips twitched, struggling to maintain composure. Was this what it meant to be a strong individual, having such an unconventional thought process? It further underscored that Su Ming did not regard them as significant. When I assumed this position, there was no examination involved. However, my two disciples have performed quite well. At this, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. There was some truth to the saying that the pinnacle of the universe is the bureaucracy. It seemed to hold a modicum of validity. In this era, even a humble Taoist required an academic background. What is the value of good grades if one lacks etiquette and refinement? Behind the elderly man, two individuals overheard Su Ming and Apos' murmurs, although their faces flushed crimson. They dared not respond. They had learned from their master. This is not cowardice. It is a matter of the heart. Chapter 40. The Taoist Scripture? The Spirit Pine Tree. The old Taoist did not dare to respond to Su Ming's murmurs. At this moment, if he were to act out, it would not be in defense of his disciples, but rather a swift demise for himself. The old Taoist shifted his gaze towards the formation beside him. Observing this, Ming also set aside his playful demeanor, his expression growing more serious. He felt a surge of curiosity about this enigmatic phenomenon. How did these worldly Taoists come to know of it? The old Taoist spoke slowly, stating that this formation should be referred to as the gathering spirit formation. What did he mean by should? Upon hearing the uncertainty in his tone, Ming raised an eyebrow. The old Taoist seemed to perceive Ming's reaction and offered a wry smile. His gaze turned distant. This gathering spirit formation is likely a secret passed down through generations in my homeland. His voice carried a sense of nostalgia. Since my ancestors began their cultivation on this spirit pine mountain, they have safeguarded this forest for generations. According to what my grandfather said, the spirit pine temple was established by his father's father, maintained through the ages, a somewhat convoluted lineage. The old Taoist paused, seemingly allowing Ming time to digest this information. In our family, there exists an ancient Taoist scripture that has been handed down through generations. This scripture contains many profound spells and formations, with the gathering spirit formation being one of them. Upon hearing this, Ming furrowed his brow slightly. The Taoist scripture mentioned by the old Taoist resembled the kind of records disseminated by high-ranking officials. It seemed quite authentic. The old Taoist sensed Ming's skepticism and shook his head. I know this may sound incredible. In truth, having lived over half my life, I remain ambivalent about the contents of that scripture. I find the records therein to be excessively mystical, even somewhat absurd. The old Taoist sighed at this point. I have tried on numerous occasions to practice some of the spells from the scripture. Yet, despite my efforts and various approaches, I could never perceive any results. Over time, I abandoned the notion, concluding that these so-called ancient secrets were merely fantasies left behind by our ancestors. I have tended to this temple, collecting incense donations, leading a carefree and peaceful life. As he spoke, the old Taoist turned his gaze towards his two disciples behind him. They were siblings who had previously shown disrespect towards the young master, but he kindly asked for your understanding. 5 years ago, at the behest of a friend, they were sent to my temple and have lived with me since. Hearing this, Ming was taken aback. He caught a glimpse of the subtle melancholy in the expressions of the two disciples when this matter was mentioned. Perhaps they, like him, had experienced some family upheaval. Otherwise, such a choice would be unusual. Of course, had the old Taoist not elaborated, he had no intention of prying further. It was a matter of their family. Through the old Taoist and Apos, as subsequent remarks, Ming gradually pieced together the narrative. Approximately 5 years ago, the government began to standardize tourism sites and services in the vicinity. They dispatched personnel to liaise with these locations, guiding them towards a more regulated development. The once moderately renowned Spirit Pine Mountain, coupled with its historically rich temple, naturally attracted attention. As the abbot of the Spirit Pine Temple, the old Taoist harbored no significant resistance to these changes. He understood the necessity of evolving with the times as a means of preserving and promoting traditional culture. Moreover, actively cooperating with the government's regulatory efforts yielded numerous benefits. New staff members were arranged to assist with various matters, and he was not required to pay their salaries. The state would cover that. Consequently, his workload lightened while local government publicity increased his income. Why would he not embrace such an opportunity? However, the two disciples did not quite meet the established criteria. To prevent gossip, the old Taoist urged them to study diligently and take the civil service examination. The two, living up to expectations, successfully secured positions thanks to their foundational knowledge and hard work, thereby stabilizing their circumstances. The old Taoist, who regarded his disciples as his own children, was naturally delighted, and their story became a celebrated tale. He even allowed them to peruse the ancient scripture passed down through generations. However, the two displayed little interest in it. After a few fruitless attempts, they ceased to bring it up. Their lives remained relatively stable and carefree, observing the young couples and the elders seeking blessings with great contentment. Yet, all changes began a month ago. Ming became increasingly alert upon hearing this. The pivotal moment had arrived. On that night a month ago, Spirit Pine Mountain appeared somewhat different from usual. The stars in the sky sparkled brilliantly, and the moonlight was unusually bright. It was deep into the night, and everyone had retired. However, for reasons unknown, I could not sleep, tossing and turning in bed, sensing something was amiss. Eventually, I stepped outside. The old Taoist voice quivered, his eyes shimmering with light. It was as if the extraordinary scene of that night resurfaced in his memory. The moonlight bathed Spirit Pine Mountain, illuminating the ancient trees as if cloaked in a silver veil. The shadows of the trees danced gently in the breeze, resembling a group of silver-clad fairies frolicking in the night. I beheld the millennial-old tree at the center of the temple, glowing radiantly under the moonlight. That night, he recalled vividly. Every leaf on the tree shimmered with light. Even the trunk bore strange luminescent patterns. I approached the tree, and a mysterious yet powerful energy surged from its trunk, permeating the air. A flicker of reverence crossed the old Taoist's eyes. It was a force I had never experienced before, pure, ancient, and brimming with vitality. At that moment, I extended my hand, gently touching the trunk. The energy flowed through my palm, coursing throughout my being. Standing beneath the tree, bathed in the intertwining wonders of moonlight and tree light, an inexplicable impulse surged within me. In that instant, the breathing techniques described in the scripture involuntarily materialized in my mind. I closed my eyes and began to inhale and exhale according to the guidance within the text. This action was one I had practiced countless times. As my breathing deepened, I felt the energy emanating from the trunk begin to intertwine with my own breath. Upon hearing this, Ming realized the significance. He was attuned to the spiritual energy, officially stepping into the realm of cultivators. The golden scales are not merely creatures of the pond. When encountering winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. According to the old Taoist account, that night, he had called his 2 disciples to awaken them. The 3 of them ventured outside to seek enlightenment beneath the spirit tree. Yet, aside from the old Taoist, neither of the 2 succeeded. The reason seemed rather simple. Although they had also perused the scripture, they fell short compared to the old Taoist. He had cultivated for decades, enabling him to attain understanding beneath the spirit tree, while they had no such foundation. In the days that followed, while such phenomena did not reoccur, the concentration of spiritual energy around the Spirit Pine Temple remained remarkably high. His 2 disciples, devoted solely to the study of the breathing technique, have engaged in this endeavor for nearly a week. Yet, they remain utterly incapable of perceiving even a trace of spiritual energy. This suggests that this path may be futile. Wait, Ming interjected, interrupting the old Taoist narrative. If what he claims is indeed the case, then how is it that his 2 disciples have reached the first star of Qi refinement? Have they not progressed in the same manner as he has? Chapter 41. 3 Compendiums. Earth Attribute. Sky Attribute. Upon hearing Ming and Appo's skepticism, the elder chuckled awkwardly. Young man, you may be unaware. The reason my 2 disciples have become pioneers is not solely due to the breathing technique found in the scriptures. At this revelation, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was enlightenment not derived from the profound breathing methods? It appeared he had made quite a few assumptions. However, upon further contemplation, if such a breathing technique could indeed fabricate a pioneer, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Should such a method fall into the hands of the state, it could be universally implemented in the military, an overwhelming force. That seemed rather excessive. Half a month ago, several individuals from the higher echelons visited our Qingsong Taoist temple. Ming's heart stirred. The elder was likely referring to those from the Special Investigative Bureau. They possessed a rather unique instrument that radiated red light. I did not conceal anything. At this, Ming and Appo's expression became animated. He understood the elder and Appo's thoughts at that time. After all, such matters were so astonishing that it was better to remain discreet. Yet, in the face of state capabilities, one could not simply dismiss them. Subsequently, I revealed the peculiar phenomena of that time, as well as the scripture matter. It was from that day forth that Qingsong Taoist Temple ceased its public operations, and the originally assigned personnel were reassigned. The reason my 2 inept disciples also became pioneers was that I consented to an exchange. The state offered 2 pills in exchange for a transcription of the scriptures. It was these 2 pills that granted them insight into spiritual energy. At this, Ming understood. No wonder. This also deepened his comprehension of the state and Appo's methods to create pills that allow ordinary individuals to sense spiritual energy. It goes without saying. Their value would be astronomical, truly a rarity. Coupled with the transcription of the scriptures, Longwa and Appo's actions and progress regarding the revival of spiritual energy were by no means slow. After all, they had ample manpower and extensive authority. Their power exceeded imagination. I harbor no ill intentions. Is it all right if I simply observe this spirit-gathering array? Ming's tone had softened considerably. If the elder's words held truth, then they should not become adversaries. He was not a tyrant who bullied the weak or a senseless murderer. Please, do take a look. I just hope you won't disturb it too much. The array is intricate and prone to issues. The elder had no reason to refuse. The fact that this individual was willing to converse amicably was already a blessing. Nodding, Su Ming approached the array and extended his hand to touch the edge of the stone. Rare material discovered. Spirit stone. Array discovered. Spirit gathering array. The voice of the system echoed. Su Ming's eyes lit up. 2 notifications. This indicated the acquisition of 2 new compendiums, effortlessly obtained. Following that, Su Ming directed his gaze towards the center of the spirit gathering array. There lay a distinct stone emanating a blue glow, clearly an extraordinary object. He wondered where the elder had procured such items. With that thought, Su Ming leapt into the air, executing a graceful flip. With a gentle flick of his finger, he made slight contact with the glowing stone. This scene left the elder and the 2 others momentarily stunned. What was this young man up to? Performing acrobatics? Rare material discovered. Stellar stone. This place was indeed fortuitous. Su Ming felt elated, and his perception of the 3 Taoists improved considerably. He had directly secured 3 compendiums. Furthermore, the stellar stone, akin to the Baibo immortal willow, was also a rare material. Upward he soared. Meanwhile, the elder remained motionless, hesitant to act recklessly. Even though Su Ming appeared to be lost in thought, they were still uncertain of his true nature. Should they fail to impress him? Inciting his wrath was not out of the question. The elder had previously divulged information so freely due to his careful scheming. He had mentioned having connections with the state's upper echelons. He had also provided scriptures to them and received accolades. This implied they had backing. If this young man were truly intent on harm, he would first need to consider the implications of the state's investigation. His strategy was meticulous. At this moment, Su Ming paid no mind to their thoughts and directly opened the new compendium. Material compendium. Spirit stone. Category. Earth attribute. Energy attribute. Concealed deep within the earth. Drawing power from the ley lines. It takes millennia to reveal its spiritual brilliance. The spirit stone is an essential medium for cultivators to refine spiritual energy and enhance their cultivation. Stellar stone. Category. Sky attribute. Earth attribute. Energy attribute. Originating from celestial meteorites, it harbors the power of the stars, making it an exceedingly rare material for cultivation. The stellar stone not only significantly boosts cultivation efficiency, but is also a key material for crafting high-grade artifacts and spiritual treasures. Su Ming gazed at the compendium and Oppo's contents, slightly surprised. The earth attribute was something he had encountered for the first time, though it seemed rather ordinary. In contrast, the stellar stone, with its sky attribute, appeared to carry a certain prestige. Seen compendium, spirit gathering array, a fundamental and practical cultivation array, specifically designed to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This array can sense the flow of spiritual energy in the natural world, guiding and condensing it at the array's center, thus creating a space rich in spiritual energy for cultivation. Was the array also classified as a seen compendium? This did take Su Ming by surprise. Extracting compendium rewards. Su Ming murmured to himself. Extracting Spirit Stone Compendium. Strength 2. Extracting Stellar Stone Compendium. Strength 3. Extracting Spirit Gathering Array Compendium. Reward. Spiritual Energy Amplification Scroll. Spiritual Energy Amplification Scroll instantly fills the internal spiritual energy, sweeping away hunger, allowing one to return to their true self. In an instant, Su Ming felt a tremendous surge, his strength significantly enhanced. The increase from 10 to 15 points of strength was no trivial matter. The scroll was intriguing as well, containing no limits on spiritual energy recovery. The stronger one was, the more profound the effects of the scroll. This was akin to unleashing an extraordinary move that would deplete one's energy bar, only to have it instantly replenished for another round. What a concept! It would be as if mountains were leveled. Overall, Su Ming was immensely satisfied. The Spirit Gathering Array Compendium, while not on par with the Black Fog Dead Zone or the Immortal Spirit Cave, did not demand high expectations for rewards. Contentment is a virtue. And yet, there was more. Current Energy Attribute Compendium. 3. Crimson Flame Fruit, Spirit Stone, Stellar Stone. Activating Level 1 Energy Attribute Compendium Effect. Host comprehends the path of energy, inflicting one of damage that ignores the target's defenses. Holy moly, true damage. Su Ming was astonished. What a notion. It equated to being the most resilient person in the world, capable of withstanding cannon fire. Every strike he delivered would leave a mark. Truly, a remarkable feat. Chapter 42. The Peculiar Western Woods. This revelation ignited a fervent admiration in Su Ming and Oppo's gaze towards the old Taoist, viewing him as a veritable harbinger of fortune. The old Taoist, sensing Su Ming's intense stare, swallowed nervously, wondering if the young man harbored unconventional desires. He mused that the more powerful a person, the more eccentric their tastes, questioning whether the young man's hunger was so acute as to overlook the old Taoist's advanced age. Why did you construct the spirit-gathering array here? Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. It seemed more logical to establish the array directly at the Azure Pine Taoist temple. Young man, the old Taoist began. We erected this array to lure the serpent from its lair. Lure the serpent? Ming echoed, puzzled. The old Taoist nodded, a shadow of apprehension clouding his features. Last night, my disciples and I were engaged in our practice when a series of urgent knocks reverberated against the temple gates. Such late-night disturbances are invariably suspicious. I cautiously opened the door, my expression grave, as the world and Appos' recent upheavals have compelled us to maintain constant vigilance. He continued. To my surprise, an elderly woman stood before me, accompanied by an old man and a dog. The woman, visibly distressed, informed us that she had lost contact with her nephew, who resided nearby. Upon discovering his absence during their customary meal, she searched his residence, only to find it deserted. With no sign of him, her calls went unanswered. Ming and Appos' eyes flickered with recognition. It seems this is connected. These individuals appear to be involved in the same predicament. He recalled overhearing the old woman's tale at the breakfast shop, where she recounted the events with a lightheartedness that belied the encroaching danger. The old Taoist elaborated. According to the old woman, she attempted to brave her fears and venture into the forest depths, but her dog exhibited extreme terror, refusing to proceed and emitting mournful, trembling howls. Sensing the gravity of the situation, she sought out the elderly man, only to discover unsettling occurrences at his home as well. All of his chickens, both hens and roosters, lay dead, blood seeping from their orifices. Realizing the severity of the situation, they sought us out, believing that, as a Taoist temple, we alone possessed the means to confront these eerie phenomena, the old Taoist concluded, clarifying that they had come seeking assistance. Young man, given the urgency of the situation, I descended the mountain with 2 of my disciples, motivated by both a desire to render aid and an aspiration to discern the connection to the ongoing transformations. Hoping to seize an opportunity, the old Taoist explained. The night was as dark as ink, with the moon and Appos' rays filtered through the trees, failing to dispel the oppressive darkness. As we entered the forest, the cacophony of unsettling sounds assaulted our ears, a blend of weeping and laughter, their origins elusive and disconcerting. These sounds resonated through the silent night, as if countless unseen eyes were scrutinizing us, sending shivers down our spines. As practitioners, my disciples and I were acutely aware of these unusual sensations. A chilling cold permeated our very bones. We proceeded cautiously, but the encroaching cold intensified, impeding the flow of our inner energy and forcing us to slow our pace. At that moment, I glimpsed fleeting shadows flitting among the trees. Yet, as we attempted to approach, they vanished without a trace, as if mocking our efforts. It was then that I resolved to venture no further. The situation was too ominous. Before we had attained our current abilities, we might have dismissed it as mere trickery, perhaps involving a simple investigation or a call to the authorities. But now, we understood that the world concealed far more than its surface revealed. To press on would be to risk our own lives rather than to save others. I immediately contacted the Special Investigation Bureau to report the situation. They took the matter seriously and dispatched personnel to investigate today. For safety, we were instructed to withdraw and avoid nighttime operations, as these locations harbor too many unknown factors. We were to await the arrival of the dispatched personnel before proceeding together. Based on our calculations, they should arrive soon. Ming now comprehended the sequence of events. The Spirit Gathering Array served a dual purpose, to facilitate their sensing and absorption of spiritual energy in the surrounding area while awaiting reinforcements, and to potentially lure out the forest and Appos' enigmatic entities, creating an opportunity for ambush. The environment within the forest was far more perilous and intricate. When are they expected to arrive? Ming inquired softly. Given that evening was fast approaching, their delayed arrival suggested a scarcity of available personnel. Otherwise, they would have likely arrived by morning. He was not averse to joining forces. As a national advisor, he could provide assistance to the fledgling practitioners, thereby contributing to the nation and Appos' efforts. In about half an hour, the old Taoist replied after a moment and Appos' hesitation, offering an honest estimate. Ming nodded, retrieving his phone. We shall wait then. You may continue absorbing spiritual energy, I will wait with you, and we shall depart together. Seeing that Ming had begun browsing his phone and showed no intention of seizing their resources, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Despite his initial assertiveness, The powerful figure seemed benevolent, neither coveting their spirit-gathering array nor demanding their Taoist texts. They mused that even they might struggle to resist such temptations if they possessed similar power. Meanwhile, Su Ming paid no heed to their thoughts, contentedly scrolling through his phone. Director Wang had responded to his message half an hour earlier, informing him that the higher-ups had approved the establishment of an online forum. The Spiritual Energy Association forum had been created with remarkable speed. With this in mind, Su Ming opened the forum app and searched, confirming its existence. However, the forum was still devoid of content, save for a practitioner realm system chart, identical to the one Long Pinyin had sent him. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming initiated a thread, intending to contribute to the nation's efforts and become a prominent figure in the forum's early days. He proceeded to create a series of illustrated posts, each dedicated to a specific type of topic. He mused, having contributed so much to the practitioners. Surely they cannot accuse me of shirking my responsibilities? Chapter 43. Visitors from the Spiritual Energy Association, an organization outside the military? The subsequent time was not entirely dull. Su Ming utilized his phone to contribute entries regarding spirit stones, jade spiritual roots, and other illustrations to a forum. This information would lay the foundation for his burgeoning reputation. It was evident that a forum established by official means would swiftly garner popularity. Having set this up now would yield numerous benefits in the future. In addition, he also added the 3 individuals before him on WeChat. The combination of cultivating immortality and using WeChat felt slightly incongruous, as if the realms of fantasy and technology were colliding, creating an uncomfortable dissonance. Besides this, Su Ming perused the moments shared by his new acquaintances, only to find their lives as unremarkable as his own, devoid of any intriguing content. Suddenly, Su Ming lifted his gaze, sensing a profound energy fluctuation beside him. It surged forth like ripples on a tranquil lake, intense and abrupt. His eyes turned towards the old Taoist, who stood still, taking a deep breath. The old man's aura spiraled upward, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy gathered by the formation. At that moment, a healthy glow adorned the old Taoist's countenance, as if enveloped in a gentle halo, making him appear several years younger. Had he broken through to the 2nd star of the Qi refinement stage? Su Ming murmured softly, astonished. The old Taoist and Appo's prowess exceeded his expectations. The true masters often concealed themselves among the populace. Even the military and Appo's foremost pioneers were, at this juncture, merely at the 1st star of the Qi refinement stage, as exemplified by Long Pinyin. However, upon reflection, this was unsurprising. The old Taoist's ancestry must possess remarkable lineage, and his years spent at the Qing Taoist temple, diligently practicing the teachings, had clearly borne fruit. Furthermore, it was likely that he was not the only one in the nation to have such opportunities. The emergence of formidable wild pioneers would undoubtedly increase. Su Ming contemplated these revelations, feeling a swell of emotion. At his side, the old Taoist and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy, though he refrained from displaying excessive excitement. This was largely due to his first-hand experience of Su Ming's previous sword strike. Despite the significance of his breakthrough and the substantial enhancement he felt, it paled in comparison to that earlier display of power. Only now did he truly comprehend the formidable nature of the young man before him. Having witnessed towering peaks, he was not one to become complacent over temporary progress. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, the old Taoist rose slowly and inclined his head towards Su Ming. Mr. Su, your previous sword strike has granted me some insights. Thanks to your fortuitous influence, I have successfully reached the 2nd star of the Qi refinement stage. Su Ming returned the gesture with a smile. There is no need for modesty, Taoist. This is the result of your diligent practice, and I have played no part in it. The old Taoist nodded slightly, his admiration for Su Ming deepening. Despite his youth, the young man exuded extraordinary strength, humility, and grace. Such a pioneer possessed a mindset that could be a lifelong lesson for them, particularly for his 2 disciples. If they could learn even a fraction from Mr. Su, it would be a significant opportunity. As Su Ming glanced at the time, he noted it was approaching 5 in the afternoon. The group had ceased their cultivation, awaiting the arrival of those from above. The spiritual energy gathered within the formation had been largely absorbed due to the old Taoist's breakthrough. This land would require considerable time to gather a high concentration of spiritual energy again, and the formation had been dismantled for reuse. As previously mentioned, the current spiritual energy on Blue Star was excessively sparse. A few minutes later, the old Taoist's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he turned to Su Ming. Mr. Su, they will be here shortly. The previously bright sky suddenly darkened slightly. It seemed as though an invisible curtain had obscured the sunlight, casting a grayish hue. Ming felt the shift in illumination, furrowing his brow in confusion. Was it already time for the sun to set? It felt earlier than usual. Though perhaps it was due to their elevation in the mountains, a concept he did not fully grasp. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a hint of coolness. Not far away, the figures of a group emerged along a woodland path, coming into view. Ming looked up, momentarily taken aback. The attire of these individuals was somewhat unexpected. They wore neither military uniforms nor casual clothing, but rather a uniform of black, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman. Their garments were devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, simple yet sharp, projecting an impression of efficiency. Among them, a middle-aged man stood out, leading the way. He was not conventionally handsome, yet his deep-set eyes radiated an undeniable sharpness. The faint lines on his forehead seemed to chronicle the passage of time and the wisdom gained through experience. His steady stride indicated that he was the leader of the 3. The leader approached the old Taoist, disregarding Ming and the others, and extended his hand in introduction. Taoist, I am Xiaoshan, the team leader dispatched by the Spiritual Energy Association for this mission. The old Taoist nodded slightly, his demeanor humble. Team leader Xiao. You have traveled far. I am Qing Song. Xiaoshan acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned his gaze towards Ming and the others, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was not that he discerned the extent of Ming and Appo's strength. Rather, it was unexpected to encounter so many pioneers in such a location. Yesterday, it was reported that you had 3 personnel. But now who is this? This is my young friend, Su, who will accompany us and is also a pioneer. Ming had previously instructed discretion. Xiaoshan and Appo's gaze lingered on Ming for a moment longer before shifting back to the old Taoist. In his understanding, among this group, only the Taoist and Appo's strength could barely meet the requirements. Although they were all pioneers at the first star of the Qi refinement stage, disparities existed among them. The combined capabilities of the 3 who had arrived far exceeded those of the 4 present. After all, they possessed rich combat experience, seamless teamwork, and broad knowledge. Of course, he simply mentioned this casually. They had been summoned to collaborate, not to flaunt their prowess. Taoist, we can set off now to avoid any unnecessary delays. Chapter 44. The Dual Paths of Military and Civilians. An unforeseen change approaches. The old Taoist casually acquiesced, yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ming, seemingly seeking his counsel. Observing this, Ming had no choice but to nod. Very well, let us set forth. I shall lead the way. The old Taoist gestured grandly. Beside him, Xiaoshan furrowed his brow. He had witnessed every subtle movement of the old Taoist and was left pondering its significance. What did this mean? They had journeyed from afar. Yet instead of heeding their counsel, they were to follow the directives of a mere child? Did they not comprehend who the true pillar of support was? Humph. Xiaoshan scoffed quietly, but chose not to voice his thoughts. If this child possessed greater strength than they did, it might be acceptable. Yet how could that possibly be? It could only be said that the old Taoist lacked social acumen, entirely oblivious to the ways of the world, even the principle that the strong command respect. Behind Xiaoshan, 2 young men were not as contemplative. They engaged in conversation with the old Taoist disciples. The young man, Zhao Lei, was robust, his muscular physique evident, with pronounced veins on his exposed arms, clearly a specimen of formidable physical prowess. The young woman, with a melodious name, Ning Jing, embodied her name and Appo's essence. She appeared reticent, yet her voice was sweet. Not cold or aloof, she exuded a gentle, introspective demeanor. Clad in dark attire that accentuated her figure, her beauty remained undeniable even in simplicity. Her long hair flowed gracefully, her skin fair, and her features exquisite. Even Ming had to concede that she was the most beautiful girl he had encountered thus far, surpassing Lin Xiyu. In terms of appearance, they might be evenly matched, yet the serene aura that Ning Jing radiated was far beyond what Lin Xiyu could muster. Throughout the journey, Ming remained silent, content in his solitude. The old Taoist disciples were hesitant to engage him in conversation, and the 2 young men from the Spirit Energy Association showed no inclination to speak with him either. Ming found solace in this, allowing his thoughts to wander. He had initially presumed they were military personnel, yet upon hearing Xiaoshan's words, he realized they all hailed from the Spirit Energy Association. Wazn and Appo's, that the name of the forum mentioned by Director Wang. They had indeed formed an organization. Pondering this, Su Ming retrieved his phone and sent a message to Director Wang for clarification. This time, Director Wang responded swiftly. A quick glance at the messages provided him with a clearer understanding. The military represented the nation's official vanguard organization, while the Spirit Energy Association functioned as a grassroots counterpart. Naturally, the state had a hand in guiding and regulating these activities. The military and Oppos's recruitment standards were stringent, prioritizing loyalty above all. Most aspirants, however, fell short of such lofty ideals, often perceiving the military as a constraint upon their freedom. This was where the Spirit Energy Association came into play, offering a haven for those the military could not accommodate. They provided a structured organization for these aspirants, who in turn contributed to various endeavors, fostering mutual benefit and positive development. The military and the Spirit Energy Association operated as two distinct, yet complementary pathways, each replete with advantages. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, the sky appeared to be shrouded by an invisible hand, the sun engulfed by heavy clouds, leaving only a dismal grayness in its wake. The light became miserly, with a few rays of sunlight struggling to break through the oppressive gloom. It was barely past 5 in the afternoon, yet Su Ming felt an increasing sense of unease. This forest was far more uncanny than he had anticipated. A mist began to weave through the trees, thin as gauze but imbued with an indescribable chill, both eerie and unpredictable. Not only Su Ming, but all present, experienced aspirants, sensed that something was amiss. The previously chatty group fell silent, instinctively aware. Zhao Lei and Ning Jing exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of vigilance. Having participated in missions before, they recognized the signs of impending danger. Zhao Lei's veins bulged, as if ready to respond to any sudden developments. Ning Jing, though still reserved, exhibited a keen awareness in her eyes, suggesting an undercurrent of formidable strength hidden beneath her tranquil demeanor. Su Ming observed this with a nod of approval. These individuals were not merely ornamental, in stark contrast to past encounters where many had merely gone through the motions. Xiaoshan's countenance grew grave, though he harbored some discontent. He understood the importance of remaining composed in the face of potential peril. The mist's sudden arrival was suspect, urging everyone to remain vigilant. The party advanced slowly through the fog, their footsteps echoing in the eerie stillness of the forest. As the mist thickened, visibility dwindled, compelling them to draw closer together. An unspoken sense of dread permeating the air. My phone has no signal. Su Ming finally broke the silence, irritation evident in his voice. For a modern youth, being deprived of their phone was rather distressing. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring the mist into a frenzy. The trees swayed, producing a rustling sound that seemed to whisper warnings. Although the hour was not yet night, the surroundings had become increasingly indistinct. Xiaoshan and the others produced flashlights, casting a feeble glow around them. Warning: ahead lies an area shrouded in dense black mist, extremely dangerous, classified as a no-go zone. Warning: the host must not proceed. Survival chances are 0. Su Ming halted momentarily before regaining his composure, tucking his phone back into his pocket. He recalled having heard similar warnings before, back when he was in the subway station and had even squashed a mosquito. This somewhat inept system had its merits, serving as a form of early warning. However, the nature of this black mist remained enigmatic. It felt significantly more intense than what he had encountered at the subway station. There, the light had merely dimmed, but here, the forest seemed to bear the unmistakable mark of the uncanny. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the forest and Oppos's tranquility. The sound was shrill and agonizing, akin to something in excruciating torment. Every heart tightened, a chill racing up from their feet to their heads. The scream was abrupt, fading just as swiftly. Yet its impact rippled through the group like stones cast into a still lake. Xiaoshan and Oppos's expression soured, his grip tightening on the flashlight. Everyone, stay close and do not disperse. Su Ming frowned slightly. He could sense the atmosphere shifting chaotically after the scream. Just then, a more ferocious wind surged forward, accompanied by a low growl and roars. What was that? Xiaoshan suddenly pointed ahead, his eyes wide with shock. In the distorted forest ahead, something was moving beneath the tree trunks, more than one entity. Shadows darted swiftly, hurtling towards them. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. I will focus on removing extraneous punctuation, advertisements for votes or collections, subtle website promotions, and other irrelevant content. I will then provide an enhanced version of the text in elegant, elevated English, preserving the original meaning while employing more sophisticated vocabulary and sentence structures. Chapter 45, The Shadowed Wingbat. A shroud of darkness enveloped the area, causing hearts to race with an unprecedented sense of peril. It felt as though they were facing a formidable foe. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the trees, moving with astonishing speed. Closest to it was Ningjing. Standing on the far left, Zhao Lei, positioned nearest to her, instinctively stepped in front of her, fury blazing in his eyes. What in the world is that? In an instant, Zhao Lei transformed into a bastion of strength. A faint earthy glow emanated from his skin, and his muscles bulged beneath his dark attire, exuding an aura of resilience as if he could withstand immense force. Observing this, Su Ming quickly retracted his inclination to act. An earth attribute ability? It must relate to defense. He was eager to see just how far these pioneers could go. Zhao Lei crossed his arms over his chest, resembling a small mountain. The shadow collided with his body. He staggered, but did not fall. Quite impressive. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Su Ming and Appo's eyes. Meanwhile, the old Taoist and Xiao Shan, who were not far away, rushed forward. The Taoist wielded a peachwood sword, tracing an intricate arc through the air. The tip of the sword shimmered with the gathered spiritual energy, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the void. Xiao Shan swung his fist with ferocity. Like a tiger descending from a mountain, unstoppable. Several strikes were unleashed in succession, and the shadow let out a shriek before collapsing to the ground, motionless. At that moment, the true nature of the shadow became apparent. It bore a resemblance to a bat, albeit with a distorted form, hollow eyes, and a grotesque black liquid oozing from its mouth. The sight was both terrifying and repulsive. The group was momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a creature. Its fingers were as sharp as blades, clearly excelling in speed and offensive capability. Had Zhao Lei not intervened, Ningjing could have found herself in grave danger. After all, each individual had their own unique path of cultivation. However, none of them dared to breathe a sigh of relief. This creature could merely be a vanguard, with the true army lurking just ahead. Beyond the trees lay a dense throng of twisted shadows, akin to a horde of lurking malevolence, ready to strike at any moment. The sheer number sent chills down their spines. Perhaps the misstep of the vanguard had temporarily subdued them, but their predatory instincts would not remain dormant for long. Qingsong Taoist, we must retreat. Xiao Shan's face was grave. Just moments ago, the Taoist's overwhelming presence had startled him. It had been difficult to gauge earlier. But now, witnessing their combined might, he realized the Taoist's strength surpassed his own. It felt as though he could rival the vice president of their spiritual energy association. He must be at the second star of the Qi refining stage, an alarming prospect. Such a powerful entity resided in the mountains? Previously, he had boasted about being able to handle these individuals, but now he felt like a fool. Nevertheless, even a second-star Qi refining expert would find no chance of victory against such a multitude. The Taoist's expression was equally troubled, yet he refrained from making unilateral decisions. He cast his gaze once more upon Su Ming. Observing this, Xiao Shan was momentarily stunned. Had it been earlier, he might have erupted in anger. However, having gained insight into the Taoist's strength, he found himself forced to calm his thoughts. The Taoist repeatedly glanced at this young lad. Could it be? But he was so young. Silence enveloped them as Su Ming crouched down, reaching out to touch the filthy creature. Successfully marked the leader-level creature, Shadowed Wingbat, his mind whispered as he opened the new biological compendium. Shadowed Wingbat, category, dark attribute, flying creature, social creature. Assassin, tier, leader-level creature, a malevolent creation born from the soul corruption mist. It hunts silently in the dark, utilizing its nocturnal and high-speed mobility. Possessing sharp mandibles infused with venom, it can inflict fatal wounds on its prey in an instant. Preferring to dwell in groups, once provoked, it proves exceedingly difficult to disentangle from, yet it displays a profound aversion to bright light. Indeed, it was influenced by the soul corruption mist. Could it be that my scythe could absorb another wave? Before Su Ming could ponder further, the dark mass ahead stirred. A cacophony erupted as it surged towards them like a black tide. Mr. Su, we must flee. The old Taoist's urgency was palpable. He recognized Su Ming's strength. Yet faced with an unknown number of malevolent entities, despair loomed over them. 1, 10, even dozens, they could attempt to fight back. But faced with hundreds or thousands, they would be utterly overwhelmed. After all, even ants could bring down an elephant in numbers. The will to fight was extinguished. Damn it, if we don't run, I'll take the others and leave. Xiao Shan could no longer restrain himself, preparing to flee with the two young men. At such a moment, still hesitating was foolish. Even if this young man were indeed powerful, he was far too arrogant and oblivious to the circumstances. Even if the entire spiritual energy association were to assist them, they would still have no choice but to retreat. Just then, Su Ming rose to his feet. He had not wished to draw attention to himself. Yet, these shadowed winged bats posed a genuine threat. If he could eliminate them all, who knew how much soul corruption mist he could absorb into his scythe? His interest was piqued. Such a large group of malevolent beings, and they were so fearful of light. Alas, your fate is indeed dire. A smile crept upon Su Ming's lips, though his eyes glinted with lethal intent. Thunder embodies the essence of the heavens, a force that vanquishes evil. And he was indeed capable. The tide of shadowed winged bats rushed forth, an overwhelming pressure that rendered breathing difficult. Feeling the tempest, Su Ming summoned the thunder sword once more, his garments billowing. Lightning flickered along the blade, exuding an extraordinary presence. Observing this, the old Taoist and his companions felt a flicker of hope. Yet, skepticism lingered. After all, the sheer quantity of these malevolent entities was staggering, a veritable deluge. Even if Su Ming were to replicate his previous strike, he would require countless swings to vanquish them all. Should they wait until that time? They would likely perish long before. Are you waiting to die? Sha Shan shouted, turning to see the sword in Su Ming and Appo's hand. Though surprised, he still did not believe that this young man could contend against the encroaching tide of darkness. If this boy were to perish, it would be unfortunate, but the seemingly extraordinary sword would likely meet the same fate. How pitiful! In that critical moment, Su Ming's spiritual energy erupted, illuminating the surroundings like a radiant sun ascending through the trees. Light burst forth, dispelling the encroaching darkness. His momentum surged, akin to a divine warrior descending upon the earth, instilling all around. Gasped. All present inhaled sharply. The magnitude of his presence was beyond description, leaving them at a loss for words. Several individuals in Shaoshan halted their frantic flight, staring blankly at the figure in the distance. What an intimidating presence! Perhaps he truly possesses the capability? Chapter 46, The Thunderous Judgment. A sudden turn of events. Shaoshan and Appo's eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. One man, one sword. The oppressive force rendered them incapable of any thoughts of comparison or resistance. It was overwhelmingly strong, beyond his comprehension. The dark tide composed of the shadow-corrupted winged bats seemed to sense a tremor in their hearts, momentarily halted. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Beasts remained beasts, forever oblivious to the true nature of their adversary. Su Ming murmured softly, gently raising his longsword. The tip grazed his finger, releasing a droplet of crimson blood that slowly trickled down the blade. The old Taoist and his companions stood frozen, unaware of Su Ming's intentions. He raised his hand, pointing the sword towards the heavens, as if issuing a challenge to the unjust world. This blood was not merely the essence of life. It served as a conduit for unleashing the power of thunder. In a world rife with injustice, let blood summon the storm. Su Ming's voice resonated through the woods. Thunder's judgment, activate. As his words fell, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, resembling a vast black curtain. The entire world was plunged into darkness. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, while lightning danced between them. The very fabric of the heavens and earth altered, and the forest trembled beneath the weight of celestial might. Shaoshan could not contain himself, his mouth agape in astonishment. Is this truly human? Does the world itself change hue at his presence? Can humanity indeed summon the winds and rains, commanding the thunder with but a single will? Beside him, Zhao Lei had unknowingly knelt to the ground, his eyes filled with horror and an uncontrollable fervor. Who would not yearn for such power? How formidable! Ning Jing gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Upon closer inspection, a blush crept across her previously pale cheeks, gazing at the man standing defiantly amidst the lightning. The light in her eyes grew brighter. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Behind Su Ming, a colossal silhouette of a thunder god gradually took shape, brandishing a thunderous hammer with an air of majesty. With a mere flick of Su Ming's wrist, the apparition swung the hammer down. Countless bolts of lightning, like silver dragons in a frenzied dance, tore through the night. The darkness was as bright as day. Lightning cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, mercilessly flooding down. The dark tide of shadow-corrupted winged bats was utterly illuminated. These once hunters of the night now stood exposed as mere prey. Their previously vacant eyes now reflected a flicker of panic. The bats scattered in a frenzy, shrieking in terror, attempting to escape this impending doom. Yet, it was all in vain. The lightning, like frenzied silver serpents, weaved through the forest, ruthlessly shattering them. Their pitiful cries seemed insignificant beneath the roar of thunder. Their bodies were reduced to ashes in the fury of the storm. Occasionally, a few shadow-corrupted winged bats managed to breach the electric net and flew directly towards Su Ming, only to be dispatched with a single stroke of his sword. They were no more than moths drawn to the flame. Minutes later, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All, save for Su Ming, were left questioning their very existence. A bitter smile crept upon the old Taoist and Appo's face. He had previously doubted Su Ming and Appo's capabilities. How foolish he had been. How could he have dared to doubt? Not far away, Xiao Shan and Appo's face turned pale, his heart churning with turmoil as he pondered whether he had uttered any disrespectful words earlier. Should such a formidable being harbor resentment, his training would be rendered futile. He might as well indulge himself and await his demise. Let us proceed. Su Ming's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. They exchanged glances, remaining silent as they hurried to follow him. Xiao Shan exhaled in relief. Perhaps there was no cause for alarm? However, the next moment, an overwhelming shock coursed through them, their legs trembling. Xiao Shan nearly collapsed to the ground, but Ning Jing was quick to steady him. Leader Xiao, are you all right? Xiao Shan shook his head. Before them, Su Ming and Appo's longsword had vanished, morphing into a peculiar scythe emanating an ominous aura. Was he preparing to transform into the Grim Reaper to harvest their lives? It was a reasonable thought. With such an unparalleled powerhouse no longer concealing his true nature, it seemed only logical that those who had glimpsed his secrets could be silenced. Su Ming observed their reactions, momentarily taken aback. Understanding dawned upon him, and he shook his head with a peculiar expression. Fear not, it is nothing. Minutes later, the group struggled to regain their composure and continued onward, led once again by the old Taoist. This time, however, conversation was sparse. They were wary of provoking Su Ming's ire, the previous scene fresh in their minds. Su Ming, in contrast, was in high spirits. Throughout their journey, his scythe absorbed the fog of soul erosion. The shattered shadow-corrupted winged bats became the finest sustenance for this entity. As he absorbed the soul-eroding fog, the dark light swirled, rendering the already otherworldly scythe even more enchanting. It appeared as though ethereal souls danced upon its blade. The edge of the scythe gleamed with a profound darkness, irresistibly captivating yet daunting to behold. Ning Jing's gaze was once again drawn to the scythe, her eyes flashing with awe. The impact of this weapon on her was far greater than that of the longsword. Alongside Su Ming, in her eyes, he embodied both righteousness and wickedness. A mesmerizing enigma. Having always been the obedient girl, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. A forbidden beauty. Ning Jing's heart raced, and she felt a flurry of emotions within her. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he received the following notification. System, extract reward from the bestiary. Extracting shadow-corrupted winged bat entry. Acquiring ability, paralytic toxin. Paralytic toxin. By releasing a special toxin, it interferes with and paralyzes the opponent's spiritual flow, thereby affecting their ability to harness their energy. It sounded quite promising. In crucial moments, it might prove to be immensely effective, comparable to siphoning another and Appo's energy in a game. Some critical survival abilities or ultimate moves might falter due to this effect, altering the course of battle. The method of utilization resembled that of the previous Tide's song, conjuring illusions of the shadow-corrupted winged bats to unleash toxin attacks. Another excellent ability for swift execution. Overall, it was rated as a minor divine technique. The group continued onward for another 10 minutes. The mist remained thick, and visibility was low. Occasionally, one or two shadow-corrupted winged bats would appear, but they were no longer seen in swarms. Su Ming need not intervene personally. After the initial shock, the others began to adapt to the sudden onslaught. Even the old Taoist's two disciples, who had never encountered these aberrant creatures before, found this to be their first trial, though their movements were somewhat clumsy. With Zhao Lei and Ning Jing and Appo's coordination, along with the old Taoist and Xiao Shan and Appo's support, they managed just fine. What Su Ming needed to do was quite simple. Holding the scythe, one merely needs to extract the soul-corroding mist from those little bats after they have delivered. The potential for growth of this weapon is indeed terrifying. Woo. Suddenly, a chilling cacophony of laughter and cries emanated from the forest ahead. The sound oscillated in distance and pitch, reminiscent of countless specters whispering in one and Appo's ear, or a wretched woman lamenting in the shadows. The group halted momentarily. It has arrived. Once again, those voices echoed through the stillness of the night, penetrating the eardrums of each individual, striking deep within their souls. A wave of cold surged from the ground up, rushing towards their minds. Even Su Ming squinted slightly. The scythe in his hand began to radiate warmth and tremble. What manner of creature awaited them ahead? Chapter 47. Eerie Tentacles. Unearthly Voices. A solitary venture. Everyone, be cautious, this sound. Before Xiao Shan could finish his warning, a desiccated hand erupted from the earth, seizing Ming Jing's alabaster ankle. Why is she always the one injured? Su Ming wasted no time, his scythe ablur as he severed the appendage. What fiendish entity is this? Beside her, Zhang Yu trembled. She had never anticipated such harrowing events on this excursion from the Taoist temple with her master. She was on the verge of collapse. Before they could dwell on it, more tentacles emerged from the ground, attempting to drag them into the abyss. Careful! Su Ming swung his scythe, each strike precisely cleaving the reaching tendrils. The others followed suit, their efforts mirroring his. The tentacles, though easily severed, seemed inexhaustible. Each amputation was met with a fresh surge from the earth, an unrelenting assault. Like chewing on an everlasting gobstopper. They seemed to be testing their resolve. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he continued to strike. There was something peculiar about these things. They possessed an unquenchable vitality. Most importantly, neither contact nor destruction triggered his encyclopedia. No entry? Did these tentacles not even warrant a designation? Su Ming and Apos, unease grew. A sudden realization struck him, and he urgently exclaimed, "We must find the source quickly, or else." A deafening shriek pierced the air from the fog ahead, cutting through the night like a razor and tearing at their hearts. The sound, akin to a lament from the depths of hell, carried infinite pain and despair. It was a veritable curse. What was that? Jaleh asked, his expression aghast. The sound had struck his very soul, a blow his earthen physique could not withstand. Unnoticed, the sound pierced Zhang Yu's eardrums like needles. Already teetering on the brink of mental collapse, she felt her head about to explode. Her hands instinctively clutched her skull, nails digging into her scalp, oblivious to the pain. Her eyes widened, pupils reflecting countless distorted images. Invisible fingers seemed to be stirring within the depths of her soul. Ah! Zhang Yu and Amp, Apos, scream echoed, intertwining with the terrifying sound from the fog. Fear, pain, and despair. You and Amp, Apos, the old Taoist priest exclaimed in alarm, his pupils constricting. Su Ming swiftly severed the tentacle emerging from beneath Zhang Yu and Amp, Apos' feet. And no. Don and Amp, Apos, T. Zhang Yu's voice was hoarse, her body trembling, her consciousness lost. The others noticed her distress, but they were too preoccupied with the encroaching tentacles to assist. Hee! A giggle echoed from the depths of the forest. A grotesque smile spread across Zhang Yu and Apos' face. Damn, this is too bizarre. Even Su Ming felt his composure wavering. What kind of infernal tactics were these? They hadn't even seen their adversary, yet they were already being tormented. Such mental manipulation was truly insidious, leaving them vulnerable and defenseless. System, allocate the remaining attribute points to my spirit. He commanded. Also, I should have 3 assassin encyclopedias now. What about the set effect? Attribute points have been added. The activation requirement for the Tier 1 class set effect is 5 class encyclopedias. 5. Su Ming cursed inwardly. While other encyclopedias required only 3 to activate Tier 1, the class type demanded 5. He was in dire straits, and any improvement could alter his fate. Alas, the system was uncooperative. Taoist, Leader Xiao, take care of her here. I and Apos, go investigate. A glint of determination flashed in Su Ming and Apos' eyes. Without waiting for a response, he charged forward, scythe in hand. Zhang Yu and Amp, Apos' condition was critical, and further delay would only lead to their demise. This applied not only to Zhang Yu but also to the others, who could not withstand the mental and physical strain for much longer. He could not hesitate. He had to act decisively. He had to find the source to break the deadlock. Su Ming's feet splashed through the sodden earth, accompanied by the splatter of mud and the thud of severed tentacles. His scythe danced, each swing a gust of lethal wind, felling the reckless dark-winged bats. His movements were exquisitely graceful. These vermin were no match for his scythe. System, open the panel. Su Ming urged, unwilling to delay. He felt a palpable sense of danger and needed to assess his current state. Su Ming, realm, Qi refining stage. For stars, strength, 15, constitution, 10, spirit, 11, agility, 10, charm, 10, abilities, nether shriek, shadow assault, tide song, thunderous judgment, paralytic toxin, Tier 1 dark attribute encyclopedia. Tier 1 wood attribute encyclopedia, Tier 1 energy attribute encyclopedia, overall evaluation, weak in all aspects, unable to trust a chicken, hence a small fry. With so many abilities, it should be manageable, right? Su Ming muttered, his confidence wavering. The nature of the attack was too bizarre and unpredictable. The fog, like a heavy curtain, obscured Su Ming and Appo's vision. Yet, his mind remained exceptionally clear. Though it was a forced clarity, any lapse could lead to irreversible consequences. The voice, as if sensing his arrival, lost its mournful tone, replaced by a playful lilt. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, an invisible pressure pervading the area. Above Su Ming, several dark-winged bats circled, their wings beating with an unsettling rhythm. These beasts aren't and Appo's attacking me proactively. Is something guiding their behavior? Such high intelligence. Su Ming kept his gaze fixed ahead, locked on the unknown depths of the fog. His enhanced night vision allowed him to glimpse something indistinct. His hand reached into his pocket, where he carried the spirit amplification scroll. The use of thunderous judgment had depleted his spiritual energy, and despite conserving his abilities, he had yet to fully recover. He might have to use it today, before it was too late. Su Ming slowed his pace. Through the mist, he seemed to perceive the originator of that sound. Chapter 48. Could it be her? Ensnared by enchantment? Before Su Ming, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Within this haze, a figure stood with its back turned to him, positioned in a dimly lit clearing devoid of any signs of life. As if it were the very nucleus of this desolate realm. Could this possibly be a human? Su Ming felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. In such a place, could there truly be humanity? And it appeared to be a woman. Though turned away, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with an eerie glow even in the muted light. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exuded an air of solitude, the hem swaying gently with the wind that seemed to caress only her, while the surrounding mist remained utterly still. The entire scene was both dissonant and uncanny. Su Ming remained motionless, gripping his scythe tightly, his gaze flickering. He understood that this figure was likely the source of all the strange phenomena. Say something, Zongzi. Su Ming inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. His Zongzi had faltered in critical moments more than once. It was indeed time for it to offer some guidance. Yet it remained obstinately silent. Run. Zongzi responded with a single word, then fell quiet again, as if fearing that speaking too loudly might bring consequences. The eerie sounds returned, and the mist ahead of Su Ming began to dissipate. Was this a mere illusion? The outline of the figure grew increasingly distinct, and Su Ming could even perceive her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were stifling sobs or perhaps suppressing laughter. Should I just flee? Su Ming hesitated. He felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her, powerful and strange, even causing his scythe to tremble in his grasp. Who are you? Su Ming's voice reverberated through the eerie silence of the forest, striving to shatter the oppressive stillness. He truly had no time to waste. He was uncertain about the situation on the other side with the old Taoist. However, the figure offered no response, remaining still as if she had not heard him. The air around him grew increasingly heavy, an intangible pressure making it difficult for him to breathe. Damn it! Su Ming's gaze hardened as he transformed his scythe back into a lightning sword. He could not afford to squander time with these foul entities. In the face of the unknown terror, the only escape was to confront it head-on. If it dares to challenge me, then I shall strike. Su Ming surged forward. Akin to a flash of lightning cleaving through the night sky, arcs of electricity dancing in the air. At that moment, the figure slowly turned to face him. Her movements were deliberate, exuding an unsettling yet graceful aura. When Su Ming finally beheld her visage, his heart skipped a beat, and he faltered. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before him stood an exquisitely beautiful woman, her features flawless. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What held significance was that this face was all too familiar. Wasn't this his former campus belle, Lin Xiyu? What in the world? This realm seemed to be even more fantastical than he had imagined. In the next instant, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Lin Xiyu's eyes, her smile radiant. The previously ominous mist appeared to be dispelled by some mysterious force, unveiling a valley resplendent with blooming flowers. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden veil over the earth, adorning all with a luminous glow. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, red, yellow, purple, blue, an exquisite sight to behold. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms, uplifting the spirit. Lin Xiyu stood amidst the sea of flowers, her figure harmoniously blending with the surrounding beauty. She was enchanting. Truly enchanting. Su Ming, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. Lin Xiyu's voice was soft and beguiling, aiming to stir the depths of Su Ming's heart. Standing before the blooming floral expanse, his confusion and vigilance remained undiminished by the enchanting scenery. Su Ming, do you not recall our promise? Lin Xiyu murmured gently, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow and longing. In this spring, we shall reunite amidst the most beautiful blossoms. You once vowed that no matter how the world changed, you would find me. A tremor coursed through Su Ming's heart as memories, long buried by time, surged forth like a tidal wave. Indeed, they had made such a promise. One made in a casual moment beneath the cherry blossom trees on campus. Lin Shiyu approached him, her smile gentle as she stepped lightly on the petals, graceful and ethereal. She extended her hand, her fingers delicate and slender, as if to caress his face. Su Ming, do you like the flower sea I have prepared for you? Her voice was soft, filled with endless allure. The surrounding flowers seemed to respond to her words, blooming even more vibrantly, their fragrance intensifying. The entire valley was enveloped in a romantic and picturesque ambience. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating Lin Shiyu, who resembled a captivating flower goddess. Su Ming felt his heart nearly melt in that moment. Lin Shiyu's sweet words, her beauty, combined with the romantic flower sea, all triggered a surge of emotion within him, tempting him to cast aside all doubts and vigilance, to approach her and embrace her. Su Ming, kiss me. The glimmer of expectation shone in Lin Shiyu's eyes. She lifted her chin slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, a blend of shyness and anticipation. Su Ming gazed at Lin Shiyu, his movements slow and tender, fearful of disturbing the beauty before him. His head leaned closer, seemingly to fulfill her yearning, to bestow upon her a passionate kiss. Yet, just as their faces were about to meet, Su Ming's body jolted violently. The lightning sword, previously transformed into a key, reappeared in his hand. With a force akin to a thunderclap, the sword aimed directly at Lin Shiyu's heart. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Su Ming's actions were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. At this distance, evasion was impossible. Moreover, this strike bore an added edge of ferocity. How could he not realize that this was but an illusion? He had previously discerned the signs. When the wind stirred, the hem of her skirt danced, yet the mist remained utterly still. It had already confirmed that something was amiss, possibly an illusion. At that moment, the sound of a chant had echoed behind him, his ability, the song of the tides, directly purifying his spirit, ensuring he would not easily succumb to this deception, heightening his vigilance. One must admit, this nefarious entity was exceptionally infuriating. Had it chosen anyone else to morph into, he might have been swayed and perhaps even fallen prey. Yet, why must it take the form of Lin Shiyu, the one who had broken up with him and left him utterly disgusted? This was an egregious affront. How utterly outrageous. Did it think he was not already a fool enough back then? With this strike, Su Ming unleashed an unprecedented fury, channeling 200% of his strength. Such was the power of wrath. Just moments ago, I was forced to act alongside that vile creature, and it left me utterly disgusted. Lin Shiyu and Appo's figure resembled a leaf swept away by a tempest, soaring through the air in an instant. Blood traced a heart-wrenching arc in the sky. You truly deserve to suffer. Chapter 49. Slay the Phantom Enchantress Fox Cub. Fury. At this moment, Su Ming was engulfed in a tempest of anger. His form erupted into a blur, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the flung Lin Shiyu. Seizing the moment of her vulnerability, he sought to extinguish her life. This rare opportunity must not be squandered. The battlefield was a rapidly shifting tapestry, where a moment and Appo's hesitation could lead to utter defeat. The surroundings darkened, reverting to their initial gloom. The thunderous sword of lightning in Su Ming's grasp vanished along with the swiftly dissipating sea of flowers. In its stead, he wielded a more chilling and lethal scythe. This scythe had absorbed an abundance of soul-corroding mist, its might far exceeding that of ordinary weaponry. The earlier choice of the lightning sword had been dictated by their close proximity, allowing for a more forceful thrust, catching the enemy off guard. Now, however, for the imminent harvest, the scythe was undeniably the superior choice. Lin Shiyu's form crashed heavily to the ground, beginning to contort and transform. To Su Ming's astonishment, she morphed into a diminutive white fox, bearing the horrific wounds inflicted by his lightning sword. Its eyes blazed crimson, and its legs trembled, clearly gravely injured. Yet, Su Ming showed no mercy. The scythe sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Compassion and tenderness were but distant notions. With a resounding strike, the scythe cleaved into the earth, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. The white fox, teetering on the brink of death, displayed a fierce will to survive. It suddenly propelled itself, executing a precarious arc in the air, narrowly evading Su Ming and Appo's lethal blow. His gaze bore no trace of hesitation, only a cold resolve as he pursued relentlessly. This creature was stronger than any he had encountered thus far, He could not grant it a moment and Apos' respite. Were it not for the fox's blunder, the tide of battle would not have favored him. At that instant, a fierce crimson light erupted from the fox's eyes. Locking on his Su Ming, a sense of dread washed over him. Caught off guard, he failed to evade. In an instant, the world warped and the surroundings blurred. He felt as though countless shadows danced around him. These phantoms whispered in his ears, their voices fluctuating in proximity and pitch, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a hallucinogenic experience. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming resisted the surreal sensations and tore open the aura-enhancing scroll he had prepared. His internal energy was nearly depleted. Now was the perfect moment to employ the scroll. He was a man rooted in the present, granting no quarter to his adversary. The scroll ignited with radiance. Powerful energy flooding into Su Ming and Apos' being. His aura surged. In the next heartbeat, the illusion of the azure sea and Apos' lamenting fish materialized behind him. Its song resonating like crashing waves, sweeping away all phantasms in an instant. The purifying effects were formidable. The fox's eyes flickered with a glint of panic. It had never anticipated that this human could extricate himself from its illusion so swiftly. Die. Su Ming's voice thundered like a storm. The phantom wail activated, stunning the already wounded fox, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. A creature adept at inflicting psychological harm found itself reeling from Su Ming and Apos' soul-shattering roar, as if struck by a hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming initiated Shadow Strike, locking onto the fox and Apos' form like a specter, dashing forward. The scythe, imbued with dark energy, traced a deadly arc through the air, aimed directly at the fox's vital points. This time, escape was futile. With a swift swoosh, the scythe descended, stirring a whirlwind. A piercing cry erupted, blood gushing forth. It was over. Host's terror is profound, having single-handedly slain the legendary creature's cub, the Phantom Enchantress Fox. First kill of a legendary creature grants 500 points. By the heavens. Su Ming and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. The diminutive creature he had dispatched was, in fact, a legendary being. Merely hearing this was exhilarating, a rush like no other, and a substantial reward of 500 points to boot. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident. Had the fox not miscalculated, unaware that Lin Xiu had severed ties with him, it would not have conjured such a flawed illusion. This was a grave miscalculation on the part of the enemy. Now, he had encountered 4 tiers of biological entities: the boss tier, lord tier, epic tier, and legendary tier. The first kill of a boss tier creature awarded 30 points, while he had yet to slay any lord tier beings. The first kill of an epic tier creature granted 100 points, and the first kill of a legendary creature yielded a staggering 500 points. If he were to confront even higher tiered creatures, a single slaying could potentially grant him over 1,000 points. That could translate to hundreds of attribute points. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with fervor. It was simply too incredible. After a moment's composure, Su Ming's brow furrowed once more. With the demise of the fox, the abnormalities around him began to wane. Yet, the old woman and Apos' nephew remained elusive, absent from sight. After nearly 10 minutes of searching the vicinity, he ultimately shook his head in disappointment. Not a single clue remained. Could it be that her nephew had not vanished within this realm? Perhaps there were deeper secrets at play? Or worse, his remains lay scattered, unrecognizable. Su Ming and Apos' gaze flickered with uncertainty. This matter was far from resolved. Elsewhere, deep within the forest, towering ancient trees obscured the sun. The dense canopy cast a perpetual shadow upon the ground below, leaving it shrouded in an oppressive gloom. There were no paths, not even a place to set foot, ensuring no travelers dared to dwell or pass through. At this moment, the woods were suffused with a stifling silence. Little did anyone know that at the heart of this ancient forest lay an ancient cavern. The entrance lay obscured beneath a tangle of roots and vines, as though nature itself sought to conceal it. Inside the cavern, an eerie stillness reigned. The ground slick with damp moss, and the air heavy with the scent of decay and age. Tendrils of living darkness coiled within, swirling and entangling, as if nurturing a force beyond comprehension. In this abyss, a 7-tailed white fox curled upon a stone, eyes shut, appearing to rest. Its pristine form glimmered like freshly fallen snow against the backdrop of the black mist. Suddenly, the 7-tailed fox and Apos' eyes shot open, ablaze with a scarlet glow, reminiscent of infernal flames, illuminating the fury and savagery roiling within its depths. With a piercing cry, it emanated a sound laced with anguish and wrath. Its 7 tails lashed wildly through the black mist, each sweep sending tremors through the cavern. Rocks and soil cascaded as if the very cavern trembled under the weight of its ire. The essence intertwined with its bloodline had just become alarmingly feeble. Then, the connection faded entirely. Chapter 50, The Distorted Realm of the Phantom Eye. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Su Ming's entire being. Why has it become so cold all of a sudden? He found himself puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible aura emanated from the corpse of the little fox, merging with his very essence. What about the old Taoist and the others? Having resolved my issues here, they should be safe as well, right? Su Ming dashed forward in the direction he had come from. Simultaneously, he opened the new illustrated guide. This was his first legendary creature. Phantom Shadow Fox Cub, category, dark attribute, celestial beast, illusionist, assassin, caster of curses, rank, legendary creature, a specter beneath the night, a whisper among the stars. Endowed with innate dark attribute powers, its lineage shrouded in mystery. Even in its cub stage, it displays astonishing potential, a natural master of illusions. Upon maturity, its tail count increases. 1 tail, 1 world, 9 tails, chaos unleashed. Wow. After reading the guide, Su Ming could not help but swallow hard. Legendary creatures indeed possess terrifying prowess. Fortunately, he had not allowed this being to mature. If he had provoked a future 9-tailed demon fox and let it escape, he would have had no chance of survival. Surely, he could not battle the young only to face the adult later? Extracting the guide rewards. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Previously, the epic-level Thunder Flood Dragon had provided the thunderous heavenly punishment, a force to be reckoned with, transforming the very heavens and earth. And this was a step higher, a legendary-level guide. Surely, the bestowed abilities would not be inferior. Extracting the Phantom Shadow Fox Cub Guide. Gaining the ability, Realm of the Phantom Eye. Realm of the Phantom Eye. Cast the Phantom Eye, pulling one target into an independent realm, causing a 10 to 30 reduction in all attributes. The specific reduction value correlates with the mental disparity between both parties. And the target and oppos, diminished attributes are transferred to the user within the realm. The realm lasts for 10 minutes or dissipates upon the death of any target within it. Cooldown, 3 days. No spiritual energy consumption. Note, this realm can evolve. Gasp. After absorbing this information, Su Ming inhaled sharply. A force duel? How outrageous. It reminded him of the Iron Man's ultimate ability from League of Legends. If he could utilize this ability effectively, he would be virtually invincible. Consider this. If the opponent fielded 9 warriors and 1 mage, with the mage hiding behind the warriors, unleashing devastating spells, by ensnaring the mage within his realm, would he not render the others utterly foolish? Moreover, if thousands of attacks were hurtling toward him, he could simply pull someone into the realm, effectively granting himself 10 minutes of invulnerability, thereby evading substantial damage. This was an absolute divine skill. If wielded wisely, it could yield countless unforeseen advantages. However, the cooldown period was rather lengthy, 3 days. While it required no spiritual energy, it did impose a time limitation, each carrying its own merits. Furthermore, the final note indicated that the realm could evolve, hinting at the possibility of becoming even more formidable and bizarre in the future. Yet, how might one evolve it? Perhaps by utilizing the realm to eliminate more powerful beings? As Su Ming pondered these thoughts, he sprinted towards the direction he had previously departed. He was drawing near. Minutes later, the old Taoist and his companions finally came into view. They were seated on the ground, resting, appearing to be unscathed. Upon noticing Su Ming, their eyes lit up. How is she? Su Ming inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yu, who was leaning against Zhang Feng. The old Taoist chuckled wryly and nodded. Mr. Su, Yuer is no longer in grave danger, thanks to Miss Ningjing's water attribute spiritual energy, which has restorative properties. Have you resolved your matters? Hearing the old Taoist and Apo's inquiry, the others perked up their ears. In truth, they had already formed some conjectures, the disappearance of the tentacles and mist on the ground, coupled with Su Ming and Apo's return, served as the best confirmation. Su Ming nodded, offering no further explanation. Indeed, there were some minor complications, but they have been taken care of. However, I searched thoroughly and did not encounter the nephew that the old lady mentioned. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They did not doubt Su Ming and Apo's strength. Yet, since he had stated that, continuing the search seemed futile. They were already feeling somewhat weary and disheartened, not wishing to delve deeper. It was too perilous, too frustrating. Daoist Qing Song, Mr. Su, shall we return now? Xiao Shan inquired at this moment. He was exceedingly cautious, exuding an air of humility. After all, he could not contend with either of these two. Previously, he had expressed discontent with the old Taoist-esque attitude towards Su Ming, but he now realized how misguided he had been. Su Ming pondered briefly, observing the fatigued expressions of the group, before ultimately nodding in agreement. They had risked their lives in search of someone. Although they had yielded little, they had acted with integrity. It was best to pause their efforts for now, coordinating with higher authorities for further strategies. It was unrealistic to expect everything to unfold smoothly. Before long, the group exited the forest. The old Taoist, accompanied by his two disciples, bid farewell to Su Ming and the others before departing. Initially, the old Taoist had hoped to devise a plan for his disciples to follow Su Ming, seeking further development. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yu's near collapse and the life-and-death situation, he was moved and relinquished that thought. In the impending chaotic times, the allure of pursuing power was undeniable, yet it often accompanied immense risks. Maintaining peace and safeguarding one's own territory was also a viable way to live. He would take things as they came, first reporting the situation to the old lady, then retreating to the Taoist temple to cultivate slowly. He did not seek to conquer the mountain peak, but merely wished to ensure the safety of those around him. He was growing old. This era belonged to Mr. Su and his contemporaries. Meanwhile, in place, Xiao Shan and his companions prepared to depart. Even now, Xiao Shan felt a twinge of fear towards Su Ming, his heart racing. By the way, do you know about the Spiritual Energy Association Forum? Su Ming inquired. Zhao Lei and Ningjing both shook their heads. Only Xiao Shan appeared hesitant. Mr. Su, when we first arrived here, the vice president issued a message regarding the Spiritual Energy Association Forum. However, we were in a hurry to come here, so we didn't examine it closely. It generally informed us that any insights or information could be posted there. I felt it was rather frivolous and might incite social panic and public opinion. But those were their decisions, and I didn't want to voice my concerns. Mr. Su, would you like to join our association? Xiao Shan's tone was quite humble, yet his mind was racing. If Mr. Su were truly inclined to join the Spiritual Energy Association, the presidency would likely change hands. Their ranks valued strength above all else. Su Ming shook his head. I do not wish to join the association. I am merely curious. How many members does your association currently have? What is the president's rank? Chapter 51. The Reluctant Departure of Ningjing. Upon hearing Su Ming's 3 consecutive inquiries, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Shan and Appo's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The big shot himself had posed the question. If he were not forthright, could he still consider himself a person? He could not reject a toast and then be forced to drink a punishment cup. Before the revival of spiritual energy, he had been inept in human affairs. Now that the opportunity lay before him, how could he not cherish it? Mr. Su, I have never met our president. However, our vice president just achieved the 2nd star in the Qi refinement realm a few days ago. I joined the Spiritual Energy Association a week ago, and at that time, there were probably fewer than 10 members. The growth of the association is as rapid as the resurgence of spiritual energy, essentially changing by the day. I estimate that we must have at least dozens of members now. Su Ming nodded in response, not particularly surprised. He understood well that the Spiritual Energy Association was not an ordinary organization. It bore the shadow of the state. Its development would naturally be swift. One could imagine that various organizations would soon sprout like mushrooms after rain, including those of nefarious character. In peaceful times, both the underworld and the law were present. In chaotic times, it was even more so. All right, I shall take my leave. Su Ming nodded, added Xiao Shan on WeChat, and prepared to depart. His newly purchased bicycle was parked not far away, solitary and forlorn. Had I known, it would have been better to stay in a shabby shop. Wait. At that moment, Ningjing and Appo's voice turned in her throat. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and softly called out to Su Ming. Her heart raced, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a light rosy hue, both shy and eager. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Her voice was faint yet imbued with determination. Su Ming turned around, noticing the blush on Ningjing's face, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Is this child unwell? Why is she blushing like a teapot? May I add you on WeChat? Ningjing skillfully opened the QR code and presented it to Su Ming. He nodded, accepting the friend request from this serene girl. A girl with water attribute spiritual energy. Her appearance reflected her inner essence. Her WeChat name and avatar must be charming and refreshing, right? However, Su Ming's lips twitched as he glanced at Ningjing's WeChat name, the dream of millions of young girls. Furthermore, her avatar depicted a boy in suspenders playing basketball. This reminded him of an old acquaintance. Hiss. Su Ming inhaled sharply, casting Ningjing another peculiar glance. Such a hidden gem here. Feeling Su Ming's gaze, Ningjing's face reddened further as she turned to Xiao Shan. Captain Xiao, I wish to remain in Jianggo City. Xiao Shan looked at Ningjing, his expression equally strange. Having lived half a lifetime, how could he not discern her thoughts? Yet, they had been working together for nearly a week, and it seemed she was more swayed by someone she had only known for a few hours. Of course, aside from age, it appeared he truly couldn't compete. At this moment, Xiao Shan refrained from saying much. I will communicate with the association, Wydon and Amp, Oppos. Do you come back with me for now? Ningjing resolutely shook her head. I am not asking for permission. I am informing you that if it does not work out, I will withdraw from the Spiritual Energy Association. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan was utterly taken aback. What kind of spell had Su Ming cast upon this girl? Beside him, Zhao Lei and Oppos' expression also faltered, feeling a tinge of melancholy. After a week of interaction, he had grown quite fond of this girl, and given their similar ages, it was impossible not to feel a spark. Yet now, sighing, Xiao Shan scratched his head and glanced at Su Ming before ultimately acquiescing. Very well. I will inform the vice president. Zhao Lei, are you coming back with me? Zhao Lei remained silent, merely nodding. He had to return, since Ningjing wished to follow Mr. Su. He couldn't muster any indignation. He was well aware of his own standing. Now, he just wanted to leave this heart-wrenching place as swiftly as possible. Xiao Shan and Zhao Lei departed in a hasty manner. Before leaving, Zhao Lei had the audacity to add Su Ming on WeChat, seeking a sliver of solace for his wounded heart. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Ningjing exchanged glances, each peering into the other and Oppos' eyes. Do you have relatives here? Ningjing shook her head. Do you find the scenery of Jiangzhou beautiful? Ningjing continued to shake her head. Are you intrigued by the unusual occurrences here? Ningjing still shook her head. Su Ming sighed, no longer wishing to pursue the matter, and directly walked over to his bicycle. Ningjing, too, fell silent, trailing behind Su Ming. I plan to ride home now. It is quite late. Shall we meet again next time? He was at a loss as to how to handle this girl. At that moment, Ningjing reached out her delicate hand and tugged at Su Ming and Oppos' shirt. She dared not look up, her gaze darting, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. The flush on her face appeared even more pronounced under the moonlight, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. Yet beneath her composed exterior, her heart churned with tumultuous emotions. Ningjing was baffled by her own impulsive actions. She had never before ventured alone into an unfamiliar city. It felt as though some unique aspect of her being had awakened at this moment, more pronounced than the awakening of spiritual energy. Ningjing, what on earth are you doing? Ningjing mentally berated herself as a gentle breeze swept by, doing little to cool her flushed face. Her heart raced like a startled deer, a sensation both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Su Ming felt overwhelmed. He had no idea how to respond to her persistence. Are you just going to linger here? Surely we cannot remain on this hill, feeding mosquitoes? Ningjing bit her lip lightly, taking several deep breaths, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Finally, she gathered her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Mr. Su, I have nowhere to stay. May I trouble you to let me stay at your home for the night? Having said this, Ningjing finally lifted her head, locking eyes with Su Ming. Su Ming gazed into her clear, bright eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Her actions and words seemed shamelessly provocative. What is her intent? Yet how could her gaze appear so pure? Was it possible he was overthinking this? Are you serious? Su Ming reiterated, and Ningjing nodded earnestly. Very well. Su Ming was utterly resigned, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he patted the back seat of his bicycle. This bicycle is newly purchased, otherwise. There would and Oppos' be room for you. It and Oppos' quite expensive, so please do not damage it. Ningjing listened, a faint smile curving her lips. She felt that this trip was truly worthwhile. Su, I assure you, I am not idly sitting here. I possess wealth. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming and Oppos' expression grew even more peculiar, his body tensing up. Suddenly, he experienced an uncanny sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Ding-dong. Su Ming heard a sound and pulled out his phone. Hiss. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had received a transfer from the dreams of millions of young girls. A 1 followed by 4 zeros. A full 10,000. Not only was this a small favor from Xiao Haizi, but also a gesture from a young affluent woman. Well then, please make yourself comfortable. We are ready to depart. Su Ming suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. After all, Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 52. A touch of ambiguity. The villa. The melody. The night enveloped the landscape in inky darkness. The scenery in the outskirts transformed into a softer, more mysterious sight under the moonlight's gentle embrace. The silhouettes of trees along the roadside stood out sharply against the luminous glow. The air was fragrant and refreshing. Occasionally, the distant croaks of frogs and the serenade of insects added a vivid touch to the tranquil night. The bicycle wheels glided quietly over the moonlit path, producing a soft rustling sound. Ning Jing sat on the back seat, initially grasping the hem of Su Ming and Appo's shirt lightly. However, as the night breeze caressed her and the bicycle gently jostled, her hands instinctively wrapped around Su Ming and Appo's waist, seeking a semblance of balance and support. This was her first time riding a bicycle at her age. Ahead, Su Ming could even feel the warmth of Ning Jing's body and her breath, stirring a subtle emotion within him. After all, he was still a normal young man, just turned 18. Su Ming cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Hold on tight, don't fall. He shifted gears, accelerating slightly, hoping the rushing wind would refresh his senses. Surely, that would help? The change in speed brought a fleeting thrill. Ning Jing lost her balance and leaned forward abruptly, her chest pressing intimately against Su Ming and Appo's back. It felt remarkably soft. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly heated. Under this somewhat ambiguous ambience, they finally entered the city. The interplay of moonlight and neon lights created a dance of shadows as the outlines of skyscrapers emerged and faded in the night. Occasionally, they encountered a few pedestrians on the road, which inexplicably made the usually docile Ning Jing feel a pang of nervousness and excitement. The sensation of being alongside the formidable Su Ming was novel and delightful. After traversing a lush grove, Su Ming finally approached his villa. He glanced back at Ning Jing, and the moonlight cascaded over her face, bestowing a silvery sheen to her features. Her eyes were closed, and her long lashes fluttered gently in the moonlight, as if savoring the beauty of the night. Here we are, Su Ming announced. Ning Jing opened her eyes, a hint of intoxication lingering on her face. Thank you, Su Ming. Tonight, I appreciate your help. They entered the villa together, passing through a neatly trimmed grove. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the pathway. Ning Jing's spirits lifted, feeling more at ease and joyful. Su Ming and Appo's home was serene and beautiful. She found herself liking it even more. They ascended to the second floor of the villa, where 3 bedrooms awaited. Choose any room you like. Each one is equipped with new toiletries, so please feel at home. Ning Jing nodded, opting for the middle room without hesitation. This way, whether Su Ming chose the left or right room, she would be closest to him. What a clever little fox she was. All right, then, make yourself comfortable, Su Ming said. Having settled everything, he decided not to linger, as she was merely staying for a night. Though her presence slightly disrupted his tranquility, it could be seen as a form of tempering his heart. Everything was just fine. Su Ming returned to the first floor alone, retreating to a tranquil corner of the villa's backyard. This was where he had planted the seeds of the Lingxi divine tree during the day. In the night, the moonlight fell softly like silver gauze, illuminating the earth. Su Ming focused his gaze, feeling a flicker of surprise. Although the seeds had yet to break through the soil, it seemed that faint spiritual energy waves could already be sensed above the ground. They swirled gently in the air, creating subtle ripples. Moreover, the spiritual energy slowly gathered in the soil, forming a small but distinct point of light. The moonlight appeared to be drawn to this light, as a gentle beam penetrated the leaves and illuminated the glowing point. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Or perhaps it was pure? Su Ming murmured softly. He could sense the purity and strength within that light, something he had never encountered before. Even the spirit-gathering array set by Master Qing Song had not achieved a tenth of this purity. How potent! Su Ming knelt down, gently touching the earth. His fingertips felt a subtle pulse emanating from deep within the soil, as if the seeds were breathing and engaging in a silent communion with the surrounding spiritual energy. Seeds. Seeds grow quickly. Sprouts soon when the dawn breaks and the night slowly fades. You shall stretch your tender green arms and embrace the first ray of light, Su Ming hummed softly, his eyes inexplicably misting over. In the courtyard, white trees perch with crows. Cold dew silently moistens the osmanthus. Tonight, the moon is bright, and all gaze upon it, unaware of whose autumn thoughts have fallen. The crescent moon hung above, and he found himself missing his grandmother. At this age, was he still so sentimental? Su Ming chuckled at himself. This melody had often graced his ears as his grandmother would hum it in his childhood. If she were watching over him now, she would surely be pleased with who he had become. Minutes later, Su Ming and Imp, Apos, S silhouette gradually faded into the contours of the villa. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the glowing point on the ground seemed to quiver slightly. Su Ming, just as he returned to the second floor, he heard Ning Jing and Apos' call. Turning towards the sound, he was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, in the grove, Ning Jing had donned the modest black attire of the Spiritual Energy Association. While she was beautiful, it felt as if her brilliance had been subdued by her uniform. Now, however, she revealed her inner attire. Ning Jing wore a soft white lace camisole, the delicate fabric clinging gently to her skin, exuding an understated elegance. The lace adorned her neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of femininity and charm. She paired it with simple cotton shorts, the pure white complementing her upper garment, resulting in a look that was both comfortable and natural, yet somewhat alluring. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few strands brushing against her fair neck, enhancing her porcelain-like skin. She radiated the essence of a charming neighbor girl. Ning Jing and Apos' face flushed with a gentle hue, her eyes sparkling with a mix of anticipation and shyness. Su Ming, may I take a shower? Su Ming, snapping out of his brief stupor, pointed in a direction. You may. The bathroom is equipped with a new set of toiletries for you to use. This had originally been prepared for himself, but it seemed he would have to procure another set for tomorrow. Ning Jing nodded, her blush deepening, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Thank you, Su Ming. I'll go now. Oh, and I want to take advantage. Not take advantage. Su Ming was a bit puzzled. Before long, his phone chimed again. Upon checking, he was astonished. What on earth? This girl just transferred another 10,000. The financial onslaught was becoming overwhelming. Chapter 53. I want to be alone. Do you understand the concept of suffering before sweetness? On the other side, Ningjing leaned against the intricately carved wooden door of the bathroom, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She had just transferred money to Su Ming, and an inexplicable joy surged within her. She gently patted her cheek, her voice tinged with pride and exhilaration. Ningjing, you did wonderfully, absolutely right. You must maintain your composure moving forward. When dealing with a formidable opponent, one must never rush. Her long hair cascaded down, and she delicately twirled a strand around her fingers, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She hummed softly, a tuneless melody that betrayed her delight and ease. With graceful movements, she shed her clothing, revealing skin as white as snow, which appeared even more exquisite under the bathroom lights. Turning on the water, she stood before the mirror, her brow slightly furrowed. Even I find myself quite charming. If only I were a tad larger. As she spoke, she pinched herself softly, feeling the softness beneath her fingers. Ningjing stepped into the bathtub, warm water enveloping her body. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the gentle caresses of the water. Her heartbeat quickened in the warmth, and a rosy hue colored her cheeks. In her mind, Su Ming's image unfolded like scenes from a film, each frame causing her heart to skip a beat. There was the resolute Su Ming, wielding a thunderous sword, its blade crackling with electricity, illuminating his rugged features. His commanding presence was unparalleled. Then there was the enigmatic and alluring Su Ming, brandishing a scythe that shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if he were a messenger from the abyss, bearing a deadly allure. His gaze was deep and captivating, accompanied by a hint of a mischievous smile. Two distinct styles of dominance. On the other side, Su Ming sat helplessly on a large sofa, yearning for a shower himself, yet finding the space occupied. His acute hearing picked up the sound of flowing water from the bathroom. For some reason, he felt a bit unsettled, a warmth spreading in his lower abdomen. I really need to practice my calming techniques, he thought with a wry smile, scratching his head. The enhancement of his physical condition brought forth a surge of youthful vigor. Suddenly, he felt a desire to vent. He opened his social media and posted, I want to be alone. After sending it, he dismissed it and chose to retreat to the left bedroom. No shower for him, he decided. Meanwhile, in the Water Xiehua Villa area, ding-dong. Lin Xiu was about to drift off to sleep when a special notification chimed, causing her heart to race. Is Su Ming making a move? She wondered, hopeful that he was finally willing to acknowledge her. She had never set a special notification tone for anyone before, but yesterday, she had done just that. She wanted to capture any of Su Ming's movements instantly, fearing she might miss a message. Her fingers trembled as she unlocked her phone. Disappointment washed over her the next moment. Su Ming had not sent her a message. It was merely a notification about a social media post. I want to be alone. Lin Shiyu's eyes flickered with a complex emotion as she read those words. Biting her lip, she felt a pang of unease. Was Su Ming implying that she was bothersome? Had she really sent too many messages in recent days? Feeling somewhat wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes. Su Ming was being too heartless. Thinking of this, she dialed her cousin Lin Kuer, eager to share her woes. Meanwhile, Su Ming was oblivious to all of this, engaged in a conversation with an old Taoist priest. Through their chat, he learned that the priest had contacted both the elderly lady and the association's higher-ups. The elderly lady was understandably distressed, her emotions running high. Yet there was little she could do. On the other hand, the priest had reached out to the local police, intending to utilize surveillance and various police resources for a search, albeit limited to conventional methods. Qingsong Daoist, if you devise any formations, could you let me know? I would love to observe, Su Ming inquired sincerely. He genuinely wished to visit the Qingsong Temple. Beyond the spirit stones and stellar stones, there might be some unlockable illustrations. As for the formations, once the Qingsong Daoist and his group figured them out, he could simply go over and have a look. It would be a straightforward way to acquire illustrations and rewards. The Qingsong Daoist readily agreed, understanding the intricacies of human relationships after living for so long. Establishing a connection with a humble yet powerful pioneer like Su Ming held numerous hidden advantages, so long as Su Ming did not demand these items from him. What harm was there in doing him a favor? It was a win-win situation. They were more than willing to serve as Su Ming's facilitators for unlocking illustrations. Returning to Lin Xiu, she had just finished her call with her cousin Lin Kuer and felt much better. She believed her cousin was right. Su Ming was likely employing a strategy of playing hard to get, attempting to capture her attention through this very annoyance. His cleverness was evident. From another perspective, it seemed that Su Ming had begun to forgive her, still harboring feelings for her. With this realization, Lin Xiu finally smiled, recognizing that her efforts over the past few days had yielded tangible progress. Her efforts were not in vain. On the other side, Lin Ke and Appos, had ended her call with Lin Xiu and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. It appeared that lights had flickered on in the villa Su Ming had purchased. Though the distance made it hard to see clearly, it seemed he had returned. Since receiving a call from the sales assistant that morning, she had hurriedly moved over with a plethora of daily essentials. The sales assistant had mentioned that Su Ming seemed to be living alone, without anyone else. By the afternoon, her curiosity had gotten the better of her, and she went to the entrance of Su Ming and Appos' villa, finding a shaded spot to sit and play on her phone all afternoon. Unfortunately, she was bitten by mosquitoes, and Su Ming's absence left her feeling somewhat disappointed and glum. Thankfully, her earlier conversation with her cousin Lin Xiu had provided her with some solace. Her cousin was so accomplished, a Tsinghua University admittee, and yet she too felt the pangs of longing for another man. If her cousin could endure such heartache, how could she not endure her own unrequited feelings? Moreover, she had a significant advantage: proximity to her desires. Was there anyone closer than she? Clearly not. Do you understand what it means to endure hardship before sweetness? She felt invigorated. Chapter 54. A name that simply cannot be formed. Within the confines of the bathroom, Ning Jing had just donned her attire when a gasp escaped her lips. She had stumbled upon Su Mingfa's social media post. I wish for tranquility. Who, pray tell, isn't Appos, tranquility and Appos? Could it be none other than herself? As this realization struck her, a deeper flush crept across her delicate visage. A wave of sweet elation surged within her. Yet it was tinged with a hint of uncertainty and panic. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. Could this be an insinuation from the esteemed Su? Might he harbor some affection for me? A torrent of peculiar thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Is this not too swift? We have only just met. Moreover, I have yet to partake in such intimate encounters. Her face was a canvas of conflict and hesitation, the blush nearly palpable. She gently bit her lower lip, pacing back and forth within the bathroom like a lost fawn wandering through the forest of emotions. What to do? What to do? Ning Jing could almost envision it. The moment she opened the bathroom door, Su would be waiting just outside. Their gazes would meet under the dim corridor lights, brimming with unspoken emotions. At that moment, the air would be thick with an indescribable sentiment. Ultimately, the spark would ignite, leading to an inevitable conflagration. Should I step out? Ning Jing felt a tempest of confusion, her heart pounding fiercely. Yet, if Su were to pursue this further, could I truly escape? As the saying goes, if one cannot resist, then one must embrace it. With this thought, Ning Jing seemed to summon her resolve and pushed open the bathroom door. Let the storm come, fiercer than ever. Oh, the living room lay cloaked in darkness. Not a shadow in sight. Perhaps she had overthought matters? Even the door to the left bedroom was firmly closed. Su must have already retired for the night. Standing at Su Ming and Appo's door, Ning Jing hesitated for what felt like an eternity, ultimately deciding against knocking. With a heavy heart, she retreated to her own room. Woon and Appo's it seemed too forward if she presented herself? What would Su think of her? Absolutely not. In the dead of night, everyone harbored their own secrets, unable to find slumber. Except for Su Ming. Ning Jing lay in bed, her small fingers frantically typing on her phone. It was a group chat, comprising 5 individuals. Dream of millions of girls, lovely warrior, arsonist of affection, tool man delay, cold, elegant matron. Among them, they could not conjure a single sensible name. Dream of millions of girls was, of course, Ning Jing. Tool man delay was quite evident, referring to Zhao Lei, who had accompanied them into the woods. He had chosen this moniker willingly, as the rest of the group consisted entirely of ladies. They had crossed paths through the Spiritual Energy Association and had met several times in private, establishing a camaraderie that led to the creation of this chat. Lovely warrior was named Yaotingting, who bore no resemblance to a warrior whatsoever, standing at a mere 150 centimeters. With a cherubic face and a playful demeanor, she was the epitome of a youthful loli. Arsonist of affection was Shenbing, aptly named, embodying the persona of a cold goddess. With her statuesque figure and frosty aura, she was an absolute queen, a being not to be trifled with. Cold, elegant matron was a woman in her 30s named Shou Jin. She was warm and cheerful, yet remained single, a lifelong solitary. All of them presented a striking contrast. Cold, elegant matron, dream of millions of girls. So you truly intend to stay in Jiangzhou, never to return? Have you been bewitched? Dream of millions of girls. Hee, I am not returning. It is far more interesting here. I am currently residing in the esteemed one's abode. Arsonist of affection, Jingjing, do be cautious, do not be deceived. How can such an extraordinary girl like you be so love-struck? Dream of millions of girls, Bing Bing. Fret not, the esteemed one is truly a good person. Lovely warrior, traitor, prioritizing romance over friendship. Is the esteemed one truly that impressive? I refuse to believe it unless you send me a photo for proof. Cold, elegant matron, I suspect Jingjing is simply seeing beauty through the lens of infatuation. Arsonist of affection, indeed, I have inquired with group leaders Xiao and Zhao Lei, yet they remain tight-lipped about the esteemed one. It must be a facade. Dream of millions of girls, alas, you simply do not understand. Cold, elegant matron, by the way, ISNT the association organizing a small team-building event next weekend? Why not invite the esteemed one to assess if he is worthy of being with our Jingjing? Upon reading this message, Ning Jing paused, contemplating. She was aware of the gathering, a chance for pioneers of the region to connect and foster growth. She was quite eager to attend, but she needed to devise a plan for how to persuade the esteemed one to accompany her. She yearned for her friends to witness just how formidable Su truly was. She would show them that her judgment was infallible. The following morning, Su Ming awoke. After completing his morning routine, it was already 8 o'clock. As he opened his bedroom door, he was slightly taken aback. Ning Jing had somehow settled onto the sofa in the living room. Su, you are awake. Wait. Come and sit. Ning Jing hurriedly beckoned Su Ming to take a seat, dashing towards the kitchen. Although she had hardly slept a wink due to excitement the previous night, she had still managed to venture out that very morning, dark circles under her eyes, to procure soy milk, buns, and porridge from a breakfast shop. To prevent them from cooling, she had thoughtfully kept them warm in the kitchen. The shops nearby were scarce, and she had journeyed quite far, practically running both there and back to avoid any delays. Even for a pioneer, she felt quite exhausted. Yet she deemed it entirely worthwhile. As the esteemed Lu Sun once remarked, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Sure enough, Su Ming nodded appreciatively. He was indeed feeling a bit peckish. The nearby options were rather limited, making it inconvenient. As they sat at the table, Ning Jing extended her small hand, presenting the largest meat bun to Su Ming. When do you plan to leave? Su Ming casually inquired. Ning Jing's movements faltered, her expression falling. Esteemed one, I lack the funds to move. How about I simply stay here? You wouldn't want to leave me alone in an unfamiliar place, would you? I want freeload. I'll pay you 10,000 a day. Her tone was tinged with urgency, fearful that Su might ask her to leave. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was left speechless. This little heiress was so lavishly generous with her money, yet claimed to be impoverished? Ding. The next moment, the transfer had been completed. Su Ming glanced at his phone. then back at Ning Jing's pitiful expression, and begrudgingly agreed. How could he refuse, given his kind nature? Indeed, it was rare to find someone willing to play the role of a caretaker while also paying for the privilege. By the way, your spiritual energy attribute appears to be water, correct? What specific abilities does it bestow? Su Ming recalled how Ning Jing had utilized her energy to assist Zhang Yu, who had suffered mental distress. My water attribute aura primarily serves the purpose of healing, does it not? Ning Jing contemplated, biting her finger in thought. It seems capable of alleviating minor wounds and pain, akin to the gentle drizzle that nourishes the earth. Subsequently, she gracefully drew a line in the air, and a droplet of crystalline water materialized, landing softly on the table. Furthermore, I can conjure water from the void. In addition, my aura allows for rudimentary communication with the water elements, enabling me to manipulate them into various forms. For instance, a water shield for defense, or even water arrows for offense. Rainy weather might be particularly advantageous. While Ningjing continued her contemplation, she remained oblivious to the growing brightness in Su Ming's eyes. Did she just mention the ability to water plants? With this thought in mind, Su Ming raised her hand to interrupt Ningjing's discourse. Excuse me, have you ever learned about tree planting? Chapter 55, Planting Trees and Cooking. Ningjing is ready. Planting trees? Ningjing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. Nonetheless, she shook her head. Why bother with such things? Eating comes first. Su Ming wore a warm smile, eagerly offering Ningjing a piece of fried dough stick, while his mind began to churn with thoughts. The water she produced must be purer than that flowing from the pipes, perhaps even infused with spiritual energy. Such a rarity. If only she could learn some horticultural and planting techniques, nurturing the seeds of the Lingxi divine tree with daily watering and care, it might flourish even more. After all, he lacked the time and energy for such tasks. Though their meal was rather simple, both were preoccupied with their own thoughts and enjoyed the food immensely. Come, I shall take you somewhere. After finishing, Su Ming stood up, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Ningjing blinked, not inquiring further. There was no reason for her to refuse. Walking beside Su Ming filled her with joy. She relished the feeling of being a subordinate to such a powerful individual. Savoring the rhythm of following his lead, they exited the villa and ventured into the nearby woods. Arriving at the very spot where the seeds of the Lingxi divine tree had been planted. A spark of delight flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he beheld a tiny green sprout emerging from the ground. Bathed in the morning light, it radiated a gentle glow, resembling nature's purest offering. Though small, the sprout exuded a vibrant vitality. Ningjing noticed it too, her eyes lighting up. She couldn't resist crouching down to delicately touch the tender green sprout with her fingertip. Su Ming, sensing the moment was right, refrained from stopping her. The more she cherished it, the more he could utilize her. Above the sprout, a faint mist seemed to swirl. Yet, it was not mere fog, but a manifestation of spiritual energy, remarkably pure and concentrated. It gradually converged upon the sprout, which greedily absorbed it. Ningjing appeared to sense something amiss, her eyes widening in disbelief. This words escaped her. She had initially thought it to be an ordinary sprout, but the reality seemed quite different. Seeing the opportune moment, Su Ming finally spoke. Do you think I am powerful? Ningjing nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Wasn't this a given? She had witnessed his divine prowess firsthand just the day before. There was no room for doubt. Cultivating spiritual energy is not merely an insular endeavor. It requires a profound connection with the natural world, an understanding to be cultivated and applied. Look. Su Ming gestured towards the sprout. Once this little fellow grows, it will be extraordinary. Each leaf and branch can contribute to the cultivation of spiritual energy. Clearing his throat, he aimed to imbue his voice with depth and allure. My accomplishments today stem from my relentless experimentation with various methods, constant communication with nature, and the manipulation and application of my spiritual energy. He then patted Ningjing's shoulder, his tone sincere. Your water attribute's spiritual energy should not be wasted merely for simple healing. It holds far greater potential and myriad applications. Ningjing was captivated by Su Ming's words, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and desire. Did she not yearn to be as formidable as he? So, what should I do? What other uses does it have? Su Ming pointed to the sprout. Water it. Nourish it with your spiritual energy. This is not merely a form of cultivation for the sprout, but also a training exercise for your own spiritual energy, immensely beneficial. To grow stronger, one must excel in even the smallest tasks. Planting trees encompasses profound knowledge. From today onward, this young sprout is entrusted to you. Read extensively, delve deeply, and contemplate how to nurture it for robust growth. Harmonizing with nature is also a form of cultivation. Ning Jing seemed to grasp the essence of his words, nodding vigorously. Firstly, she aspired to grow stronger. Secondly, this was a task assigned by the esteemed Su Ming. Therefore, she had every reason to excel. "Thank you, Su Ming," Ning Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Such a selfless and considerate figure, she doubted she could find another like him. Observing Ning Jing and Apos' reaction, Su Ming felt a flicker of guilt yet was pleased. She was older than him, so it was hardly deceitful to guide her in this manner. Moreover, he had not spoken falsely. Achieving excellence in any endeavor is challenging, yet those who attain it are undeniably strong. Encouraging Ning Jing to utilize her water attribute's spiritual energy to nourish the Lingxi divine tree seeds might indeed yield significant cultivation benefits. After all, wherever the Lingxi divine tree flourishes, spiritual energy shall not wane. Should Ning Jing fulfill her task, he would certainly remember her and share in her fortunes. "By the way, can you cook?" Su Ming inquired again. "A little," she replied. "All right, then cooking shall be your responsibility as well. It is another form of cultivation." Ning Jing and Apos' expression turned quizzical. Su Ming sighed, exasperated. "The reason your cultivation is slow and you lag behind me is due to a lack of these insights. Consider cooking. It embodies the fusion of the 5 elemental forces, the harmony of water and fire in the natural order. The stove can refine all things and forge one's character. Mastering the heat is a reflection of the exquisite control of spiritual energy in cultivation. Cooking is akin to the meditation practice during cultivation. One must be focused and undistracted throughout the process. Moreover, cooking is a creative endeavor that requires experimentation. This aligns with the innovative thinking necessary in cultivation. Manipulating water elements to create shields, swords, and such cannot be divorced from creative thought. Ning Jing stood transfixed, absorbing Su Ming and Apos' words, momentarily dazed. In that moment, she perceived a radiance emanating from him. No wonder he was so powerful. He truly integrated cultivation into his life. Life itself is also a form of cultivation. Attaining such a realm and mindset, how could one not become a master? Furthermore, he generously shared his insights with her. What a noble spirit! She felt compelled to dedicate herself to such a worthy cause. "Now, ponder these insights while I step out for a moment." Su Ming patted Ning Jing's shoulder and turned to leave. Observing her in a daze, he felt a twinge of conscience. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might lose his resolve. Planting trees and cooking, Ning Jing was now ready. He intended to revisit the market where he had purchased vegetables. The place where dreams began. Numerous illustrations indicated that it was no ordinary market. Signs of spiritual energy awakening were evident. Several days had passed, and he must return to investigate. He could not afford to delay any longer. Chapter 56. Gradually finding the right path. Having bid farewell to tranquility, Su Ming mounted his bicycle and ventured outside. He entrusted the girl at home to study diligently and reflect deeply, for the future holds great promise. As he rode along, Su Ming increasingly felt that his decisions were astute and promising. His plan to cultivate more assistants and become a wealthy capitalist was indeed on the right track. He could periodically visit the Qingsong Taoist temple to explore new ideas and expand his knowledge. To obtain crucial information, he could turn to the Special Investigation Bureau, the military, or the Spiritual Energy Association. As for matters at home, he would temporarily leave them in Jing's capable hands. By following this path, he aimed to have his assistants help him find even more assistants, allowing him to relax and await the fruits of his labor, growing stronger with each passing day. His efficiency was astonishing. Around 10 in the morning, Su Ming finally arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. This market was quite close to his old neighborhood, though it was a bit distant from his villa. At this hour, the market was bustling with people. While most were elderly patrons carrying baskets, Su Ming did not feel out of place. He parked his bicycle at the entrance and stepped into the market. The atmosphere was lively, vendors shouted their wares. Customers haggled over prices, and the sound of chopping vegetables created a cacophony that stirred his senses. In these times of spiritual energy resurgence, the changes were becoming increasingly profound. How long could such peaceful days last? It felt like a frog slowly boiling in water. When the upheaval arrived, how many would be caught off guard? How many lives would be lost? The time left for the nation, for pioneers, and for himself was growing scarce. As Su Ming murmured to himself, he extended his perception. After 2 minutes, he furrowed his brow, having detected no anomalies. Was it a shortcoming in his perceptual abilities, or had the place truly lost its strangeness? It seemed improbable. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Su Ming decided to proceed cautiously. Without the jade spirit root, crimson flame fruit, and netherworld ear, where would he be now? He then busied himself, bending down at each stall to touch every vegetable. His hands were somewhat itchy with anticipation. An elderly lady watching Su Ming's careful selection sighed wistfully, commenting on how rare it was for young men to be so meticulous in choosing vegetables. If only my granddaughter could meet someone like you, I would be at ease. Su Ming's ears perked up. He naturally heard the lady's murmurs, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandma, could you please bag this cucumber for me? He took out his phone, ready to pay. Although he sought items related to the resurgence of spiritual energy, it did not deter him from stockpiling fresh produce. The villa had not been fully developed, making it difficult to find such fresh vegetables and fruits. Moreover, it felt somewhat rude to touch every vegetable without purchasing anything. He had a fondness for cucumbers, though he was unsure if Jing would share his enthusiasm. Aside from being delicious, cucumbers had numerous uses. Most women kept a few at home to slice for face masks, as they were excellent for hydration. As time passed, Su Ming's plastic bags multiplied. He had purchased a significant amount of vegetables, yet after wandering nearly half the market, he had not uncovered any new entries for his compendium. He even began to suspect that perhaps his system was malfunctioning. Everything appeared normal, though there were peculiarities. The vendors who had sold him tomatoes and celery seemed to have vanished. Attempting to inquire with other vendors yielded no answers. The old market lacked surveillance cameras, leaving him at a loss for how to describe the situation to anyone. The only lead he had was the physical store where he had purchased the packaged wood ear mushrooms. As he pondered, he entered the shop. He felt a sense of relief to see that the owner was still present. Su Ming walked directly to the shelves of packaged wood ear mushrooms, touching each bag without any reaction. It was possible that he had already unlocked this item in his compendium and could not do so again. He turned to the shop owner, a middle-aged man seated behind the cash register, idly flipping through an old magazine. Are these packaged wood ears grown by your farm? The man shrugged. No, but I assure you they are fresh. We collect them on site. At this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. On site? Which site? Please pack all these mushrooms. I want them all. As soon as Su Ming spoke, the owner set down the magazine, a look of astonishment crossing his face. You want all of them? I have dozens of bags. Su Ming nodded in affirmation. What do you need so many wood ears for? The owner stood up, and Su Ming smiled slightly, pulling out several hundred-yuan bills and placing them gently on the counter. To be frank, we plan to open a private dining restaurant at home. I've tasted these mushrooms. They are delightful. More importantly, I wish to connect with the suppliers, as our demand is substantial. The owner's eyes brightened at the sight of the money. He began to grasp Su Ming's intentions. The focus was not solely on the mushrooms, but rather on establishing connections with the supply channels. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the cash on the table. Young man, seeing your sincerity, I can attempt to reach out for you. However, these mushrooms are sourced specifically from Qing Shui village, where a few elderly farmers cultivate mountain produce. Su Ming's heart stirred at the mention of Qing Shui village. He had never heard of this place before, but it must not be too far away. Moreover, the wood ears that had shown signs of resurgence likely originated from there before being transported to this market. If that were the case, the celery and tomatoes that had transformed into jade spirit root and crimson flame fruit might have a similar story. The anomalies did not reside within the market itself. The source lay elsewhere. There was a chance that the two vendors who had previously vanished were also from Qing Shui village. At Su Ming's request, the owner dialed the villagers' numbers from Qing Shui village in his presence. However, after 2 attempts, no one answered. Perhaps they were busy. Following this, Su Ming and the owner exchanged WeChat contacts. He also transferred an additional 1,000 yuan to the owner via WeChat. It was customary to offer some incentives when seeking assistance. In addition to gathering information, he primarily requested the owner to find a supplier who could deliver various vegetables to his villa daily. Spending a little money could significantly increase the chances of unlocking his compendium. Should he receive produce with signs of spiritual energy resurgence one day, he could trace the source back. It was time-efficient, effective, and would also alleviate his meal preparation challenges. Moreover, Jing might even appreciate his efforts, as she would no longer need to venture out daily for groceries, allowing her to focus on cooking and nurturing the little seedlings. In order to ensure her tranquility during her cultivation, free from external disturbances, Su Ming exerted considerable effort. Once all arrangements were in place, nearly an entire morning had elapsed. He loaded the bicycle onto the vegetable delivery cart and joined the staff member assigned by the owner. Since a dedicated individual had been appointed to deliver vegetables to the villa each day, Today served as an opportunity for this person to familiarize himself with the route. Moreover, Su Ming had given explicit instructions. The vegetables delivered to the villa must be sourced from various channels, with meticulous records kept of their origins, including the vegetable market. Even if he encountered stalls selling particularly fresh produce, those were to be included in the delivery as well. Money was no object. The employee, a young man in his 20s with an earnest demeanor, drove the vehicle without any hint of annoyance at the task Su Ming had set forth. He merely reflected on the nature of the wealthy, who placed such importance on dining, insisting on the freshest ingredients. However, he found joy in his work. This young boss had offered him a net salary of 3,000 yuan for the month. Each morning, he selected vegetables and meticulously documented them, then transported them to the villa, leading a leisurely and enjoyable life. Why not embrace such an opportunity? If he were not diligent, he would feel he was not deserving of such compensation. This coveted position was highly sought after by many. Chapter 57. New Research. Anomaly Detection Watch. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Ming sat in a vegetable delivery cart, entering the villa district. "Brother, your house is truly magnificent." Old Li, one of the employees, carried a large bag of vegetables to Su Ming's villa entrance. "All right, I appreciate your help. Please deliver it early every morning, with a bit more variety. Visit a few more stalls at the market." After giving a few instructions, Su Ming took out his bicycle, and the two bid farewell. As Old Li drove away, a trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had seen a beautiful girl in the villa. She was stunning, without a doubt. He could roughly guess the nature of her relationship with his young boss. Wealth indeed has its privileges, having a treasure hidden away. Shaking his head, Old Li drove off, realizing that such a life was merely a dream for him. Inside the villa, Ning Jing listened to Su Ming's casual explanations, her eyes reddening. Su Lao was simply too kind to her. This morning, he had claimed to be busy with errands, yet it turned out he was preparing resources for her, allowing her to concentrate on her training. "Su Lao, I will start cooking now. You rest." Without hesitation, Ning Jing began her task. Su Ming nodded, pleased with her initiative. For the next hour, Su Ming occupied himself with his phone, browsing news from various regions before clicking into the Spiritual Energy Association's forum. The discussions were diverse. "Help, I seem to be encountering something strange." Intrigued by the title, he clicked in. "Brothers, something feels off in our garage. Could it be haunted? I just reviewed the surveillance footage. It's recorded." Curious, Su Ming opened the video. In it, the poster's car was parked, and suddenly, it began to vibrate rhythmically. "Oh, the car is shaking?" Su Ming pondered, sensing something peculiar. Gasping, he suddenly had a thought. What kind of shaking? He quickly scrolled down through the comments, which were filled with expressions of disbelief. After browsing a number of posts, he noted that the forum was still in its infancy, with limited content. Half of the participants seemed to be mocking those who were overly invested in the idea of cultivation, while the other half engaged in genuine discussions. Some had even replied to his own posts featuring illustrations. Just as he was about to delve deeper, Ning Jing approached him. "Su Lao, it's time for dinner." At 2 o'clock, the two sat down to eat. It must be said that Ning Jing demonstrated a surprising talent for cooking. Initially, he assumed that given her affluent background, she would be inept in the kitchen. To his surprise, the meal was quite delightful. Following their meal, Su Ming ventured out alone, prompting Ning Jing to pout slightly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Why did she feel like a lonely housewife? Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the Special Investigation Bureau. "Director Wang, you called for me?" Director Wang smiled and nodded at Su Ming. Moments later, he retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to him. "Su Consultant, this is a special identification card made for you by the higher-ups. Keep it safe. It should come in handy in certain situations." Su Ming's eyes brightened as he accepted the card, which had a sleek black cover with a delicate texture. In the center, a silver emblem gleamed. Upon flipping it open, his photograph met his gaze, accompanied by the inscription, "National Special Consultant." This card may not appear particularly formal, but it has already been approved by the regional authorities. "It is undoubtedly valid," Director Wang assured him. Su Ming nodded in understanding. He recognized that to an ordinary person, such a card might seem like a mere novelty. Yet, he had no need for their belief. Its utility in critical moments was what mattered. "There's one more thing," Director Wang continued, his gaze intense. "According to the original timeline, the subway here is set to commence operations next week. However, due to recent events, we must delay or even cancel the launch. Today, I summoned you because the higher-ups have urgently researched new equipment and would like you to accompany us to inspect the subway." Su Ming felt a wave of surprise. It seemed he had inadvertently aided the researchers in their efforts. Did this count as contributing to the nation? Director Wang stood and retrieved a small, exquisite box from a nearby safe. Upon opening it, a watch lay inside, appearing no different from an ordinary timepiece. Yet, Su Ming knew it was anything but ordinary. Su Consultant, this is the latest development from the Investigation Bureau, the Anomaly Detection Watch. Director Wang spoke with a blend of pride and excitement. Although it is not yet ready for mass production, its practicality surpasses that of previous devices. Su Ming took the watch, feeling its weight. The dial displayed no numbers or hands, but rather a transparent screen, which displayed a single digit. 3. This device can detect anomalous energy in real time, displaying the information in a numerical format. The higher the value on the watch, the greater the abnormality in that area, compared to the previous red light indicators. This digital display is far more intuitive and precise. Furthermore, it is portable, discreet, and provides real-time data. Su Ming nodded in appreciation. He could not deny his admiration for the researchers. The saying held true: science and technology are the foremost productive forces, determining a nation and Oppo's future and destiny. At least, that was the case now. In the next moment, Su Ming smoothly placed the watch into his pocket, his demeanor effortlessly natural. Su Consultant, that is inadvisable. Chapter 58, Journey to the Subway's First Station. Director Wang hastily interjected. What is the matter? Su Ming feigned innocence. Well, this watch is in extremely limited supply. Jiangzhou was only able to obtain one because it was classified as an A-level anomaly city. It is quite precious. This watch was specifically designated for our investigation bureau, reserved for unforeseen circumstances. You must hand it over. Once it enters mass production, I will certainly ensure that you receive one. Furthermore, you will be able to customize it to your liking, with any design or inscription you desire. Director Wang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he extended his hand towards Su Ming. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Ming felt it inappropriate to resist and returned the watch. On the other hand, he still had the device in his possession, which could serve as a detection tool. They could discuss it later. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. Come in. The door swung open, and two figures entered side by side, both familiar to Su Ming. One was Long Ping and the other was Wang Qian, the young lady he had met at the subway station for the first time. Everyone is here. Director Wang nodded at Su Ming. Although our investigation bureau has personnel available, we have been overwhelmed with tasks recently. It is not just Jiangzhou. Other cities are in a similar predicament. To be frank, the entire country is currently experiencing a shortage of manpower in this regard. Additionally, this situation is rather peculiar, and I prefer to limit the number of people directly involved in this matter. Quality over quantity. Therefore, for this subway journey, it will be just the three of you. Su Ming will take the lead, Long Ping will assist, and Wang Qian will monitor the watch for any anomalies or bugs. Our objective is to simulate the previous subway trial run, which is unmanned and equipped with a remote control system. The journey spans 17 stations and lasts a total of 1 hour and 43 minutes. Upon hearing Director Wang's instructions, Su Ming nodded in understanding, refraining from further comments. Sometimes, having too many people could complicate matters. With Long Ping assisting him, that was sufficient. This young man had a temperament that complemented his own and possessed a modicum of skill. As for Wang Qian, he had heard Director Wang praise her before. Although she was a woman, she was an outstanding talent in information technology, excelling in both software and hardware. Remarkably, she even had some knowledge about operating a subway. This configuration of their team, though small, was quite sensible. After all, Su Ming alone could assume multiple roles. Subsequently, the trio wasted no time and left the Special Investigation Bureau. Outside, a police car awaited them. This task would require a significant amount of time, as they first needed to head to the starting station. The three of them climbed into the police car, driven by an officer from the bureau whom Su Ming had encountered previously. You may take a moment to rest. I estimate we will arrive at the starting station by 5 p.m., thanks to the police vehicle ensuring a smooth journey. Once they reached the starting station, they would still need to spend nearly 2 hours on the subway to return to their location. Time was certainly not on their side. Reflecting on this, Su Ming picked up his phone in the car and sent a message to Ning Jing, informing her that he would be occupied that evening and would not return for dinner. He instructed her to keep an eye on the house. There was one message he had yet to convey, but he believed Ning Jing would understand: to take care of the seedlings. Those were indeed quite precious. On the other side, Ning Jing received the message and felt a tinge of disappointment, though a blush crept onto her cheeks. Did Su Dalao consider her a part of the family? He took care of external matters while she managed the home. This feeling was somewhat irresistible. Did it imply that Su Dalao acknowledged her? Furthermore, the instruction to look after the house was a subtle reminder for her to care for herself. A person of Su Dalao's caliber surely wouldn't concern himself with material possessions such as a house. He was referring to her, merely reluctant to express it outright. She had read about such scenarios in novels, where aloof CEOs appeared tough but were actually soft-hearted, always thinking of her. In the car, the atmosphere among the group was not overly serious. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at Long Ping and Amp, Oppos, and who wore a smile as he sent messages. A brief glance revealed that the recipient and Amp, Oppos' profile picture was that of a girl. A girlfriend? Why was he so cheerful? With nothing pressing to do, Su Ming casually inquired. No. Long Ping and Oppos, and quickly shook his head vigorously, denying it. This is Officer Li and Oppos' daughter. Officer Li has treated me exceptionally well, often inviting me to their home for meals. I have always regarded her as a sister. She cooks quite well. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Oppos' expression turned peculiar. This fellow was slightly older than him. Yet his demeanor was even more stubborn. Just moments ago, he had been beaming and now claimed to treat her as a sister. However, Su Ming had a general idea of whom Long Ping and Oppos and was referring to, the local officer who had followed him in the alley. He had some impressive skills. As time passed, the group engaged in various discussions, naturally touching upon the topic of the pioneers. Although Wang Qian and the driver were not yet pioneers themselves, they were aware of the current situation. Are you saying that the number of officially recognized pioneers has now exceeded several hundred? Su Ming looked toward Long Ping'an, who nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Indeed, the speed of spiritual energy resurgence seemed to be accelerating. The number of individuals able to sense this energy was increasing as well. Some may have even gained opportunities from anomalous incidents, directly becoming pioneers. Hearing Long Ping'an's words, not only Su Ming, but also the driver and Wang Qian felt a stir of emotions. They understood what being a pioneer entailed. It represented an insurmountable chasm. Ordinary people, no matter how powerful or wealthy, remained mere mortals. Yet, if one became a pioneer, even those who had previously struggled would now exist as extraordinary beings. One party gazes upon the galaxy, while the other is confined to a well. The pioneers ride the clouds, transcending the heights, perceiving the mysteries of the universe, breathing in the essence of existence. There is no comparison. Thus, individuals like Wang Qian were just as proactive in the face of anomalous events. Proximity to the source of opportunity. They had more chances compared to ordinary citizens. At 5 p.m., apart from the officer driving, Su Ming and the others exited the vehicle. Wang Qian's expression was somewhat grave. Consultant Su Ping'an, something seems amiss. The average anomaly value recorded at the Investigation Bureau was around 3 to 4. Yet, as we drove closer, the values have shown an increasing trend. Here, at our drop-off point, the anomaly value has reached an astonishing 15. According to the latest anomaly value chart from the higher-ups, any value above 10 warrants serious attention. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and the others felt a mix of emotions. They had indeed arrived at the right location. They were merely at the entrance of the subway station. Chapter 59, The Ordinary Yet Extraordinary Subway. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming and his companions entered the subway station, which was far more bustling than the terminal station. On one side lay the established commercial district, while the other remained in a state of development. Multiple subway lines were in operation here. Yet the line that had encountered issues during its trial run had not yet been officially activated. The anomalous readings continued to rise. Throughout their journey, Wang Qian's tone conveyed a sense of gravity. Su Ming and Long Ping'an exchanged worried glances. The station was teeming with pedestrians and vendors, and there was no logical reason for a complete shutdown. With such a high volume of foot traffic, halting all subway lines could lead to significant unrest. In such places, an incident could spiral out of control. Long Ping'an's eyes flickered with concern as he contemplated the possible ramifications. Unlike the terminal station, which, even in the event of an incident, had minimal foot traffic, this location was different. Any problem here could potentially affect thousands of families. The ensuing public outcry and tangible consequences would be utterly terrifying and intolerable. Navigating through the throngs of people, the trio finally arrived at a secluded platform as directed by their earpieces. The lighting was dim, and there were no other individuals around. This solitude provided a modicum of relief for Su Ming and his companions, as they were somewhat distanced from the other platforms. Even if something were to happen, The impact would likely not be too severe, they hoped. Here, the anomalous readings had surpassed 25 points, with a discernible upward trend. Wang Qian's voice trembled slightly. The situation had been relayed to the higher-ups, sparking immediate discussion. Su consultant, please remain calm and do not board the subway just yet. Plans may need to change. Listening to the voice in his earpiece, Su Ming paused momentarily. The subway was right before them, indistinguishable from any ordinary train. However, as a seasoned practitioner of the fourth level of qi refinement, he sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was laden with an unsettling energy that ignited his anxiety. The last time he had felt such a sensation was when confronting the elusive phantom fox cub, though it had yet to mature at that time. It was nonetheless a legendary creature. The tension in the air grew palpable. The readings surged once more. Wang Qian and Appo's heart raced. As a non-initiator, she realized that should they encounter an anomaly, she would likely face the direst consequences. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wang Zhuzhang and Appo's voice crackled through the earpiece once again. Su consultant. The higher-ups have reached a decision. You must make your own choice. A reading above 25 points is unprecedented, and we cannot ascertain what lies within. Entering could result in your demise, and the odds are not in your favor. His words resonated not only with Su Ming, but also with Long Pinyin and Wang Qian. Wang Zhuzhang. If we refrain from entering ISN and Appo's, is there a possibility that the anomalous energy will continue to escalate? Su Ming inquired calmly. After a prolonged silence, the calculations confirmed his suspicions. It was highly probable that the readings would continue to rise, reaching a threshold that could lead to a catastrophic outbreak. Upon hearing this, Su Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Long Pinyin, both smiles tinged with resignation. There was no room for further discussion. They had to proceed. Wang Qian, you should leave. It's far too dangerous. No one will blame you. I will explain everything to Wang Zhuzhang. Su Ming turned toward Wang Qian, recognizing her as an ordinary individual. If anything were to transpire, it would be challenging to ensure her safety. As for Long Pinyin, he needed no persuasion. To grow stronger, one must confront adversity head-on. He was stubborn in his resolve. Wang Qian's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, she shook her head. I will stay. If things become dire, do not worry about me. This is my choice. I aspire to be an initiator. Taking a deep breath, her gaze hardened with determination. In the face of peril, opportunity coexisted with danger. She was not one to yield easily, unwilling to be left behind by the tide of progress. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then let us depart. Su Ming gestured, ready to board the train. He was not one to persuade others unnecessarily. He respected their fates. The three boarded the subway. Within the National Special Investigation Bureau, Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, silence enveloped the room as everyone fixated on the images displayed on the screen. The information stemmed from the subway's surveillance cameras. Following the previous incident, they had not only conducted a thorough re-examination of all carriages, but had also installed an additional set of high-quality backup cameras. Should any surveillance footage be interrupted again, it would undoubtedly indicate foul play. As the subway doors slowly closed, the carriage was devoid of anyone but the three of them. Let us proceed together and see if anything unusual arises, Su Ming instructed, scanning every nook and cranny of the carriage. At that moment, his spiritual perception seemed less effective, as the entire carriage exuded an eerie ambience that eluded identification. 26. 27. 26. Wang Qian fixated on her watch. Since boarding the subway, the readings had oscillated between 26 and 27. Something was amiss. The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks echoed within the empty carriage. Outside, the scenery began to retreat. Towering buildings, billboards, pedestrians, everything passed by in a cinematic blur. At each station, the subway would halt, opening its doors to simulate passengers embarking and disembarking. Everything appeared strangely normal, yet undeniably peculiar. 20 minutes later, the group exchanged bewildered glances. They had inspected every carriage thoroughly, yet found no discrepancies. The monitoring values had shifted from the initial 26 and 27 to oscillating between 27 and 28. Su Ming's system had remained silent throughout, offering no guidance during this critical moment. The subway glided smoothly along the tracks, amplifying their feelings of frustration and helplessness, aware that a problem existed and that it was intensifying, yet unable to pinpoint its source. This sensation was akin to swimming in a seemingly tranquil lake, blissfully unaware until someone warned you of a lurking crocodile beneath the surface. You could neither escape nor catch a glimpse of its presence. This sustained state of tension, coupled with the dread of the unknown, was 100-fold more distressing than facing the danger itself. 28, 29. Su consultant. The anomalous readings have escalated to 29. Wang Qian exclaimed in alarm. The oppressive atmosphere was driving them to the brink of madness. Something is not right. At that moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he detected a subtle discordant fluctuation. It appeared that this moment coincided precisely with the anomalous reading of 29. A quantitative change precipitates a qualitative transformation. Initially imperceptible, he now seems to grasp a hint of understanding. On a positive note, this is indeed a good sign, as he finally has a semblance of clarity. However, in truth, this is truly dire. The late stages of a grave condition are often intertwined with an irretrievable fate. Chapter 60. The Dragon Family and Amp, Oppos, S3 Generations. The Subway Anomaly. Long Ping and Amp, Oppos, and discerned Su Ming and Amp, Oppos, S unusual behavior and signaled for silence to Wang Qian. In such a delicate moment, meticulousness was paramount. Disruption was to be avoided. He understood that Su Ming far surpassed him in strength. His own inadequacies did not imply that Su Ming shared them. In an instant, the entire carriage seemed to fall into an even deeper silence. Even the personnel from the National Special Investigation Bureau and the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau held their breath, afraid to make even the slightest sound. What if they interrupted him? Would they become the guilty parties? 1, 2, 1, 2. Su Ming felt a surge of astonishment. At last, he discovered where the anomaly lay. Wang Qian, the watch. Upon receiving the timepiece, he observed the values fluctuating between 28 and 29. Su Ming inhaled sharply, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. During his initial visit to the subway platform, the overseer had mentioned the area shrouded in dark mist, where the light dimmed slightly. If one were not attentive, such subtleties would go unnoticed. Now, however, the situation felt eerily familiar. The illumination within the carriage exhibited subtle variations, a rhythmic play of brightness and darkness, seemingly conveying a signal. The oscillation of the watch and Oppos' readings was in perfect synchrony with the flickering lights. This was no mere coincidence. Su Ming murmured softly. There existed an undeniable connection between the two. Just then, the subway arrived at the next station. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the moment the doors opened, the air within the carriage appeared to tremble slightly, as if something were entering and exiting. This subway, Su Ming spoke in a hushed tone, suddenly looking up. It is breathing. The astonishment on Long Ping and Oppos, and Wang Qian and Oppos' faces deepened. A subway that breathes? What an absurd notion. Meanwhile, the higher-ups exchanged bewildered glances. Su Ming and Oppos' conclusion left them equally astounded. Were someone else to voice such a statement, they might have laughed it off or dismissed it as foolishness. Yet, it was Su Ming, an individual of extraordinary prowess, who had made this assertion. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, seemingly to validate Su Ming's words. The subway abruptly accelerated. Inside the subway command center, the previously tense atmosphere was shattered by a piercing alarm. The monitoring screens displayed real-time data, and now those figures were fluctuating at an alarming rate. How was this possible? An anomaly had occurred. The speed was increasing. A man rose from his seat. Terror etched across his face. How could this be? On the screens, the indicator representing the subway and Oppos' velocity had surpassed the safety threshold and continued to climb. At this rate, derailment was imminent. The crowd exchanged looks of disbelief, their faces marked with fear. This could result in fatalities. Where were the technicians? Were they merely idle at such a critical moment? This was unfathomable. The expressions of the onlookers varied, but all bore the weight of a grave crisis. The subway's control system was the epitome of security. How could this happen? Moreover, such an unprecedented speed could not be achieved even if all restrictions were lifted. Confusion and dread filled the air. But the grim reality loomed before them. Chaos ensued. The alarm in the control center grew increasingly shrill. What on earth was happening? Inside the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, Director Wang cursed vehemently, his voice trembling. In this dire situation, who could guarantee the safety of his men? At the subway control center, every technician sprang into action, fingers flying across keyboards, nearly causing them to smoke. Yet, their efforts were met with an eerie silence. It was as if their actions had vanished into a void. This was too strange. A technician in Oppos' face went pale. All buttons are unresponsive. We have lost control of the subway. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged in everyone's hearts. Activate the emergency protocol. Director Wang commanded decisively. Enter a state of emergency. All military personnel on standby, ready to respond to any potential crisis. No room for complacency. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with urgency. On the subway, Su Ming and his companions felt the escalating speed acutely, a sensation of weightlessness washing over them. They grasped the handrails tightly, striving to maintain their balance as the velocity surged. The air within the carriage began to flow violently. Su Ming channeled a wisp of spiritual energy around Wang Qian. If they were to fall at this speed, injuries would be inevitable. Furthermore, they could hear the static from their earpieces, rendering communication incomprehensible. It seemed they had lost contact with headquarters. Within the National Special Investigation Bureau, tension thickened the air, nearly palpable. Suddenly, an elderly man in military attire rose abruptly, slamming his hand onto the conference table, producing a resounding thud. His face was etched with fury, and the palpable rage emanating from him was felt by all present. This venerable figure was Long Zhantian. His name resonated with might. Though advanced in years, he exuded an undeniable authority. His uniform was impeccably tailored, the insignia on his shoulders gleaming with distinction, a testament to his extraordinary status and accomplishments. Long Zhantian, a founding father etched in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' military history. His life was a tapestry of legendary exploits, having participated in countless battles, amassing an impressive array of accolades. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the most revered elder within the military ranks. His demeanor was akin to a well-honed sword, its edge still sharp despite the passage of time. Yet, this iron-willed warrior, who had never flinched on the battlefield, was now gripped by acute anxiety and rage. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared utter a sound. They understood that the source of Long Zhantian's ire was not merely the peculiarity of the situation. It was the fact that Long Ping and Apos, and trapped within the subway, was his beloved grandson. By all means, bring Ping and Apos, and back safely. Long Zhantian and Apos' voice boomed like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of all present, especially Yuan Chang, whose complexion paled, rendered restless. Long Ping and Apos, and was under his purview in Jiangzhou. If anything were to happen, would Long Zhantian not flay him alive? Despite being one of the three key figures in the Southeast Theater, he felt utterly insignificant before Long Zhantian. Should anything befall Long Pingen, he had no doubt. This was no jest. The elder truly would make him suffer. For Long Zhantian's son, Long Baohua, Long Pingen's father, had already sacrificed his life for the nation. A white-haired man mourning a black-haired son. Long Zhantian had poured all his love and aspirations into Long Baohua since the day he was born. He hoped that his son would inherit his will and become a pillar of the nation. Indeed, this was the case. A tiger father begets no dog son. The dragon contributed significantly to the country's honor. However, during the execution of a clandestine mission, he fell victim to the covert machinations of a foreign power, meeting an untimely demise. That moment was etched painfully in Long Zhantian's memory. He not only lost his most esteemed son, but also a comrade in arms with whom he could share the battlefield. From that day forth, Long Zhantian renamed his grandson Pingen, embodying his most profound and simple wish for the child, a life of peace. Whenever he beheld the resemblance in Long Pingen's features to those of his father, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Now, Long Pingen found himself in perilous circumstances. How could he maintain his composure? In the next moment, an even more despairing event unfolded. The surveillance in the subway car. Once again, everything went dark. Chapter 61. If miracles had a color, it would undoubtedly be Oriental red. Inside the carriage, the expressions of Su Ming and his companions were profoundly grim. The speed of the subway escalated, and the lights extinguished entirely. The scenery outside was engulfed in chaos, as they were enveloped by a suffocating darkness, akin to being buried alive in an infinite abyss. What on earth is happening? Even Su Ming and Apos' spiritual energy seemed ineffective at this moment, resembling a fragile sheet of paper that could be easily pierced. If earlier the subway was a colossal steel dragon, it had now morphed into a ferocious beast, unshackled and hurtling them through the fissures of time. The air within the carriage became increasingly thin due to the surging speed, rendering each breath a struggle against encroaching fear. The faint glow of Su Ming's watch screen emerged as the sole beacon in the encompassing darkness. The digits flickered like the eyes of a demon, ominous and foreboding. In the depths of this obscurity, the senses of the trio sharpened, stripped of all veils, laid bare before an unknown terror. A low, continuous buzzing began to resonate within the carriage. Initially faint, it gradually crescendoed to a deafening roar, akin to the subway's heart pounding fiercely beside them. Each tremor threatened to rupture their eardrums. Are we to perish? Wang Qian and Apos' face reflected sheer horror. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming regret. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pierced through the darkness. Ahead, it appeared as though a white hole capable of devouring everything had materialized. At its center lay an abyss that seemed to beckon them forward, irresistible. The subway, like a cursed hearse, propelled Su Ming and his companions toward that dazzling radiance with a velocity that felt as if it might rend the very fabric of space-time. Their hearts raced, nearly halting, as their pupils reflected the encroaching light. There was no escape, no way to evade. In the next instant, the carriage collided with the white light. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, an unusual, even eerie tranquility enveloped them. The previous sonic booms and vibrations vanished without a trace. Su Ming and his companions felt their bodies elongating, compressing, yet without pain. Their consciousness began to blur, the sights before them fracturing into disarray. White light, darkness, and chaos intertwined. In the final moments, Su Ming concentrated the remnants of his spiritual energy within his mind, striving to maintain his last shred of clarity. His pupils constricted. He saw. The metallic walls of the subway carriage began to turn transparent, gradually distorting, rippling like water. The outline of the carriage twisted as if some mysterious force melted the metal and glass, slowly altering their forms. With the transformation of the carriage, an ancient street gradually materialized. The cobblestone path beneath Su Ming and Appo's feet extended infinitely. Each stone appeared smooth and steeped in history, as if it had witnessed countless epochs. On either side of the street stood buildings of rustic charm, with intricately carved wooden doors and windows, their eaves elegantly arched. The brickwork on the walls bore clear patterns, marked by the passage of time. The roof tiles were layered in an orderly fashion, casting a dance of light and shadow, whispering the secrets of time. The once thundering roar of the subway faded into the distance, replaced by the clamor of bustling voices. Faintly, the melodious strains of a distant instrument could be heard. Su Ming's expression was one of astonishment. The scene before him transcended his comprehension. The street was alive with pedestrians, some donned luxurious silks, while others wore humble linen garments. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, ambled slowly, murmuring to himself. Children chased one another, their laughter resonating through the air. Candied hawthorns, sweet and plump. Cosmetics and silks, exquisite and affordable. Look at those few individuals. Their attire is quite peculiar. Perhaps they hail from afar? Mind your tongue. They might be nobility. At that moment, the two companions beside Su Ming finally regained their senses. Each was equally bewildered. Just moments ago, they had believed they were facing death. Yet now, what was this situation? Meanwhile, at the National Special Investigation Bureau, the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, and the Subway Command Center, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Not long ago, through external surveillance, they had witnessed an utterly unscientific spectacle. The entire subway was enveloped in a blinding white light. It was glaringly bright. Before they could process this, the white light abruptly vanished. Along with it disappeared the thunderous roar caused by the subway and Appo's uncontrolled acceleration, as well as the subway itself. It was as if it had never existed. Shock and silence ensued. Director Wang and Appo's countenance was as dark as water, a tempest of anger and concern mingling in his eyes. The last incident had occurred at the subway's final station, where several fainted passengers had suddenly appeared, a situation that could be somewhat understood. But this time, not only had Consultant Su and his companions vanished together, they had done so right under their noses. A profound sense of helplessness washed over everyone present. They all understood that Consultant Su was exceptionally powerful, surpassing comprehension. Yet now, even he was unaccounted for. What could they possibly do? They resolved to search for the subway's whereabouts with utmost urgency. Engaging with this task could prove fatal. Those wishing to withdraw were free to leave without repercussions. Each individual recognized the gravity of the situation. Some, after deliberation, chose to withdraw. It was not a lack of responsibility, but rather the unwillingness to gamble their lives against the unknown. In this technologically advanced era, such inexplicable disappearances extinguished any will to fight. The remaining personnel immediately set to action, striving to ensure the safety of the public while safeguarding themselves. If miracles had a color, it would undoubtedly be Oriental red. Chapter 62. The Ancient Street. A disturbance. On the other side, Su Ming and his companions gradually came to terms with the surreal reality they found themselves in. It appeared that they had truly traversed into another realm of time and space, akin to the fantastical narratives depicted in films. Brother Ming, what shall we do now? Long Ping and Appo's inquired softly. Their mobile phones and earpieces remained intact, yet all signals had vanished. They were oblivious to the current situation back at the Investigation Bureau. How had the subway transformed in the eyes of those at the top? It was certain that they were in a state of anxiety. Su Ming glanced at his watch. The display still read 30 o'clock. Let us tread cautiously, he sighed, resigning himself to the circumstances. They were uncertain whether the subway's anomalies had impacted the surrounding residents. However, at this moment, they were akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to ensure their own safety. Fretting over the situation, there would only be a futile expenditure of energy. What was particularly frustrating was that their incompetent superior had once again gone silent at such a critical juncture. Utterly useless, always the first to flee. How embarrassing. As the trio ambled along the quaint, ancient street, their eyes darted with curiosity and vigilance, scrutinizing every detail of their surroundings, much like they had done on the subway. They were not alone. Passers-by also regarded Su Ming and his companions with a mixture of intrigue and suspicion. The shops lining the street bustled with life, vendors calling out their wares, and the laughter of children rang sweetly in the air. Suddenly, they halted in their tracks. Before them stood a charming little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with 2 adorable braids. She looked up with innocent eyes, her tender voice breaking the moment. "Mommy, when will Daddy come home?" The woman knelt down, gently stroking her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with warmth. "He should be back soon." At that instant, Su Ming felt a tremor in his hand. The watch and Oppo's reading surged rapidly from 30 to 80 in less than a second. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him. Would they even have the chance to enjoy themselves anymore? At the same moment, the woman's smile froze, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "He won't be coming back." Her eyes became hollow, devoid of life. It was not just her. The entire street fell into an eerie silence. The clamor of vendors and the laughter of children ceased abruptly. Around them, the world began to fade. The buildings on either side started to twist and contort. The wooden doors adorned with grotesque carvings, the eaves resembling outstretched claws. The brick patterns on the walls seemed to writhe, and the tiles on the rooftops emitted unsettling scraping sounds. The entire street appeared to be consumed by an indescribable force, exuding a sense of dread and eeriness. A bone-chilling wind swept through, dimming the light on the street. The sun was obscured by heavy clouds, plunging the world into darkness. Black mist surged toward them. The faces of passers-by began to contort, their skin appearing to harbor something writhing beneath. Their eyes, pitch black, lacked any glimmer of light. Their mouths gaped open, emitting inhuman howls. The street transformed into a chaotic sea of horror. "Be careful." Su Ming's expression darkened entirely. He had foreseen that trouble was imminent. It was a disaster. The former passers-by now rushed toward the trio, their movements grotesque and mechanical, yet alarmingly swift. Su Ming, Long Ping, and Wang Qian felt their hearts pounding like drums as they sensed the looming danger surrounding them. This is not something we can easily confront. Long Ping and Oppos, and clenched his fists, ready to face whatever came. He stepped in front of Wang Qian, embodying the essence of a protector. Then, from the depths of the black mist, countless hands emerged, dripping with a repugnant, viscous substance. These appendages sought to ensnare Su Ming and his companions, attempting to drag them into an abyss of darkness. It was not just hands. Within that black fog lurked numerous horrifying entities, each more grotesque than the last, birthed from the deepest fears, threatening life itself and desecrating the very essence of the soul. Moreover, it felt as though something was watching them from within that black mist, penetrating deep into their souls, leaving no refuge. There was no doubt that if they were dragged in, escape would be impossible. "Brother Ming, let us fight." Long Ping roared, his eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. With Brother Ming by his side, he would not falter. Direct combat would be exhilarating. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he assessed the situation. "Fight? No, we must flee," he shouted, grabbing Wang Qian and Oppos' hand, ready to dash down the street. During their previous encounter on the subway, he had expended nearly all his spiritual energy, particularly at the critical moment to maintain consciousness. This was an anomaly reading of AD. He sensed that the entities within the black mist posed a significant threat. Even at full strength, he doubted he could contend with them. Moreover, in his current weakened state, what could he possibly use to fight back? Their best chance for survival lay in avoiding the encroaching black mist, seeking an alternate escape route. That meant running away. When they had surged toward the white light in the subway, he had gleaned some insights. The white light represented a fixed point. Their carriage had been propelled forward. At first glance, it seemed as though the subway had transformed into a street, but that was misleading. The key lay in the path they traversed. The subway was merely a vessel. In truth, had it not been for this ancient street, their position should have been beyond the white light. To break free, they must attempt to retreat. They needed to run in the opposite direction of the subway's course. Only then would they have a chance to escape. If they continued to engage with the ceaseless black mist and its bizarre manifestations, they would ultimately be overwhelmed. In such a perilous moment, they could not afford to remain passive. Once a decision was made, action was imperative. There could be no delay. The winds howled around them as Su Ming led the charge. Their hearts raced like war drums. The atmosphere was stifling. Su Ming and Long Ping and Oppos, and were faring somewhat better, having experienced considerable adversity and possessing strength. Yet, Wang Qian was consumed by fear, though she was unaware of it herself. Deep within her, a flicker of defiance ignited, a desire to stand against her terror. Why should she lag behind the others? Why should she be the one to be protected? Simply because she was a woman? She yearned to assert herself. Behind them, the black mist pursued relentlessly, akin to monstrous beasts devouring all in their path. Su Ming concentrated the scant spiritual energy he had left around Wang Qian. In their frantic sprint, her arms risked injury from the immense force of his grip. She might even be torn apart, though his energy was limited. Every bit of protection mattered in this dire hour. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Ming and Long Ping and Oppos, the true peril was only just beginning to unfold. Wang Qian unexpectedly closed her eyes slightly. In this dire situation, her breathing entered a state of remarkable tranquility. This was a moment of profound realization. Alas, these filthy nuisances are truly bothersome. However, Ming, the sensation of fighting alongside you is exhilarating. Long Ping's face displayed a hint of excitement. Do not be deceived by his usual demeanor of subtlety. He is, in fact, a staunch warrior at heart. In his ordinary encounters, few peers can match his prowess, rendering them of little interest to him. He often feels a sense of loneliness, as the heights can be quite isolating. Yet now, as he engages in perilous adventures alongside Su Ming, who is younger yet possesses immeasurable strength, he experiences an inexplicable thrill. The spiritual energy within him stirs restlessly, seemingly invigorated by the excitement, on the verge of bursting forth. Chapter 63. No Escape. Su Ming and his companions raced through the ancient street, their footsteps echoing off the cobblestones like a countdown of life itself. It seemed as though their hurried pace awakened the malevolent spirits lurking beneath the earth. The stones trembled beneath them, as if something dreadful was about to emerge, sending a shiver down Su Ming's spine. This was no mere game. Their lives were genuinely at stake. Dark tendrils of mist seeped through the cracks in the stone, spreading like countless tiny appendages across the street. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their flight. "Watch out!" Su Ming shouted, yanking Wang Qian away just as something clawed its way out from beneath her feet, shattering the bricks. It was a skeletal hand, emaciated and filthy, with sharp nails stained with dirt and blood. Su Ming and Oppos' watch began to register alarming increases. Were they truly entering the second phase of this nightmare? He felt himself teetering on the brink of madness, but there was no time to dwell on it. They had to keep running. If they paused, they would be swallowed by the black tide of mist closing in behind them, leaving no trace of their existence. The cobblestones cracked beneath their feet, revealing not only hands but also grotesque faces, their hollow eyes and gaping mouths peering from the depths of hell. The buildings lining the street crumbled, their forms unrecognizable. The brick patterns twisted into agonized visages, contorted in the black fog, whispering tales of endless suffering and despair. The sound of tiles scraping against one another was replaced by piercing wails that echoed through the mist, unsettling their very souls. To call this a hellish nightmare would not be an exaggeration. What in the world was this subway? It felt less like a train and more like a cursed coffin. Su Ming couldn't help but curse aloud, filled with frustration and indignation. At that moment, Long Ping, too, had lost his breath for banter. He wished to respond to Su Ming, but there was no time. His fist connected with a pallid hand, shattering the brittle bones. Chaos reigned. Su Ming gasped for air, swinging his lightning sword with a near-manic fervor. The cries of kill, 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 echoed in his mind, but the weapon was growing heavy in his hands. The afflicted pedestrians were weak, falling like wheat before the scythe, yet they kept coming, an endless tide of terror. Su Ming began to question the reality of the situation. Was there truly such a vast number of people in this ancient town? It felt as though he was decimating an entire populace. The grim truth was that despite his efforts, no rewards or spoils of victory awaited him. He could not siphon any dark energy from these foes. The lightning sword, though devastating, felt like a mere toy in this relentless battle. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most pressing concern was the encroaching black fog. Their energy waned with every passing moment, their speed diminishing, while the dark mist behind them seemed to swell, growing ever more potent. In this deadly game of cat and mouse, their demise appeared inevitable. Long Pinyin. Su Ming bellowed. Long Pinyin hesitated for a moment before understanding, and the two shifted their positions instinctively. This was the battlefield instinct of a seasoned warrior. Long Pinyin engaged the oncoming throng of corrupted beings, his fists stained with their lifeblood, while Su Ming dedicated himself to battling the manifestations birthed from the black fog behind them. There was no way to outrun it. The lightning sword cleaved through the air, illuminating the figures within the murky mist with flashes of brilliance. The energy was wild and chaotic, momentarily forcing the dark fog to slow its advance, as if it too feared their resilience. Kill! 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 Su Ming's sword swung with all his might. But the brilliance of the lightning flickered and dimmed, its power waning. The intensity of the combat was draining. Even the humble donkey of a production team would not be subjected to such toil. Both Su Ming and Long Pinyin grew sluggish, their breaths becoming labored, while the dark mist continued to swell, emboldened by their exhaustion, mocking their impotence. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of white light appeared ahead. In the midst of the black fog, it was nearly imperceptible. But did they believe in light? Brother Ming, look! Long Pinyin shouted, his voice trembling with urgency. Their eyes sparkled with a primal desire to live, as if a lighthouse beckoned them from the depths of despair. Their heavy steps felt lighter, a flicker of hope igniting within them. The wind howled violently, as if the dark mist had gained sentience. It sensed the glimmer of hope in their eyes and raged in fury, determined not to let its prey escape. The mist surged, weaving around Su Ming and his companions like gigantic serpents seeking an exit, heading straight for the beacon of hope represented by that feeble white vortex. It was desperate. It was a frenzied display of malice. This confirmed that their actions were not aimless but born of a clear, malevolent purpose: to extinguish Su Ming and his companions. Before the white vortex, the black fog initially appeared as a chaotic mass, but it began to swirl in the air, gradually gaining momentum, forming a massive whirlpool. As it spun, the black mist began to take shape, molded as if by an unseen hand. What is that? Long Pinyin gasped in terror. Before them, the black fog began to rise, coalescing into a figure, taller and more imposing than any mortal. It resembled the idealized forms of ancient Greek deities, yet this being was born not from light, but from the deepest abyss of darkness. Wings of shadow unfurled behind it, scattering all hope. Its face was obscured, composed of countless agonized expressions layered upon one another. Its eyes, formed of black light, were cold and cunning. In its grasp, a scythe made of mist shimmered ominously, tendrils of vapor coiling around the handle, writhing as if alive, a harbinger of death, or perhaps an angel of darkness. With a swift motion, the scythe was raised, dripping with disdain. Before Su Ming and his companions lay the guardian of the vortex, while behind them surged the tide of black mist, leaving no avenue for escape. Damn it, this was utterly unfair. After fleeing like a dog, exhausted and beleaguered, they had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, only to find the path blocked. Su Ming's expression darkened, his fury reaching a boiling point. Chapter 64. It is not your turn to show off. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Yet another breakthrough. The atmosphere became intensely strained in an instant. Long Pinyin seemed to sense the emotions of Su Ming beside him, and felt an unease himself. The sensation of exerting every ounce of effort, yet still falling short, was truly disheartening. They were so close, yet it was a complete failure. His heart burned with anger. Brother Ming, why don't you take Wang Qian and flee first? I'll hold this beast back. Long Pinyin's tone was tinged with bitterness, yet resolute. He possessed a sincere heart. He wished to dedicate everything to his country, just like his father. Su Ming and Appo's, as strength and talent far surpassed his own. He must not perish here. Such a loss would be catastrophic for Longhua, though his own power paled in comparison to Su Ming and Appo's. He longed to try and help Su Ming escape. With his presence, Longhua's chances of victory would be greatly enhanced. They could stand firmer in this era of spiritual revival. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The dark tide behind them paused momentarily, akin to a ferocious beast poised to pounce, silently observing its prey. The side-wielding black envoy stood immobile before the white whirlpool, its mere existence an oppressive force, a cruel mockery of life itself. With wolves before and tigers behind, Su Ming and his companions appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter. At their weakest moment, they were toyed with by the powerful entities lurking in the shadows. The weak survived only by the tacit approval of the strong. The more Su Ming and his companions struggled, the more exhilarated their tormentors became. The value of the lambs lay solely in highlighting the greatness and strength of the powerful. Suddenly, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, quietly descending upon the darkness-shrouded streets. Each drop was crystal clear and pure, as if it were sacred water from the heavens, attempting to cleanse the world's filth and despair. Yet, this was merely Long Pingin's whimsical thoughts. Why should the rain help them? The raindrops fell softly, soundlessly. Long Pingin raised his head, allowing the rain to wet his face, feeling a refreshing chill. Water droplets slid down his forehead, blurring his vision, kissing their way down to the ground. In this moment, his heart stirred. The breath of nature. The feeling of being alive was truly wonderful. Long Pingin's gaze hardened, no longer wavering. His strength may not match Su Ming's, but now he would become the sword that pierces through all, striving to create a glimmer of hope for Su Ming and Wang Qian, like a moth to a flame, seeking its own demise. Yet, some things must be done by someone. Brother Ming, do not hesitate. Long Pingin's voice echoed in the rain, filled with an indescribable determination and tragic nobility. Take Wang Qian and go. I will hold it back. If it dares to block your path, I shall cut it down. Pingin you. Su Ming's voice choked. He wished to say something, yet the words twisted in his throat, unable to escape. Long Pingin smiled, a hint of relief in his expression. Brother Ming, stop being sentimental. Do you look down on me? I still have my means. Hurry. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. The dark tide behind them, as well as the scythe-wielding black envoy ahead, seemed to sense the emotional turmoil between them. They did not rush to attack, as if savoring a tragic performance about to unfold, waiting for the final curtain. Su Ming and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened, or rather, grew peculiar. He could no longer maintain his composure. Turning to Long Pingin, he exclaimed, No, where do you get your confidence from? What tricks do you have? Do you even understand how powerful that thing is? He pointed towards the scythe-wielding black envoy ahead. The aura radiating from it was several times stronger than during his prime. Long Ping and Apos, and facing the scythe-wielding black envoy, he would likely be defeated in a single strike. What a joke. Still speaking of heroism, carving out a path, while commendable, it was utterly futile. Pingin, at a time like this, it is not your turn to show off. I have held back for so long. If I cannot be impressive now, it would be more painful than death. Watch closely. Learn well. Having finished his words, Su Ming adjusted his hair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had fled for his life and could naturally foresee this scene. If it were him, he too would block the way. But who said he had no trump cards left? Those Ultramen. Did they not always unleash their ultimate moves only after being battered nearly to death? Did your family play cards by throwing out the big joker at the start? In Su Ming and Amp, Apos, S.I.'s, a fierce battle intent ignited. It was his turn to shine. System, convert the previous 500 points into attribute points. Add 10 points to each attribute. Evenly distributed. Successfully exchanged for 50 attribute points. Current strength, 25. Current constitution, 20. Current spirit, 21. Current agility, 20. Current charm, 20. Host and Amp, Apos, as total attributes exceed 100. Achievement unlocked, a small trial of power. A small trial of power. The host and Apos, S attacks have a 10 chance of critical strike, dealing double damage. Host successfully broke through to the 4-star Chi refinement stage, reaching 5-star Chi refinement stage. Host successfully broke through to the 5-star Chi refinement stage, reaching 6-star Chi refinement stage. Host successfully broke through to the 6-star Chi refinement stage, reaching 7-star Chi refinement stage. A continuous breakthrough from 3 stars, directly advancing from the Chi refinement stage's condensation phase to the transformation phase. Ever-changing, effortlessly applied. The aura emanating from Su Ming began to surge wildly, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring the power to destroy everything, or like a flood bursting forth. Unstoppable. As his aura skyrocketed, a visible storm began to form around him. Centered on him, it swept outward in all directions. The surrounding air compressed and twisted, creating swirling vortices that emitted sharp howling sounds. The rain, driven by this momentum, transformed from its gentleness into sheer ferocity. Each raindrop appeared infused with power. They spun and accelerated in the air, transforming into countless arrows, shooting towards the dark tide and the scythe-wielding black envoy. In an instant, the atmosphere on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The dark tide behind them seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, becoming restless. Yet, Su Ming and Apos, as momentum loomed like an invisible mountain, rendering them immobile. Before Su Ming, the scythe-wielding black envoy and Amp, Apos, S blade trembled slightly, yet the darkness in its eyes intensified. Meeting its gaze, Su Ming and Amp, Apos, S eyes sparkled with lightning-like brilliance. His hair danced wildly in the whirlwind, and his clothing billowed dramatically. This aura, akin to the dawn and Apos, S first light, tore through the darkness. Besides Su Ming, Long Pinyin was astonished, left speechless. His eyes reflected Su Ming's figure, resembling a deity descending upon the world. He was the sovereign of heaven and earth, causing everything around to pale in comparison. Brother Ming truly lives up to his name. He is utterly magnificent. Long Pinyin's heart raced, blood boiling within him. His aura began to intertwine with Su Ming and Apos' momentum, like two torrents converging into a raging sea, unstoppable. Within him, it felt as if a long-dormant dragon had awakened, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the aura transformed, from a flickering ember on the brink of extinction to a roaring inferno. In the realm of chi refinement, Dragon Ping and Apos, and has reached the second star. Yet, it is far from over. Surrounding him, waves of resplendent golden energy begin to form. These radiant currents emanate from him, radiating outward in all directions, repelling the rain and the dark tide encircling them. This golden spiritual energy is not of the fire element. Rather, it embodies the essence of the blazing sun, unyielding and intensely fervent. At the same time, Wang Qian, who has been enveloped in Su Ming and Apos' protective spiritual energy, feels a subtle shift behind her closed eyelids. She opens her eyes. An unprecedented clarity shines forth, as if she can perceive the myriad phenomena of the world. A distinctive aura gently rises from within her. It is neither the thunderous might of Su Ming nor the searing heat of Dragon Pinyin. It resembles the undercurrents of the deep sea, calm yet brimming with boundless potential. The spiritual energy spreads, unfurling an invisible net that quietly brings the chaotic battlefield under control. A chain reaction unfolds, as the three of them break through one after another. Chapter 65. The True Man Accepts the Challenge. The twin sides dance. Beside him, Su Ming felt a spark of inspiration, a smile gracing his lips. Both Long Pinyin and Wang Qian had offered him immense surprises. Long Pinyin had not only attained the third tier of chi refinement, but also possessed a ferociously potent attribute within his spiritual energy. In terms of intensity, it seemed even more extreme than his own lightning attribute. The solar attribute, indeed, held something remarkable. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and Apos' enlightenment in the face of adversity, transforming into a pioneer, was nothing short of astonishing. Her comprehension was truly extraordinary. No wonder she had become a top-tier internet expert. Her learning ability was exceptionally strong. However, Su Ming was still somewhat perplexed by the aura emanating from Wang Qian. It did not resemble any elemental attributes he was familiar with. How did you steal my thunder? Su Ming chuckled lightly, redirecting his focus inward. With these two now possessing a certain level of combat strength, he could devote himself entirely to grander endeavors. Gradually, he raised his lightning sword, aiming it skyward. As he moved, dark clouds began to gather and swirl in the sky. The electric arcs on the sword surged wildly, each one resembling a frenzied silver serpent illuminating Su Ming's face. Behind him, the ethereal figure formed from the power of thunder became increasingly solidified, crowned with lightning, draped in a thunderous battle robe, gazing down upon the world. Su Ming murmured softly, "Thunder, divine retribution." In an instant, his aura soared to its zenith. Every strand of spiritual energy boiled and ignited. Thunder roared, echoing through the heavens. Amidst the chaotic tide, the minions could no longer restrain themselves and charged fiercely towards Su Ming. Yet, their speed was woefully inadequate. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, akin to celestial warriors responding to a command, cascading down from the firmament. Columns of destructive light, infused with Su Ming and Apos' will, mercilessly struck the surging tide of darkness. Thunderous baptism. The entities shrouded in the black mist disintegrated in an instant, reduced to nothingness. What could withstand this roar? The scythe-wielding dark envoy could no longer remain composed. Its massive form trembled violently as it swung its enormous scythe with deadly intent, charging towards Su Ming and his companions. The air was rent apart, emitting a sharp wail. The black mist upon the blade had solidified. "Come on then," Su Ming bellowed. His thunderous retribution had already obliterated the vast majority of the black mist. The remaining stragglers would serve as perfect practice for Long Pinyin and Wang Qian. If they couldn't handle these minor nuisances, Long Pinyin might as well forget about knowing him. He could not afford to lose face. And now, he was ready to deal with this behemoth. A true man accepts the challenge. Su Ming appeared remarkably calm. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. They were profoundly deep. In the next moment, however, an abyss of darkness seemed to swirl within, gradually forming two profound whirlpools, unfathomable in depth. These whirlpools were eerie, as if connecting to the underworld. The domain of the abyssal eyes. Su Ming whispered softly. Two dim beams of light shot forth from his pupils, penetrating space and directly striking the colossal form of the scythe-wielding dark envoy. The creature attempted to evade, but was caught off guard. Its movements abruptly halted, as if bound by invisible shackles. Everything on the battlefield seemed to freeze in that moment. The sounds of wind, thunder, and howling faded into silence. Su Ming and the scythe-wielding dark envoy vanished from sight, leaving the others in stunned silence. What is this? Back at the original spot. Long Ping and Amp, Oppos, and was filled with astonishment. He could surmise that this was Su Ming and Amp, Oppos' power. But was it not too outrageous? He did not even sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Of course, though Su Ming was formidable, he could not afford to lose face. Wang Qian. Leave this to me. I feel incredibly powerful right now. The majority of the black mist had already been reduced to ash beneath the thunder. The remaining scraps would undoubtedly bear the brunt of his wrath. He had endured much on this journey, and it was only natural he felt pent up. What? Do you look down on me? Beside him, Wang Qian and Amp, Oppos' lips curled upwards as well. Shamed to surprise Long Ping and Amp, Oppos, and refusing to be outdone. As for Su Ming and Amp, Oppos' safety, neither of them were overly concerned. It wasn't that they were indifferent to whether he lived or died. Rather, they fully believed in him. That guy was no ordinary person. His strength was simply extraordinary. Within the domain of the abyssal eyes, there was no sky, no earth, only endless void and pervasive ghostly light. Su Ming and the scythe-wielding dark envoy faced each other. Or rather, they floated in the air, each claiming their territory. The scythe-wielding dark envoy did not charge in immediately. Upon being drawn into this domain, it evidently sensed a reduction in its power, its eyes flashing with black light, seemingly filled with dread. Simultaneously, Su Ming and Oppos' aura surged. The portion of attributes the dark envoy had lost was transferring to him. This creature is truly powerful. Su Ming felt the change within himself. A bitter smile forming on his lips. The more his aura strengthened, the more troublesome it became, because the stronger the dark envoy grew, the more attributes he could absorb. It was somewhat uncomfortable. 10 minutes, I will kill you. Su Ming's form surged forth. The domain of the abyssal eyes could only be maintained for 10 minutes. If he left this domain, the dark envoy and the black mist would re-establish their connection, introducing uncertainty. Moreover, he would lose the attribute transfer. Thus, he had to eliminate this creature within 10 minutes. Otherwise, there would be no second chance. Su Ming's movements were swift and decisive, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the void. At that moment, the thunderous long sword in his hand vanished. The black, ghostly scythe reappeared. He possessed one as well. The blade of the scythe radiated a chilling light within the domain of the abyssal eyes, as if it could devour even souls. It was far more terrifying than the scythe the dark envoy had conjured from mist. Your scythe is forged from black mist, and my scythe specializes in absorbing this black mist. What gives you the right to challenge me? Clang. Su Ming remained undeterred as their scythes clashed in midair, producing a clear and resonant sound. The scythe-wielding dark envoy felt an unprecedented fury, its eyes flashing with black light. How could this brat dare to mock it? The scythe swung, laden with the aura of death, launching a fierce assault on Su Ming. He did not dodge or retreat, meeting the attack head-on with his own scythe. Within his domain, even if there was a disparity in strength, he had the means to fight back. For he had the attribute transfer at his disposal. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he became, allowing him to hold his ground against anyone. Clang, clang. The void trembled. The two scythes traced arcs through the air, their murderous intent swirling. It was a battle of life and death. Either you perish, or I shall survive. Chapter 66. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. A small test of skill. With each clash of the scythe, dark mist scattered in all directions. This fellow was somewhat outrageous. At this moment, Su Ming felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. If faced with a towering mountain, he believed he could cleave a river from it with a single stroke. However, in combat against the Grim Reaper, he found himself at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat step by step. Yet, his fighting spirit surged ever higher, and the thrill of battle only intensified. His scythe was exceptionally formidable. Outside this domain, it could not absorb the dark mist, but here, it seemed the Grim Reaper was severely restrained by his weapon. As their duel progressed, the swirling dark mist had nowhere to escape, all being absorbed into Su Ming's scythe. Although he was relatively weaker, he was growing stronger with each strike. His scythe became increasingly otherworldly, even more pleasurable than drawing in the icy flames. In just 5 minutes, the tide had turned. with Su Ming now dominating the battle against the Grim Reaper. The balance of power had shifted dramatically. The Grim Reaper's form grew ever more ethereal, sapped of vitality. It appeared the Grim Reaper sensed fear and attempted to distance itself from Su Ming. Yet, at this juncture, it was too late. Su Ming's scythe remained locked onto it. The onslaught became more ferocious, his figure darting through the shadowy domain like a wraith. The Grim Reaper fled in all directions, no longer daring to confront Su Ming head-on. It was utterly ineffective. As Su Ming grew stronger, reminiscent of a star-absorbing technique, how could it hope to contend? It had to stall. Stall until the domain vanished, and it could return to its own territory. Faced with such a predicament, it felt utterly powerless. I will obliterate you. Su Ming's fervor intensified. The humiliation of being relentlessly pursued was now mirrored in his ferocity. He sought to repay the debt tenfold. With 3 minutes remaining in the domain, he poured all his might into the fray. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Half a minute. Wailing of the Abyss, initiated. Shadow Assault, locked in for a lethal strike. The Grim Reaper had nowhere left to flee. In the final 15 seconds, he unleashed a seamless series of quick strikes. Su Ming's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he hovered above the Grim Reaper. His scythe radiated an exquisite, eerie glow. The dark mist emanated from him, resembling a messenger emerging from the depths of hell. With precision and grace, Su Ming and Appo's scythe swiftly sliced through the Grim Reaper and Appo's neck, fluidly executing the attack. This strike contained all of his strength, every remaining essence channeled into the scythe. A decisive blow, leaving no room for reprieve. The scythe tore through the night like a dark comet, embodying all of Su Ming's rage and murderous intent. In the final moments, the Grim Reaper regained clarity. Overwhelmed by fear, it attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Its neck was pierced. The otherworldly dark light instantly consumed its form. In that fleeting moment, the dark light flickered and multiplied in power. This was the effect triggered by the small test of skill achievement, delivering a devastating critical hit, doubling the damage. A chilling wail echoed. The Grim Reaper and Appo's form began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of dark mist, all merging into Su Ming and Appo's scythe. Die. Such prowess, henceforth. I shall call you the Scythe of Death, harvesting souls, drawing strength, a name befitting its might. In an instant, the surrounding chaos vanished. Light began to penetrate the gloom. Su Ming and Appo's expression was calm, though he felt a slight fatigue. The fate of the Grim Reaper transferred its attributes to him, which naturally lost their effect. It was over. The domain dissipated. He had managed to dispatch that foe just in time. I wonder if the upgrade mentioned in the domain will take effect. I shall examine it closely next time. Su Ming pondered, observing his surroundings. Although the area remained in ruins, the dark mist had completely vanished. Brother Ming. Long Pinyin exclaimed excitedly at this moment. Su Ming turned to him, smiling faintly. The situation was clear. He had defeated the Grim Reaper within, while Long Pinyin and Wang Qian successfully cleared the lesser foes outside. This arrangement was indeed prudent. Let us depart. Su Ming called out, unwilling to linger further. Though he had much to say, it could wait. After all, they were still unaware of the current state outside. Delays could lead to unforeseen circumstances. It was best to exit promptly to avoid causing concern. The raindrops above grew increasingly sparse. It seemed the storm was nearing its end. Long Ping and Appo's and Wang Qian stepped into the white vortex first, disappearing from sight. Su Ming followed closely behind, placing one foot into the portal. At that moment, he felt a sudden jolt within his heart. An inexplicable intuition compelled him to halt. Su Ming abruptly turned, gazing intently at what appeared to be an empty space. His pupils constricted in an instant. Between the blurred and the clear, a shadow seemed to flicker, elusive and faint. It appeared incredibly fragile, as though it could be swept away by the wind at any moment, rendering it indistinct. Yet, Su Ming and Appo's instinct screamed that it was no mere illusion. Something was indeed watching them. A powerful urge surged within Su Ming. He yearned to rush forward and unveil the shroud of mystery. But just then, an irresistible force emanated from the white vortex. Damn! Su Ming and Appo's consciousness blurred within the white light. When he regained his senses, he found himself back on the subway. Brother Ming, we are truly back. Long Pingin's excited voice broke through the thrumming silence. He had genuinely believed they were trapped in a dire fate. The lights in the carriage shone brightly and steadily. The train moved smoothly, without a hint of anomaly, as if their previous encounters were nothing but a figment of imagination. Yet, beneath this calm facade, Su Ming and Appo's expression darkened. Who was the figure that had been watching them? Within the white light. Did he just detect my presence? How intriguing, catching me off guard time and again. Even the rain I summoned proved unnecessary, as he resolved it himself. But he is merely at the chi refinement stage, not simple at all, and increasingly perplexing. At that moment, the ravaged scene began to collapse. All things returned to chaos. Time was up. The figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a few cherry blossoms to drift down, intertwining with the fate of this realm. Chapter 67. Numerous speculations. On the other side, aboard the subway, Advisor Sue. We are relieved to hear that you are safe. According to the display, you will soon arrive at the final station. Everyone is waiting for you there. Director Wong's voice crackled through the earpiece, brimming with excitement. The despair felt earlier had now transformed into exuberance. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry, otherwise. His later years would have been filled with hopelessness, and the loss to the Dragon Nation would have been monumental. Previously, multiple departments had collaborated, pooling resources in an exhaustive search. Surveillance, helicopters, police cars, and even local pioneers had been mobilized to utilize every available means. Yet, not a single shadow was spotted, leading to a sense of helplessness. In contrast, nearby citizens sensed something was amiss due to the considerable commotion. Despite higher-ups' attempts to conceal the situation, it was impossible to keep it under wraps in today and Oppo's information age, where news spreads instantaneously through social media, group chats, and video apps. However, these citizens remained oblivious to the reality of the events unfolding, leading to a cacophony of speculation. Shock. Someone was caught soliciting, and to avoid embarrassment on television, injured an officer while escaping at breakneck speed, prompting the helicopter's deployment. Stop spreading nonsense. I heard there was a military drill. Remain calm. Could it not be an alien invasion? Your drills are so close to the urban area? Do you seek to capture 50,000 walking entities? I heard it involved a certain celebrity entangled with a top-tier rich second-generation fan, whose father is now furious and seeking retribution. Let us not jump to conclusions. I was merely out shopping for groceries, experiencing the life of the common folk, and those were my bodyguards. My home is nearby. But the location where the police are heading seems uneventful. There is only an unopened subway line. Could it possibly be a test run? I somewhat believe the above messages. But a test run for the subway seems implausible. Would you need a helicopter for a mere simulation? Use your brain. The discussions were fervent, with everyone speculating. In such mundane days, they sought amusement online. Meanwhile, Ming and his companions aboard the subway managed to calm their emotions somewhat. The anomalous energy detection watch in Ming and Oppo's hand finally displayed normal values, only 2 points. In this era of spiritual revival, encountering such tranquility posed no issues. A stark contrast to the previous 30 points. Minutes later, the train gradually came to a halt. Through the window, they could see people waiting outside. However, this was merely a prelude. Most significant leaders had yet to arrive. It appeared they would not be resting anytime soon. Letting out a sigh, Ming reached into his pocket to check the time on his phone. In the next moment, his expression changed. His phone was gone, possibly lost during their desperate escape within the light ring or in the scuffle with the scythe-wielding black servant. It was quite frustrating. After disembarking, Ming and his companions understood that this did not signify the conclusion of the subway incident. The most crucial task remained, revisiting the events. They moved to a designated discussion area, where the following 3 hours were consumed by inquiries and answers. Yuan Chong had arrived, as had Director Wong, along with several high-ranking officials whom Ming had only seen on television. The atmosphere was bustling and intense. Many details were finally pieced together. They boarded the train at 5:11 p.m., at which time the anomalous value was at 26 points. The train commenced its journey at 5:13 p.m. Between 5:13 p.m. and 5:34 p.m., Ming and his companions traversed the entire carriage without noticing anything unusual. Their communication devices operated normally and clearly. However, during this period, the watch began displaying anomalous values, which had risen to between 27 and 28 points. At 5:38 p.m., Wang Qian noticed the watch's reading escalating to 29, prompting her exclamation. It was at that moment that Ming finally sensed something was amiss. He felt as if the subway was breathing, as if it were a living entity. At 5:45 p.m., the main event unfolded. Alarms blared in the monitoring room as various metrics of the subway began to exhibit anomalies, and the train accelerated uncontrollably. At that time, the subway was just transitioning from the 8th station to the 9th, from Blue Sky Plaza to Spring Creek Bridge. By 5:48 p.m., as the subway exceeded its limits and entered the 9th station, the surveillance within the carriage went dark. All departments lost contact with Su Ming and his companions. It was then that Su Ming observed the readings on his watch had surged to 30 points. At 5:49 p.m., various departments accessed external surveillance to assess the subway's status, their emotions complex. The subway continued to accelerate. By 5:51 p.m., through the tunnels displayed surveillance. They shattered their prior understanding. A blinding white light suddenly enveloped the subway, lasting only a few seconds before vanishing. Along with the white light, the subway itself disappeared. In the ensuing moments, they mobilized various resources for a search, particularly around the tunnel, dispatching the most personnel to this area, as it was where the disappearance occurred. Yet, they found nothing. Just as despair reached its zenith, a miracle transpired. The subway unexpectedly reappeared, intact, along the stretch from the 16th platform to the final station. The previously severed signals, controls, and surveillance returned to normal, as if awakening from a dream. Through carriage surveillance, they once again witnessed Su Ming and his companions unharmed. The time was now 6:48 p.m. At 6:52 p.m., the subway arrived at the final station. Had the subway operated normally throughout the journey, it would have reached its destination at 6:56 p.m. Thus, it arrived 4 minutes early. According to technicians, this extra time perfectly corresponded to the minutes lost during the subway and Oppo's anomalous acceleration and subsequent disappearance. Consequently, a chilling hypothesis emerged, although the subway had vanished inexplicably. The timeline of events remained intertwined. Had Su Ming and his companions not exited the vortex by 6:56 p.m., they might have been trapped forever, their souls eternally entombed in that realm. Despite numerous uncertainties, this was the general outline of events. Su Ming and his companions recounted their experiences within the white light in vivid detail. The ancient streets, sudden anomalies, those who had been corrupted, the black mist, and terrifying visions were all laid bare without concealment. Their flight from danger, Su Ming's surging momentum, the divine intervention, Long Pingin's breakthrough into the Qi refining stage, and Wang Qian's transformation into a pioneer. All of these revelations left the high-ranking officials utterly astounded, grappling with the incomprehensible. As they gazed at Su Ming, their eyes reflected a newfound respect. Their expressions were complex. Each person present was undoubtedly exceptional, one in a million. Yet, compared to Advisor Su, they felt insignificant. According to Long Ping and Oppo's description, Advisor Su and Oppo's striking handsomeness was simply beyond measure. The momentum soars like a rainbow across the vast sky, and the power of thunder reverberates through the 9 abysses. What manner of strength is this? They could hardly fathom it. Lamenting that they had not the fortune to witness the grandeur of Advisor Su with their own eyes. Chapter 68, The Void of Errors. The Time-Space Hourglass. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the high-ranking officials continued their fervent discussions. Su Ming sat nearby, savoring the hand-grabbed pancakes delivered by the staff. After such a prolonged period of exertion, he finally indulged in dinner, finding it exceptionally delectable. He had expressed all that needed to be said, and now it was up to these leaders to deliberate at their leisure. He had also witnessed the professionalism and efficiency of the members of the Special Investigation Bureau. The subway incident had been meticulously documented in over 10 volumes, each containing a wealth of materials. Furthermore, the Bureau had provisionally named the White Vortex and the world within it. The White Vortex was temporarily designated as the time-space light hole, while the world within was referred to as the time-space world. Several aspects have been highlighted for further investigation. Firstly, how could those once beautiful scenes suddenly transform into such a state? Were they solely influenced by the black mist? Could the emergence of the spiritual energy void in their future be related to this black mist? What terrifying entity was that black mist? If these speculations proved true, could they withstand the onslaught of the black mist while facing the resurgence of spiritual energy? The challenge seemed insurmountable. Another significant topic brought to light was the peculiar rain they had encountered. According to Long Ping and Oppo's, the rain was remarkably clear, seemingly unaffected by the black mist. Its sudden arrival in such a context was quite jarring. Was that rain merely ordinary? Was it a coincidence or something more profound? Advisor Su, here is your phone. Including the SIM card, everything has been arranged. At that moment, a young woman approached briskly, her cheeks slightly flushed. The man before her was remarkably handsome. Su Ming nodded in gratitude, accepting the phone, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. His previous phone had likely been lost in the world of white light, never to be recovered. The high-ranking officials had promptly replaced it, providing comprehensive service. The phone's specifications were, of course, outstanding. An internal model with formidable capabilities. They even decided to assign him a car. But alas, Su Ming had yet to learn to drive, lacking a license. Many were taken aback, realizing that the formidable and enigmatic advisor Su was merely a high school senior. As he toyed with his new phone, Su Ming and Appos, as thoughts drifted. There was one matter he had concealed from the events in the white vortex. As he emerged, he had experienced a sudden sensation. Was it merely his imagination? Or was there truth to it? Even if it were true, he preferred to remain silent. It was too peculiar. Revealing it would only entangle them in causality and exacerbate their concerns, which served no purpose. System, open the attribute panel. Su Ming murmured inwardly. While the high-ranking officials engaged in heated discussions, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. He might as well check his own status, reflecting daily on his own progress. Su Ming, Realm, Qi Refining Stage 7 stars, Strength, 25, Constitution, 20, Mentality, 21, Agility, 20, Charm, 20, Abilities, Wailing of the Nether, Shadow Ambush, Song of the Tides, Thunderous Judgment, Paralyzing Toxin, Domain of the Spectral Eye, Bonds, Level 1 Dark Attribute Gallery, Level 1 Wood Attribute Gallery, Level 1 Energy Attribute Gallery, Achievements, A Taste of Skill, Overall Evaluation, Mediocre, I suppose. Upon reviewing the panel, a smile crept across Su Ming and Appos' lips. Unbeknownst to him, he had become even more formidable. With attributes surpassing 100, coupled with various mechanisms and abilities, he was truly extraordinary. The system's evaluation had shifted from labeling him a mere novice to now deeming him merely mediocre. Yet, he pondered the utility of his charm attribute. He hoped it did not merely serve to attract the opposite sex, or even the androgynous. The first sword upon reaching the shore should be aimed at the one he desires. Women would only influence the swiftness of his draw. It was somewhat regrettable that he had not obtained a gallery from defeating that scythe-wielding black figure. Suddenly, Su Ming paused momentarily. While the biological galleries remained unchanged, the scene galleries now displayed a total of 4. Domain of the Black Mist, Celestial Spirit Cave, Gathering Spirit Array. And there was one he had never encountered before. Void of Errors? Without hesitation, Su Ming opened the gallery. Void of Errors exists within the cracks of time and space, a nexus of history and reality. Time flows differently within the Void of Errors, with spatial boundaries becoming indistinct. A step away may span a millennium. In an instant, there may be a transformation of the world. History is reenacted here, while reality becomes lost. It serves as a treasure trove for explorers and a grave for adventurers. After reading the information, Su Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. This gallery was decidedly extraordinary. The level of danger was exceedingly high. He had gleaned from personal experience just how terrifying it could be. According to the gallery and Appos' description, the white vortex they had encountered in the subway should be the entrance to the Void of Errors. The analyses conducted by the high-ranking officials were nearly spot on. Yet, he still wondered about the identity of the figure that had appeared at the end. Was it human or ghost? Was it a being from another time-space? What power did it possess? An ancient monster that had existed for thousands of years? If he could enter the Void of Errors through the white vortex, could the entities within also emerge from it? The thought sent a chill through Su Ming. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. However, it should not be possible, right? Otherwise, chaos would have already ensued, with countless lives lost and bloodshed across the land. Extracting new gallery rewards. Su Ming murmured to himself. Extracting Void of Errors gallery. Reward. Special item. Time-space hourglass. Time-space hourglass. The upper half is filled with grains of sand that shimmer like stars, while the lower half is an expanse of emptiness, awaiting the descent of the sand. In its normal state, the sand within the hourglass remains in a state of eternal stability, neither flowing nor replenishable. When using slow time or time reversal, it consumes sand. Slow time. The sand flows like a gentle stream, decelerating the flow of time in the surrounding environment. Time reversal. The sand cascades swiftly, forcibly reversing the flow of time in the surrounding environment, effectively turning back the clock. Hiss. A divine artifact. Chapter 69. Are there any rewards? After reading the item description, Su Ming inhaled sharply, his previously weary body suddenly invigorated. This reward possesses the miraculous effect of rejuvenation? Splendid. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Such a time-related item must be extraordinary. Defying fate, indeed impressive. In the next moment, an hourglass materialized in his hand, surprisingly weighty. The sand within truly resembled the stars in the sky, emitting a gentle glow, quite enchanting. Su Ming instantly grasped its usage, aided by the insights provided by the system. At that moment, Director Wang approached him. "Thank you for your hard work today, Consultant Su. I intended to reward you 3, but cash feels so mundane. I am uncertain how to." "Stop." Su Ming interjected, "Cash is perfectly fine. Let us go with that." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Director Wang's eyes. Consultant Su recognized the nascent revival of spiritual energy, understanding the rarity of cultivation resources, and never sought them out. Such a remarkable individual could hardly be considered ordinary. Yet, he chose the most mundane of rewards. Truly magnificent. "Thank you, Consultant Su, for your thoughtfulness. Furthermore, the higher-ups have nearly concluded their discussions. Is there anything you wish to add?" Su Ming was somewhat surprised. What thoughtfulness? He had been contemplating how much the upper echelon would allocate for him. The prospect of receiving a salary was quite gratifying. Rising from his seat, he approached the senior officials. He glanced at the descriptions of the time-space light hole and time-space world and spoke thoughtfully. "This should be renamed Chaos of Time and Space, as it aptly reflects the disorder of time." After about 10 minutes, Director Wang personally drove Su Ming to his villa. The higher-ups ultimately consented to Su Ming's suggestion, adopting the name Chaos of Time and Space. Who could disregard Su Ming's might? When strength speaks, who would dare contradict? As for Long Pingyan and Wang Qian, they were preoccupied with their own affairs and did not accompany him. In the car, Su Ming proficiently downloaded and logged into essential applications like WeChat on his new phone. Numerous unread messages awaited him. Ignoring Lin Xiyu and others, he opened the chat with "Dream of Millions of Girls." The avatar of the user, Zai Hongzi, was naturally serene. Within the chat, she had inquired multiple times about when he would return. "On my way back. You should rest first. Don't worry about me," he replied before beginning to scroll through videos. Soon, he stumbled upon a video discussing the events from that afternoon, which had garnered immense attention. Director Wang, are we not controlling the narrative of this video?" Su Ming queried, somewhat taken aback. The video featuring police cars and helicopters had already amassed over 6 million views. Although it did not rival the Baijiang River incident, it certainly made waves. Director Wang appeared nonchalant, shaking his head. "Consultant Su, you may be unaware, but our strategic approach has shifted. As long as the news isn't extraordinarily shocking or deeply impactful, the higher-ups have chosen to refrain from interference, allowing information to circulate naturally. We neither affirm nor explain, letting the public speculate. In this way, we psychologically prepare the populace. Some may dismiss it as mere entertainment. Others may grow suspicious. Each individual and oppo's sensitivity to such matters varies. However, as more news and events surface, the public will begin to notice, believe, and start preparing. This method is unobtrusive and will not overwhelm ordinary citizens. A complete media blackout could lead to unforeseen chaos and substantial losses. If we were to admit it officially now, it would surely incite panic, hindering our progress." Listening to Director Wang and Oppo's explanation, Su Ming fell into contemplation. There seemed to be some truth in his reasoning. Often, it is wise to let nature take its course. Meanwhile, on the other side, "I understand, Grandpa. Rest assured, I know my limits." Long Pingyan hung up the phone, feeling somewhat pensive. The call had been from his grandfather, Long Zhantian, who had scolded him thoroughly. However, after their emotions settled, they discussed many matters. Long Ping and Oppo's, and recognized his grandfather and Oppo's concern for him. Yet, this was his aspiration. He yearned to grow stronger, to engage in battle. He had often pondered whether his father would have survived if he had been a bit stronger. He sought vengeance, willing to take risks. Under Su Ming and Oppo's guidance, he had achieved the 3rd level of qi refining, a remarkable feat. His grandfather understood the significance of this accomplishment even better than he did. Ping and Oppo's, and "I do not wish to hinder you. I take pride in your strength. Your blazing sun attribute is currently the only one recorded, exceedingly rare and potent. Yet, you are my only grandson. I do not want our nation to suffer, but I fear losing you one day." By the time Su Ming returned to his villa, it was nearing 1 a.m. The night had deepened, and stars twinkled in the sky. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, Su Ming entered the villa. Upon opening the door, he spotted a petite figure waiting at the entrance. "Su Dalao, you're finally back. You must be exhausted. Would you like a late-night snack? I prepared something." It was Ning Jing, who eagerly approached him without questioning his activities. Hearing her voice, warmth flooded Su Ming's heart. Since his grandmother's passing, he had not felt such anticipation of someone in Oppo's return for quite some time. For a moment, His gaze softened as he looked at Ning Jing. If all else fails, perhaps he could adopt Ning Jing as a younger sister, reducing her financial burden. Of course, Su Ming's thoughts remained unspoken, lest they provoke her ire. Did she wish to be a younger sister? Such a straightforward man. Are you not going to rest? Su Ming casually inquired. Ning Jing shook her head, appearing somewhat exhilarated. I am accustomed to staying up late. By the way, Su Dalao, would you like to see how that sapling is doing? Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a stir of curiosity. It had been quite some time. He was eager to know the sapling and Appo's progress and to evaluate Ning Jing and Appo's efforts. Let us go. The two made their way to the corner where the Lingxi divine tree had been planted. Moonlight cascaded down, draping the area in a silvery veil. As Su Ming's gaze fell upon the sapling, he was momentarily taken aback. Its growth far exceeded his expectations. Compared to the frail seedling from the morning, it now resembled a young tree. The sapling stem had straightened, and 3 tender green leaves had emerged, quite striking. Upon close inspection, he noted that the spiritual energy in this area was noticeably richer compared to other locations. It had already achieved half the effect of the gathering array set by Master Qingsong. This merely referred to the concentration. If it were to be more refined, it would far surpass the spirit gathering formation of that time. This reflects the true value of the divine tree. Well done. Su Ming generously offered his praise. Ning Jing's face flushed a deep crimson, clearly elated. What could possibly bring more joy than receiving the acknowledgement of the esteemed Su? Shortly thereafter, the two retreated to their respective rooms to rest. As for Ning Jing's earlier suggestion, Su Ming shook his head in refusal. Having just enjoyed pancakes, he found himself lacking any appetite for noodles. He wished to lie back on his bed and reflect on the events of the day, while also contemplating the tasks that awaited him on the morrow. Su Dalao. Upon reaching the doors of their bedrooms, Ning Jing appeared somewhat bashful. You see. Su Ming turned his head to look at her. Well, you noticed my performance today was quite commendable. Might there be a reward? Upon uttering this, Ning Jing's cheeks reddened like an apple. Such a direct plea for favor left her feeling a bit shy. She had never engaged in such behavior before. What reward does she desire? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. It is just. Could you possibly take me along the next time you go out? Ning Jing mustered her courage, choosing to meet Su Ming and Appo's gaze. Today, she had waited from noon until the early hours of the morning. This experience was not to her liking. She wished to be together with Su Ming. Chapter 70. A New Direction. Qing Shui Village. Bathed in the tranquil gaze of longing, Su Ming found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had always regarded Ning Jing as a mere tool, perhaps a tad too callously. Occasionally taking her out to appreciate the scenery seemed only natural, didn't he? Very well. I might be heading to Qing Shui Village soon. If you and Appo's like to join, we can go together. Upon receiving Su Ming's response, Ning Jing's eyes sparkled with joy. Subsequently, the two retreated to their respective rooms. After a brief freshening up, Su Ming lay back on his bed, placing his phone aside. The stillness of the night was conducive to contemplation. Surely, there must be more than one void. What had become of the original void after our departure? Did it continue to exist in the abyss, or had it crumbled into oblivion? And what of my phone? If it truly fell into that chasm, would I ever have a chance to encounter it again? If I were to step into another void in the future, would I once again come across that enigmatic figure? Su Ming felt a sense of unease. The last entity he sensed lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. Meanwhile, Ning Jing remained awake, tapping away on her phone. The reigning champion of late-night vigils. Still in that chat group. Heartthrob. Jing, are you guys going to Qing Shui Village? Can I tag along? Brave maiden, Sister Bing, you're going on a date to a remote place. Why would you want to tag along and spoil the mood? That doesn't fit your aloof persona. Dream of a billion girls. Sister Bing, are you coming? But I don't know if he'll agree, nor do I know the exact time. Heartthrob, you dare follow him without knowing anything? Aren't you afraid of being sold? My hometown is near Qing Shui Village. I could join you to check out your little boyfriend. Dream of a billion girls. Sister Bing, don't say such things. What boyfriend? We haven't even gotten that far yet. Ning Jing buried her head in the blanket, feeling a bit bashful, though she verbally denied it. Shen Bing's words made her heart race wildly, like a startled deer. She was almost hooked. The next morning, Su Ming rose early, not much later than Ning Jing. However, her dark circles were noticeably heavier. Is it uncomfortable sleeping in my bed? Su Ming couldn't help but inquire. No, not at all. I really like it. Ning Jing shook her head vigorously, unsure of how to explain. She couldn't just say she couldn't sleep for thinking of him. Just then, Su Ming's phone chimed. The groceries had arrived. The two of them made their way to the villa entrance, bringing all the ingredients inside. Having ventured out together so early, Su Xiaogu truly was a man of mystery. The man in the delivery truck couldn't help but murmur, his envy growing. Inside the villa, Su Ming examined all the vegetables. They were fresh, but none yielded any significant results. This approach was inefficient. Su Ming frowned slightly. Soon after, Ning Jing headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He made his way alone to the area by the Lingxi divine tree. Compared to the night, the saplings had grown taller, brimming with spiritual energy. Yet, Su Ming felt no desire to absorb it. He decided to let them accompany the saplings for now, waiting until they were fully developed. Besides, he was unlike other pioneers. To break through to a higher realm, he did not necessarily need to continuously absorb spiritual energy. As long as his attribute points were sufficient, he could forcibly transcend. It was as if there was a small world within him. Upon reaching certain unlocking conditions, he could directly infuse spiritual energy into himself. How delightful. Before long, the two sat down to dine. Ning Jing, if nothing comes up in the afternoon, I plan to head straight to Qing Shui village. Would you like to join? Su Ming inquired. After all, he had promised her last night, and it was only right to check in. Besides, he was not going to engage in any conflict. Surely, he wouldn't encounter so many perilous entities again, would he? Going this afternoon? Ning Jing was slightly taken aback. Su Dalao, could I bring a friend along? If so, I'll ask her. Ning Jing felt a twinge of nervousness. A friend? Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. This wasn't a vacation. Why bring more people along? She's also a pioneer from our Spiritual Energy Association, and she's a lovely sister. She seems to want to visit her hometown recently, which is near Qing Shui village. Ning Jing, noticing Su Ming and Appo's expression, hurriedly explained, anxious about being rejected. Huh, another pioneer? And nearby Qing Shui village? Upon hearing this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, it might not be an issue. He had checked last night and confirmed that there was indeed a Qing Shui village nearby. The place seemed quite remote, sparsely populated, and not very accessible. To reach it, self-driving would be the most appropriate option, likely taking over 2 hours. He was unfamiliar with the area and didn't know how to drive. Initially, he considered asking Director Wang if he could arrange for a driver. But now, it seemed Ning Jing had a potential solution. You should ask your friend. It's not out of the question. Also, we don't have a vehicle, so it could be quite inconvenient to get there. Su Ming and Appo's gaze held a meaningful glint. Ning Jing, who had been watching Su Ming intently, instantly understood his implication. He had agreed, but Shenbing would have to play the dual role of driver and tour guide. All right, I'll ask right away. Ning Jing promptly pulled out her phone. She felt no resistance to the idea of having Shenbing as a helper. In her eyes, working for Su Dalao was an extraordinary opportunity. She reveled in the thought, eager to showcase her exceptional taste to Shenbing. Best to astonish her for a century. Su Dalao, would you like another bowl of chicken soup? Ning Jing placed the soup before Su Ming, sitting beside him as she began communicating with Shenbing. The mere thought of potentially confronting the aloof female CEO thrilled her. Chapter 71 Ether. On the other side, at the pinnacle of a skyscraper in the bustling city center of Jinsha City, Shenbing sat gracefully in her spacious and well-lit office. As the esteemed president of a renowned fashion company, her office was designed with a minimalist yet modern aesthetic. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the cityscape, while sunlight streamed through, casting a warm glow across her desk. With her legs elegantly crossed, Shenbing reclined in a sumptuous leather chair. Her career was flourishing, and she had become a forerunner in her field, yet the rapid pace sometimes weighed heavily on her. Dressed in a meticulously tailored professional suit of deep blue fabric, she exuded an aura of poise and sophistication that complemented her tall stature and striking demeanor. Her long hair was simply gathered at the back of her head, with a few loose strands gently framing her face, adding a touch of effortless grace. Her brows were finely arched, eyes captivating, and her lips pressed tightly together, emanating an undeniable authority. Even on a languid morning, her beauty and presence were enough to capture anyone's attention. Within the office, a few diligent employees busied themselves, striving to maintain a respectful silence, lest they disturb Shenbing's concentration. Her aloof demeanor made them hesitant to engage too closely. While she was undoubtedly stunning, the question of whether they dared to look was another matter entirely. At that moment, Shenbing's phone rang. Curiously, she answered, and Ning Jing's excited voice burst forth. Sister Shenbing, Su Dalao has agreed. We plan to head to Qishui village this afternoon. Will you join us? Shenbing raised an eyebrow. surprised by the rapid progression of events. Sure, you're in Jiangzhou, right? I'll come over shortly. The proximity of Jiangzhou, just over an hour away by high-speed train, made it feasible. Great, Ning Jing responded, though her tone shifted to one of hesitance. We don't have a car. Would you mind driving over so we can go together? Bing was momentarily taken aback. She was increasingly intrigued to discover the identity of the Su De Lao who had so thoroughly captivated Ning Jing. What spell had been cast upon her? If things went awry, she could always rescue Ning Jing from any predicament and deal with that man herself. All right, I understand, Bing replied, her voice laced with subtle amusement. I will make the necessary arrangements. After ending the call, she rose and approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant skyline. Su Ming, is it? I look forward to seeing what kind of man can hold his own against me. As her words lingered in the air, the atmosphere around her seemed to chill, as if a regal queen surveyed her domain. Her spiritual affinity was akin to Ning Jing's, both possessing a connection to water. However, her essence was not merely ordinary water, it was that of extreme ice. The fury of ice stirs tempestuous waves, the chilling breath summons towering frost. In a flash of cold light, the stars dim, while ethereal blossoms dance boundlessly. It was a force of remarkable aggression. Observing the bustling activity below, Bing turned and pressed the intercom on her desk. Li, please come in. Shortly, a tall, elegant woman entered, her secretary, Li Wei. President, how may I assist you? Li Wei and Apos' voice was gentle and respectful. Bing turned, her gaze sharp. I need to be away on a business trip for a few days. I entrust the management of the company to you in my absence. Li Wei hesitated momentarily but quickly regained her composure. Understood, President. Nodding, Bing rose from her seat. Do well. I have faith in you. With that, she strode out of the office, not looking back. Li Wei watched Bing depart. A flicker of complexity crossing her eyes, swiftly concealed. Recently, Bing had hinted at significant matters. It seemed that Li Wei might very well take the helm in her absence. This realization astonished her. How could someone simply step away from such a large company without a care? The depth of Bing's resolve was unfathomable. Yet, Li Wei was aware of a truth that most were oblivious to. Bing's familial relations appeared quite strained. Otherwise, it would be improbable for an outsider like her to be considered for such a pivotal role. Meanwhile, Ning Jing was brimming with excitement. Su De Lao. Sister Bing has agreed. She should arrive from Jinsha City by noon. I'll go plant some trees and prepare lunch. Su Ming nodded with a slight smile. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and he preferred not to disrupt her fervor. Throughout the morning, Su Ming occupied himself with videos, online forums, and conversations with Long Ping'an, who, along with Wang Qian, was part of the Jiangzhou Special Investigations Bureau. In contrast to Su Ming and Apos' leisurely consultant position, their roles were far more demanding as they collaborated with the Bureau to analyze the subway incident from the previous day. However, through discussions with Long Ping'an, Su Ming gleaned insights into Wang Qian and Apos' situation. Wang Qian had awakened a unique spiritual essence, designated as the ether attribute, currently the only known instance. The concept of ether resonates across various cultures, often associated with space, spirit, or the essence of life. In Wang Qian's case, the ether attribute manifested as an intangible energy, fundamentally distinct from the traditional 5 elemental categories of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. It was a more subtle, profound existence, a notion that felt almost mystical. For Wang Qian, this attribute enabled her to perceive and manipulate the flow of energy within space, even influencing the state of matter to a certain extent. During the chaotic incident yesterday, as Su Ming engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the scythe-wielding Black Spectre, Long Ping'an and Wang Qian effortlessly cleared away residual chaos, thanks to her abilities. Her ether energy acted as an invisible conductor, guiding the tumultuous energy flows, harmonizing the chaotic black mist under her control, thereby diminishing the abnormal presence and slowing the encroaching threat. Conversely, Long Ping'an, under the influence of Wang Qian's ether, found his perceptions sharpened. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if he could intuit the next moves of the swirling black mist. This was truly remarkable. Despite Wang Qian having only recently become a forerunner, her unique spiritual attribute made her a prized asset among the higher-ups. Naturally, they were also mindful of Su Ming. Without his guidance, neither Long Ping'an nor Wang Qian would have progressed at such an astonishing pace. To associate with such a powerful figure was undoubtedly a boon. Chapter 72. Are you not delaying her? Throughout the morning, Ningjing busied herself, while Su Ming leisurely scrolled through his phone, casually reviewing his social media feeds. One particular aspect displeased him greatly. In a world where the revival of spiritual energy had become increasingly apparent, with many peculiar occurrences, the trending topics on social platforms remained dominated by entertainment celebrities. What a decline in societal values. Were these youthful idols expected to face impending calamities? He would much rather rely on that old acquaintance in suspenders. Though his era had long passed, tales of his exploits still lingered in the world, undying. A glance at Ningjing's WeChat profile picture made this clear. As noon approached, Ningjing hurried over. Su Daolao, Sister Shenbing is about to arrive. I've sent her the location. Upon hearing this, Su Ming rose from his seat. Let us go wait for her at the entrance. After all, if they were to rely on others, one should maintain a cordial demeanor. A few minutes later, the duo arrived at the villa entrance, just as a silver-gray car glided into view from a distance. Its sleek lines and sophisticated design suggested it was quite valuable, resembling a silver dragon soaring through the sky. Quite impressive. Su Ming observed the vehicle, wondering how it would withstand his punches. The car came to a gentle halt at the villa's entrance. The door opened, revealing a tall figure stepping out, Shenbing. Clad in a classic black dress, the simple lines and flowing cut perfectly accentuated her exquisite form. Her legs, clad in silver stockings, showcased long and proportionate contours. What a stunning figure! Su Ming admitted he was somewhat taken aback. Though he was not a connoisseur of beauty, appreciating such aesthetic allure undeniably uplifted one's spirits. Shenbing's gaze first fell upon Ningjing, her lips curling into a faint smile. Ningjing, it's been a long time. Her tone carried a warmth. Evidently fond of Ningjing. For one to know that she typically bore a frosty demeanor towards her employees. Sister Shenbing, you finally arrived. Ningjing exclaimed with excitement, clearly looking forward to the opportunity to impress Shenbing. Shenbing then turned her attention to Su Ming, her eyes displaying a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Ming would appear even younger than she had imagined. What a delicate-looking fellow. Did Ningjing truly have a preference for such a type? In her perspective, a serene and obedient girl like Ningjing ought to yearn for a more muscular counterpart. Shenbing, she extended her hand, signifying her introduction. Su Ming smiled gently, maintaining a composed and polite demeanor as they shook hands, feeling no discomfort from her icy aura. Hello, I'm Su Ming. Shenbing nodded, satisfied with his calmness. No wonder he had attracted Ningjing. At least he made a commendable effort on the surface. Subsequently, they proceeded into the villa. Ningjing prepared 3 dishes and a soup, eventually serving rice for the 3 of them. Sister Shenbing, do try my culinary skills. I'll fetch some water and be right back. Ningjing beamed sweetly. Shenbing nodded but could not help but inquire, Ningjing, do you cook every day? Ningjing hesitated before glancing at Su Ming. Once he nodded, she began to respond. Yes, Su Daolao treats me very well, so he entrusted me with cooking and gardening. With that, she left without looking back. Shenbing's lips twitched, her mind flooded with dark thoughts. It was evident that Ningjing had been relegated to the role of a free housekeeper, and she seemed to relish it, claiming it was a sign of goodwill. What sort of spell had this young man cast on her? Absurd. Shenbing subtly shifted her chair back, wary of being ensnared as well. Shall we begin eating then? No need to wait for her. Su Ming observed Shenbing's reluctance to pick up her chopsticks and, after a brief comment, began to eat. He remained oblivious to the fact that Shenbing's hands were clenched into fists beneath the table. She could scarcely contain herself, her brows furrowing. How had Ningjing been so brainwashed? Was there truly no sense of gentlemanly decorum? Expecting her to assist him without even the courtesy of waiting? Where were his manners? Outrageous. Wait. At that moment, Shenbing spoke, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Mr. Su Ming. Taking a deep breath, her voice took on a stern tone. I wish to understand how you truly regard Ningjing. Su Ming placed his chopsticks down and met her gaze. Miss Shenbing, what do you mean by that? Observing Su Ming's unflappable demeanor, a flicker of anger crossed Shenbing's eyes, her voice rising. You make Ningjing cook every day and handle the gardening. This is clearly treating her as a free maid. She, like you, is a pioneer, yet she performs these tasks daily. Are you not delaying her? Where is your conscience? Do you genuinely not understand why she remains here? Do you not perceive her willingness to undertake these menial tasks without complaint? If she were not fond of you, would she waste her time on such trivialities? If you treat her as a mere servant, summoning her at your whim, then I believe you are unworthy of her. As Shenbing spoke passionately, her indignation for Ningjing grew. She recalled a saying, the more one panders, the more humble one becomes, and thus, the less one is valued. The unattainable ever stirs one's desires, while the favored act with impunity. Have you finished? Su Ming replied, his tone still calm and undisturbed, returning to his meal. Given your friendship with Ningjing, I shall refrain from saying more. If you can tolerate it, stay. If not, feel free to leave. You may advise her as you wish. I have never coerced anyone. Su Ming felt no ripple of disturbance within him. In fact, he found it amusing. After his experiences with Lin Shiyu, he had come to appreciate his current mindset. He truly disregarded such finger-pointing. Moreover, he recognized that Xin Bing meant no harm. Her concern for Ningjing had compelled her to confront him. As for Ningjing's affection towards him, he was not oblivious to it. But he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at this juncture. He possessed the means to become stronger, even to soar above all others. Why would he intentionally slow his progress now? Some matters should not be misplaced in priority. As for Xin Bing and Appo's assertion that he was hindering Ningjing, that was even more absurd. What could be easier than gaining opportunities by remaining at his side? Such was his confidence. Xin Bing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as Su Ming's demeanor was akin to calm waters in a deep pool, unruffled and serene. Her earlier inquiries had felt like biting winter winds, yet his response was as soft as a cotton ball, leaving her with a sense of frustration. Regardless, do ponder this. Xin Bing's temper dissipated, and she began to eat. Little did she know, Ningjing still transfers money to Su Ming every day. Otherwise, she would probably choke on it directly. At that moment, Ningjing ran back from outside the villa, her face radiating joy. Chapter 73, Departing. New destination. Sister Xin Bing. Is my cooking delicious? As Ningjing took her seat, she posed the question to Xin Bing, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Despite sensing the tranquil atmosphere, she did not dwell on it. After all, Xin Bing was inherently aloof, and Su Ming was not one to engage in idle chatter either. Thus, it fell upon her to enliven the mood. Xin Bing offered a slight smile and nodded, choosing not to escalate the situation. By the time the meal concluded, the clock edged towards 1 in the afternoon. The sun blazed outside, prompting the group to opt for a brief respite before setting out. Xin Bing pulled Ningjing into the bedroom, uncertain of what to convey. Meanwhile, Su Ming relished the leisure, reclining on the living room sofa while scrolling through his phone. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming and Appo's phone vibrated with a message from Ningjing. Su Ming, may I take Sister Xin Bing to see the saplings? After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Su Ming rose. If they were to go, they might as well go together. It would be prudent to leave promptly after their visit. He found himself pondering another matter. Was it possible to establish some protective formation to safeguard his land? After all, should it be damaged one day, where would he turn for solace? Although he had previously instructed the real estate office not to send anyone to his villa for gardening or routine tasks, he still felt uneasy about leaving it unguarded. If a thief were to intrude, it would be quite distressing. Upon returning, he intended to consult Director Wang and Master Chingsong to see if they possessed any solutions. He even contemplated the plant defense mechanisms from the game Plants vs. Zombies. Would it not be splendid to cultivate an array of plants to fortify his villa? Should any formidable adversary emerge, he could simply return home and prepare for a defensive stand. Before long, the group arrived at the saplings, which could more accurately be described as young trees. Xin Bing's typically indifferent expression finally revealed a flicker of astonishment and surprise. This was. It seemed she began to grasp why Ningjing was so enamored with watering them, though the young trees had yet to mature. The surrounding aura was something she recognized and yearned for. This was spiritual energy, and in a remarkably concentrated form. How was this achieved? Ningjing, witnessing Xin Bing's reaction, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Just moments ago, she had endured a lecture from Xin Bing, who had accused her of being brainwashed. And now, Sister Xin Bing. This little tree grew because of my watering, with Su Ming personally guiding my cultivation of water attribute spiritual energy. To connect with nature is to attain deeper insights. Seizing the moment, Ningjing turned the tables on Xin Bing. Xin Bing swallowed hard. Had it been before this revelation, she would have dismissed it as mere brainwashing. A fanciful tale. Yet now, confronted with the vibrant spiritual energy emanating from the young tree, she fell silent. If she could absorb all this energy, she felt she could break through to the second star of the chi refining stage. At that moment, she glanced at Su Ming, who maintained his calm demeanor. However, Xin Bing and Appo's perspective shifted. This young man seemed to possess an allure that had increased several-fold. By the way, when are we departing? I am somewhat familiar with Qingshui village, as it lies adjacent to our village, and I have visited several times. I can drive without issue and serve as a guide. Xin Bing, fearing that lingering here might tempt her to absorb all the spiritual energy, unconsciously began to embrace her role as a supportive companion. This young man truly possessed something extraordinary. Ming checked the time on his phone, 1:40 p.m. Though the sun still blazed, the most oppressive heat had passed. Very well, let us depart. The group exited the villa, and at that moment, Ming cast a sidelong glance. Not far from the villa stood a young woman he did not recognize. She was likely a resident of the nearby villa. He had noticed lights on there during his return in the early hours, indicating occupancy. The woman seemed to catch sight of him, and their eyes met briefly. Ming did not dwell on it and climbed into Bing's vehicle. Soon after, the three of them drove away. Left behind was Lin Ke and Amp Apos, standing at the villa and Amp Apos' entrance, her gaze fixed on the receding car. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. She had finally seen Ming again. This time, they were so close, even sharing a fleeting glance. He was even more handsome than she had imagined during these past few days, more captivating than ever. His composed expression, profound gaze, and the confidence that effortlessly radiated from him were utterly irresistible. Yet, in her eyes, a complex mix of emotions brewed. Beside Ming stood two stunning women, both seemingly more graceful than herself. Lin Ke clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. A swirl of envy, jealousy, and an unexplainable sense of inferiority washed over her. Indeed, a person of his caliber would not lack for beautiful companions. Surely they must be superior to her. Lin Ke and Apos, felt her mind grow hazy. What had she been doing these past few days? A wave of powerlessness engulfed her. She felt akin to a minuscule ant, while Ming stood as a deity far above her. Their paths, it seemed, were never meant to intersect. She looked up at the sky, struggling to hold back tears. After a considerable time, she finally picked up her phone and dialed her cousin Lin Shiyu. The two had been chatting during these days of idleness. She knew her cousin was also facing some emotional turmoil, having conflicts with her boyfriend. They were now kindred spirits in their struggles and might find some common ground. Meanwhile, Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He had noticed Lin Ke standing there in a daze through the rearview mirror. Did that woman know him? It seemed unlikely. Surely no one would develop a crush on him simply because he purchased a villa nearby, right? Even a novelist with a normal thought process would not dare to pin such a cliché tale. It was far too melodramatic. Chapter 74. Has something happened in the land of cherry blossoms? Inside the vehicle, Ningjing and Shenbing occasionally exchanged a few words, though their conversation remained rather uninspiring. Ming continued to scroll through his phone, preoccupied by a pressing concern. He wondered whether, in the event of a full-scale resurgence of spiritual energy, there would still be any signal or network connectivity. Would the fluctuations in spiritual energy from cultivators have any impact on this? If that were the case, he would need to take action. Suddenly, a rapidly rising trending topic caught Ming's attention. A major natural disaster strikes an island in the land of cherry blossoms. This news detonated across various social media platforms like a bombshell, garnering significant attention. With a light tap of his finger on the screen, Ming delved deeper into the trending topic. A region in the land of cherry blossoms has faced an unprecedented natural disaster. An earthquake has triggered a tsunami, causing extensive damage in multiple areas. Below the announcement, a series of harrowing images and videos from the scene unfolded before his eyes. He scrolled through shocking visuals, streets torn apart by the earthquake, collapsing buildings, and clouds of dust swirling in the air. There were images depicting a city half submerged in water after the tsunami, and the terrified, helpless expressions of people fleeing in all directions. Some images captured from helicopters showed numerous individuals lying motionless below, clearly devoid of life. Aside from this trending topic, another one emerged alongside it. Mysterious phenomena associated with the natural disaster in the land of cherry blossoms. Ming clicked on it, revealing a plethora of organized information. Unusual lights appeared in the sky before the earthquake. Witnesses reported seeing gigantic shadows moving beneath the water as the tsunami approached. After the disaster, some survivors claimed to have heard whispers not belonging to humans amid the ruins. Not only were the reports meticulously organized, but they also included numerous interview images and videos. One account described how, just a day before the earthquake, the sky was illuminated by strange lights, deep purple rather than the usual red or orange. On the night prior to the quake, the owls in their town were unusually restless, hooting incessantly with a haunting cry. Among these interviews, some videos garnered particularly high viewership. Despite it being daytime, the sky darkened ominously due to the disaster, with inexplicable points of light flickering within the black clouds. Countless fissures appeared in the ground, some unfathomably deep and exuding a dark vapor. Someone captured an image of levitating stones, though only photos exist, leading to suspicions of digital manipulation. Such reports were abundant. Ming scrolled through his phone, contemplating the implications. The more he read, the more he sensed that the inhabitants of the land of cherry blossoms, who typically enjoyed a comfortable existence, were facing an extraordinary calamity. While the information revealed many inexplicable details, they were not entirely beyond comprehension. Distinguishing truth from falsehood proved challenging, especially within the realm of the internet. However, the seismic events were undeniably exhilarating. Much like many netizens from the Dragon Nation, Ming refrained from expressing sympathy. Instead, he extended his most heartfelt wishes for their safe passage and pleasant journey. Ming considered himself a good person, even purer than most. Yet, he believed such sentiments depended greatly on the recipient. It must be said, Bing demonstrated remarkable driving skills, igniting a desire within Ming to seek her guidance and exchange knowledge. After all, he had yet to obtain his driver's license and yearned to take the wheel himself. Rather than always relying on a woman, he longed to experience the thrill of driving a luxury vehicle, to feel the rush of speed and adrenaline. More than 2 hours passed, and the scenery outside transformed from urban landscapes to quaint country roads. The next leg of their journey would involve winding mountain paths, which could prove challenging. They were still approximately half an hour away from Qingshui village. Bing and Appo's voice broke the silence, prompting Ming to acknowledge her and gaze out the window. Scrolling through his phone for too long had grown tedious, and regarding the earlier news, he decided to set it aside for the moment. Even if there were genuine issues in the land of cherry blossoms, they were of no concern to him. He had previously encountered numerous comments from Dragon Nation netizens, many suggesting it was merely poetic justice. Day after day, they neglected their responsibilities, discharging nuclear wastewater without hesitation. Some netizens speculated whether this incident might give rise to bizarre creatures affected by radiation, with claims that signs of such anomalies had already begun to emerge. They pointed to unedited photographs showcasing marine life that appeared distinctly abnormal. Ming rolled down the car window, craving a breath of fresh air. The afternoon sun was gentle, the weather warm and pleasant. Lush trees lined the road, their foliage casting cool shadows. The air was infused with the fragrance of earth and grass, and distant mountains were shrouded in mist. Such country roads always provided a sense of contentment, washing away worries and noise. In contrast to the bustling city, this place offered a much more comfortable and serene experience. Ming's gaze lingered on the picturesque landscape outside. Through the rearview mirror, Bing stole a glance at him, a rare smile gracing her lips. I haven't returned in quite some time. It truly is quite tranquil here. Before becoming a trailblazer in her career, although she was thriving, the exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Now, she felt liberated from many burdens, enjoying a newfound lightness. The last time I was here was 2 years ago, and overall, the environment has Appo's changed much, she added, noting the stark contrast with the rapid development of the city. Bing began to engage in conversation, as if her heart had thawed somewhat in this place. Perhaps, in the city, she had felt compelled to conceal her true self, as it served as her protective shield. Ning Jing, too, exhibited palpable excitement, eagerly taking in the sights. As a wealthy heiress, she had seldom ventured to such locales, truly embracing the experience as a form of tourism. However, after a few more minutes of driving, Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Something seemed amiss. As they continued along the country road, the scenery began to change. The trees grew sparser, their leaves less vibrant, some even appearing withered. It was still early September. This is odd, Ming murmured, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Logically, leaves should only begin to turn yellow by the end of September. Yet, the yellowing he observed outside was not the golden hue of early autumn, but rather a sickly, desiccated yellow, a foreboding sign of life fading away. Not only Ming, but Bing also sensed something unusual. The ecology here seems to have deteriorated compared to before, she remarked, her tone laced with confusion, evidently not yet considering other implications. Let us keep our guard up and reduce speed a bit. At that moment, Ming spoke up, allowing a measure of spiritual energy to emanate outward. In an instant, both women felt a jolt within their hearts. Being astute individuals, they recognized the fluctuations in Ming's aura and the significance of his words. They could not help but grasp the underlying cause for his visit to this place. Surely, one cannot genuinely rendezvous in such a place. Such peculiar inclinations. Upon this thought, the two women regained their composure. Ning Jing also abandoned her playful demeanor, her entire aura transforming. She inherently possessed the qualities of a serene and obedient girl. It was merely in the presence of Su Ming that she became somewhat infatuated. In such a critical moment, one must not falter. The vehicle and Appo's speed diminished, and the scenery flanking the narrow path grew increasingly desolate. Su Ming instinctively glanced at his phone. Indeed, there was no signal once more. It was reminiscent of that night when he accompanied Taoist Qing Song and others towards the western forest. Back then, one could attribute the lack of reception to his inferior phone's inadequate signal capability. Yet, this time, he possessed a specially crafted phone with a uniquely designed SIM card. Its ability to receive signals was beyond reproach. Nevertheless, it remained ineffective now. This can only indicate one thing. There is something amiss in this place. Chapter 75, The Gray Mist? Anomalies? Spirit weapons? The atmosphere within the vehicle was momentarily stifling. They were nearing Chishui village. Shenbing's tone was less than pleasant. As the car progressed, the road ahead was not only desolate but also began to blur, shrouded by a faint layer of gray mist. This mist was unlike the morning fog of yore, appearing unusually thick and exuding an unsettling aura. Su Ming and his companions, as forerunners, felt an instinctive aversion to this mist. Its essence seemed to be inherently at odds with spiritual energy. Could this mist be one of the 9 great black mists? Su Ming murmured quietly, a bitter sensation gnawing at his heart. He was aware that something peculiar awaited in Chishui village, for the source of the wood ear was located here. Otherwise, he would not have rushed in this direction. He had initially envisioned this place as a paradise akin to the cave heaven of Bailong Lake, where one might discover treasures like the Bai Bo Xian Lu or the Chui Ling Xian Chao. He had intended to explore other material-related illustrations. Yet, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial point. Fortune and misfortune often coexist. Although a cave heaven had been discovered at Bailong Bridge, it was not long before the notorious Bailong River incident erupted, trending across the internet. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and thunder roared. He had engaged in fierce combat with the Thunder Dragon at Bailong Bridge. Now, did he truly believe he could reap benefits so easily? He had never won even a single lottery. Why did he think he would possess such luck? His regret was palpable. He should have investigated sooner. Several days had elapsed since he had acquired the diagram of the ghostly ear. At that time, everything had appeared normal when the proprietor came to collect goods. What had transpired in Chishui village over the past few days? Was it possible that the other 2 vendors hadn't returned because they could not leave? Were they also trapped here? The vehicle slowly entered the mist. Visibility diminished, and the surroundings grew increasingly indistinct, as if everything were veiled beneath a gray shroud. The car felt sullied. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the mist, becoming progressively fainter until only a dreary twilight remained. The trees and fields flanking the rural path appeared more desolate in this dimness, resembling a forsaken world. Previously, they had at least retained a withered yellow hue. Now they appeared as though captured in a black and white film. Suddenly, Shenbing brought the car to a halt. "We have arrived," her voice trembled. Through the glass, a village enveloped in gray mist came into view. Silence enveloped them. Let us disembark, but exercise caution. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he was the first to open the car door. Since they had come this far, there was no reason to retreat now. Lingering would only waste more time. Ning Jing and Shenbing followed closely behind. The trio stood beside the vehicle, gazing at the scene before them. At a loss for words. Should I notify the Spirit Energy Association first, then decide what to do? Shenbing inquired. Su Ming shook his head decisively. No need. Moreover, you won't be able to reach them here. There is no signal at all. If even he cannot resolve the issues here, then bringing in more people would likely yield no better results, and might even incur greater costs. As for the Zongzi, Su Ming had completely abandoned any hope of relying on it. He had come to understand its nature. Initially, he had perceived it as a detection device, a minesweeping tool. But now it seemed that, in many instances, immediate solutions depended solely on oneself. Shenbing tightened her collar, attempting to fend off the chill emanating from the pervasive mist. The mist felt almost tangible, gliding across her skin like cold, slippery tendrils, sending shivers down her spine and making breathing difficult. Even before entering the village, the oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. The absence of even the faintest sound of insects or birds induced a sense of dread. Silence reigns. Ning Jing could not help but shudder, her voice quivering. This is too strange. It feels as though countless eyes are watching us from within this mist. This sensation was even more unnerving than their previous encounter in the western woods. Su Ming inhaled deeply and made a swift decision. Shenbing, Ning Jing, if you do not wish to proceed, you may wait here or turn back. I can venture into the village alone. It's still too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Ning Jing shook her head vigorously. I'm not afraid, Su de Gu. You're strong. We'll surely be fine. Besides, I can take care of myself. You need not worry. Shenbing and Amp, Apos, S complexion was similarly grim. Although she suspected Su Ming possessed some strength, how formidable could he truly be? Furthermore, as someone with extreme ice attributes, if she were to confront Su Ming, the outcome remained uncertain. However, the sense of impending danger emanating from the village was undeniably potent. Even if Su Ming possessed some abilities, should fortune not favor them, they could easily encounter those bizarre entities, leading only to demise. Ningjing's infatuation was dangerously blind. It could lead to fatal consequences. I still suggest we return first and inform the association. Of course, if you decide to enter now. I will accompany you. My presence adds strength. Shenbing gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. On one hand, she was not the type to abandon her companions. On the other, the path ahead led to her ancestral home, Panlong Village. Although her relatives no longer resided there, she still had a house and belongings. And some villagers remained. Her return was primarily to retrieve an item from her old home. To claim she felt no concern would be disingenuous. All right. Then stay close behind me. As Su Ming and Apos' voice faded, the long sword in his hand materialized, crackling with lightning. The surrounding mist receded slightly in response to the influence of the thunderous sword, parting to a degree. Witnessing this scene, Shenbing and Apos' pupils constricted in astonishment. Unlike Ningjing, this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon, and she was struck with awe. What is that? A long sword entwined with thunder? Is this a legendary spirit weapon? In that moment, her perception of Su Ming elevated significantly. A spirit weapon. This concept was one she had only recently learned about. It was said that their spirit energy association possessed only 2 spirit weapons, one of which she was unaware. The other was well known among many in the association, a blade called the Frost Blade. It was reputed to be wielded by the association and Apos' president, crystalline and translucent, emanating a chilling aura, as if it were ice that had remained unthawed for millennia. Its blade was extraordinarily sharp. Even a gentle swing could instantly freeze the surrounding air. Those who possessed spirit weapons were undoubtedly among the elite of the Forerunners. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing treasures. Lacking strength, one could invite calamity merely by holding such an object. Contemplating this, Shenbing swallowed hard, glancing at Ningjing before fixating her gaze on the lightning sword. The overwhelming aura emanating from above was terrifyingly palpable. This indicated that Ningjing had not exaggerated her claims. It seemed they had truly underestimated her. At such a young age, Su Ming must have already attained the remarkable status of a 2nd or even 3rd-star Qi refining realm powerhouse, wouldn't he? Chapter 76. The rumors of Qishui village in Shenbing's eyes, Su Ming appeared to grow even more formidable. This youthful, spirited individual seemed rather enticing. Additionally, she cast a glance at Lei Jian, her eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. Who wouldn't he desire to possess an extraordinary weapon of their own? Yet, she had no intention of coveting Su Ming and Apos' spiritual weapon. Such treasures were far too precious. Even exchanging her entire company would likely yield insufficient compensation. However, her confidence regarding the expedition to Qishui village had notably increased. With Su Ming and Lei Jian by her side, they might truly venture forth into the unknown. The group cautiously advanced towards Qishui village, the chill and oppressive atmosphere of the mist growing ever more intense, rendering each step particularly burdensome. Su Ming seemed relatively unscathed, but the 2 young women trailing behind had already activated their full spiritual energy. Nearly fending off the mist proved to be an arduous challenge. If a confrontation were to arise, they would be utterly incapacitated. Upon reaching the entrance of Qishui village, a stone tablet caught their attention. The characters Qishui village were inscribed at the top, somewhat obscured by a layer of murky fog, as if some mysterious force were eroding its clarity. As Shenbing gazed at the tablet, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, hinting at a recollection. The clear waters of the river in this village were a source of pride for the villagers, their lifeblood and essence. The river had always been crystal clear, with fish swimming freely, and the villagers cherished it, taking it upon themselves to protect it. Whenever it came time to irrigate crops, they relied on the river's water, which resulted in particularly bountiful harvests. Furthermore, the fish from the Qishui River were rumored to be more succulent than those from other locales. During the River God Festival, villagers would catch fresh fish from the river to share in the bounty of nature. Shenbing elaborated, reminiscent of her childhood spent in the neighboring village, where tales of Qishui village were most prevalent. The river there had indeed gained some fame among the surrounding settlements. However, after her family departed from the village, she had ceased to follow the happenings of the area. The River God Festival? Su Ming inquired, somewhat surprised. If I recall correctly, it occurs on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month each year, and its significance to Qingshui village is akin to that of the New Year. These are stories I heard from my grandfather during my youth. Shenbing recounted, nostalgia lacing her voice. It is said that the festival originated from an ancient legend. Long ago, Qishui village suffered from a severe drought, and crops withered while rivers ran dry, plunging the villagers into despair. In their darkest hour, a divine fish emerged from the riverbed, radiating a gentle glow. Subsequently, the heavens bestowed nourishing rain, replenishing the river with crystal-clear waters, restoring vitality to the land, enabling the villagers to survive. The divine fish then vanished without a trace. Since that time, the villagers revered the fish as the embodiment of the river god, believing it had brought forth the waters of life. To express gratitude and pray for favorable weather each year, the villagers celebrated the festival on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month. They constructed altars by the riverbank, offering flowers and food as tokens of respect to the river god. On the day of the festival, villagers donned their finest attire, gathering by the Qingshui River to perform rituals. The village elders recited prayers, beseeching the river god to continue bestowing blessings upon the village, ensuring a bountiful harvest and peace. Following the prayers, others would sing and dance until the depths of night. After her narration, Su Ming nodded. The more remote a place, the more it seemed to emphasize traditions, customs, and the cultural narratives woven into its fabric. Such inclinations were entirely understandable. Yet, a familiar sensation subtly stirred within him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a prior experience, the legend of the Bailong Bridge, which had also preceded calamity. It must be, perhaps, merely a coincidence. With a collective deep breath, the group pressed onward, stepping past the stone tablet and officially entering the village. An eerie gust of wind suddenly swept through, thickening the surrounding mist. Within the wind lingered a mournful wailing, reminiscent of someone weeping or perhaps some creature growling. In urban settings, such winds were whimsically dubbed demonic winds, yet deemed innocuous. Scientifically, it was attributed to localized pressure changes, topographical influences, or thermal discrepancies. However, the current atmosphere felt distinctly different. This wind bore an unsettling chill, sending shivers down their spines. Su Ming extended his spiritual energy further, enveloping the two women behind him in a protective embrace. He doubted their ability to withstand the onslaught alone. Their pace was slow, each step taken with utmost caution. Su Ming's intuition warned him that the secrets lurking within Qishui village were likely far more intricate than they could fathom. If malevolent entities were indeed present, they would be far more terrifying than the thunder serpent he had previously vanquished. That creature had barely taken a breath of fresh air before he had dispatched it. Now, whatever resided here had been allowed to fester and grow for an indeterminate duration. At that moment, indistinct shapes began to materialize through the mist ahead. Houses, it seemed. Focus your attention. Do not take your lives lightly, Su Ming admonished once more. The atmosphere here felt even more sinister than the western forest they had traversed earlier. If this place were to be classified into levels akin to a game, it would undoubtedly belong to a level 10 zone. Meanwhile, the two women behind him barely registered as level 1 or 2 absolute novices. Their demise would hardly be surprising. As they drew closer, the outlines sharpened into discernible structures. Indeed, they were houses, yet all doors and windows were tightly shut, devoid of any light, imparting an impression of abandonment. Su Ming inhaled deeply, extending a hand toward an aged wooden door. With a gentle push, it creaked open, the sound slicing through the silence with an eerie resonance. A musty odor wafted forth, imbued with a hint of chill, as if a tormented spirit, long confined, had been released at that moment. Something felt amiss. Su Ming stepped inside first, with the two women cautiously following, hardly daring to breathe. The interior was dimly lit, furnished with various items, including a somewhat weathered wooden table at the center, its legs appearing precariously unstable. Apart from its dilapidation, there seemed to be no significant issues. The only peculiar aspect was the utter absence of any inhabitants. Not even a solitary insect could be found. Where had everyone gone? Chapter 77. Journey to Qingshui River. Su Ming and his companions navigated through several houses, each appearing untouched and devoid of signs of conflict or disorder. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as they had imagined? Sister Shin, could it be that the villagers have all gone to work elsewhere, leaving this place desolate? Ning Jing inquired at that moment. Shin Bing shook her head. That is unlikely. Although I Haven and Amp, Oppos, he visited these areas in a year or two. This is their homeland. They would not abandon it easily, especially the elderly, whose ingrained beliefs and physical limitations would deter them from relocating. I recall this region thriving due to the Qing Shui River, with villagers cultivating their own sustenance without issue. Moreover, nature's resilience is more formidable than one might presume. Even if neglected, this land would be overrun with trees and wild grasses, rather than appearing this eerily barren. At this juncture, Su Ming also smiled ruefully. Knowing more than the two women, the residents had certainly not vacated. Just days prior, the local market vendor had been here collecting mushrooms. It could only be said that this sudden change had occurred quite recently. The timing was too coincidental. When that vendor attempted to reach the villagers by phone, it was likely not because they were preoccupied, but because they had encountered some calamity. This village was larger than Su Ming had anticipated. Not only were there no people, but even dogs were absent. If not for the three of them, one might easily deem it a ghost town. Where had everyone gone? Such doubts lingered in their minds. A collective disappearance. If it were voluntary, what could they be doing? No, wait. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to grasp something. It was indeed September. But what was today's date in the lunar calendar? With this thought, he swiftly retrieved his phone and accessed the calendar feature. Despite the lack of internet connectivity, such basic functions remained operational. Gasp. The next moment, Su Ming inhaled sharply. Today was the 9th day of the 8th lunar month. Thus, yesterday was the 8th day of the 8th month, the river god festival spoken of by Shenbing. Could there truly be a connection between the two? Was the incident here somehow linked to the river god festival and the so-called deity of the river? Once this thought took root, it became inextricable. What a coincidence. It hardly seemed like mere chance. If my suspicions are correct, does that mean we arrived a day too late? Su Ming clenched his fists, feeling a pang of regret. How often does fate play such a dramatic hand? A single misstep can lead to dire consequences. Shenbing, yesterday was the river god festival. Do you know where the villagers held their celebrations? Upon hearing Su Ming and Appo's words, a flicker of shock crossed Shenbing and Appo's eyes. Yesterday was indeed the 8th day of the 8th lunar month? She had not considered this angle before. Follow me. Shenbing quickly regained her composure and prepared to lead the way. The location of the celebrations was not difficult to find. It was right by the Qing Shui River. She knew the area well, having visited it several times in her youth. As they exited the house, they began their trek toward the river. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash echoed behind them. The group jolted and turned to see a wooden plank that had presumably fallen from a beam. What a coincidence! Was it a warning to deter them? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The unfolding events were undeniably bizarre. If that plank had indeed fallen for the reasons he speculated, it would be exceedingly terrifying. It would mean they were being monitored, their every move scrutinized. Moreover, the puppet master could act without their awareness. Keep moving. Su Ming gritted his teeth. The greater the threat, the more imperative it was to press forward. Whoever shows fear loses half the battle. As they continued, the fog thickened, making the air feel cold and damp. The surrounding houses appeared ghostly, as if concealing countless watchful eyes. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the silence. Su Ming and Appo's heart raced as he quickly shielded Shenbing and Ningjing behind him. Not far off, a massive shadow swept past overhead, creating a gust of wind. What was that? Ningjing's voice trembled with fear. Before Su Ming could respond, the shadow circled back, hovering ominously above them. In the dim light, Su Ming enhanced his vision and discerned that the creature above was a colossal, monstrous bird, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Humph! Su Ming scoffed. Raising his sword to strike at the creature, he aimed to unleash a bolt of lightning upon it. However, the creature did not attack. Instead, it soared away from them, evading harm and vanishing into the dense fog. Was this a scout? The group dared not relax their vigilance as they pressed on. Should the creature charge at them? Su Ming was confident he could strike it down. Unbeknownst to them, the path beneath their feet became increasingly muddy and slippery. Each step required considerable effort, lest they become ensnared. Be cautious, Su Ming warned, just as Ningjing nearly lost her footing. After several tense minutes, they came to a halt before a fork in the road. Should they go left or right? Shenbing hesitated, recalling that this path should not have existed. Had it been newly constructed in recent years? She had no recollection. Noticing Shenbing's uncertainty, Su Ming fell silent. It was clear she was as lost as he was. Their gazes swept between the two paths, seeking any possible clues. The swirling mist obscured their vision, making it difficult to discern what lay ahead. Boom! Su Ming unleashed his spiritual energy, pushing against the fog. Instantly, the gray haze dissipated slightly. What formidable power! Shin Bing gasped in astonishment. If she exerted herself fully, she could likely disperse some of the mist, but it would not be as effortless as Su Ming made it seem. The two paths became clearer. The left path bore faint footprints, not very distinct, but they seemed recent. Su Ming observed closely, his instincts telling him these tracks might belong to villagers en route to the Qing Shui River. Shall we take the left path? Shin Bing asked, glancing sideways. However, Ning Jing appeared hesitant. Su De Gu, Sister Shun, look at the right path. Ning Jing pointed, her voice trembling. Su Ming followed her gaze, his pupils contracting. The path to the right appears markedly narrower than that to the left. However, as one gazes deeper, it becomes evident that both sides are cloaked in dense undergrowth of weeds and vines. It is worth noting that since their arrival in the village, they have not encountered such luxuriant vegetation. Everything else had withered away. Logically, this should be a positive sign. Yet, the hues of this foliage are not the typical shades of green. They do not even resemble yellow. Instead, they exude a faint crimson glow, rendering the dim surroundings particularly eerie. It is as if they are on the verge of oozing blood. These plants seem to writhe slowly, akin to living entities. Greedily observing this unexpected intrusion of guests. Chapter 78. Haunted walls? Illusions? Deceived? Add more. A touch of nausea. Ning Jing furrowed her brow, suppressing her discomfort. The visual onslaught ahead was genuinely unsettling. Beside her, Shin Bing remained silent, yet her expression mirrored Ning Jing's unease. Let's take the left path first. If it leads us astray, we can always return. Su Ming sighed, making the decision for the group. The left path might also harbor traps, but at least it appeared less disconcerting on the surface. Following the dirt road to the left, Su Ming and the others walked for about 20 minutes. Although the mist still swirled around them, obscuring their vision, they seemed to encounter no immediate danger. The ground beneath their feet felt solid, and the footprints they left behind assured them they had not strayed. However, after another 10 minutes, an ominous premonition began to swell within Su Ming. Something was amiss. Very much so. Why did this road feel so similar? Although they had and Appos, been moving quickly, they should have traversed a significant distance by now. The group halted, their doubts erupting. There was an unsettling sense that something was off. In the next moment, Su Ming took a deep breath and drew a gash in the earth with his lightning sword. Let us continue. This time, let us pick up the pace. 10 minutes later, Su Ming and the others beheld a gash before them, precisely the one he had carved. What was happening? Ning Jing pointed at the ground, her voice tinged with astonishment. How did that gash end up in front of us? It felt eerily reminiscent of the legendary haunted walls. Shin Bing shared her confusion. Could this place really be haunted? Is it truly that bizarre? Once skeptical, they now found the idea of spirits plausible, given the resurgence of spiritual energy. With this thought, both girls instinctively inched closer to Su Ming. After all, they were women, and their courage was somewhat diminished. In such an uncertain situation, it was natural to gravitate towards strength. What kind of trickery is this? Altering the environment directly? If there was an issue with this scene, my guide should have provided some form of visual cue. Su Ming fell into silence, pondering deeply. Fragments of various scenes replayed in his mind. Was there something he had overlooked? Feeling a bit lost, he amplified his spiritual energy, dispersing the fog around them. Yet, even with clearer vision, he uncovered no clues. The road beneath them was indeed straight, showing no signs of deviation. A curving path, albeit slight, could easily lead one in circles, but this path was undeniably straight. Moreover, all three of them perceived it as straight. Surely, they had not consumed some toxic mushroom at lunch that induced hallucinations? They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Although they had yet to encounter any real danger, being trapped here indefinitely seemed far worse than facing something sinister. Combat was exhilarating. Anything was preferable to merely waiting for doom. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill. Wait, an illusion. Su Ming suddenly recalled something. Earlier, they had felt a gust of wind, indeed, a fierce gale, when they exited the room. Urging Shin Bing to lead them towards the clear water river, the mist had been dense. Suddenly, a wild wind had howled, accompanied by a mournful bird and amp, Appos' cry. Soon after, a massive, bizarre bird had circled above them, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. That strange creature was not merely a frontline fighter. It had cast illusions upon them. This place was far more complex than he had anticipated. Su Ming and Appos' expression turned grave as he began to invoke the Song of Tides, extracted from the Azure Sea Resonance Fish scroll. In an instant, an illusory fish materialized before them. Ning Jing and Shin Bing tensed. They had never witnessed this ability of Su Ming's. The next moment, the illusory fish sank softly, and the trio felt their spirits lift, their clarity returning. The surrounding scenery began to morph. What had once appeared as a straight path now revealed itself as curvaceous. How could they have thought it was straight? Indeed, they had been spiraling in circles. This is, Ning Jing exclaimed, while Shen Bing struggled to believe it. We were under an illusion. The scene had always been like this. There was no error. It was the bird's enchantment that had distorted their visual perception, leading them to believe they were on a straight path while they circled endlessly. Su Ming's tone turned sharp as he elucidated, "We were outwitted by a wretched bird. Toyed with for so long, it makes us look foolish. Enough of this. Let us return to the junction," Su Ming urged, leading the two women back at a brisk pace. Time was of the essence. The bird and Appo's use of illusion at that moment felt far from coincidental. It was likely a calculated move, intended to delay them. The longer they lingered, the greater the peril. Engaging in battle, the greatest taboo is falling into the enemy and Appo's rhythm. Had they not cleared the illusion earlier, they might still be ensnared within. What manner of foe were they truly facing? Su Ming admitted that amidst his anxiety, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Each encounter had been a mere stroll, albeit enjoyable, yet it had grown tiresome. To become the strongest, one must dance upon the knife and Appo's edge, embracing the thrill of danger. Chapter 79. Unable to establish contact? On the other side, at the Jianggo Special Investigation Bureau. Ping'an. Have you still not managed to reach him? Wang Qian inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Just moments ago, Director Wang had approached them, requesting that they call Su Ming. It seemed the higher-ups wished to discuss an important matter with him, perhaps to solicit his assistance. However, the call had not gone through. Initially, there was no answer, and upon redialing, the message indicated that he was out of the service area. Not only Wang Qian, but also Long Ping and felt a rising sense of alarm upon learning this. The phone provided to Su Ming was specially designed. Given the current state of national signal coverage, it should work almost anywhere, barring the most remote mountainous regions. Where could Su Guan possibly have gone? He had left them behind to achieve merit on his own. At that moment, a staff member clad in a white lab coat approached briskly. Director Wang. Even with satellite assistance, we have been unable to determine Su Guan and Appo's current location. This was not due to any surveillance or tracking of Su Ming. There was no issue with the phone they had provided him. However, the urgency of the situation compelled them to investigate Su Ming's mobile network activity. In the villages south of Jiangzhou, they detected that Su Ming had been using his phone to access the internet and was receiving and sending signals normally. Yet suddenly, he had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This situation felt increasingly suspicious. Had he wandered into an area devoid of signal once more? Was it truly that peculiar? Director Wang, should I go take a look? Long Ping had suggested. Even Wang Qian, standing beside him, was visibly eager. Following Su Ming was undeniably thrilling, and opportunities often arose in his presence. Director Wang hesitated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Let us not rush into anything. We still don't know what is happening on his end. If he is indeed facing an unusual circumstance, he should be capable of handling it himself. If he cannot resolve it, do you think sending someone would serve any purpose? It would only increase casualties. Another possibility is that Su Guan does not wish for us to know his whereabouts and has taken measures to obscure his signal. If we were to act recklessly, it might provoke his displeasure. For now, we must wait. As soon as we can establish contact, we will do so immediately. Additionally, I will promptly liaise with the higher-ups to ascertain if there are any directives. Meanwhile, within Qingshui village, Su Ming and his companion spent several more minutes before finally returning to the fork in the road. They now realized that the left path formed a circular route, a veritable trap. Thus, the only option remaining was to tread the right path, where danger and mystery awaited them openly. Let us proceed, Su Ming declared decisively. The group advanced with utmost caution. Particularly, Ning Jing shuddered at the sight of the writhing vines, a chill running down her spine. The blood-red weeds and tendrils seemed to sense their approach, writhing even more violently, creating an unsettling spectacle. Even Su Ming felt a twinge of unease, his mild case of trypophobia flaring up. Suddenly, a vine shot towards them with a sound reminiscent of a striking serpent. Su Ming stepped forward, brandishing his sword to strike. Clang! Sparks flew. These vines proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated. His sword, which could slice through iron, had faltered against them. The recoil sent a tremor through his arm. What manner of creature was this? Su Ming's expression darkened. In the next moment, countless vines surged towards them, intent on engulfing them entirely. Fighting was futile. In this dire scenario, escape seemed the only viable option. Su Lao, we must first deal with those weeds. Ning Jing suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the red weeds below. Weeds? In a moment of clarity, Su Ming discerned her intent. Clearing the weeds was the key to breaking the impasse. Though he was unsure how she had arrived at this conclusion, he had no choice but to trust her judgment. However, the speed and sheer number of the vines were overwhelming, resembling a rain of arrows. The weeds on the ground were equally numerous and widespread. Even if he activated Shadow Strike, he feared he would not have enough time to clear them all. In that critical instant, the air around Su Ming began to warp. A time-space hourglass, radiating starlight, appeared in his hand. He hesitated to use it, but in this moment of urgency, he cast aside his reservations. The grains of sand within the hourglass fell slowly and methodically, each grain seemingly bearing the weight of time itself. Slow time activated. Around Su Ming, the ferocious blood-red vines, while still threatening, moved as if in slow motion. Furthermore, everything around him, aside from his own actions, had slowed. He could perceive the subtle movements of each blade of grass, the stretching of every vine, and the widening pupils of the two girls, who were increasingly panicked. According to relativity, if these things were slowed, it meant he was effectively faster. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming unleashed his full speed, his form a blur. His lightning sword traced a wide arc across the ground. All the blood-colored weeds fell before him, meeting their demise. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Rare material discovered, crimson blood demon grass. At that moment, Su Ming had no time to peruse his inventory, opting to disregard the notification. He quickly stowed the hourglass away. The sand was limited, and he could not afford to waste even a second. In the next instant, time returned to its normal flow. The weeds on the ground erupted into charred remnants, exploding violently. The lightning energy they had absorbed surged forth in a devastating release, annihilating them. The approaching vines, which had once been a vivid crimson, now took on a grayish hue. The oppressive aura they exuded dissipated almost instantaneously. The reason was simple. They had lost their connection to the blood-red grass. It was akin to a fish out of water or a bird deprived of its wings. Humph! The vines had encroached upon Su Ming, yet they now resembled mere paper tigers, a stark contrast to their earlier ferocity. The lightning sword in Su Ming's grasp transformed into a scythe of death. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, leaving trails of darkness in its wake. This was not to imply that the lightning sword was ineffective. Rather, the scythe offered a far broader range of attack. The sensation of cutting through the vines was exhilarating. Su Ming's movements flowed seamlessly, wielding the scythe like a whirlwind. The vines fell with a mere touch, unable to withstand even the slightest resistance. It was akin to harvesting wheat. In just a few seconds, the sound of snapping vines filled the air. The once fluttering vines now lay scattered upon the ground, forming small mounds, devoid of movement. How utterly delightful! A smile crept across Su Ming's lips. Who knew that mowing the grass could be such a liberating experience? Chapter 80. A stroke that shocks the heavens, turning weeds to dust. Mutated attributes? Behind Su Ming, two young women bore witness to the extraordinary scene, their legs trembling slightly. Shin Bing and Appo's lips parted in disbelief. She now realized that Su Ming might be far stronger than she had ever imagined. Yet, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. It surpassed her comprehension entirely. A life-threatening crisis had been effortlessly resolved in an instant. Moreover, the scythe emanating a dark glow sent shivers down her spine. Was this another spirit weapon? Su Ming possessed two spirit weapons. Furthermore, this scythe felt even more terrifying than the previous lightning sword. At that moment, both she and Ning Jing had also caught sight of the hourglass-like object appearing in Su Ming's hand. It was exquisite, shimmering with light. They had no time to ponder further when an unusual sensation enveloped their bodies. Then, they witnessed Su Ming's figure erupt into motion. As if an acceleration button had been pressed, his movements fast enough to leave behind afterimages. A stroke that shocks the heavens, turning weeds to dust. A man possessing such speed. Shin Bing and Appo's heart raced. To be his woman must be a blissful existence, she mused, turning her gaze to Ning Jing, whose face was flushed with excitement. She felt a twinge of envy. What was happening to her? As the dust settled and the immediate danger was momentarily averted, two messages appeared in Su Ming's mind. Successfully killed a Lord-level creature, Bloodvine Demon Bug. First kill of a Lord-level creature, reward, 50 points. This time, the system and amp, Appo's tone was devoid of any special inflection. After all, he had already slain epic and legendary creatures. He had encountered two lore-level creatures before, one being the orange cat he often petted downstairs, and the other a steamed base he had consumed at a restaurant. Thus, this indeed marked his first kill of a lord-level creature. While 50 points was not an extravagant sum, it was certainly better than nothing. The complexity of this matter stemmed primarily from its unique mechanics. Gazing at the vines on the ground, Su Ming felt a pang of trepidation. He had not anticipated that these vines were not mere plants but classified as a type of creature. With this thought, he turned to Ning Jing, who, along with Shen Bing, stepped forward. None of them mentioned the hourglass. A secret. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the two women had already begun to formulate a hypothesis. Could it be that the hourglass had the ability to influence time? Although it sounded utterly fantastical, it seemed to be the truth. Ning Jing, how did you know that the grass was problematic? Su Ming inquired curiously. Had it not been for Ning Jing's timely discovery, they might not have found themselves in such an advantageous position, perhaps even facing dire straits. Upon hearing Su Ming's slightly admiring question, Ning Jing's cheeks flushed. Well, it's all thanks to you, Su Dalao. When you instructed me to water the plants and attune myself to nature, I deliberately directed my spiritual energy to connect more closely with the flora, gaining some insights. Previously, I had subconsciously sensed my spiritual energy resonating with them. Those repugnant weeds and the vines seemed to share an obscure connection. When your lightning sword clashed with the vines, that connection appeared to deepen significantly, a transfer of power, so to speak. Listening to Ning Jing's explanation, Su Ming was taken aback. He had intended to coax her into serving as a tool for watering his spirit tree, yet it had genuinely cultivated her abilities. Had she truly gained profound insights that could be applied in practice? What remarkable comprehension! Beside them, Shen Bing's expression grew complex. Initially, she had thought Ning Jing was simply infatuated, being deceived by someone, even laughing at her for toiling away. Yet now, she realized she had been entirely mistaken. Her assumptions misguided. Ning Jing was following a true powerhouse. This powerhouse was genuinely imparting knowledge to her. After all this time, she was the true jester. Previously, she had questioned Su Ming, believing he was hindering Ning Jing, claiming he was unworthy. Now, reflecting on it, guilt and embarrassment surged within Shen Bing. Her face flushed with warmth. I must find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Su Ming. Why do I feel like the least useful among the three of us now? Though she was reluctant to admit it, it seemed to be the truth. Her current role was merely that of a driver and guide. Perhaps, I should entirely let go of my company affairs and see if I could stay in Su Ming's villa. After all, wasn't there an empty room there? The three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, continued along the path. Especially Shen Bing, whose expression shifted dramatically as she pondered. While Su Ming ensured their basic safety, he also aimed to manage his spiritual energy judiciously. Although they had dealt with those bizarre entities, it did not equate to safety. These were merely appetizers. The main course awaited them, and the allocation of spiritual energy must be prudent. He felt relatively secure. If his energy were depleted, his physical strength would still allow him to engage. However, for the other pioneers, if their physical prowess did not keep pace, once their energy was exhausted, they would not be much stronger than ordinary individuals. As they walked, Su Ming examined the new entries in his compendium, one for materials and one for creatures. Materials Compendium, Blood Demon Grass. Category, Mutated Attribute. Blood Demon Grass is an insidious plant that thrives in the convergence of blood and darkness. It draws upon the chilling energy of the night and the blood essence of living beings in shadowy corners, its leaves stained a deep crimson, radiating a captivating dark red glow. The presence of blood demon grass often heralds ominous and perilous surroundings. It forms a peculiar symbiotic relationship with the bloodvine demon bug, coexisting and growing together. Upon reading the description, Su Ming's heart sank. Mutated attributes, this was his first encounter. Moreover, it seemed that the existence of such an attribute precluded others. Singularity often implied dominance. Its presence signified the foreboding and danger of the surrounding environment. An unsettling feeling began to brew within him. The villagers here might indeed be in grave peril. Extracting Compendium Reward. Su Ming hastily commanded. Extracting Blood Demon Grass Compendium. Charm 2. What? Su Ming paused, bewildered. How could this mutated attribute possibly relate to charm? What purpose did charm serve? Yet, now was not the time for idle speculation. He opened the new Creature Compendium. Creature Compendium, Bloodvine Demon Bug. Category, Mutated Attribute, Hybrid. Assassin. Rank, Lord-level creature. The Bloodvine Demon Bug possesses both the growth traits of a plant and the mobility of a creature. By incessantly siphoning the blood essence from blood demon grass, it attains an exceptionally powerful vitality and aggressiveness. The vines, resembling chains of deep crimson, possess a hardness that far exceeds that of steel, slicing through the air with the precision of a razor. Their tips are extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through even the sturdiest of rocks. To provoke them is to invite formidable challenges. Indeed, after perusing the illustrated guide, Su Ming found himself reflecting deeply. It was as if Ning Jing had spoken the truth. To eradicate the blood vine monstrosity, one must first confront the crimson blood grass. Given the existence of such mechanisms, failing to decipher them could lead one to mistakenly regard these entities as epic or even legendary beings. Their power and defense are overwhelmingly dominant. Moreover, this entity, much like the crimson bloodgrass, exhibits a peculiar mutated property. Additionally, a completely new category has emerged: hybrids. Chapter 81. Villagers. The altar. Burning oneself. Frantically increasing updates. What is a hybrid? Is it also a type of profession? Su Ming and Appo's eyes flickered, a hint of confusion clouding his mind. Previously, he had learned that the bond effects related to professions required a minimum of 5 identical professions to unlock even the first tier. In contrast, attributes like the darkness and wood attribute illustrations could be activated with just 3. There seemed to be a distinction. These profession-related illustrations appeared to demand a higher standard. Extracting Bloodvine Bug Illustration Reward. Su Ming took a deep breath. A multitude of skills could only be advantageous. Extracting Bloodvine Bug Illustration. Gained ability: Crimson Blood Frenzy. Crimson Blood Frenzy, by igniting one's blood, briefly unleash the user's potential. All attributes increase by 50 for 5 minutes. And attacks carry a siphoning effect, draining the opponent's vitality to replenish one's own life force. Once the blood ignites, all attributes plummet by 90 and remain diminished for 12 hours. Upon reading the ability description, Su Ming felt a surge of astonishment. This power resembled a bloodthirsty rage from games, forcibly amplifying combat strength, only to plunge into a state of weakness thereafter. A 5-minute war god, siphoning the opponent and Appo's as vitality? It bore a semblance to a berserker, growing stronger with each encounter. However, if matters were not resolved within those 5 minutes, one would be left vulnerable to slaughter. This ability needed no further elaboration. It could rightly be termed a minor divine skill. Yet, its usage demanded caution and consideration of the consequences. If wielded adeptly, one could become a feared war god. Misused, however, it would be tantamount to courting death. Collecting his emotions, the group continued onward. Their previous encounter not only failed to ease their tension, but heightened their vigilance. The threats they faced were far more horrifying than they had anticipated. Particularly for the 2 sisters, they felt as if they were mere ornaments. In the face of absolute power, even self-preservation seemed a daunting task, let alone taking any offensive action. Were it not for Su Ming's presence, they might have already perished. Everyone, stay alert. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Ahead, although the mist in the air had not thickened, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered. Not only he but the 2 sisters behind him also caught the scent. Hiss. I understand. At that moment, Shenbing suddenly spoke. After traversing this winding path, they arrived at a relatively open terrain, the very place the villagers typically congregated. If a ritual were to be held, it would undoubtedly be there. The clear river lay at the edge of that land. Upon hearing this, the group did not exhibit joy. Instead, their expressions darkened. For they recalled the earlier warning: there was a scent of blood ahead. If the villagers were gathered there, did that not imply? The scent intensified, as if an invisible net tightened around their throats. The Ben Shenbing mentioned now loomed before them. I will go first. Su Ming's voice was a mere whisper as he stepped forward, peering into the distance. His pupils contracted. He gestured for the others to remain silent and approach. Hiss. The 2 sisters followed, gasping at the sight ahead. It was indeed eerie. The ground was filled with people, presumably the villagers they had been searching for. Yet, these individuals stood motionless, their backs turned to them, resembling lifeless statues in the dim light, exuding an aura of dread. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, piercing through the mist. At the forefront of these figures stood an altar-like platform, upon which strange patterns appeared to be etched. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the villagers and Appo's garments to flutter slightly, yet they remained utterly still. Had they all perished? This thought was chilling, but no other explanation seemed plausible. Su Ming extended his spiritual energy, but he could sense no breath from any of them. Suddenly, one villager at the back slowly turned around. His face was grotesquely deformed, his eye sockets vacant, devoid of eyeballs, only dark voids remained. His mouth opened slightly, as if attempting to speak. Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Su Ming's heart sank, urging the two to remain vigilant. Yet, after a tense 10 seconds, no further movement occurred. The turned villager remained stationary, while the others still faced away, unperturbed. Su Ming half expected them to erupt into a frenzy, attacking them as before. TSK. Let's see what's going on. Unable to contain himself, Su Ming stepped forward with the others, striving to keep their footsteps light. Caution was necessary, yet they could not afford to linger, lest they squander precious time. The longer they delayed, the graver the situation could become. The group approached the villager. The river god descends. At last, they disowned the murmurs of the villager. The river god descends? Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, carrying an even stronger scent of blood that assaulted their senses. A thick, gray-black mist surged from the altar before them. The patterns on the ground emitted an eerie glow. Amidst the smoke and radiance, a hazy figure began to materialize. It was indistinct, seemingly composed of water and mist. Behind the altar lay what had once been a crystal-clear river, now transformed into a murky, deep brown stream. It flowed like thickened blood, exuding a nauseating stench. It resembled a river of the underworld. With the altar and Apos' transformation, the blood water seemed to awaken, surging skyward as towering waves morphed into blood-colored serpents, rushing toward the indistinct figure upon the altar. Stay here and be cautious. Su Ming and Apos' voice rang firm and resolute, his eyes glinting with determination. Huh? Shen Bing and Ning Jing wished to voice their concerns, but Su Ming had already dashed forward, his scythe morphing into a lightning sword meant to vanquish evil. Electricity crackled around him as he moved at lightning speed, cleaving through the oppressive atmosphere. There was no choice. The presence of the figure at the altar was growing increasingly potent. Each blood serpent and Apos' infusion solidified its form, amplifying its terror. If they did not intervene immediately, the consequences would be dire. At this juncture, standing idle and adhering to principles of martial ethics would be sheer folly. Simultaneously, the villagers finally stirred. Contrary to their earlier fears of an attack, they remained turned away. However, their bodies began to tremble, exuding wisps of dark, blood-tainted vapor. These vapors, like fine threads, were irresistibly drawn toward the figure on the altar, coalescing into swirling black smoke that surged forth. Though Su Ming witnessed this, his forward momentum did not wane. Thud, thud. The villagers beside him seemed to have been drained of their last vestige of vitality, collapsing to the ground. One by one, bodies fell, their sounds resounding with an unsettling clarity in the stifling atmosphere, akin to the rhythmic beating of death itself. They had utterly become mere husks, stripped of their souls, desiccated and fragile. Su Ming's gaze grew even colder. Regardless of what that creature truly was, it was indeed a harbinger of death. Those who had collapsed were once vibrant lives. Was the entire village destined to vanish like this? Chapter 82. The Eye of True Vision. Weakness Detection. Energy Flow Perception. The electric light on the thunder sword surged with a wild ferocity, reflecting the unwavering conviction within his heart. The wind howled in his ears. The figure at the altar grew ever more formidable, solidifying. Su Ming maintained his speed, thrusting the thunder sword fiercely towards the altar itself. To eradicate the root of the problem, one must strike at the source. Just then, the voice of the overseer echoed once more. Current Assassin Class Codex 5, Shadow Cat Demon, Void Rending Mosquito, Dark Erosion Bat, Phantom Fox Cub, Bloodvine Demon Bug. Activating Level 1 Assassin Class Effect. Passive ability, Eye of True Vision has been equipped. Eye of True Vision, Weakness Detection in Combat. The Eye of True Vision can instantly analyze the opponent and Apos' physiological structure, energy flow, and combat style, identifying their defensive vulnerabilities and critical energy nodes. Energy Flow Perception. The Eye of True Vision can sense the flow of spiritual energy or life force within the opponent, recognizing the source and circulation path of their power, thereby predicting their attack patterns and defensive habits. Ah, what a treasure! Although there was a slight delay from the overseer, Su Ming chose to forgive in that fleeting moment. The reward was truly exceptional. What harm was there in waiting a little longer? With the Eye of True Vision, he could significantly compensate for his lack of combat experience. Like a tiger with wings, the opponent's attack methods and weaknesses could be detected, and the trajectory of their strikes could be anticipated. This mystical sensation was the pinnacle of power. Deep within Su Ming's pupils, it was as if two tiny black flames were ignited, shaped like a hook. The glow was not dazzling, yet it exuded profundity, as if it could unveil all the secrets of the world. At that moment, he charged towards the altar. Break it. The thunder sword struck the edge of the altar with a force akin to a thunderclap. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. A deep, black light surged forth from the altar and Apos' fissures, moving with incredible speed. Like living tendrils, it coiled around Su Ming and Apos' entire body. What is this? Su Ming and Apos' heart raced with astonishment. The black light swirled, forming a vast dome of light. Su Ming felt himself being drawn by an irresistible force. As the darkness receded like a tide, his vision gradually clarified. He found himself standing in a void composed of black light. Surrounding him was an endless gloom, with only the flicker of black light resembling the most distant galaxies in the night sky. This felt somewhat akin to my domain of shadowy eyes, a dimensional space. Su Ming quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with vigilance. Before Su Ming, the black light slowly coalesced. In an instant, it formed a figure. This being was towering, several meters high, radiating a brilliant light of pale blue. Its upper body resembled that of a human, adorned in a flowing robe. The robe was embroidered with patterns of surging rivers, seemingly whispering of its profound connection to water. Yet its lower body was not legs, but a magnificent fish tail, its scales shimmering with a mysterious blue glow. As the fishtail swayed, the light danced. Its face was handsome and imposing, features sculpted with precision. Particularly, its eyes resembled deep lakes, imbued with mystery and unfathomability. Long blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze. An aura of sacred inviolability enveloped it. Mortal, why do you dare to show such disrespect to the divine? Who granted you the audacity to desecrate this sacred ritual? It spoke, its voice resonating like rolling thunder, echoing through the space of black light, imbued with an undeniable authority. A god? Su Ming chuckled softly. A hypocritical being, under the scrutiny of his eye of true vision. This figure was not as flawless as it appeared. Surrounding its form were faint tendrils of black mist, akin to tiny serpents entwining its garments in hair, cold and malevolent. Such a creature dares to call itself a god? Do you even deserve it? Observing Su Ming and Apos' reaction, the river deity appeared even more enraged, its brows furrowing. Bold mortal, how dare you speak such insolence? I am the divine protector of this land. How can you slander me so freely? Because of me, this land enjoys favorable weather. I safeguard the livelihood of the people. Why should I not be worthy of divinity? I am the river deity of this place. Its voice reverberated through the black light space, a wave-like pressure following in its wake. This pressure was tangible, imbued with overwhelming force. Su Ming and Apos' expression shifted slightly. The speed and intensity of this pressure made him feel an unprecedented weight in an instant. There was no escaping. He could only withstand. However, when he summoned his spiritual energy and the pressure truly impacted his body, something felt off. He only sensed a coolness, like a gentle breeze in summer. It brought no harm or oppression. What is this? Is this a joke? Su Ming was perplexed, staring at his hands, feeling the power coursing within him. It seemed no different from before, rather more comfortable. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of surprise and terror passed through the river deity and Apos' eyes. Its pressure was forged from the piety and reverence of countless followers over the years. This power had once made innumerable beings tremble before it, kneeling in submission, afraid to harbor a thought of resistance. In its mind, Su Ming, faced with this force of belief, should be like a small boat battered by a tempest, mercilessly engulfed. Yet, not even the edges of its garments stirred. He remained utterly composed. How could this be? The river deity murmured softly, its voice quaking. It suddenly found itself unable to understand the person before it. Even if this individual possessed spiritual energy, they should not be able to disregard the power of faith. Logically, these were two distinct paths. Su Ming raised his gaze, the eye of true vision revealing the river deity's transformation. The black mist surrounding it had clearly dispersed significantly in that moment. Is it afraid of him? For a brief moment, Su Ming's disdain intensified. Is this all? Your pressure is merely an empty display to me. Su Ming's voice was icy. But then again, you are nothing but a filthy reptile. What pressure can you wield? If you were truly a guardian, how could you siphon the life force of villagers, casting this land into fear and darkness? Your so-called protection is but a ruse. The sanctity you feign merely masks your greed and malevolence. Hearing this, the river deity's expression froze, and it shouted in fury. Do not speak such nonsense. This is to gain greater power, to ensure this land and Apos' eternal prosperity. Huh, your prosperity means nothing to me. Su Ming surged forward, propelled by rage. He detested those who feigned virtue while engaging in despicable acts. Although he was uncertain why the pressure had no effect on him, it was a blessing. And he would charge headlong into battle. True power does not stem from oppressing the weak, nor does it come at the expense of others. Your notion of strength is but a castle in the air, built on delusions. As Su Ming sprinted forward with his sword, he continued to voice his defiance. To confront a deity that has deceived even itself, one must shatter its resolve with a two-pronged approach. How audacious of mere mortals to provoke the divine on multiple occasions. The river god roared, evidently struck at its vulnerable core, seething with indignation. Since he remains so obstinately ignorant, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Today, I shall ensure your spirit is cast into oblivion. Chapter 83, Battle Against the River God. Are they a kind of being? As the river god uttered his words, his visage began to contort. The aura surrounding him underwent a complete transformation, shifting from a soft azure glow to a profound obsidian hue. The pretense was discarded, revealing the darkest essence akin to the deepest night. Black mist swirled around him, his figure flickering within it like a demon emerging from the abyss. In his grasp, a scepter slowly coalesced, resembling the legendary trident of the sea god. The shaft was composed of grayish-black mist, adorned with ancient symbols that Su Ming had previously glimpsed upon the altar and Apos' surface. Each symbol seemed to harbor boundless power. The trident and Apos' tip glimmered with a crimson-black radiance, as if it could rend asunder anything that stood in its path. The river god raised the trident high, his surrounding black aura raging like a tempest. His long hair danced wildly, and his gaze brimmed with madness and resolve. Mortal, prepare to meet your demise, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. As the trident was swung, it summoned a fierce gust towards Su Ming. In the face of the river god's onslaught, Su Ming exhibited no fear, remaining remarkably composed. Like a meteor slicing through the darkness, he moved with agility and an overwhelming presence. This creature, he sensed, was within his reach. For this so-called river god bore two distinct auras. One was the familiar gray mist, while the other resonated with a power reminiscent of divine belief. The belief power was significantly stronger than the gray mist, yet it appeared ineffective against him. Though the reason eluded him, Su Ming felt no hesitation. As the river god lunged forth with the trident, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. This weapon was formidable. The space quivered violently wherever its point was directed. The black energy on the trident surged like a relentless tide, each swing seeming capable of tearing the heavens apart. The surrounding dark energy oscillated violently, spreading like a tempest in all directions. A fine weapon indeed, but you, my foe, shall not prevail. Su Ming and Apos' eyes gleamed with fierce determination. His true vision eye operating at incredible speed. His footwork was ghostly, shifting like a wisp, elusive and unpredictable. Come forth. At that moment, the lightning sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance, akin to the blazing sun. The clash between the trident and the lightning sword was intense, intertwining like two celestial bodies colliding in the night sky. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated within the enclosed space of black light, akin to thunder. The tremendous force compelled Su Ming to stagger back several steps, the wind howling fiercely. Yet, without a moment's pause, he launched forward once more like an arrow released from its bow. The river god, eyes wide with fury, let out a series of enraged roars, his voice echoing like a howl from the depths of the underworld, instilling dread. He could scarcely believe it. This trident, of extraordinary origin, had failed to cleave through this young man and his weapon. What caliber of sword was that? Yet he dared not dwell on it further. As he wielded the trident with increasing ferocity, this young man was charging again. His strikes grew ever more fierce and cunning, each blow infused with the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Yet, Su Ming seemed to predict his moves with uncanny precision, narrowly evading each attack while simultaneously countering. Pathetic. Is this all you've got? Su Ming scoffed, his form flickering as he swiftly maneuvered behind the river god. The lightning sword flickered ominously in his grip, as he thrust it with the might of a tempest towards the river goddess back. This area was identified as one of the weak spots by his true vision eye. The river god reacted with lightning speed, spinning around, his trident whistling through the air. Clang! He precisely blocked Su Ming and Apos' deadly strike. However, Su Ming would not squander this fleeting opportunity. With the true vision eye enhancing his combat awareness, he launched a powerful kick, channeling his spiritual energy. Like a meteor crashing to earth, his foot connected solidly with the river god's abdomen, another of the identified weak points. And even more critical than the back, a howl of pain erupted from the river god, agony etched across his features. He had anticipated a strike from the lightning sword, but was wholly unprepared for the kick. How utterly dishonorable. You have truly provoked my wrath. The river god's fighting spirit surged, igniting a more frenzied determination. This young man was challenging divine authority. He plunged the massive trident into the ground. And in an instant, a torrent of immense dark energy surged forth from the earth's depths, sweeping towards Su Ming like a colossal black dragon. Undeterred, Su Ming leapt high into the air, executing a graceful turn to evade the powerful dark energy assault. Simultaneously, he gripped the lightning sword tightly, infusing it with his spiritual energy. The sword and Apos' electrical brilliance surged, as if to illuminate the entire world. Go! Su Ming shouted fiercely, striking down towards the river god with the force to cleave the very heavens. This blow seemed destined to split the very fabric of space. Endless lightning surged forth like a stampede of horses, colliding violently with the dark energy, each force consuming the other in a tumultuous struggle. In that moment, they were at an impasse. How was this possible? The river god and Apos' expression grew increasingly horrified. He genuinely could not comprehend it. At the same time, he felt a twinge of grievance. He was now relying solely on his own powers in this contest. The belief power, which he held most dear and deemed most threatening, appeared utterly ineffective against this young man. It was perplexing. Logically, belief power was incredibly peculiar. If the opponent's belief was weaker, it would invariably be suppressed. Yet this young man seemed unaffected. Did he possess followers as well, akin to a deity? A divine messenger drawing upon belief power? Before he could ponder further, the river god cast aside his pride, hastily speaking up. We can collaborate. Collaborate, my foot. Su Ming charged once again, offering no respite to his adversary. Upon hearing Su Ming's scornful retort, the river god's countenance darkened further. Even in a moment of concession, this young man pressed his advantage, which was utterly intolerable. A warrior may be slain but must not be insulted. In an instant, the river god and Apos' aura erupted once more. He sought the demise of this young man, eager to absorb the belief power within him. The battle between the two intensified, causing the entire dark space to teeter on the brink of collapse. Despite being drenched in sweat and disheveled, Su Ming and Apos' gaze remained resolute. The river deity, consumed by a crimson rage, was increasingly enveloped in billowing black miasma. After another earth-shattering collision, both combatants retreated dozens of feet. Su Ming, catching his breath, noticed the undiminished fire in his eyes. The river deity, though formidable, had limitations. With a sneer, Su Ming retorted to the deity and Apos' offer of clemency, "Your words are far more formidable than your strength." He lunged forward, his aura surging like a volcanic eruption, replacing the depleted lightning sword with the fully charged scythe of death. The river deity, visibly shaken, roared about challenging the world and Apos' order. Su Ming countered, "Your so-called order is merely a synonym for oppression and dread, which I despise." The scythe, radiating a spectral glow, thirsted for the deity and Apos' blood. As the deity's black aura churned, Su Ming's cold demeanor intensified upon hearing the deity's plea for cooperation, disgusted by the comparison. The memory of the villager's demise fueled his resolve. Slaughtering the innocent is an unforgivable sin, ignoring the system's notification of reaching the 8th star of the Qi refining realm. Su Ming channeled all his points into enhancing his strength, determined to vanquish the deity. What goes around comes around. Your ill-gotten power will ultimately consume you. The river deity, contorting in rage, unleashed a barrage of black energy dragons with his trident. Su Ming, however, imbued his scythe with the paralytic venom of the Darkwing Bat, disrupting the deity and Apos' energy flow and severing the black dragons. Your struggles are futile, Su Ming declared, initiating a shadow strike to reappear above the deity. Sensing imminent danger, the deity marveled at the scythe and Apos' terrifying power. As Su Ming brought down the scythe with devastating force, amplified by the netherworld scream, the deity braced for impact. The ensuing collision shook the black space, causing the ground to fissure and crumble. The deity and Apos' trident trembled, and his body faltered as his spiritual energy waned due to the paralytic venom. You understand military strategy? Su Ming taunted, pressing his relentless assault. With the deity and Apos' rhythm disrupted, Su Ming's scythe became a tool of final judgment, carving through the dark space. The deity's defense crumbled under the relentless onslaught. "I'm a god. How dare you?" The deity despaired as his trident shattered, inflicting a severe backlash. "Mercy, spare me," the deity pleaded. "Go to hell," Su Ming retorted, delivering the final blow. Chapter 85. Destruction of the Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. The surviving young girl. Su Ming swung his scythe once more, channeling the last remnants of spiritual energy into the blade, aiming for the neck of the river god. With a swift motion, the river god's head fell, black blood gushing forth. His body gradually transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the darkened space around him. Silence enveloped the surroundings. What a disgraceful entity, calling itself a deity. Su Ming, panting heavily, watched as the river god vanished completely, his anger finally beginning to subside. Perhaps the souls of those villagers could find some peace now? The host has achieved an astonishing feat, slaying the legendary creature, the Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. Legendary creatures, indeed. Su Ming murmured softly. This marked the second legendary being he had vanquished. Moreover, this creature appeared to possess a higher degree of intelligence than that of the young phantom spirit fox he had encountered previously. Such beings become increasingly formidable as they mature. The other pioneers do not possess my rate of growth. Thus, as time progresses, these creatures will only grow stronger, and calamity will become inevitable. Even I, if I become complacent, may find it difficult to keep pace. Furrowing his brow, Su Ming could already foresee the increasing frequency of such occurrences in the future. Casualties would undoubtedly be severe. Not only would villages be slaughtered, but entire towns and cities could face annihilation. He was stretched too thin. It was impossible for him to resolve every situation. Moreover, this was merely the vicinity of Jiangzhou. He had yet to explore other regions. However, it was certain that at this very moment, other places were also enduring similar fates. Perhaps, like here, entire villages had been wiped out, or even worse. Could the military and other pioneers handle these crises? The river god he had just confronted would likely be impervious to ordinary firearms. The primary forces now lay with the military and advanced weaponry. The flames of war had already been ignited. This world was descending into chaos. As Su Ming reflected upon this grim reality, the dark space began to slowly dissipate. "Su Ming," came Ning Jing and Appo's voice, breaking the silence. Turning to his side, Su Ming noticed the two girls standing by him, their eyes filled with concern. Upon seeing that he appeared unharmed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding gray mist was also beginning to lift. The altar, which had been a focal point of chaos, was now shattered into fragments. "What is happening outside?" Su Ming inquired. The altar emitted a burst of black light, drawing you and that figure inside. Sister Shinbing and I rushed over, but found nothing. We attempted to destroy the altar using various means, but it was as if there was a barrier. The altar pulsed like breathing, alternating between light and dark. Sister Shinbing and I suspected you were fighting inside, but we could only wait. Suddenly, the altar exploded, and you emerged. Ning Jing quickly recounted the events. Su Ming nodded, observing the surroundings gradually returning to normal, with the mist dissipating. It was evident that the immediate danger had passed. However, his gaze shifted to the villagers lying lifeless on the ground. Not a single soul remained. They had all become mere shells, victims of the gruesome slaughter. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming began to share his experiences within the altar with Ning Jing and Shinbing while retrieving his phone. He wished to check if the signal had returned and to contact the Special Investigation Bureau. After all, they couldn't possibly be the ones to clean up this mess. Could they? Just as he had imagined. Once the anomalous energy dissipated, the signal had indeed been restored. However, he noticed several missed calls. Director Wang, Long Pingan, and Wang Qian had all attempted to reach him. What had transpired? Furrowing his brow, Su Ming wasted no time in returning Director Wang and Appo's call. Within 5 seconds, the call was answered, which startled him slightly. Had they been waiting for him on the line? Meanwhile, the two girls remained silent, patiently awaiting his return. Even Shinbing had become obedient. "All right, we will wait here." A few minutes later, Su Ming ended the call. According to Director Wang, there were matters requiring his attention, but they had been unable to reach him, as his phone indicated he was out of service. Subsequently, using signal reception technology, they had traced his approximate location. Although this made Su Ming somewhat uneasy, he refrained from voicing his discontent, recognizing that it was not an act of overt surveillance, nor had it significantly disrupted his life. After Director Wang re-established communication with the higher-ups, he received orders to proceed with Long Pingan, Wang Qian, and a small team of special police heading to the nearby town. They had not ventured deeper, awaiting further instructions. Fortunately, they had received Su Ming's call back in time. Hearing Su Ming's brief explanation, they prepared to set out. After all, the fate of this village and its inhabitants constituted a serious case, one that fell within their jurisdiction. There was an air of intrigue surrounding this incident. It was far from over. Keep this in mind. What has been revealed thus far is merely the surface. Su Ming said, looking at Ning Jing and Xin Bing, ready to utter something more. However, at that moment, his gaze was drawn to a particular direction. And he dashed forward. Something stirred there. Ning Jing and Xin Bing exchanged puzzled glances before hurriedly following him. Their eyes soon fell upon a small girl appearing before them, blocked by Su Ming's presence. Standing still, Su Ming regarded the girl, his discerning gaze shifting rapidly. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The girl appeared quite young, perhaps no more than 14 or 15, and was of diminutive stature. Her complexion was pale, smudged with dust, and her hair appeared greasy, as if it had not been washed for several days. Most striking were her wide, vigilant eyes, resembling a frightened fawn poised to flee. Who are you? How did you end up here? Su Ming's voice was gentle as he attempted to soothe the visibly frightened child. At that moment, Ning Jing and Xin Bing arrived. Their expressions equally filled with confusion and concern. The sudden appearance of this little girl in a place that had recently witnessed such horror was extraordinarily unusual. Moreover, they had explored several houses prior and found no signs of life. The girl looked at Su Ming, terror flashing in her eyes. She clutched a tattered cloth doll tightly, as if it were her only source of comfort. Realizing she could not escape, she hesitated to respond, instead taking a few steps back, seemingly assessing the intentions of these unfamiliar figures before her. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. Ning Jing crouched down, her voice soft and filled with warmth. Beside her, Xin Bing nodded, striving to conceal any semblance of indifference. The little girl appeared to sense their goodwill, her vigilance diminishing somewhat. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, she finally chose to speak. My name is Xiaoying, and I reside in this village. Chapter 86. Unrevealed Past. Her voice trembled slightly, evidently still not fully recovered from her fear. Xiaoying, where is your family? Ning Jing inquired softly. Yet, as soon as she posed the question, she immediately regretted it. Over by the altar, nearly all the villagers lay fallen. What about this little girl's parents? She seemed to have spoken thoughtlessly. Indeed. Upon hearing Ning Jing and Apos' inquiry, the girl and Apos' expression darkened, and her body quivered slightly. I Don and Apos, Tino. When I awoke, everyone in the village had vanished, leaving me all alone. Her voice grew increasingly faint, clearly struggling to suppress her fear and anxiety. Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Beside him, the two young women felt a heaviness in their hearts. It dawned on them that this little girl might be the sole survivor of the calamity. In that moment, their gazes toward Xiaoying were tinged with sympathy. Xiaoying, do not worry, we will assist you. Speak freely, Ning Jing reassured, attempting to soften her tone. The little girl hesitated briefly but ultimately extended her hand to Ning Jing. This sister appeared warm and kind, not like a villain. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline amidst the storm. The scene did not escape Su Ming and the others, who felt a pang of discomfort. How young is this girl? She must endure what ordinary people could scarcely bear. Especially for Su Ming, silence enveloped him. His own background was hardly any better. Were it not for the support of the Tongzi, he might be faring worse than others. Although he often derided the Tongzi, deep down, he cherished every opportunity more than anyone else. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming realized that now was not the time to dwell in such emotions. He needed to uncover the truth. He crouched down, his expression gentle. Xiaoying, can you tell us what has transpired in the village these days? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the little girl bit her lip, fear and confusion flashing in her eyes. Yet, she mustered her courage. In our Clearwater village, there has always been a tale. She recounted the legend that Xin Bing had previously shared, a tale of drought, the descent of divine fish, bestowed blessings, and the reverence of the people. This legend was known to them all. Yes, and then? Su Ming gestured for her to continue. If it were merely this, she would not be so terrified. There must be more. The little girl's lips trembled, seemingly caught in a struggle over whether to speak. Do not fear, we will protect you. Look around. Those foggy apparitions have dispersed, have they not? Trust us, everything is all right. Ning Jing discerned the girl's distress and began encouraging her. The kind-hearted elder sister. Yes. The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with tears. Her nails dug into her clenched fists, almost drawing blood. I am not actually from Clearwater Village. When I was very young, my parents left, and I was adopted here by the village chief. As she spoke, the hearts of the listeners jolted in surprise. Left? Did that mean they had passed away? Especially Su Ming, whose eyes brimmed with shock. How eerily similar was this girl's experience to his own? The narrative felt familiar. Both had lost their parents at a tender age and were raised by an elder. However, even more astonishing revelations awaited. Grandpa Village Chief treated me well. Like his own daughter. The villagers often said I was fortunate to live with him. At first, I believed so too. Su Ming and the others remained silent, listening intently to the little girl and Appo's account. They understood that something significant was about to unfold. The village chief is the most authoritative and revered figure in our village. Every year, he leads the villagers in the River God Festival. We are all devoted followers of the River God, and the village chief acts as the River Goddess voice here. We express gratitude and respect for the River God, naturally extending that reverence to the village chief. Over the years, the weather has been favorable, and every household has thrived. Our veneration for the River God has only deepened, with each year's ceremonies becoming more grand and sacred. And the villagers unwavering in their faith in the village chief, believing that our current prosperity is solely due to the River God. Without the River God, we would not exist. Being the village chief and Appo's adopted daughter, everyone naturally held affection for me. But, as Xiaoling spoke, her previously steady demeanor seemed to falter. Her body trembling. Ningjing gently patted her back, continuing to provide comfort. They all sensed that the pivotal moment, or rather the turning point, was about to arrive. One night, I awoke to find Grandpa Village Chief missing from home. Xiaoling's voice was low, tinged with tremors. I felt afraid, yet summoned the courage to search for him. According to her description, it was a moonless night, with sparse stars dotting the sky like abandoned pearls. She wandered the village alone, the silence enveloping her, only occasionally pierced by the sound of insects. For reasons unknown, she found herself drawn to the Clearwater River. She had often accompanied the village chief there, marveling at the gentle silver glow cast by the moonlight upon the water. However, that fateful day, upon approaching the river, she witnessed a scene she could never forget. Several villagers stood on either side, and among them, one villager was bound and struggling. The restrained villager was someone she recognized. Uncle Lee from next door, who was always kind to her, occasionally bringing her candies. The villagers flanking him were also familiar faces, Uncle Lee from the west, Uncle Wang from the south. All had treated her kindly, with warm smiles. Initially, she was bewildered by their actions, but soon, she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Uncle Lee, who was struggling, was cast into the Clearwater River by those villagers. Ripples spread across the surface, only to return to a deceptive calm, as if nothing had transpired. What shocked her even more was that the orchestrator of this whole affair was none other than her beloved village chief. Chapter 87. Is she an outcast? Is she a traitor? At that moment, despite the considerable distance, she could still sense the village chief's coldness and unfamiliarity. Wasn't the village chief the guardian of the village? Wasn't he the most devoted follower of the River God? Every year during the River God Festival, he conducted the rituals and prayers without a single villager questioning him. How could he commit such acts? She rubbed her eyes several times, yet the truth remained undeniable. At that time, fear overwhelmed me, and I fled back home. I lay in bed, unable to sleep. I do not know how long it had been when the village chief returned, and I hurriedly pretended to be asleep. After a while, I felt him approach my side. My heart raced in anticipation of what might occur. However, he merely tenderly tucked me in, his movements gentle and unremarkable. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. Could it be that the hypocritical river god had an accomplice? The village chief was indeed the liaison on this side. Collaborating from within and without, they executed a double-layered indoctrination. He promised the village chief honor, status, and wealth. In return, the village chief covertly orchestrated sacrifices using the lives of the living. Had he even recruited a few accomplices? What a barbaric scheme! At that moment, the little girl shook her head even more vigorously, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with terror. It seemed the events that followed were even more reluctant and fearful for her to recollect. It felt as though these occurrences had only just begun and were far from over. Su Ming swallowed hard, sensing that the truth was merely the beginning, concealing far more beneath the surface. In that tranquil moment, Su Ming spoke softly. Ningjing, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended. Vital energy surged in her hands as she gently directed it toward Xiaoling. This energy had a calming effect. Indeed, after being nourished by the water's essence, Xiaoling's trembling form gradually settled. Yet, the terror in her eyes could not be easily dispelled. Beside them, Shen Bing bit her lip. not out of sympathy for the little girl, but out of a growing sense of inadequacy. She felt like a mere wooden figure. In contrast, Ming assessed the situation in a critical moment, swiftly identifying the source of distress and collaborating with Su Ming to reap the benefits. Now, she was soothing the little girl, while Shen Bing merely stood there, feeling utterly useless. After calming down, the little girl continued her tale. Since that day, although I said nothing, I sensed an oddness among the people around me. Though they treated me kindly, something felt amiss. It was not just one night. There were many instances when I woke up to find the house empty. Over the years, I went to the riverbank several times, only to witness a villager being thrown in. Moreover, one of those thrown in was Uncle Li, who had previously been the one to cast others. Upon hearing this, both Su Ming and Ming Jing were taken aback. They were throwing their own people? Was there a rift among the village chief and his followers? Otherwise, how could this happen? Logically, the village chief and his accomplices should be uniting against others, not fearing discord. Xiaoying noticed their shocked reactions, and her gaze dimmed further. These matters were just as incomprehensible to her. I gradually felt the village chief becoming increasingly unfamiliar, even though he treated me the same. That night, I saw my childhood friend, Xiao Rou, thrown into the river. Her parents cried bitterly the next day, claiming she was missing. The villagers offered consolation, yet not a single soul sought to find her, as if they were avoiding the subject, even when the missing person was one of their own. I thought they simply did not know. Unable to hold back any longer, I confided in the adults who had always been kind to me, revealing the truth. But they seemed to misunderstand, even admonishing me to stop spreading rumors, deliberately distancing themselves from me. I shared my story with more people, yet no one believed me. Everyone began to isolate me, and I was left questioning whether I had truly erred. Was I truly the one who was sick? As Xiaoying recounted this, her body trembled again. That day, the village chief approached me with a gaze that lacked its usual warmth. I feared he had learned of the events and would turn against me. However, he neither struck nor scolded me. He merely stated that what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. After that day, he continued to love and care for me as he always had. Perhaps I was indeed in the wrong. As the little girl's words faded, the atmosphere around them became suffocating. Especially for Su Ming, his gaze turned icy. At this juncture, whether others comprehended the situation was uncertain. Yet he understood. Were the villagers truly incapable of grasping the truth? Were they merely deceiving themselves, feigning ignorance? In essence, the river god was their wish-granting deity. Over time, the villagers had become accustomed to living under the river god as protection, attributing all their prosperity and stability to divine favor. The village chief served as the intermediary between them and the deity. Gradually, some began to realize that maintaining this bounteous existence required a certain price, a periodic human sacrifice. However, the villagers believed there were so many among them that one sacrifice would not befall them, remaining oblivious to the threat it posed to their idyllic lives. They feared the wrath of the divine and the loss of their cherished existence. Thus, they tacitly agreed to this grim reality. They were the most devout followers of the river god. How could they dare to question? Then, the little girl unveiled these truths. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the deity, liable to invoke divine wrath. Their cherished blessings would be rescinded. Consequently, in their eyes, the little girl transformed into a traitor, disloyal to the divine. To preserve the status quo and quell the deity's anger, they began to ostracize her. Were it not for her being the village chief's adopted daughter, they might have already conspired to persecute her. For she was unfaithful. She was an outcast. Chapter 88. Elusive as she is. Today's fourth chapter, Burning Oneself. A gentle breeze swept through, sending a chill through several individuals. Su Ming's expression darkened. In this moment, he seemed to gain new insight into a phrase. Those who are pitiable must also possess detestable traits. How could these villagers? But what choice did they have? In such a dire environment, they were ensnared by numerous considerations. Who could be as audacious as the little girl, who chose to leap forth without hesitation? Lacking strength meant becoming a target. It seemed their only option was to go with the flow. With a sigh, Su Ming exhaled deeply. Ultimately, these people were too weak. Many issues persisted solely due to their insufficient power. Xiaoying and Oppo's words continued, growing increasingly unsettling for Su Ming and the others. On the eve of the River God Festival, the village chief entered Xiaoying's room with a complex expression, gently rousing her from slumber. Xiaoying looked at the village chief, apprehension swelling within her. His demeanor was unlike the usual, marked by a blend of guilt and helplessness. Yet, Xiaoying's face revealed no fear. The village chief produced a beautifully wrapped candy and handed it to her. Xiaoying, this is the last candy your grandfather has for you. His voice was low, trembling slightly. Eat it and sleep well. Xiaoying regarded the candy, her heart remaining calm. She understood that consuming it might mean she would never awaken again. Perhaps she would be discarded into the river? Still, a faint smile graced her face. If she was indeed wrong, would they forgive her after she was cast away? Xiaoying lifted her gaze to the village chief, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. She was uncertain whether the chief's affection for her was genuine. Yet she had always held a deep love for him. Slowly, she rose and approached him, embracing him gently. Then, without hesitation, she placed the candy into her mouth. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and her consciousness began to fade. She felt her body grow heavier, the world around her becoming increasingly indistinct. Perhaps this was how it would end. Upon reaching this point, Xiaoying lowered her head once more. After that, she knew nothing. When she next awoke, the village had transformed into its current state. She had dashed from her home, encountering a fog-laden, lifeless village that filled her with dread. She then ran to this place, where she saw Su Ming and the others, as well as the fallen villagers. Fear gripped her, prompting her flight, leading to the earlier scene where Su Ming had caught up with her. As she concluded her tale, tears streamed down Ning Jing and Appo's face, who stepped forward to embrace Xiaoying. Shenbing stood nearby, frowning, seemingly sensing the weight of the atmosphere. Only Su Ming squinted slightly, feeling that, in comparison, his own plight was even more tragic. There was empathy, but not to a great extent. Something felt amiss. There were aspects that did not quite add up. And his true vision revealed things that the other two girls could not perceive. At that moment, a distant siren blared. The group turned their attention toward the sound. With the altar and Appo's destruction, the fog that had engulfed the village began to dissipate. The outline of police cars became discernible in the dusky light. Ningjing gently patted Xiaoying's back, attempting to offer her comfort and reassurance. The tires crunched on the earth as 4 police cars swiftly came to a halt beside them. The doors swung open, and a contingent of uniformed officers emerged, led by Director Wang. Long Pingyan and Wang Qian were also present, accompanied by special agents from the Investigative Bureau. Su Advisor, are you all unharmed? Officer Wang's voice was deep, infused with concern. We are fine. In the following 10 minutes, Su Ming succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, ensuring that Long Pingyan and Wang Qian were equally informed. The expressions on their faces transformed into shock and dismay. A whole village has perished? How did such supernatural occurrences arise? Where did these malevolent entities emerge from? How could humanity be toyed with in this manner? The legends of the river god have circulated for many years. Why did such an incident arise now? When did all of this begin to unfold? The flood of information was overwhelming, leaving them struggling to absorb it. It was clear that many high-ranking officials would be working late into the night. Su Ming, the architect of their overtime. Shall we then take this little girl for our investigation? Director Wang inquired of Su Ming. Logically, this girl had intricate ties to the village, and she ought to be entrusted to them. However, given that all the credit for the situation lay with Su Ming, in recognizing his superior rank, seeking his opinion was a matter of utmost respect. That's fine. You may take her. Su Ming nodded and began to operate his phone. He then presented the screen to Director Wang, who looked puzzled before his pupils constricted. On the screen, 3 lines of text read, "Investigate this girl thoroughly, discreetly, and inform me of any findings. It may not be as simple as it appears. She is a precursor." Previously, he had sensed the fluctuations of energy surrounding Xiaoying through his true vision. These fluctuations had intensified when she recounted the villagers being cast into the river. They did not merely convey fear, they seemed to resonate with profound anger. When he had battled the river god, such energy fluctuations had indicated extreme fury. According to Xiaoying and Appo's narrative, she was uncertain if she had been wrong, projecting more confusion and fear, portraying innocence. Such an angry disposition seemed inconsistent with the character she had established. Moreover, why had she not been thrown into the river at the end? Meanwhile, all the villagers perished by the banks of the clear water river. What unforeseen events transpired during that time? She claimed ignorance. Was she truly unaware? Or was she concealing something? How had she emerged unscathed amidst this village massacre? Additionally, upon entering the village, although they had not inspected every home, they had traversed several houses without sensing any presence of life. Generally, the village chief, being of high status, would have a conspicuous abode. Yet they had not encountered any little girls within. She claimed to have awakened and then run this way. Was it merely coincidence? Beyond this, one crucial matter gnawed at Su Ming's mind. Why had a wooden beam suddenly fallen to the ground just as they exited the house? Was it truly the wind? Or was there someone orchestrating events from the shadows? They had yet to see the strange bird that had cast illusions upon them. Could it be possible that the strange bird and the river deity are not allies, but rather companions of this little girl? Contemplating this, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the small figure not far away, who was with Ning Jing. There was something about this little girl that he found utterly elusive. She was not as simple as she seemed. Chapter 89. The Abyss of Deep Blue, a Divine Messenger? For more than an hour that followed, everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, showing no signs of respite. The special police units commenced their meticulous house-to-house investigations, verifying the identities of the deceased villagers, relaying information to higher authorities, and meticulously recording various details. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. The entire village had perished, possibly linked to some sacrificial rites. Such occurrences are distinctly extraordinary. If word were to leak out, it would undoubtedly create a tempest of controversy. Fortunately, Director Wang had made prior arrangements, deploying a considerable force to the nearby town, ensuring a seamless connection. It is evident why he holds the position of director. His foresight and meticulous organization are commendable. Su Ming diligently recorded further information on site, ensuring clarity in his accounts. Advisor Su, I just spoke with the higher-ups again. Initially, they intended to consult you regarding certain matters, but they have now decided to prioritize Qing Shui Village. Director Wang and Appo's expression was grave. Really? What did they want from me? Su Ming inquired, somewhat taken aback. I am not entirely certain, but it appears to be related to Sakura country. Are you aware of the massive earthquake that struck there? Our further investigations suggest that the situation is far more complex than it seems. Su Ming nodded, recalling the numerous reports about Sakura country he had come across during his journey. The emerging details indeed appeared suspicious. However, what could the higher-ups possibly want from him regarding this earthquake? Did they expect him to travel to Sakura country? That seemed improbable, especially given the current shortage of personnel at their disposal. It was unlikely they would require his involvement in any rescue operations. Nevertheless, since the higher authorities had emphasized focusing on the current situation, he decided to set aside thoughts of Sakura country for the time being. One cannot overreach. Subsequently, Su Ming personally inspected the villagers and Appo's homes, particularly the house of the village chief identified by Xiaoying. Surprisingly, this residence was located deep within the village, contrary to his initial assumption that it would be one of the more prominent houses on the outskirts. They had yet to explore this part of the village. However, this did not absolve Xiaoying of his suspicions. He urged Director Wang to conduct a discreet investigation to uncover any potential leads. If this young girl was indeed as extraordinary as he suspected, employing tactics of subterfuge would be well within her capabilities. If she had managed to deceive once, she could certainly do so again. His true vision could detect the aura fluctuations emanating from Xiaoying, which he knew could not be fabricated. He remained vigilant, curious to see how long she would conceal the truth and what excuses she would concoct when the time came. It is always prudent to remain cautious. As night fell around 10 o'clock, Su Ming, Ning Jing, and Shenbing prepared to depart. During this time, Shenbing, accompanied by several special police officers including Long Pingyan, ventured to her ancestral village, which was not far from their location. To avoid drawing attention, only Long Pingyan accompanied her when they left the vehicle. They meandered through the village, encountering several locals who greeted Shenbing. The villagers marveled at how the little girl they once knew had blossomed into such a graceful young woman. Long Pingyan was also mistakenly perceived as Shenbing and Appo's boyfriend. Shenbing merely offered polite smiles in response, avoiding any melodramatic encounters or conflicts. The villagers appeared entirely unaffected by the events in Qing Shui village, further indicating that the incident must have occurred quite recently. Upon returning to her modest family home, Shenbing retrieved a photo album from a drawer before heading back to Qing Shui River with Long Ping and very well. Advisor Su, please ensure your safety on the journey back. Do not hesitate to reach out if anything arises. Director Wang waved farewell to Su Ming and his companions. As for himself, he could not leave yet. He had to await further directives from above. Soon, Su Ming and his companions boarded their vehicle, preparing for their return journey. Once again, Shenbing took the wheel, indicating that it was implicitly understood she would be staying at Su Ming and Appo's villa that night. After all, returning home at such a late hour would leave no time for anyone else to drive after a long day. As they settled into the car, Su Ming gently closed his eyes. Shenbing, let in Appo's wait a few minutes before departing. Shenbing and Ning Jing exchanged glances, uncertain of Su Ming and Appo's intentions, but complied nonetheless. At that moment, Su Ming opened his mind to the biological compendium. He wished to explore the entries obtained from the vanquished river deity to see if any clues could be revealed. He had been preoccupied with numerous tasks and had not found the opportunity to delve into it earlier. It wasn't Indapos that he lacked time. Rather, he desired a conducive environment to review the information at his leisure, a form of enjoyment in itself. Biological Compendium 8. Shadow Cat Demon, Void Rift Mosquito, Azure Sea Resonance Fish. Thunder Dragon, Eclipsed Winged Bat, Phantom Fox Cub, Bloodvine Demon Worm, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. Among the newly acquired entries was the Blue Abyss Spirit Fin, the very entity that claimed to be the river deity. Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. Category: Water Attribute, Divine Messenger. Tier: Legendary Creature, a mysterious being from the deep blue abyss, possessing a human upper body and a fishtail adorned with ethereal fins. When these fins dance, they resonate with water elements, wielding profound water spells capable of summoning tumultuous waves or freezing water into ice. Su Ming's heart tightened as he gazed at the compendium's description. This creature truly qualifies as a divine messenger? How absurd. Are these entities truly divine messengers? If such so-called divine messengers are merely like this, then their existence is indeed superfluous, hypocritical beings, to say the least. Yet, this faction seems rather formidable. Su Ming and Apos' gaze flickered. The river deity does not appear to be a particularly powerful divine messenger. If the other divine messengers emerge one by one with the resurgence of spiritual energy, their might could be terrifying. Ultimately, divine messengers are nothing but a ruse, merely individuals with greater abilities, imposing their will upon the masses. But what exactly is this deep blue abyss? Su Ming pondered, somewhat perplexed by the compendium and Apos' description. Does such a place still harbor beings like the blue abyss spirit fin? Where's this place now? If it indeed harbors malevolent entities, he would seize the opportunity to extinguish them at their source before they could awaken. Let us return home. Su Ming opened his eyes. Although he had gleaned some clues, they were not immediately applicable. Shenbing remained silent, merely nodding as she started the vehicle. This journey had indeed broadened her horizons. Initially, she believed that the president of their spiritual energy association represented the pinnacle of existence and that she herself was among the elite. However, today's revelations had dealt her a stinging blow. Su Ming's prowess was unparalleled, leaving her feeling repeatedly humbled. Even Long Pingan, who accompanied her back to the village, emanated an aura that filled her with trepidation, as if he could crush her at any moment. The two individuals appear to be of similar age, yet there exists a remarkable disparity between them. However, what she remains unaware of is that the formidable aura exuded by Long Pingan stems not only from a superior realm, but also from an inherent attribute that counters hers. Her extreme ice attribute is indeed exceptional, yet it pales in comparison to Long Pingan's blazing sun. He holds her firmly beneath him,